little bit over a lap now, as we are inside 10 hours, coming down to 9 hours. Well, check that, it's a minute. Yes, sorry, I'm reading the timing screen. Not giving us the exacts at the moment. So, Audi from Bentley, from third place, the number 99 BMW. Alfa Nation was at the wheel of the number 16 car, the last I looked, but it's Mirko Bortolotti now. That's the Lamborghini, so that's 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 there.
Very early race leader, of course, yes. Mirko Bortolotti showed good pace in the start. Nice to see that being driven back into play. Don't know quite what happened to them after those early stints. They seem to drop out of contention a little bit, whether they just ran a slightly different strategy with their longer mechanical stops, or their tyres, or lost out on a safety car somewhere. But they've had equivalent pace to the leaders, certainly in terms of fastest lap speed and lap on lap. So that driven back into contention. Baumann is in the best of the Mercedes number 84 HTP car in 5th place.
Not only do we learn things from our collective at Alex Brundle at Specutainment, Pierre has said this to us, we talked about before, in terms of getting your mind right. He said that is a situation that has a proper name. It's called the fallacy of predetermined outcome. There you go.
Tell you what, 7:21 and 49 seconds in the morning. I can't handle.
You can't process that, can you?
I can't handle the fallacy of that's a fallacy of predetermined outcome in itself.
Very good.
quite frankly.
Very good indeed. So 59.7 seconds between first and second. Stifler versus Souček. That is a real battle for the lead of the race. At the bottom end of the timing scoring, there's some big names down there. ERC Bratislava have won races in the past. Nissan GT Academy, Santaloc Racing, Rinaldi Racing, Black Falcon, all those cars with problems. However, still running whilst we're in the top 50. Once we get outside the top 50, we've got a few walking wounded, and from 57 down over is where the cars who have had the major problems lie. So the next page you'll see the issues for 53, 77, 15, 24, 59, 42 and 41. Team cars going out within 20 laps of each other. 49 and 12. The classic and modern racing team wiped out within an hour of motor racing. I'd like to say that's not how they wanted to finish their weekend. There's some fairly grumpy people there.
Absolutely not.
You've got to decide now if the cars have come back. Do you start to strip them down, send the guys off for a kip, use the time in the pit lane to strip them down and re-prep them before they go back in the truck? And
that is an absolutely desperate feeling when
everyone else is still racing.
In a box. Let me tell you, a load of absolutely whacked engineers and mechanics stripping a car that has not got the result that they deserved or wanted in the race in preparation for their next long travel slog to wherever they go next. Work very, very hard, these people, and when they do take the results away, they certainly enjoy it, but they have their fair share of disappointment and tough days.
Rob Bell is behind the wheel of the 58 McLaren. That's the Van Gisbergen car, which was running right up at the front of the field and gave us some great entertainment, clearly. And clearly there, in fact, there is the car on the Camel Straight. Good morning, guys in the truck, by the way, and thank you for the pictures overnight. Excellent stuff. For the first time, full coverage through the night here at Spa. We've done radio coverage in the past and had to resort to timing streams and interviews from the press room, but we have had images right the way through the night and right the way around the world via NISMO TV. This car was running right up the sharp end. It's had its fair share of problems Rob Bell there, struggling with a car that does not want to go where the genial Geordie wants to put it.
That's been edgy all the way through the race, that car.
And that's tiring, isn't it, in a race like this? A pro driver, and Rob Bell, I mean, he's a McLaren factory driver. It's not as if he doesn't know how to drive these things. He will take that challenge on the chin and hustle that car as best he can, but that's not any fun right now.
No, it's difficult. I think what you tell yourself as a driver is the car is edgy like this so it can go as fast as possible, because in a fundamental way, the quicker a car turns, the later you can brake and the earlier you can get on throttle, the shorter the gap is between being flat out and being flat out again. What you don't want to be dealing with is in traffic or in difficult track conditions, a car where you're effectively afraid to turn the steering wheel. And it looked like Rob there on entry to formerly No Name Left, which you have the name of.
Paul Frere.
Paul Frere. Just had to catch the car immediately as soon as he turned the steering wheel, and nobody needs that on a Sunday morning.
Well, and when you've been driving for 13, 14, 15 hours, well, if you haven't, then the car has been. Do the cars change appreciably, Alex, through the course of a race? Can you feel them getting tired? If it's a turbo, can you feel the fact that the impellers on the turbo are going to be wearing a little bit and you don't quite get the same punch off the corners? Do they feel slightly more loose?
Feels a little bit looser. You can't necessarily say, oh yes, I can definitely feel this part really going away now, for example. But, well, the balance changes massively all the way through the race. Cars have an accepted transition, and you normally set the car up, for example, at the start of Le Mans with, say, the Morgan. We knew that if we had understeer at the start of Le Mans, by the end of the race, the car would pretty much be balanced. So there's that gradient of performance as the track rubbers in and changes. But also, yes, everything does just feel that little bit looser. It's quite nice, actually. The car kind of wears into you. It's like a...
Interesting stats that we're being given now, that the number 6 Audi leading has spent 34 minutes in the pits. The Lamborghini number 16 in 4th position, 14 pit stops for 32, 16 pit stops for 37-37, and 37-17 and 37-30 for Mercedes-Benz 57 and 84 in 5th and 6th position. Stay out the pit is generally a good thing in endurance racing. Now, I accept that there's a tactical way to look at it as well in terms of getting... There are people who will say, if there's a full course yellow, get in and fuel. You've got to be careful here that you don't get stuck behind a safety car and potentially lose a lap. Bentley number 8 coming through the field, and Soucek desperately now trying to hold this momentum as he comes up to the 40th position. McLaren number 58 just leaned on Rob Bell a little bit there as he turned into the right-hander at the first part of the bus stop. Clearly wasn't happy with the way Rob Bell had quote-unquote held him up.
I think he was just saying that,
come on, mate, I'm the leader of the race.
I am
second in the race,
essentially the leader of the race. You've held me up for too long now, friend, and you won't be turning in around the outside of me and claiming the second apex on the left-hand side of that final chicane. He'll have been doing that all the race long, just asserting his authority every time he goes through, and it's part of being a good sports car driver. You have to be decisive and let the guy know you're not messing around.
52 track limits, drive-through penalty, car 52 track limits.
52 is the AF Corsa Ferrari. That's the Duncan Cameron, Aaron Scott, Matt Griffin and Riccardo Ragazzi, who's not very well, actually. We heard that he might not drive to the end of the race. That car had been battling at the sharp end of the field in terms of the Pro-Am category. Matt Griffin at the wheel of it at the moment is, I reckon, in 5th position in the class, down in 25th position.
Car 74, pit lane infringement. Drive-through penalty, car 74, pit lane infringement.
And that is the 5th 15th position car with Philippe Guillac at the wheel, the ISR Audi.
The leading Pro-Am competitor, which will gift Raymond Narak is only 20 seconds back in the number 76 Pro-Am Porsche. So that will give him the lead of that class by a little bit, some margin actually, given the length of pit lane.
101 track limits, drive-through penalty car 101 track limits.
Obviously,
that's another Pro-Am car, isn't it?
Tranche of stewards' decisions all coming out at once.
No, that's the Patrick Niederhauser at Temptor Racing. The 100 is the AM car, which has got Max van Splinteren at the wheel of that at the moment. Alex Brundle, John Hindhaugh, RadioLeMans.com and NISMO.TV, 24 hours of Spa, as we've gone through another hour of racing and now have less than 9 to go. Almost see the finish line from here, but it's a long run to the flag. We were talking about this yesterday before the race started, Alex, weren't we? With a 4:30 start time, it's a very long day before you get working. And then, you know, sun's up, you've had breakfast, even halfway through the morning, there's still going to be quite a bit of racing to do.
You really do race all day today, don't you?
Yeah.
In all of the varying conditions that entails. Nothing heard, incidentally, with that little tranche of stewards' decisions coming out about the potential drive time infringement for the number 8
car,
which
yes.
you would have thought would have come out alongside those other decisions. Maybe it'll be in the next group, but it's getting lost in time, that, isn't it?
Yes, agreed. And it's a fairly absolute situation. We've got a Lamborghini with flapping bodywork at the right rear. Just watching Soucek's times, by the way, in that 8 car. He's turned the wick up a tiny bit now. It's back under 40 seconds for the first sector, which is unusual, and indeed there's only 3 cars in the top 20 who are able to do that. 34, David Fuminelli has spun the Ferrari coming out of the bus stop. That's an easy thing to do, and that, I'll tell you now, that'll be tiredness. I'll be very surprised if David isn't towards the end of his stint, and just for a moment he's lost his concentration, got on the throttle either a little bit too early or just a little bit too aggressively, spun the back wheels up. He's tired, he hasn't quite felt it as much as he would have normally. The TC maybe a little bit too maybe not aggressive enough, rather, and he's just looped that. No harm, no foul, though.
Unlikely from him. He's a top-class single-seater driver, David Fuminelli. Really, really quick as well in those Renault Sport Trophy RS01s.
That's a proper car, isn't it?
They're very, very quick, you know. Very, very quick. They often share the racetrack with us, the European Le Mans Series weekends, and times equivalent to some of the better prototypes out there. They've got a lot of downforce, those cars.
And a lot of power from the Nissan GT-R engine, over 500 brake horsepower, carbon brakes slammed onto the ground.
GT-R motor,
Warning
is it?
flag car 50 track limits. Warning flag car 50 track limits.
Rugolo in the number 50.
No plans to make that car a production car and therefore a genuine GTE or GT3 car. They've run it in a GT-ish spec.
Yes, often joined various different brick car style series all over the place, doesn't it, that car, and does very, very well.
Interesting, I don't think they've quite got the balance right. It's clear that they don't want to give it an advantage. It is a purpose-built racing car, of course, same as something like the Glickenhaus. And in some ways, they've slowed it down a little bit too much. It's not really ever competed. I think bar once won at Mugello in one of the Hankook Series races, and they put steel brakes on it. They raised the ride height, and raising a ride height in the car, the same as putting a whole lot of weight on. I always find a fairly difficult way, or very easy way rather, to performance balance, but unfortunately it's also a pretty brutal one.
4th and 5th in the overall standings. Baumann in the 84, closing in on Mirko Bortolotti in the number 16 Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Think yet to do his long stop is Mirko Bortolotti, just reading into the pit times that we saw on the graphic a little bit earlier on, which is how they have arrived back on our doorstep in contention. This is going to be an interesting little battle.
That RSO1, by the way, there was one racing in the Blancpain Sports Club races this weekend. Here, got a couple of second places.
I thought I'd seen one, actually.
Yeah, very nice car. Guys at Stracker have got a couple, I think, been racing them. Now, here's the battle.
Nose to tail for fourth place in the race proper.
And this is Mercedes-Benz fighting back. They've shown great pace. The IMSA 76 car, the IMSA performance car in unfamiliar livery, second in its class at the moment, with Raymond Nairak, very familiar IMSA racing driver. Insurance company IMSA, based, I think, a long-time sponsor, and IMSA certainly the nothing to do with IMSA, the International Motorsports Association in the States, based at Rouen on the road down to Le Mans for most of the Brits.
And here will be that drive-through penalty then for the leading car in Pro-Am, the number 74 Audi. Narak's been in that 76 a very long time, you know.
That's why we were seeing him, because we're going to see whether he'll be able to overtake the H2
which he will.
Audi.
Which he will, only 14 seconds back, and the pit lane delta is considerably more than that.
He's gone through.
Contact between car 30 and car 23 in front of the entrance pit lane under investigation.
Between the 30 and the 23, that's one of the Nissans.
Yeah, that's the little joke, isn't it? 2 and 3, Ni and San in Japanese, although 23, not Nissan, but that is always the little joke, the 2 and the 3. Trying to get that, sitting down in, what did you say, 28th position at the moment, the 23 car.
Always give Jan Mardenborough a hassle, because whatever car number he's in, he puts number 23 after his signature on the on the autograph card, so have to remind him that yeah, we're in 84.
It's Mizunori Takaboshi in the team RJN Nissan. Hello to Bob Neville, to Liz Neville and the rest of the hard-working team. So our new leader then in AM is the IMSA performance car with Raymond Nairak behind the wheel, coming through to complete the lap, and will be scored as such. Porsche a little bit slow off the mark, Alex, to get their FIA GT car out to the customers. Risked losing some customers, and I think did lose some customers, if I'm honest, but my goodness, now that it's out there, the usual starting on the key, here's your boring white Porsche, get on with it. It's been absolutely superb in the races that they've been running with it.
Nice to see it up front in a Pro-Am formula as well, because they have had comments of the original Porsches, not the latest iteration, that they were relatively difficult to drive for the gentleman drivers. Obviously cleared up that scenario and brought the car to the front in Pro-Am, so hats off.
This is the 30 car in the pit lane, and the whole front end of the J&D Pierce structural steelwork sponsored car taking attention.
I suspect what they've had there are cooling issues in relation to the original damage.
Well, they had original damage on the right front, then they had a puncture on the right front that took out some.
It went in the wall, did it not?
Yes,
as well?
Absolutely right. That was the start of the problems. Then it had a puncture on the same side, the same corner, the right front corner, which had a loom problem. They lost the headlights on that side, if you remember. And I've got a feeling this will not be a race they want to remember. It looks like they're putting a whole new mounting bar on for the front structure and the splitter. There's a large piece of preformed aluminium which is coming off the old car, and a new one ready to go back on.
And look at that structure on the front. That is a car that's prepared to fight its corner, isn't it? Yeah. They've obviously considered the type of racing that this is. Not that it's really argy-bargy racing, but guys are getting moved out there all the race long, and you need something strong up front and protecting out back.
Hello, Monte Elysium in Atlanta, Georgia. We really have got an international audience this weekend. Under 9 hours, under 8 hours and 50 minutes now, 8:49 and 49, and it's still Frank Stippler who controls the race with a gap that is coming down. 35 seconds now, was just about a minute it seemed not that long ago.
That battle still raging between Baumann and Bortolotti. He's managed to hold him back so far, but he's right on underneath his diffuser now as they head down to the bus stop.
Bortolotti in the bright green Lamborghini, and they've got closing in behind them.
That is the 84. So that is Baumann.
Yeah.
And the car that was putting pressure on him was the 86.
Correct.
Dots.
Bortolotti in the pits now.
Yeah.
Peels off right-handed, and so that one takes a little bit of a rest. I'm very impressed, really I am, very, very impressed at the patience that's been shown by some of the drivers. Scuderia Praha car is that in the pit lane, 6th in its class. This is the first time for the 488 that we've seen the Scuderia Praha machine, if it is indeed that car. 34. That is indeed the Yuri Pizzaric, Josef Kral, Matteo Malacelli and David Fumanelli car. Peter Cox integrally involved with that team.
Warning flag for car 8 in track limits. They are in the wars, aren't they? They seem to be continually dicing with race control and getting away with it. But I mirror your sentiment there, actually, John, that driving standards in this series in comparison to previous years are much, much, much improved.
We sat and watched this race from afar, commentating on it 2 or 3 years ago. I was in Austria a couple of years ago, and I was somewhere else in the world a year ago, and fearful, I have to say, fearful. This was a race that you would think, oh, please don't rain, or please don't let there be too many safety cars, because that drags everybody back together.
You would see stuff that was just rash, wouldn't you, out there?
And you would, oh dear, come on guys. And this year, I don't know whether there's been a big talking to, or whether people have just realised that they've got to get to the end. This from Roger Davies. Hello, Roger. Unable to get a pizza at 2 o'clock in the morning, I seem to remember, in Yorkshire earlier on. Does number 6 need to take its 5-minute pit stop? I assume
yes,
not. No, you're right, Roger. That is top of my list that was handed over to me a couple of hours ago. 6, 7, 16 and 75 were the ones in the sharp end of the field.
7 did. Kane has taken that stop and dropped him down the field. So
let me just run through the ones that we know have. 7, 00, 2, 3 and 4, 8, 98, 99 and 57, and 76 and 78 in the Pro-Am categories.
So the sore thumbs at the front of the race, at least, that stick out are the 6, the 16 and the 75 that still owe us that 5-minute stop. Stippler, of course, in the 6, leading the race, just coming into the pits now, actually, from the lead of the race, still does owe us that stop, and will give up the lead even virtually in that case.
Extra test for the bronze drivers this year. Extra required training may have helped the driving standards, says Josh.
I think there is a greater percentage of pro cars and pro-am cars, and a reduction in the percentage of Gent Trophy cars as well in the race. Not to say that you don't want Gent Trophy cars in the race or there's terrible driving standards, because that cannot be the case as well.
Yeah.
You know, the pro drivers are more than capable of, under pressure, doing rash things. And Winkelhock's just got in. That's
just coming out of the pits.
That was quick as well.
That was very, very quick. And Where did he join back in? There he is, coming to Lecombe. Ferrari, a little bit back down the road. Now that is in 19th position at the moment, that Ferrari, with Giacomo Pacini at the wheel.
It comes through sector 1 with a 2:38. That's a potential tyre. No, that's a potential full service, driver and tyres.
8 car still shown as the leader, of course, as he is further round the track. Evidence of some war scrapes on the front of that Bentley. The grille surround not perhaps sitting as squarely as it was before. The LED lights underneath the intake, one of them hanging at a rather jaunty and very non-Bentley approved angle.
You didn't want to be standing in front of that with anything that might potentially melt, though, did you, in the night hours? You'd probably get a suntan if you worked on the front of that for too long.
Yeah, I remember the old days when that was literally true. You'd fire up a set of CBs or KC daylighters and warm your hands on them in the forest if you were waiting for a rally car to come through when you were working. I mean, the other thing about these, that these LEDs are bright, they don't give off as much heat, they don't take as much power. Really very efficient indeed, and they light up the road, but they also in daytime conditions, and I suspect that they will leave those on now, rather like the story I was telling about my BMW K1600 GT. A really lovely mounting kit that Martin Short and the guys from Roll Centre Racing supply from a company in the States called Clearwater Lights, and you know exactly what I'm talking about because your dad's got the same bike. You know where the wing mirrors, effectively, the rear view mirrors mount. The wing mirrors come off. There's a beautiful piece of billet aluminium, single billet aluminium that goes in. You get the longer screws to put in, you put the wing mirrors back on again, and then that gives you the mounting points for your lights, so they are up high, they're away from the normal headlights, so you get a different beam, a different pattern, but also for the drivers of some of my motorcycling friends call them the people in their cages, car drivers, gives them a better chance to see you when you're coming up behind them. The BMW having a CAN bus system and being very clever as a fly-by-way of pretty much everything on that bike.
Hanging out with some Hell's Angels on your...
You see? You can have two setups for the lights, one daytime mode, and then it knows when it gets dark, so you have them bizarrely brighter in the daytime to act as day and night lights, and then you chill them down a bit in the evening just to light the road up.
In any case, they were not cooking bacon sandwiches at Bentley at midnight. That was the front wheel man's. That was the front wheel man's legs.
Ouch. Raw Racing in, Nick Katzberg fought his way back up to 6th position. These positions changing all the time, Alex, and you know, for anyone wondering why we're not getting terribly excited about people gaining and losing 3 or 4 places within the top 10. This is the cycle of the pit stops that we are seeing. Small gaggles of cars coming in, 7 car there, but we just got a quick look at that. Stephen Kane, who's been doing a really, really good job for Bentley, and he's pulled his way up to 8th position. Katzberg is in 57. Adam Christodoulou in the Black Vulcan Mercedes-Benz in the pit lane as well. But these positions are going to change on the rotation right throughout the rest of the race now until we get down to the business hour.
Of course, and if you are just joining us, those pit stops do have, for full service, as in driver, tyres and fuel, do have a mandated minimum time, which is why you see those great big swings in position when somebody does come into the pits, perhaps more than you might be used to if you're watching flat-out pit-stop sports car racing.
So it is NISMO TV together with RadioLeMans.com from Spa, trackside at the 24 Hours of Spa. Paul Truswell is going to join us shortly. So any questions for Paul, you can start thinking about getting those in. I will place before the court, though, that he has not got access to timing data other than what we can see on the screens here, though I suspect we'll be able to get a pen picture or a matrix picture perhaps of the race so far, with 8.5 hours coming up to go. Who's behind the wheel of the 132 Racing Lamborghini, says Slade Perrins in Australia. Let me scan through and see if I can find it. 132 is Steve Owen for Largo Racing. Thank you for getting that. Last year, the best AM car finished 14th, says Josh. Oh, I can't do that on that one. I'm trying to do different bits of technology. Not in top 30 this year. As Alex said, a lot more of the top cars, and a lot more of the top cars still running. Trussers is about 10 minutes early, but we'll bring him in. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, John. Yes, it all went horribly wrong. You know, a little bit before I came on, I went to have some breakfast, left Graham in control of the...
now, there's your first mistake.
And came back, and screensaver had come on both of them, and that little red cross that comes up, both systems completely crashed. I have one little lifeboat little window that says recovering database, so that's running now, and I've walked away from it. It's now got however long I'm here for to recover itself, and then we'll see how we were going on. But
Catherine wheel of frustration. A couple of things before we fire you off into the ether. PS says, I love the fact that we are enforcing track limits, so the series can learn from this. It does sound a bit tedious hearing race control, Alan Adam and his team popping up all the time, and indeed 132 and 16 have just been the latest ones. In is coming 89 Mercedes-Benz from 5th position. The Screezilla is asking, why is the number 6 car flashing win before its second place number? Because that's what they're aiming for. No, it is in fact because those are the 3-letter acronym for Marcus Winkelhock, and that is also on the timing screen as well. They've generally been pretty good as well on that this year.
Can I tell you a little trick about the timing screen? If you're using the live timing screen,
Yes.
Where it gives you the driver's name,
Yes.
now John's very sensible, you see, because he's got the driver's name in full. If you're running that and your driver's name is the 3 letters, then just make the screen bigger, just make it wider, and it'll automatically show you the 3 letters or the real name. So if you kind of just compress the screen or make it bigger, that makes it work.
Because we have so many drivers, they're not always obvious, because Alexander Sims is ASI or something.
SIA.
SIA.
There is a pattern to it, believe it or not, which I have worked out through painstaking research over this 24-hour race, which is, if their first 3 letters are the same as another driver in the race, you get the first 2 letters of their surname and then their first name, first letter at the end. So Sim A. Or
the first letter of the Christian name goes first, and then they have the 2 letters of the surname in positions 2 and 3.
So I'm still, despite painstaking research, I'm still wrong. Basically,
no.
I'm doing both.
I said or, so that both are possible.
The big question that we are trying to keep across, and this is difficult with what we've got because we don't always see, but in fact we don't see pit times, as in comes the 4th place car, Dominic Baumann, in the dark grey and red AMG GT, is who's done these 5 minutes mechanical stops, Paul, and that is something that is important but not easy to keep up to date with.
I was right on top of it before I went to breakfast.
I had a list.
This list comes from before we went to breakfast. The number 8 Bentley has definitely done its technical pit stop. The technical pit stop is the 5-minute mandatory stop. The car has to go into the garage, but apart from that, there's no regulation on it.
It doesn't have to be in the garage for 5 minutes. It has to be in the pit lane for 5 minutes.
It has to be between pit in and pit out for 5 minutes.
Right, copy that.
But it does have to go into its garage. They can't just leave it on the apron for
There was some
5 minutes.
discussion earlier on. Alex and I were expressing the opinion that guys might want to time that for full course yellows, and Martin stood purposefully in and said you're not allowed to do it under full course yellow, but that's not true, is it?
What's your understanding?
Correct, that is not true. You are allowed to do it under full course yellow or under safety car or under any condition during the race. Anytime you're not allowed to do it is in the last 2 hours of the race. You have to do it before 22 hours is up, and it means the 5 minutes has to be done before the 22 hours of the race is up. So that's the mechanics of it, the technical pit stop. Both Bentleys have done theirs, as in comes the race-leading Bentley, number 8, which is Andy Soucek at the moment, isn't it, driving that one?
Yes.
Has the 84 car done it in 4th position?
Right, now that was the one where we had our first glitch, and I don't know is the answer to that one.
Right.
So I'll leave that one as I don't know. 99 has definitely done his. 6, the WRT Audi, has not done his.
Yeah, still to tick off my list.
And as I say, that one is still to be done. The number 50, which is the other McLaren, has definitely not done his. I'm surprised to see that car moving up as far as it has done, actually, so that's good news.
And this 7 going in the box, this is not scheduled, because that has already been in for its mandated stop. So this is an error, or this is an issue. Same time, we have a pit for the 8, which has gone in at an angle, presumably because the 7 was already parked in its slot. Maxime Soulet getting...
Yes, it's Soulet getting out. Oh, is it?
I believe Soucek gets out and Soulet gets in, most confusingly.
Right, OK, I'll leave you with that one. There was the incident, I'm not quite sure who was in the box here, but on 2 or 3 pit stops ago, when they really wanted to bring the number 7 car in first and the number 8 car in second, but they swapped them round, brought the number 8 car in first because it sits in front of the number 7 on the in the pit lane. But then Wolfgang Riep came in and completely missed the braking point for the pit and wasted about 30 seconds having the car pushed and pulled to get it into the right position. And from that point forward, the 7 and the 8 have come in on identical schedules. The regulations, as you've already probably said, say that you can do no longer than 65 minutes per stint. Although you can do up to 3 stints with the same driver. No more than 3 stints with the same driver, but the same driver can stay in the car.
Big crash for the 55 McLaren.
Exit Grasscrete and spun inside.
Thomas Fleur behind the wheel. The car has extensive damage right front, right rear. And I suggest probably left-hand side. What did I say, McLaren? Sorry, Ferrari was in my head, even as I said McLaren. It's the very pretty silver AT racing car.
And you do not have to be Hercule Poirot to work out what's happened there, do you?
No, you can actually see.
10 seconds before full course yellow.
We're going to get a full course yellow. Coming down the hill,
5,
down towards
4, 3,
Stavelot through
2,
Pouhon.
1,
spud up the back
full
wheels,
now.
gone across to driver's left, bounced off and come back onto the grass. Very clear to see exactly what's happened there, and Alex.
Will this... Yeah, absolutely. He's lost it into the inside wall through the exit of the second part of Pouhon. Cars tend to understeer in general through there. Maybe he's taken avoiding action or got out on the outside curb. What interests me is, will Winkelhock now take advantage of this scenario and bring the 6 in to do that long stop? Because it looks like it might be a reasonable while they clear that wreckage off the exit of turn 17.
I don't know. We had the situation a little while ago where out in the media centre, Martin Haven was impressing upon us the theory that you actually want to keep your 5-minute pit stop for emergencies, and if you don't need it to change the brakes. The reason it was put in was to stop people from buying flashy, expensive equipment and doing very fast brake changes,
or doing the whole race on one set of...
Well, if you can do it on one set of brakes and you're safe, then there's no reason why not to. I mean, if the race was particularly wet or cold and there was no stress on the brakes, then yeah, you can save the brakes. But I think what was happening was there were 1 or 2 teams who were practicing brake changes and spending a lot of money on expensive equipment, and that was what they were trying to avoid happening.
Winkelhock is in the pits.
Okay.
And yet, all of these cars can still do a brake change in a couple of minutes, Paul, the ones at the sharp end of the field. So
yeah, yes, some but not all, and I think that's the point. Certainly WRT can, and that's...
All the Audis. All the Audis. Phoenix were the same.
Yeah. But a lot of it is to do with, as I say, the fact that they practice and they train the guys up to do it. Whereas if you were perhaps, I don't know, say Barwell, has Barwell got the resources available to provide that kind of level? And one of the great things about SRO is that they do try to, I won't use the word balance, I'll use the word level the playing field, so that just by coming along and spending a lot of money, you can't necessarily buy yourself a win.
But it's still a benefit, isn't it, to being able to change brakes quickly? Because what that does is gives you the opportunity within that 5-minute window to then have a look and service everything else and fuel and tyres and
Or you can do what say somebody from the WRT team was suggesting you do, and that is to keep the 5 minutes for an emergency. For when you do have some bodywork damage to take up. You do your brake change in a standard pit stop, which is 2 minutes and 15 seconds. There's this funny window where you can have a pit stop of less than 1 minute and 55 or more than 2 minutes and 15. But you can't have one in that window between 1 minute and 55 and 2 minutes 15.
So there's 20 seconds there that's dead time if you're not careful.
Yes, exactly. But if you can do your brakes in 2.5 minutes, then you might as well, because you've got to do 2 minutes 15, so you might as well do 2.5.
The idea is you pretty much, as long as you're fuel only, you're fine, should be fine on it, unless you're Wolfgang Reip earlier on in the race, who misses his braking point, has to be dragged around and wait for the whole period to elapse.
And you can probably get away with changing one tyre as well, because I think that's the other aim, is if you need a puncture replaced, you can change one tyre, refuel and get on your way again within the 1 minute and 55 seconds.
So yesterday, it seems just like yesterday when we started this race. Well, it was 4:30 Central European time now, just after 8 o'clock in the morning. Early problems for the 333 Ferrari. Number 333 Ferrari down in 43rd position. It had been up far further than that, but the puncture that it suffered early on, first lap I think, was the thing that sent it back. After the full course yellow early on, leader caught between Marshall's posts, didn't see the green flag or whatever, lost a couple of positions, and then we have had generally very, very good racing with pretty much all of the manufacturers being represented at some stage in the top 6, maybe with the exception of Nissan. Certainly all bar Nissan and Mercedes-Benz in the top 3, and quite recently we had 5 different manufacturers in the top 5, although 3 of them were from Volkswagen Audi Group: Bentley, Lamborghini and Audi.
Definitely a long stop for the 6.
Yeah.
He's been in the pits a very long time. The 99 BMW came in as we replay the...
Every time I see that hit to the barrier actually seems to get worse for Kevin Este, and I've seen it every hour, at least once an hour and sometimes twice an hour since it happened, and it does seem to get worse every time we see it. The 53 Ferrari and the 77 Porsche, Kevin Este coming out the pit, both retired on the spot. Este was coming out the pits, Alex, because he was on his second drive-through for track limits.
Every time I see it, the fault, where I thought I was certain about the fault in that incident, it becomes more and more murky for me, because what's clear is neither of those drivers... I think incidents in race cars are all about visibility, and neither of those drivers had visibility anywhere near the way that they should have done or would have allowed them to avoid that incident. It's so hard to call that one. I think you're going to have to call it a racing.
I think the thing is that people don't realise how little you can see from a racing seat and how little movement that you've got, particularly with a hands device on. I changed the gubbins on my hands device so that I've got more movement on my head. There used to be 2 single straps that held your head fairly straight. There's an upgrade now, which is 2 straps, one either side. Now there's a single strap that links through, and it allows you to turn your head a lot more. But with the wraparound seats now, you still don't see that much in terms of your peripheral vision. You are pretty much looking ahead,
and you lose way more to the A pillar as well, because you see much lower.
Lower and further back normally.
I mean, it was clear that it wasn't a deliberate act from either driver.
Agreed.
Race administration, race controllers looked at it and not penalised either driver. There was a third car involved, which kind of explains why the Ferrari was moving across to the right-hand side, to his right-hand side. And I think your point, Alex, is that when you actually look at Kevin Este, I mean, it's quite a wide pit lane exit, but he is kind of drifting to the left of it.
Definitely.
Not in any way maliciously or in a way to block.
In a way that demonstrates his, I believe, in a way that demonstrates his lack of visibility of the car on the racetrack. I think he's lost him in the A-pillar. That's what I think's happened.
And he's, in any case, he's to the left of the white line, and he's thinking, this is my white line, it's a blend line that I have to keep to the right-hand side of, and I am doing so. So what's the problem for everybody else?
Derek Pierce had an incident that has started a chain reaction on their Bentley, the 30 car, that was having part of the front end replaced, a new aluminium section going on there, that the whole of the front end, on which the whole of the front end hangs. It was the 15 car that came to grief in a oily mess on the outside of turn 4, that little right hand kink start the Kemmel straight. That was the third car that we lost. Later through the night, Ian Logie in the 24 Bentley, as on the circuit, Alex.
Just interesting, the 50 has also got its long stop out of the way under these full course yellow conditions. So 99 then cycles through to the lead of the race. Let's see where the 6 eventually comes out. I believe it's going to be third place after having done that long stop.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. That will be reasonable, because the 50 will fall down the field as well.
So nice strategy.
The other thing to mention is that the number 7 Bentley, which you pushed into the back of the gap, well, you didn't, but you talked about it being pushed back. Maybe you should have done. It's still there.
It'd be back out if I'd have done it.
So that number 7, what I was drawing attention to, you were talking about the number of manufacturers we've got in the top positions. There was a point late last night when somebody said, oh, well, yes, we've got, I think it was 6 cars on the lead lap, 6 cars on the lead lap, 3 of them were Audis. We've now moved to the situation
before
where we
green.
had 2 Bentleys on the lead lap and 1 other car. Now we've actually got 1 of each, because we've lost 1 of the Bentleys
3,
and we've lost
2,
the Audis.
1,
we had a problem with the number 2 car, which has fallen back now. So it really is now a nice 3-way battle for the top 3 places on the podium, and with the best will in the world, the race is between those 3, being the 99 BMW, the number 8 Bentley, and the number 6 WRT Audi.
Ferrari, number 50 in 4th position, best of the 488s.
But that would fall down with its pit stop.
Hasn't had its long pit stop.
It is now, that was it, it's just had.
Interesting to see, to understand what has actually happened to that number 7 Bentley. We haven't had much information about why that is in the why that's in the garage. Engine cover off that car, but not a lot of beavering away going on under the hood.
Hello to David Petress, who is in Midlothian in Virginia, glued to the screen. Hope not literally. Every time I see Eduardo Mortara getting pushed around, coming down the hill by the number 8 Bentley, I think how lucky they were. We were talking earlier on, Paul, and I'd be interested to have your input on this, as we've got the highlights on the screen at the moment. A lot of the variables are taken out of SRO racing, and particularly this race. Pit stop times we've talked about, effectively fuel mileage doesn't matter anymore with the 65 minutes of driver time. Does that necessarily then put more pressure on the driver? And from a statistical point of view, does it make it slightly less interesting from someone like yourself?
No, because you always find interest. I mean, I've been glued to the screens back in the media centre all night. I took a bit of a break to kind of have a dinner and a little wander around just to have a look at some cars from time to time, because it was an opportunity that I don't often get. But there's always some way in which the team is going to be looking for a way of gaining an advantage. Now, during normal green lap running, there's not much you can do, because you just come in after every 65 minutes, you put a new driver in the car if you want to, you get the fuel in the car, you put new tyres on it. Possibly you can try and double stint, that's a trick. The Row Racing BMW team tried it on the 98 car, but to be fair, the first part of that was done on a yellow period. So there's not much you can do. Where you can make up some good ground is in doing tricky things during the yellow zones, and that's where you can be clever, and that's where you can gain an advantage, and we've seen various people
Driving
doing
through
that.
car 8.
Driver stint again! Driver stint again! Can you believe it? Now, we heard that reported earlier on, and we wondered whether anything was going to happen. The 7 car, and I'm indebted to John de Geese for whom has passed on this, and apparently he says it's an oil leak for the 7 Bentley. We saw a Bentley in earlier on getting a new catch tank, did we not?
It was
no, that was an
McLaren.
Aston. It was an Aston. It was Darren Turner.
Yeah,
Sorry, take that back. British manufacturer, wrong car. So an oil leak. Thanks to John de Geese for passing that information along. So
the I don't know if you've said this already. Apologies if you have. But the first time that the Bentley number 8 had the driver stint issue was due to having the drive-through penalty. They were given a drive-through penalty for a track limit violation, and having spent time extra on the stint driving slowly through the pit lane, they thought they could get an extra lap out of it, and they were 8 seconds over their limit, which gives them a drive-through penalty. This one I can't talk about because I don't know.
They were looking very, very closely at the regulations for that one.
Yeah. And the point being that the 65 minutes gets extended to 70 minutes if and only if the stint ends under yellow. If you have a period of yellow in the middle, doesn't matter. If you have a period of yellow at the beginning, doesn't matter.
Oh.
The extension from 65 to 70 only happens if the stint ends under yellow.
So it's literally to give you the chance where they throw a yellow on that final lap to get you back into the pits so you don't get penalised in a way which is not your fault.
Exactly.
So at the head of the field then, it is the number 99, Philippe Eng for Row Racing BMW, who leads the motor race by just half a second. We've got a battle on here. Maxime Soulet in the number 8 Bentley from the boy Winkelhock in the 6 car, Marcus. Those 3 cars are at the top of the shop. Then in 4th place, the 28 car has bounced up the standings recently. 28? It is the 28 car. But that's off the lead lap. 57 is Adam Christodoulou in 5th position in the Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. And just trying to see who's in the 28 car. Alex actually mentioned the car a moment ago.
So here we are then. This is the battle, if you're following us on Nismo TV live stream, for the lead of the motor race. Maxime Soulet following very, very, very closely.
That's the lead.
Behind Philippe Eng. That is the lead of the race.
8.25 hours to go, and it looks like they're having a dice in the last 5 laps of a 20-lapper.
Half-second splits them at the moment. Soulet with a drive-through penalty to serve, of course.
Yeah, and that is going to take him out of this battle. These things are going to happen in a long race where things are so close together, Alex. When this happens as a driver, is this a bit of, it's not as if you're cruising around on your own at any stage. You're always trying to improve, hit your delta, making sure that you're doing everything right. But now you've got someone to race. You've come out the pits right in front of someone or right behind someone. Does that just lift you a little bit and make you go, right, come on, I'll have a go at this? As in comes Soulet, he has to bail out of that to serve his drive-through.
It's a smart move, actually. They've taken him out of the potential battle so he can carry on lapping at optimum speed. Yes, stints have sort of nodes in them of critical moments. The moment when you get a lot of traffic and you have to manage it, the moment when you have to make a critical pass for a critical position, and there you join those moments knowing that this is one of the critical moments of my race this time out. let's get it right. But there's no extra pressure associated because you race all the race long. The fact that the guy in front of you just so happens to be for the leading position of the race makes absolutely no difference to your mindset.
Yeah.
He's just an object.
Pass it. The last lap of the race be something different, of course.
Yeah, of course. I think the critical element here is that Soulé knew that he pitted at a very similar time to Philippe Eng. So it's not a question of I'm racing this guy, but I'm not really racing him. It is absolutely, on the road and virtually, the lead of the motor race. As in, if I pass you, I pass you. Simple as that.
Winkelhock's just gone through and taken second place. And I think, as well, the 28 car has gone through as well, which is the WRT car.
Such a long pit lane here. That drive-through penalty is a massive, massive time loss. That was a really sharp bit of strategy for the 6 to get that long pit stop done under the full course yellow scenario, completely under the full course yellow scenario as well, which has been critical. Let's be honest. Doing that has been absolutely critical to all of the contenders in the current fight. He's all four wheels outside the pit lane. That was
very close, and the guys in the truck on, well, I'm going to say on tape. It's all digital nowadays, but that's been something. And now all the way over the curb at the exit of Paul Frere, coming down the hill. Now, as he is obviously very, very annoyed at being pinged for another driver time.
There's one.
It's Nico Müller, by the way, behind the wheel. Sorry, Alex, of the 4th place car at the moment. He didn't get the position because he's a further lap back, but he has gone through on Winkelhock. So it's the 99 leading BMW from second, the 8. Just did something with Joe's computer. There we go. And in 3rd position, it's Winkelhock. So that cost him the sharp end of a minute and a half, that.
Yeah, and it does not surprise me in the least. That amount of distance at pit lane speed, limited speed versus absolutely flat chat on the racetrack, don't forget. It's not just that pit lane is very long and very slow. It's that the corresponding piece of racetrack that you essentially lose out on by heading down the pit lane delta, is so quick here at Spa. Absolutely all flat out. Let's see what he could do about reeling in that gap.
And by the way, the climb and the rise of that number 28 car, thank you very much indeed to Josh Barrett, who's crunched the numbers. It was 37th after 7 hours. Now it's in the top 4, barely a lap off the lead.
Those 4 guys, all of those 4 cars that are in contention, 5 cars that are in contention, have one thing in common, which is they got that long mechanical stop done under yellow flag, safety car, full course yellow conditions, and were able to get themselves back out without losing too much time. And if you think about it, the car is sat absolutely stationary in the pit lane. If you can have the rest of the field travelling only at 80 kilometres an hour, the difference in the time loss is absolutely ginormous for a car versus a car sat absolutely still for 4.5, 5 minutes.
Yeah. Just realised actually this weekend, Lena Gears potentially working on the 7 car. So no change at all for her other than the team gear. And different names to learn in the car, of course. I'm not sure whether she's working across both the 7 and the 8 at Bentley and M Sport. But good to see her back at a racetrack. It's rather odd, I have to say, at the Nürburgring last weekend, hearing the pits to car radio and not hearing Lena's voice on it. Back here though, with Bentley. So Winkelhock now 8.5 seconds behind second place, and over a minute now behind the leader, the 99 car of
And the irresistible rise of that 28 car, when you look at their performance currently in terms of lap speed in relation to the leaders, and you look at their peak pace, has just been through sheer rapidity, hasn't it? They are absolutely on it. 20.8 last time around versus a 21.1. Their best lap is in line with the fastest laps of the race, down in the 18s.
And pushing very, very hard, going by traffic at the top of Radion as well. Paul Truswell has, I think, fixed the Catherine wheel of frustration.
All credit to Graham Goodwin. He watched a 10-centimetre bar grow from being 0% to 99%, and then he came and called me. A bit like we're watching the 10% bar go across the race distance to tell us how far we have to go, which is coming up rapidly to only 8 hours to go in the race.
And for Alex, breakfast, he's got 9 minutes to breakfast. That's all he's worried about.
Wait for that. What was I going to say? The number 99 car, it seems to go very nicely when Maxime Martin's driving it, and it seems to go very nicely when Alex Sims is driving it. And I'll say no more for the moment. That's why I thought I'd better not mention it. But you know, because I do look at these lap times for individual drivers as well as looking at them. I always tend to think, though, Alex, I'm not quite sure how much experience you've had with the GT3 cars, but the ceiling of the GT3 cars tends to come before the ceiling of a lot of the good drivers out there. So there's no reason why a good driver can't reach the same time as every other good driver.
Essentially, yes. What you do get in this type of competition with the way the tyres operate is quite a big spread in performance in terms of that comes under the term car management, if you like, rather than actually connecting the apexes. What I mean by that is, am I in the right settings for everything? Am I optimizing everything? Am I overheating tyres and doing similar things like that? And that is just down to familiarity with your particular chassis around this circuit. So that's where you see the discrepancy.
A drive through 57 seconds now, thanks to Nicholas, who has checked that through. We saw what happened there when the 8 car went through the pit lane. It was half a second behind the leader, now 57.1. So I'll go with that. 57 seconds, let's say, is, and I'll remember that because of Heinz 57's variety, so that will be the drive-through.
Tell you what, it's not too loose, is it, on the minimum time then? For if you think fuel and tyres, you're doing 57 seconds on the loop delta anyway.
Yeah. Slow down and speed up into your box.
Which means that the length of time you're in the pit lane is actually longer than that, because there's a certain amount of time it takes you to drive along the racetrack anyway. Slow down, speed up into your box. You can see where they're not holding them for very long. Are they?
Quite correct. Hello to Downforce, who is in South Korea at Osan Air Base. Says, any chance of seeing the Callaway Corvette GT3 C7 Corvettes anytime soon? Now, we've seen those cars out in Europe, and they're doing a little bit more. Question of a customer for Callaway. Absolutely outstanding piece of machinery. Not allowed to, or at least being discouraged, shall we say, from marketing those in the US at the moment, where it is 1 o'clock in Chicago. And hello to Pierre, who is still reporting in. Paul Truswell is with Alex Brundle and me, John Hindhaugh, as we are trackside, right on the start line for the Formula One pit side of things here at the very lovely Spa-Francorchamps, where it is daylight. It has been cloudy pretty much all of the race so far, with just over 8 hours and 6 minutes to go. Paul,
have you talked about what the weather is going to do?
I'd heard showers before midday.
Yes, certainly any time from 10 a.m. onwards there's a chance of rain.
We got a little splash last night or yesterday afternoon, and everybody kind of toughed it out.
Yeah, I think the only ones who didn't were the spectators, who decided to get the rain jackets on.
They went cagoule early.
But no, there's 2 pulses of rain. There's one which is coming around 10 10 to midday. Then there's a period of drier weather, but then it does get a bit heavier after that between 3 and 6 o'clock this evening. So if you are around the circuit and you're camping, that's horrible because it means you've got a wet tent to have to pack.
So final stint is wet, essentially.
But certainly towards the end of the race, then the percentage of probability of the rain coming goes up to about 85% or something.
Question from Matt Guests, Jack Shalaski, saying, can we have an update on the number 230 Porsche? You can. What I can tell you is it's in 53rd position, having completed 304 laps, and it's Wim Mulders at the wheel of that. And I like this from Matt Guess. He says, every time I see Lena Gade in the Bentley team gear, I keep thinking, oh look, there's Lena's sister working at Bentley now. Lena does have another engineer sister, Tina, has done rallying and Formula One as well. The Gade family.
And it's genuinely called Tina.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tina and Lena. There's another sister as well.
Do you know what?
Which is called?
Do you know what Lena's middle name is?
No.
Have you not heard that one?
No.
Oh, Data.
No.
D-A-T-T-A.
Very funny.
Alina.
Lena Data. Very good. Top three separated by 30 seconds or thereabouts. Sorry, that's not quite true. Sorry, top three in Pro-Am separated by about 30 seconds or thereabouts. So let's update the oil leak story. Power steering from the number 7, so apologies for that.
Did well to get that back then.
Well, it was oil, but I think it was oil from the power steering
hydraulic pump.
That's the word.
Right. That came out over the French PA, which is why John passed it to us, John de Geese. But the M-Scott crew have just had the tweet from Bentley Motorsport. They've done an incredible job to quickly sort the power steering issue and get the 7 back on track. Yes.
About 17 minutes.
That's a horrible job to have to do on a car.
It depends how, there are oil leaks and oil leaks when it comes down to power steering. If you have a line rupture or something, it's going straight in the wall. Sounds like that's not been the case, or Stevie Kane's done an absolutely fabulous job to keep it out of the wall somewhere. But I suspect what's happening is it's just bleeding a bit of fluid.
Pressure's going.
And then the steering is starting to behave more and more strangely, into the point where he can no longer drive it and has had to box.
And the problem is with when power steering goes, you think, how hard can it be? Even in a light car, it's hard. I had it go on an MX-5 that I was racing once. The problem is it's not just the weight of the car, it's not just the size of the front tyres, it's not just the downforce, in this case, that these big, heavy GT3 cars produce. And of course, the faster you go, the more downforce you get. It makes it harder to turn the wheel. But effectively, you're turning a pump, and the pump doesn't want to turn because it's normally being turned with assistance.
Well, essentially, in a race car as well, you run a good degree of caster, and caster for non-engineering savvy folk is effectively pressing the tyre into the ground as the steering wheel turns. So what you're effectively doing in a race car is lifting and prep the front of the car as you turn the steering wheel, which is generating the pressure on the front tyre to try and drive grip through the tyre. Now, a car which has the expectation of power steering will run considerably more on the basis that there's no concern on steering weight.
And you'll run a shorter rack, by which I mean it takes normally less angle to turn the wheel to get it through, and that makes it harder as well. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask Alex, because he knows about these things, because presumably as well, it's pitch, isn't it? When the car effectively nosedives when you put the brakes on, that is using up the suspension movement and then using the squish, to use a technical term, on the tyre to make the rest of the movement happen.
So essentially, of course, yeah, you're relying on that weight transfer over the front of the car. But if you think about it this way, if you think about the component weights of the car and the force of the car through the 4 contact patches, the only sensible solution to make the car turn as fast as possible at the point of turn in is to have the maximum weight of the vehicle over the turning wheels.
Yeah.
So whichever way you cut it, you're going to be turning with the steering wheel the maximum pressure of that vehicle can place on the contact patch of the turning tyre every time.
Yeah.
If you're driving the car correctly and it's set up correctly.
I was going to say, and that's where it comes back to the point you were making a few minutes ago about car management. It's getting that to work without putting too much stress on the tyres, so that you end up wearing the tyres out before the end of your stint.
Which is the stiffness, softness balance that all engineers are working on all the time with relation to roll stiffness, springs, etc, etc, etc. It's how much energy can I put through that contact patch without overloading it.
8 hours, under 8 hours to go. So the flag now beginning to become a reality. We haven't had the yellow flag period for quite a long time, which obviously has just cursed that as Adam Christodoulou in the 57 comes through the field. That's been a great drive back. 5th position at the moment, 17.5 seconds behind 4th place, the 28 car with Nico Müller behind the wheel.
It's worth making the point that that car, the 57 Mercedes, was the one that didn't have to do the 5-minute stop-and-go penalty. The penalty, in inverted commas, for that car, if there was one, was having to start from the back of the grid as a result of having a new engine. But Adam's used to doing that. He did that at Dubai a couple of years ago.
Yes, he did.
And drove through the rest of the field. So
drove through to lead the race at one stage. I think they finished on the
They
podium.
finished second. Yeah, they finished second. So there was only one car that he didn't overtake, but he felt like he'd overtaken a lot more somehow.
A disappointing 187 cars in that. I think there's about 89 that year.
However, the point is that the other Mercedes have all had to deal with this 5-minute penalty. Now,
they weren't in the Super Bowl, so that car wasn't covered.
Precisely the point.
So whatever anybody else thinks, they weren't tarred with that brush, if you like, of the ECU issues.
Essentially, the clever map didn't go in that one, is what we're saying.
No,
you may say.
Exactly so, and I think that's fair enough. So, as I say, the point with that car is that it's had to come from the back of the grid, but it hasn't had any other penalty to make. It has, of course, had to make its 5-minute technical pit stop, but that one it can do under yellow flag conditions. The other point I was going to make was just before I went off to have breakfast, which was about 6:30, 6:45 this morning. I ran a little check to see where the Mercedes were, purely in relation to time behind the race leader, and there were all of them more than 5 minutes behind the race leader.
So they've all lost more time.
So they've, a bit like Donald Trump, lost more time than they would have been able to, with a power advantage. So rather than the 5 minutes being a penalty to put them back, what it has done is to make their performance line, pretty much parallel with those of the leading cars.
Michele Rougelos has come into the pits for what I think will just be a drive-through due to a violation. Can't tell you what it's for, but that was the 50, the highest place Ferrari. The yellow and black machine has just had to come into the pit lane. We'll try and find. I haven't heard from Alain Adam about that. Alex, thank you very much for the time being. Breakfast time for young Mr. Brundle.
I'll bring you back a bacon sarnie.
Well, I've only got half an hour. I'll be right on your tail, mate. Don't you worry. Paul Truswell remains with me, John Hindhoff.
Does that mean you're going to leave me on my own?
No.
With all these controls?
There's nothing to do.
There's lots of things to do. I've got red buttons and white buttons and all sorts of things. I can make it all go wrong here, John.
Hardly likely, in fairness. At Specutainment, RadioLeMans.com and NISMO.TV together as we are beginning to think about the end of the race. And I just wonder, Paul, sitting in the lead of a motor race like this, when does down in the pits, the drivers just do their thing. The drivers are just, but when in the pits do you start thinking to yourself, well, we've got half a chance here, now we've got to play this sensibly?
Somebody much cleverer working in the pit lane down there once said to me that any decision you make on the pit wall is a bad decision. What you need to do is make all your decisions ahead of that. And
So you've got a set of if-then equations.
You've got a lot
almost.
of if-then. And if certain things are going to happen, this is what we're going to do. And so they'll start to be doing that now. But you're right, they'll be doing that based on how long there is to go in the race. But they will have, if they've got any sense, a stopwatch running or some means of timer going, so that if there's a full course yellow, they can tell their driver exactly whether he stays out or comes in. If there's something else that happens, a rain shower, when is a good time to pit, they'll be looking at how many more pit stops they have to make. Because in a sense, as I was saying earlier on to Alex, green flag running is easy. You just break the race down into 65 minutes, 65 minutes, 65 minutes, you see what's left. And then when you get to the end of what's left, that's the splash of fuel that you put in to get to the end of the race. The times where you have to be a little bit cleverer than that, I'm oversimplifying, is either if you're in a Pro-Am class and you have to juggle the driver time so that you get the right drivers in the right car at the right time, or you're looking at another way of getting through, so like doing fuel only without changing the tyres at some point. And I'll say, if it is cool, then maybe tyres might be double stintable. However, they would have done it through the night if they could have done. So I think that's probably not going to happen. But yeah, I mean, you'll constantly be looking at how many stints there are to get you to the end of the race if it stays green.
Adam Christed earlier, there were 96 cars in the race. It was this year, and the reason it was back at the grid, their original car burnt to a crisp in the qualifying session, and they pulled last year's winning car off a display stand, prepped it for the race and sent it out.
I thought it was this year.
Yeah.
Graham told me it was last, so...
well...
I mean, he's got a better memory than me, but there we go, usually. Anyway, thank you for that.
They all sort of meld together, don't they? I think we were saying we've done 7 or 8 24-hour races already this year.
Yeah, this is your 7th,
yeah.
And Graham and I's 6th, because both Graham and I have missed one. You did Daytona, which I missed, and we did Paul Ricard, which Graham missed, but you've done 7. But I think we should be able to add them all together, shouldn't we, between the teams, like you do with G-forces when you're going around corners. If you like.
Very good, so, like that. By the perfect picture there of the strap on the back of a hands device that I was talking about. Instead, where those orange clips were, they used to be tethers, and now they're a little bridge, and the webbing goes underneath it, so driver's head can move. It's a simple change, but one that makes the device far more comfortable and allows you to turn your head without compromising the safety aspect. You just see as the camera goes up again how the driver's head can move a lot easier before he jumps into the Aston Martin. Now, what else was I going to say there from the screen that I have in front of me? Standby caller. I interrupted myself there. I now can't remember what I was going to mention.
I'll mention something quickly whilst you're doing that, because I've been looking at whether or not Max Soule is able to close in or not on Philippe Wenger. For a while I thought he was doing. Now I'm not so sure. So the problem with this kind of race is that you can gain on somebody because he's caught up behind a slower car and he can't go past, and you're not. And so you gain a couple of tenths or even a couple of seconds a lap. And then all of a sudden you get caught up behind the traffic and he's going away from you. And so it can come down quite easily by 10 seconds over a couple of laps.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden it goes up again by 10 seconds.
Yes.
And that's what we've had happening. Maxime Soule was closing it down. He got to within 40 seconons or so a little while ago. Now it's back up to 50 seconds.
Yeah,
the gap between himself
yes, you're right.
And Philippe Eng. So it's, as I say, you've got to be a little bit careful. Because all the cars are so closely matched, overtaking traffic is a much different proposition than it is in WEC racing, for example.
Well, yes, because particularly intra-class overtakes, because everybody's saying now that the performance of the cars, particularly the LMP1 cars, are much quicker now than the LMP2s. They're super quick compared to the GTEs. I remember Marino Franchitti telling me as far back as the prologue in March. Oh, a little bit of bump drafting going into Blanchimont there by the leader, and I think that was the 75 Audi.
No, it's a 98. It was the other BMW.
Right, okay. But that was Not good for either car. Unsettled coming into the fastest corner on the circuit. But everyone gets away with it.
The thing is, with as you know, I kind of collect strange statistics. The number of cars that you'll overtake around a lap, for example, in a WEC race at Le Mans, is usually 2, 3, 4 cars per lap. Very often you'll be overtaking no cars at all around a lap of Spa, purely while you try and work out how to get past the car in front.
Yeah, because of that, they are effectively a spec series or a performance balance series, so it's much quicker. Yes. Paul is just going to disappear to look up article XX. I just wonder if they haven't put the numbers in there, or do you think that is an appendix? He's going to go and check. It's probably an appendix to the sporting regulations if it's got a XX on it. A number of you asking that as well, including a little earlier on Jack Szalowski. Rotation and passing on the information. He says, I can remember what's happening in some of these races because I've already done 3 24s this year. It's been an extraordinary year as well, hasn't it, for the motor racing as the great Bentley continues to work its way through traffic. And we have seen so many times in the last laps of races, or the very last lap, important podium positions, or even more than that changing. Well, wet weather tyres out in the downhill pit lane for one of the teams at least. 230 Porsche goes a further lap back, but still sitting in 53rd position. That's the red and white car that apes the 919, that apes the much older car from the 1970 Le Mans 24 Hours, the 23 car. Red and white striped car, very, very pretty indeed. And if it's red and white striped, what's not to like? I think it's raining. I think it's raining on the track. It is 20 minutes before 9 here in Spa, and I think we're starting to get a bit of rain coming in from the far side of the circuit. Very interesting. Didn't expect this quite this early. It looks as though we might be getting a little bit of a slippery surface, but the 56 Black Falcon car, the blue car in the pit lane at the moment from 14th position. Just dropping back a little 14th in class, that is. And just seeing a new set of slicks going on that. The engine fires and they'll wait for the car controller to let him go. Stopwatch in hand. Meantime, the 98 BMW continues to fight through the fields. 6th position for Nick Katzberg at the moment. He's got 3.3 seconds to make up on Adam Christodoulou in the 57. That being the Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. And article XX is?
Exactly what you suggested, John, in that it's just a template ready to be filled in, and whoever it was who filled in the template didn't fill it in. So that will remain a mystery for a little while. But whilst looking it up, a very irate, because you know how he gets in the mornings, Graham Goodwin said to me, this is costing the number 8 the race, all these drive-through penalties. Well, yes, it could be. The only thing I will give in the defence of the Bentley is that its potential lap times are, or have been, I should say, because this is based on the historical performance in the first half of the race, its lap times are quicker than those of the 99 BMW. Not by much, 0.2 of a second per lap at most. But with this amount of the race still to go, I mean, you know, we're not even into the last quarter yet, and John, there is the question of weather, because
it is raining.
It is?
Yeah.
I leave the rocks for a room and you let that happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I blinked for a moment.
I said 10 o'clock.
my attention was drawn to something else on the screen.
And it started to rain.
Definitely now from some of the onboard shots that we have seen coming in from the Pouhon end of things, as the weather tends to do, comes up the valley here from the Stavelot end of the track and blows through. Always difficult to know what's going to happen weather-wise here, and almost a microclimate, and there's a 1 or 2 black spots on the camera at the top of Radion as well now.
4 or 5 seconds a lap difference is what it's doing at the moment. Not much more than that, though.
Well, ABS on these cars means that you can go into the bad weather much longer with slick tyres, particularly hot slick tyres. So long as you haven't got the puddling water, standing water, these tyres are actually pretty good on a damp-ish track.
It depends on what else you've got on the track, though, doesn't it, John? Because this stage in the race, there'll be a groove, good, because that gives you a little bit of extra grip. By groove, I mean there'll be a rubbered-in portion. But there'll also be some little bits where there's been some rubbish dropped on the circuit and not fully oil dried, and other reasons why the track might not be in such good condition. So it's a combination of both factors.
Whiskey Richard says, would you explain why the 75 doesn't seem to be adhering to the blue flags? This is an odd one, and it becomes very, very subjective. The blue flags, when a leader's coming through, is to advise the driver ahead that there is a faster car, normally a leader or someone who is on a different lap from you, but not always. It also signifies you're in a battle. The 75 will know, I'm sure, that is the leader coming through. At the moment, that car has got Philippe Salguarda at the wheel. That's the ISR Audi. But unless he's massively holding the leader up, and the leader's having to make more and more leery moves to get by him, generally speaking, in endurance racing, he won't get pinged for that. This is not Formula 1 where there is
Track is wet, all cars lights on. Track is wet, all cars lights on.
That's Alain Adam saying wet track. It's not Formula 1 where there is a rule that says after 4 blue flags, a large hole opens up on the ground when Bernie pulls the leader and you fall into it, or something like that. I'm joking, but there is a rule that says if you don't pull over in a timely manner, and I think it's 3 marshals posts, then you will be penalised. The other thing is, and the reason, for that is, it is quite often that the leader will come across a group of cars, Paul, that are having their own battle either for class or positional. Much more lapping going on in this type of racing because of the longer nature of it. And provided you're not sort of weaving around and backing the leader up 10 seconds a lap because your teammate is the next car along, it's generally not going to get called as a penalty.
No, exactly. I mean, I think the key word is sporting behaviour or unsporting behaviour. What gets penalised is unsporting behaviour. It's a shame we don't still have Alex here, because I am not a racing driver and I don't pretend to be. But the drivers that I speak to say what you want to have when you have either a faster car coming up behind you or a slower car ahead of you that you're trying to get past is to remove the uncertainty. Now, if the rule is that the car ahead sticks to his racing line and it's up to the car behind to decide what to do about it, there is far less uncertainty. And all manner of things can go horribly wrong. If I'm saying, OK, I'm going to move over to the left and let you pass, John, actually, I'm coming, and all of a sudden it all gets a little bit messy. Talking of which,
the 333 Ferrari has gone around at the exit of the bus stop chicane, and that car has got behind the wheel at the moment. The 333, if I looked in the right place, Pierre Eret at the wheel of that car, and we had leading cars coming through there. 84 going through, that had been closing down on that battle. 84 in 10th position, and it is definitely wet there. I noticed, by the way, also it's now a lift through Blanchimont, where it was flat, easy flat early on. The onboard sound particularly giving that one away for us.
Yes, I mean, the thing with Pierre there is he didn't seem to have got into the spin for any other reason than just being distracted by things around him. And again, that just reflects what I was saying. You know, you just want to have the driver of the slower car concentrating on what he's doing and nothing else.
Now, this is a bit of drama because we have got a slow-moving Audi with... I was going to suggest a puncture, but it looks okay. That's a drive issue, and this is the 27 car. It's not at the very, very sharp end of things, sitting in, as it is, in 56th position.
Yeah, it's one of the AM Cup.
And it's one of the older cars, actually.
From the Santaloc team.
Yeah.
So
that looks like a driveline issue to me. He's either got it stuck in gear. Now, that is significant because that's the leader just overcooking it into the bus stop chicane, and it looks to me as though Philip Eng is having to work very much harder than he'd rather like to and keeping that car in a straight line. Very fast hands from Eng there as he came through to, or as he will come through to complete another lap. Braked in the middle of the track. The car did not want to stop, goes over the curbing, the yellow and red curbing and the green access strip, and coming out of the corner, Eng is still fighting it and going from positive to opposite lock.
And this is another opportunity for Maxi Soule to close the gap, isn't it? I mean, we saw the gap vary widely earlier on. It's coming down again. Still waiting for it to come through to for Soule to finish the current lap that he's on. He's only just coming into sector 2, so I suspect that gap might be up around the 1 minute mark, if anything. Yeah, so he goes now 54 seconds. So much of a muchness, really. The lap time from Soule, 2 minutes 26.0. The lap time from Eng on that lap of 2:27.5. So again, more than a second of a difference. And as I say, with still not even in the final quarter of this 24-hour race yet. So plenty of action still to come, and it's all going to be about, I suspect, John, as you were mentioning a few moments ago, how the drivers deal with the wet conditions, particularly if it's changeable, you know, and it kind of comes and goes, and there's one bit of the circuit that's dry and one bit that's damp. And
at the front of the field at the moment, Paul, coming in for a set of tyres and then having to come in again, even at this distance, 7.5 hours from the end of the race, that could be the difference between winning and losing this race if you lose time. Now, it's likely, surely in the last 7.5 hours, that we will get a full course yellow, or more importantly, a safety car to close them up. Our race director, Alain Adam, tries to do as much as he can under full course yellow, but if there's barrier repairs, that's when he puts... we've had a couple of full course yellows that have developed into safety car periods.
What he has said, though, is that he will never throw a safety car without putting a full course yellow out first.
Yeah.
So we will always go full course yellow, then we'll take a decision about whether we need a safety car or not.
Yeah.
If we have a safety car, then he didn't say always, but he will try and go straight to green from a safety car.
I really like that, because it gives him the opportunity to get the right car picked up, to see what's happening on the track, and if he can, he's done his absolute level best to keep us green flag racing for as long as we can. Leader then coming into some more traffic, second place car coming into some traffic, and did have 12 seconds on Marcus Winkelhock. He's not got 12 seconds now, if that is the number 8 Bentley ahead of Winkelhock. And I think the 7 car is still... No, the 7 car is... Of course, it had its power steering. Oh! How close was that with the 27 car going slowly? The 75 car, going slowly around the circuit. That was the car that was hit earlier on. It's 14th position, the 75 car at the moment, and being driven very slowly indeed with, we think, that locked suspension, locked transmission. Sorry, I'm reading
Drive
two
through
different
penalty
things.
to car 23, track limits.
Yeah, it is the 27 car. The 75 has just been given a black and white flag. That's another one of the Audis. But it is the 27 sitting down in 56th position, and that car being driven by Gilles Lallemand, one of the Santaloc AM Audis, older shape car. Just gives you an idea of the speed at which cars are attacking Blancpain, even in the wet conditions. The 27 car blue, white with the yellow accoutrement on the front end is almost at the bus stop chicane and the relative safety of the pit in.
But I bet when he gets there, he'll say, how many row BMWs are there out there? Because they've been overtaken by at least 4 of them on this inlet.
72. Now, Winkelhock then absolutely on a tear. He's loving these conditions. He is right up behind the row BMW. We've seen the BMWs before working strategy and helping each other out as the Pro-Am at Mercedes-Benz in the pit lane is getting a driver change. To see who that was getting in, and this is exactly what Winkelhock doesn't want. Cars in the way. He wants to get a clear run and dispose of the Row Racing BMW, as Michele Rugelo's just gone back up into 7th in the 50 Ferrari. Paul Truswell is alongside me, John Hindhoff.
No question at all there, John, that they were putting slick tyres onto that car.
Yes.
They didn't even think about putting wets on. I mean, you're right, there is this kind of in-betweeny sort of weather, but you're not wanting to worry about putting wet tyres on at this stage. Has a slight problem with the wheel gun there. That is a wheel gun that's not working as it was designed to work.
That's an X-wheel gun. It has ceased to be.
But there was a spare one to be brought into action to get the wheels done up. So that car, the ACA Mercedes, heading off on its way. Talking Mercedes, it's worth drawing attention to the fact that we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Mercedes in the top 10, John. I didn't have any doubts that they'd get up there before the end of the race, but as I say, what I would like to do, and I need the other computer to do this, I'll do it before the end of the race, is just to see how much they're gaining, if anything, on the race leaders. My impression is that, as I say, the performance lines of the Mercedes and the BMWs and the Audis and the Bentleys are all pretty parallel. I mean, the balance of performance, the SRI balance of performance, is pretty good, even at the worst of times. And I think they've pretty much cracked it. As I say, I was looking at this graph earlier on today, and there were literally 2 parallel lines separated by 6 minutes, which was the gap which had gone up. It comes up and down, obviously, as the pit stops come through and they cycle through and we get the full course yellows, which are treated differently, but it stays roughly constant.
In terms of what you've seen in the first part of the race, then, there's no real standout favourite, is what you're seeing.
Absolutely right, absolutely right. I mean, what you need is 3 consistent drivers who can all get the same out of the car. And so it was interesting talking to Alex about the way that the drivers get the performance out of the car. One of the cars that I must admit I was disappointed by is the number 60 McLaren, with 3 star drivers in there. We've got Bruno Senna, Pippo Derani, and somebody else whose name escapes me for the moment. I'll look down on the list. Duncan Taffy is the 3rd driver of that car. It had fallen. Sorry, go on, you tell me.
Got to go down to Andy Soucek in the pit lane, and then you can talk to Martin after this.
Andy, catch me up a little bit. You've had another drive-through yet again. What's going on?
Well, it's difficult to see from the outside, but obviously they have the numbers and they work on them. But apparently what happened is that Wolfgang Raab was due to pit, and he had a Porsche in front of him, which was sideways, and he decided not to take the pit lane because it was actually blocked, and that meant he was over his driving time. But I think security is the first thing, so well, we need to cope with the decision of the stewards. This is, I think, our 4th penalty because of driving time and some pit stop infringement. We clearly have the pace and we should be leading, but this is a 24-hour race and anything can happen. We still have, how much, 7.5 hours to go, so it's like 2 endurance races in one go.
So do you have any strategy for later in the race? How are you going to keep this pace up?
Strategy is to push as much as we can and try and catch the BMW in front of us.
You're luck and thank you very much.
So Andy Soucek, we see that occasionally at Le Mans, where drivers find that it's going to cause an accident if they dive for the pit lane, and the onboard shows that the Porsche was inside him as he came up to the bus stop. Now he knows he wants to come in, he sees he's coming from Blanchimont, there is a slower car in front. Okay, there was a car inside him, but on the other hand, he knew he was coming in. The other side, you would say, okay, well, he just should have slowed down more. The other side of the coin is, Paul Trussell, this race is so tight, we might end up with a winner by a handful of seconds, and that might be the handful of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I was fascinated to talk to a few drivers. Part of the nice bit about being a daily sports car reporter is that people say, please can you go and talk to this driver, or please can you go and find out this information. So I've had quite a bit of time before the race talking to people, and it was Joe Osborne I was talking to before the race, who was telling me how you have to be absolutely on it all the time, all the time, all the time. If there's a curb that you can make up half a second at by going over, then you go over it. And you don't worry about the car being damaged. You leave it to the engineers to find out whether it's doing any damage. And if it is doing damage, the engineers have to tell you it's doing damage. But you'll have to be absolutely on it all the time. And that's exactly what we saw there. The driver wanted to be pushing. However, I think there is a role for the race engineer, the guy on the radio, to play, and this depends on what the relationship is between driver and race engineer, where he will actually be whispering very assertively, it is absolutely imperative that you come in on this lap, just in case. You know, we're too tight, we cannot afford to. Normally it'll be box, and if you miss it's okay, but
yeah,
there are certain times when the team manager has to grasp the race or grasp the situation and tell the driver what to do in no uncertain terms.
Just underline, if you've got the fuel light going bing, 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 bing in your eyes, that's a sign to the driver that if you do miss the pit entrance, then don't come home. But yes, there sort of almost needs to be another word, box, 100% box. Do not miss under any circumstances, and there can.
But again, this is part of how far you're going to push the envelope. Because I was monitoring quite closely earlier on, there were quite a few situations earlier in the race where people were coming in at, say, 60 minutes or 59 minutes or 61 minutes. And with a 2.5-minute lap, I'm thinking, they could go another lap there, they could go another lap there. Bentley themselves did it earlier on in the race. They brought the number 8 car in a lap earlier, purely because it had to fit in the box ahead of the number 7 car. And so they do kind of build these cushions in, but when you start looking towards the end of the race and thinking we've got to make every possible advantage and do what, then compromises have to start to be made.
Yeah, and you wonder how early you have to start pushing. As a driver, you never wonder how early you have to start pushing. From the moment that they release you, you have got, as you said, you have got to have every 100th of a second that can be taken being taken, and the engineers have to treat it in the same manner. Number 8 Bentley has just stopped. Maxime Soulet stays in. Every time I see his 3-letter acronym on the screen, instead of SOU for Soulet, it's Somme, and I think of Sommer, another Belgian driver, right? Pre-war Grand Prix driver. And every time I see it, and I can't put Soulet in my head. I have to look at the list of drivers still, after however many hours, to work out which wretched driver in some of these cars, because they're not obvious.
Indeed. Now you made me forget what I was going to say about him. Let's say he's losing this race, but there is misfortune that this car is befalling as a result of its, is it now 3 penalties that it's had, drive-through penalties that it's had. Yes, I think it has. There was 1 for track limits and 2 for stint lengths.
And how many has its teammate number 7 had? Because that's had
certainly 1.
At least 1 drive-through.
And that was for track limits as well. So, yes, I mean, it's. I mean, there's long enough in this race for anything to happen. As I was saying to John, the weather forecast is highly uncertain. Other than there will be some rain at some point before the end of the race, and you know that's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. You know where you are in your 65 minutes when the rain comes in, how long you're prepared to drive it in damp conditions on the dry tyres. Then when you get out there on the wet tyres, how long they last. If it's a dry-ish track, will the wet tyres last for a full 65 minutes? Because if they don't, again, you're losing out on the potential of the car.
And the issue as the leader comes down pit road, of course, is that every time you drive through the pit lane, what is the time at pit lane speed limiter from in to out? A minute
there's
12 or?
Well, yes, it's interesting you should say a minute and 12. A minute and 12 was what I was told from race direction was the drive-through time. However, we've had a drive-through penalty, which only took 58 seconds.
Okay.
So pay your money and take your choice. But let's just call it about a minute.
Okay, so you do 3 of those. You've given the Mercedes that stopped and then it went yellow. You've given them their entire penalty back. You've just handed it back to them by taking penalties you didn't need to take.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not how you win races, and you're absolutely right. And what's singularly interesting is that, you know, when the Mercedes was starting at the bottom of the top 20, there it's still doable, but the bottom of the top 20 plus effectively a 2-lap penalty, which 2 of them did incur because they stopped entirely under green, as was the intention. Then it seemed an impossible mountain to climb with cars so close. If you're an LMP2 car trying to get 2 laps back on a GT car, you know you can do it. If you're a P1 trying to get 2 laps back on a P2 car, you know you can do it. If you're all in GT3 cars, you know you can't do it on lap time.
Yes, exactly. And before breakfast, I did a little check on the gap in terms of time on the Mercedes, between the Mercedes and the race leaders, and it was, would you believe, 5, in fact it was more than 5, it was 6.5 to 7 minutes, depending which Mercedes you looked at. So, and that was over the course of, 14 hours of the race that we had at that point. So within the first 14 hours, the Mercedes had made up absolutely no ground at all. Now, of course, what you've then got to build in, and what you were just alluding to, is trouble-free runs. Because if you have a trouble-free run, then you can get to the flag, and the Mercedes won't be able to catch you. If you have trouble, then whether it's an extra pit stop or a drive-through penalty or something else that goes wrong, some damage that you've got to repair on the car, then that's where you have to start working out how you get over that problem. However, the Mercedes aren't necessarily going to have trouble-free runs either. So,
yeah,
you know, you've got to weigh that up.
Well, it's what we always say at Le Mans, isn't it? It's what decides who wins the race is not who's got the fastest car, it's who spends least time in the pit lane, and that's going to be the thing here. Whether it's self-induced or induced, it's somebody else's accident finds you, or a breakage, that will often make the difference between identical team cars as to who gets to win and who doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on top of that, then you've got the pure factors of luck. You know, we were talking earlier on back in the media room about what impact a safety car might have on that. In any event, a safety car is going to bunch the field up, and depending when it bunches the field up, if a safety car would come out between now and the end of the race, then all bets are off, because these carefully built up gaps, we're talking about, you know, is it 53 seconds, is it 55 seconds, does it come down to 45 seconds between the first 2 cars? All of a sudden that goes away, and you're suddenly talking about a 12-second or a 10-second gap.
Yes, because even if there are 15 cars between you when you're 55 seconds apart, once they queue up behind the safety car, those 55 seconds will become 25 maximum.
Yeah.
Because everybody concertina's up. So yeah, and you sort of think that being behind a safety car would be worse than being, you know, frozen in aspic with everybody doing 80 kilometres an hour. But we saw that one time we were watching the field as they came out of Blanchemont up towards the bus stop, when Alain Adam was counting down and full course yellow now, there were cars still coming absolutely flat through Blanchemont. even he's counting down to 0, and then they get it straightened up out of Blanchimont, and then they hit the speed limiter. Luckily, the slower cars in front of them weren't quite close enough that they hit them, but they were still carrying speed beyond the last minute when they should have been carrying speed.
Absolutely right. And I mean, as I say, it does come down to the luck of the draw sometimes. In the pits at the moment is what was the second place car is now the leader, with the pit stop having happened for the BMW, the number 6 Audi from the WRT team, which is kind of the only one of the WRT Audis which has managed to stay in the top group.
Especially since it's run by Phoenix.
Is that the Phoenix one?
That's the Phoenix Audi, yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, and actually, interestingly, that car, all the other teams have got a pit box painted on that brings the car in parallel to the pit entrance, or parallel in the pit lane, right up against its refueling tower. They've got one that brings it in nose in at an angle, so they don't have to worry about wriggling in past somebody and straightening up. They just point it in, fill it up, and then they drive it, turn left and drive back out. And they're doing something there a different way to everybody else. Now, that's how you make a difference in a race of, quote, identical cars, isn't it? Do different, think different, be different. And again, their strategy that we heard early on, when you're going to do your brake change, when we have a list of jobs that justifies being stationary for 5 minutes, because the brake change takes less than 2.
10 track limits. Drive-through penalty car, 10
the gap
track
between
limits.
what is now the first 2, which is back to being Maxime Martin at the wheel of the number 99 BMW and Raymond Sommer, aka Maxime Soulet, at the wheel of the number 8 Bentley. That was up at 53 seconds before the pit stop. Last set of pit stops, now down to under 40 seconds. So that's 13 seconds taken off that gap just in through the pit stop, which is precisely what Martin was referring to. To be fair, the Bentley does the same thing. It comes in at an angle.
And the BMW did more work. They did something on the right front corner with the brakes as well.
Did they?
The 99 when it was stationary. So that was a little longer than, and I don't think it was a full change, but the disc is not permanently attached to the hub. It seems to be just sitting there on a set of drive splines with the wheel on top, holding the whole shooting match together. And I'm not quite sure what was going on with that. But the long and the short of it is, Maxime Martin is back in the lead of the race in the 99 BMW. But as you say, Raymond Sommer, or Maxime Soulet, as he actually is. I'm now going to be going through all the other, looking for 1930s Grand Prix drivers and all the others, has closed a little. But in between them is Marcus Winkelhock in the number 6 Phoenix Audi. At least he was when he crossed the line. However, he will drop back to 3rd place again, won't he? In 4th place is car number 28, and that is René Rast. That's the pole-sitting car, of course, and in fact the pole-sitter himself, or the pole-starter himself, with Lawrence Vontour and Nico Muller. Again, I said earlier on this morning at 6 a.m, every time I've mentioned that car, Nico Muller has not been driving it. Now, I'm assuming at some stage he has driven it, but I haven't actually seen his name. Jasman Jafar in the pit lane. We had a little slew of pit callers. 86 and 88, the 2 Mercedes. HTP, the yellow car. Thomas Jäger, Gary Paffett, Max Gertz. And 88, Tristan Vautier, Felix Rosenquist and Renger van der Zander's car. Renger van der Zander, last time he took the car over, left the pit lane, got a puncture on the outlap. And again, those are the imponderables. Those are the things you cannot make a difference to, but they are the things that make a difference to your race. And down in 10th place is the number 50 car, which is AF Corsa's yellow Ferrari, passing Laturas, Michele Rugolo and Alessandro Chiaguidi. And that car, having been in 2nd early on, then had an off which dropped it down out of the top 30, is now back in the top 10. And in fact, the car that led the first nearly an hour and a half of the race, I suppose, number 16, Grasser Racing Lamborghini, Mika Bortolotti, Jeroen Blekemolen and Rolf van Eycken. That car is now just outside the top 10 in 11th place, having just stopped. Now, we did we not sort of have a slight question about how many times Jeroen Bleekemolen had driven that car? And you thought he'd done maybe only 2 or 3 stints?
Yes, and perhaps more significantly, well, there were two things which drew attention to itself. One was that they changed the driver rotation so that when we expected Jeroen to get into the car, he didn't. And there was also a situation during the night where, again, I won't necessarily say I expected Jeroen to do a double stint, but he was scheduled. He only did a single stint in the middle of the night. That was the issue. So I was slightly concerned about whether he was
fit, healthy,
or whether they're just resting him in order that he can give a good account of himself now that it's got light and there's a race to be won.
Yes, and of course the other slight issue that clouds all of your judgment and all of your thinking, if you are a full-term championship team, is the 6-hour mark and the 12-hour mark. It's the intermediate sprints on the stage. It's the mountain-top points that the climbers are looking for at the top of every climb. Full race points at 6 hours, full race points at 12 hours, and then there's this massive gap until you get double race points awarded at 24 hours. So you can be leading by 10 laps at 18 hours. You don't even get a pat on the back. Well, you get a nice warm feeling inside, but you get nothing in terms of a championship challenge to give you any help whatsoever. So you then have to get all your pigeons to come home to roost at the end of the race. Now, what Bentley had was 2 cars very firmly in the top 10, in fact, both, I think, in the top 6 at 6 hours, first and third at 12 hours, so that was another hatful of points. At the moment, they've got the number 8 car in second place. The number 7 cars dropped way down to the bottom of the top 30. However, for the crew of number 8, they are in the position where they have already had a very acceptable race. Of course, what would make it super acceptable is to come home with victory at the end, but in terms of the championship, almost every bit as acceptable would to be on the podium and get that double hit of massive championship points again.
My impression was, one of the things I've been doing for Daily Sports Car this weekend has been to do a little summary of the strategy that's happened and whether teams have been angling to get those extra points at the end of the 6 and the 12 hours. And I think the only place where it happened was in the AM and the Pro-Am categories.
Right.
Although, yes, there were hatfuls of points, and you're absolutely right, the number 99 BMW has picked up quite a few points by being in the lead of the field at various points. And I think HTP might have just swapped 2 of their cars around just to ensure an extra point for Maxi Gertz. But mainly the focus has been on how do we optimize the strategy to make sure we get the car to go as far as we possibly can in 24 hours.
Yeah. It's the big prize, isn't it? Especially for a number of these teams have been put together, a number of the car entries have been put together just to do this race, or specifically to do this race. So it's not always about their long-term championship interest. But as you say, certainly we know that the Aston Martin Motorbase were running that car, and they told us after the 6-hour mark that they had put off, or they had timed the first of what they expected to be 2 brake changes to be after that 6-hour mark, but significantly close after the 6-hour mark, that they could then try and recover that lost ground before the 12-hour mark, and then do a second one after that once they had sorted out as many of those points and scooped them up into their championship pockets as they possibly could. Close to 7 hours remaining as we get down.
How do I get the screen to scroll down?
By using the trackpad. Paul is having, with 2 fingers.
Oh.
And there you go. Okay. Paul is having Macintosh lessons, everybody, and not just because there's been a sprinkling of rain, which has, as it did earlier, sort of annoyed the crowd for 15 minutes or so, but done precious little else.
Well, precious little else. It's only 9:15 though.
Well, I'm not counting chickens. I'm not a counter of chickens.
The rain, which I was told about, wasn't due to start until 10. The trouble with this area is that, as you've said, Martin, very much a microclimate, and you can have rain in Francorchamps, not at Malmedy and not at Spa.
Well, it hides behind the hills.
It does. It does play hide and seek with you, doesn't it? But the rain is not really due until 10 in the first pulse, and then there's a second pulse due at about 2. Now, thanks to you letting me annex your computer. Feel free to open up other things and go back to them, because I'm not trying to hog it, but I just want to be able to get back to this screen because it's quite useful, because it tells us pit stop times, you see.
Yeah.
So the number 99, which you said was having attention to the front,
Looks like, yes.
2 minutes and 17 seconds in the pits. The number 8, Bentley, 2 minutes and 16 seconds in the pits. Now remember, the pit stop window is 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So they can't go under 2 minutes and 15.
Wow.
Otherwise they get a penalty. So that's the kind of precision that they're working with. They were using the time that they had to spend in the pits anyway to look at that. So it wasn't wasted time.
No.
But if anything, that gap that I've talked about, okay, it's gone up a bit now, it's up to 40.4 seconds first to second, but it didn't come down as a result of a smaller pit stop time. It must have come down as a result of either Maxime Martin just getting himself up to speed, or some fairly quick in and out laps from Maxi Soule.
Yeah. And again, you know, optimising every single moment that you're in the car is absolutely critical. Vincent Abril stays in the number 7 Bentley. Again, that's sort of become a bit of an irrelevance as far as we're concerned, because it is in 30th position. However, he has made another pit stop. It is 6 laps adrift. Were all of those penalty? Because when I lay down on the floor for an hour, he was still sort of in the top half dozen.
For the number 7?
Number 7 car.
No, that had a power steering leak, and there was fluid coming out of the power steering box. Took them 17 minutes, if I remember rightly, to repair that in the pit. So that wasn't a penalty issue, that was a mechanical problem on the number 7 car. It had already taken its compulsory 5-minute pit stop. And in a sense, this is what you and I were discussing earlier on. If you think you might need an emergency, an insurance pit stop, then you keep that 5-minute one in your bag.
Try and save the pain.
Quite. Whereas I think now, I just need to check the number 6, because out of that top group, I think the only one who hasn't taken his 5-minute stop is going to be the number 6 one. But I just need to check that.
Now I thought that had about an hour and a bit to go,
I
but
think it may well have done, because that was when I was having breakfast.
I think I'm pretty sure that Alex and John were saying that he had done. However, car 888 being pinged again for track limits, and that is Kessel Racing's AM class Ferrari, the red and matte black car, and the car manager of Team 78. There are a number of teams who have probably been up and down the stairs to race control as often as we've been in and out of the commentary box.
Or in and out of catering.
Yeah, well, a lot more often than we've been in and out of catering, I think.
So there it is, 7:59:0128:04:04. That's 5 minutes and 3 seconds, isn't it? So that's your mandatory pit stop for the number 6 car.
Yes.
So all of the top group have done their mandatory so-called technical pit stop. This is the pit stop that has to last 5 minutes, and that you have to take some time in the race between the beginning of the race and the end of the 22nd hour.
And they took it just before 15 and a half hours of the race, and we are now nearly 17 hours in, aren't they? My subtraction is really quite shocking.
Yes, nearly 17.
Nearly 7 hours, yeah, so nearly 17. So an hour and a half ago, they took theirs, which is, that's sort of when I was just about compos mentis. I thought,
Martin pauses whilst I've just shown him the elapsed time for the race leader to complete 371
16
laps.
hours, 48
with 16 hours, 48 minutes. However, this is a lap behind, because that screen is 373 laps now, and this one has only just not yet reached 372.
Yeah, and the leader has completed 16 hours and 53 minutes worth of racing at the line that time, and the leader is the number 99 BMW, Maxime Martin at the wheel. Again, you know, the BMW M6, if you had to ask people generally for favourites before the race, would anybody have come up with an M6 as a race-winning candidate?
Well, no. I mean, nor would I really, in my heart of hearts, said that the Bentley was a race-winning favourite. But we've got a 1-2 at the moment for BMW Bentley. In third place, we have an Audi. In fourth place, we have
an Audi.
I was wondering why John's screen is showing something different. In fifth place, we have another BMW. In sixth place is Mercedes. In seventh place is Mercedes. In eighth place is another Mercedes. Ninth, the Ferrari, and 10th, another Mercedes. So the Mercedes really locking out the bottom half of the top 10.
But again, all still 2 laps behind, starting with the first of the Mercedes, the 57 car, which has got Andreas Simonsen at the wheel. That's the Huber Haupt and Ricky Christodoulou car, Adam Christodoulou car, rather. How many times this race have I called Adam Ricky? Anyway, Adam Christodoulou. And that is one of the cars that didn't make it through into the Fast 20, that didn't have the slightly spin for the 84 car out of Eau Rouge, and the HTP car goes around. Jasman Jafar is at the wheel of that, the Malaysian driver. You see, again, the thing with the BMW is, maybe if we took the words or the letters BMW out and said, what about row racing? You go, oh, yep. They know what they're at.
Yeah.
They've got all the nous to be able to win this race. The big question mark was, can the BMW do it? And I mean, the big question mark still is, can the BMW do it? Because we've still got a quarter of the race to go. More than a quarter of the race to go.
Indeed, and we still have, I think it's 3 cars on the lead lap. So, you know, it's still very close indeed. You can tell us how Jafar managed to spin.
Very close indeed. Jasman Jafar spun uphill out of the bottom of Eau Rouge, and the reason he did was because he was banging door handles with the 00 Mercedes, which was trying to unlap himself and is... Lord, where is it? Oh, in fact, it's Jelmer Berman, and he is in 14th position, 2 further laps behind Jasman Jafar's car. So he was really having a massive lunge inside a car that's 2 laps ahead of him on the road. Manuel Engel, Jelmer Berman and Bernd Schneider. And actually, the fact that it's BUU for Berman, you could easily imagine it being SCH for Schneider, because that was a proper, I'm here. And we saw this a little earlier on with Gary Paffett in the yellow Mercedes being dive-bombed by the number 50 yellow Ferrari, and he just went, yep, okay, your corner. No question, he didn't make any attempt to cover off when a car started making the inside lunge into Eau Rouge, because there's too much to lose. And he just went, his first ever 24-hour race, his first GT race, blah, blah, blah. Yep, yours.
That first left-hander is the kind of critical point, isn't it? Because if you're not in the ideal position for the first left-hander, then all of the rest of it isn't going to work properly. And I'm not going to attribute any blame on that, but it is a difficult corner, and you know, you've got, as we were saying with Alex Brundle earlier on, limited visibility in one of these cars, particularly sideways.
Yep.
You know, the mirrors give you the rear vision. Obviously, you can see out the front, but when things are alongside you with the cockpit sides, with A-pillars and all the accoutrements of your hands device and so on, it's not easy always to see where you're going.
And the driver behind, certainly Jelmer Berman in this case, will know where the gap is and will get himself into it. And then it's up to the driver, who is nominally in front, although in this case slightly being hung out to dry on the wrong line going down into Eau Rouge. It's up to them to either cede the corner or risk all sorts of untold calumnies. In the end, there was a little bit of that damage on the right rear of the 84 HTP Mercedes from an earlier biff.
Well, he did back into the wall at the end of his incident just now, having...
Oh, did he?
It wasn't at any great speed. It was a sort of speed that... I won't name anybody, that some people kind of do when they're parking. And they know that they've reached the edge of the parking spot by
Well,
fact that the car
parking by
went-
bumper, the
yes.
French way.
Yes, quite.
You remember that Citroen advert from many years ago? It has big bumpers on the front and big bumpers on the back, and there's a shot with the voiceover of a French driver backing and forwarding into a space to make it large enough for his car.
I used to work in an office where I had responsibility for people in France, and we used to generally go out in the evening in Paris, and I've honestly never seen such anarchy in parking. Having said that, it worked.
It does.
It kind of, as long as you don't mind the occasional scrape and scratch. But yeah, well, anyway, let's get back onto the point. That gap's going up again. Maxime Martin, Philippe Enger, I'm not sure if you were here at the time, has tended not to get on so well in the BMW as Maxime Martin and Alex Sims have got on in that car. And as soon as Maxime got into it yesterday, the car started making a big gap against the rest of the field, and it's doing so, not making a big gap, it's making tiny little gaps, but that's how you have to do it, little by little, stretch that gap out to 42 seconds now. I remember a little while ago we were talking about it being 38, so he's managing to stretch it out just a little bit. It's going in the right direction, as so often it does with Maxime Martin.
Well, their last 2 laps, the BMW number 99, the race leader, a 2-minute 22.046, and the number 8 Bentley in second place, a 2-minute 22, not 046, but 064. So their last lap for the pair of them was unbelievably close. And the car in third place, the number 6 Phoenix Audi, Marcus Winkelhock, 2-minute 22.084. So between the top 3 on that last lap, the lap time difference was under 0.04 of a second across the 3 of them. That was the spread. I mean, and we're saying these cars are quite equal. Quite equal.
Yes, quite. And that probably demonstrates as well that the track is dry, the rain that we have expected hasn't materialised, and so that's a good thing as well.
And they each had a little bubble of no traffic in front of them on that one lap. And the bubbles are surprisingly take a long time to come down. And this is, again, a little bit about that thing with the Bentley catching the Porsche and not making it into the pits. We saw the race leader early on. We saw Mirko Bortolotti in the car that was at the front in qualifying, or in the top 20 in qualifying, leading the race, taking laps, not corners, several laps to pass the last 2 cars on the track, because they were also GT3 cars and also going within a very tiny percentage of his speed. So when you get then to the sharp end of the field, it's no surprise to see that these cars are... And the other thing about not just 3 drivers on one lap being separated by 800ths, they're in 3 different makes of car and in slightly different phases of their pit stop window, slightly more fuel, slightly less fuel, slightly fresher tyres, slightly older tyres. I think, again, that it beggars belief in a normal driver that you can have 3 people in different cars being so close together. It just doesn't seem to be anything other than total freak happenstance, but they do it lap after lap.
Yeah, exactly, and it just goes to show, what we were saying when we first started this. You've got to push, you've got to push, you've got to push, because if you don't, you're not going to extract that last 10th out of every lap as they have to do.
Now, halfway through the race, after 12 hours, we had exactly 4 official retirements. We are now up to 55 running. Oh no, 50. Actually are not completing laps anymore.
I've got that on the computer
7
outside,
cars,
but not in this
possibly
one.
only.
That was a little while ago.
Yeah. Although they now show them in grey as opposed to yellow normally on our timing screen. So we might have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 possibly retired out of 65 starters in a field. Sorry, in a field of this intensity with 17 hours gone. Again, talking to Richard de Villa earlier on down at RJN, saying, you know, my favourite theory is, can you count all the wheels? Are they still attached? Yes, it's electronics. If there's bits missing, it's driver. In between, almost nothing goes wrong with cars. I said, when was the last time, in his experience of being able to race every single weekend, when was the last time an engine went bad or a gearbox lunch? Gearboxes more occasionally, but do they, you know, you can't miss a shift, you can't over-rev it, you can't buzz it on the downshift because it won't let you.
I think we've had a couple of Ferraris with engine problems.
Yes.
To be fair, 41 and 42, which are both down as retirements. I think they were both engine-induced. The 15, the Royal BMW, I know there was a question going around, and I don't know if the rumour was...
I asked a nice Bavarian lady, and she thought that the oil was a legacy of, rather than the cause of. They believe it was driver failure that put the car into the barriers on the exit of Radion.
Yes.
And so, yeah, because that happened when it was dark and there was oil down, and we weren't sure which way it had happened, and certainly the BMW press people believed that that was the way it had happened. And since they are in contact with BMW Team Italia, we'll give them the nod on that one. That BMW Italia entry really didn't last very long, did it? It didn't have the most starry of runs, unfortunately. However, luckily for BMW, Row Racing have managed to get both their cars fairly well nailed together, and they are both in the top half dozen. One in the top end of the top half dozen, leading the race, and the other one in sixth position, the number 98 car. And I don't know who SDU is. SDU is, oh, Steph Dusseldorp, of course it is, because DUS would be far too simple. How's it Maxi Buch is an MBU, but he's BUH. Okay, anyway, so Maxi Buch waiting his turn in the HTP Mercedes, and that will be the 84 car that Jazzman Jafar is currently driving. Jazz is now down to 10th position in that car, one of our hot championship contenders, and as you said, HTP may well have done a little bit of position shuffling with maybe by
drive through
pit stop
car
here
58,
or there.
not respecting track limit, drive through 58.
And there will be no action taken by the stewards in the incident between the 00 of Jelmer Berman and the 84 Jazzman Jafar. It was blue on blue, Mercedes on silver on silver, I suppose, Mercedes on Mercedes, and it was an absolute classic racing incident, and certainly Jelmer Berman did nothing to put Jafar off the road. Alan Adam, again, our race director, as you heard, with that penalty being awarded, drive-through penalty, awarded, it sounds like you've done something good. Yes, assessed, or applied to, perhaps applied is the word I was stretching for. The number 58 McLaren, which has had a fairly wretched run, hasn't it, since the first 6 hours. Shane van Gisbergen, Comme Ledigar and Rob Bell, they probably didn't feel that great when their Superpole run was truncated. They didn't even get to set a time. They felt a little less bad when they were joined right at the back of the top 20 by 6 front-running Mercedes, but that you know, it doesn't put much of a smile on your face. And then things have sort of gone from bad to worse through the race.
Yes, and I know, being a lad from Woking, I always have a soft spot for McLaren, especially because, and now is a good time to thank them publicly, they provided some work experience for my son Robin. I hope it wasn't all the bits that he worked on while he was there during the work experience that have broken this weekend, because otherwise I'll never be allowed to another race meeting.
Honestly, the way McLaren Honda season is going, to lump it all in one weekend, even on your son, I think would be fairly unfair.
He was only doing it at the at GT.
Yeah.
However, I did do a little sum earlier on with the number 60. I never quite got around to saying this. With the number 60 McLaren, was at the time that I did the sum 17 minutes behind the race leader, of which 10 minutes was accountable for the fact the car had spent 10 minutes longer in the pits. However, the other 7 minutes were just, I won't say frittered away, but they must have disappeared on the track. You know, it just must be the matter of the driver's familiarity with the cars not quite being there, because that's a great driver lineup in the number 60 car. Duncan Tappy with Bruno Senna and Pippo Derani. and they just haven't been able to quite get to grips with that car across the whole weekend, really.
Yeah, and the 58 car has had no luck other than bad luck. And they are, well, I'm now habitually looking for them down the bottom of page 2, and in fact that's where I find them. Rob Bell in the pit lane in the 58 car, and it is still in 36th position, and it is 11 laps away from the lead lap. I mean, that's a long way to have fallen. They had a 10-minute stop for something that eludes me now earlier on. Then they had, oh yes, it was damage on the in-lap. That was what caused them their first big delay. And 10 minutes is 5 laps, good as, by the time you've, you know, come in and gone out and everything else.
Drive through car 3+8, not respecting track limits.
So drive through for the Kessel Racing Pro-Am, Am class Ferrari. And the team manager was called to the race direction about 20 minutes ago, wasn't he? So they've obviously run him through the video going, and what do you think to this? Have you got any defence? No, Your Honour. Guilty as charged. I'll go and kick my driver. No, don't worry, we'll kick him for you. So drive-through penalty for the 58 McLaren, drive-through penalty for the 888 Ferrari at Kessel Racing. 57 Black Falcon Mercedes in the pits. And this car comes in from 6th position, doesn't it?
The best place of the Mercedes at the moment, as it should be, by all that's right with the world. It's had a pretty trouble-free run, having had to start the race from the pit lane. And it was Andreas Simonsen who brought the car into the pits. Some work going on there, Martin, on the front right wheel arch, or something within the front right wheel arch.
Yes, and if it were to be a brake change, I'm sure they would have taken it into the garage. And McLaren has just clambered all over the curbs on the exit of the third element of Les Combes. Is Les Combes the whole thing? Is Les Combes the right at the top of the hill? Is it the right left?
I think it's the whole thing.
I sort of, yes, it's a little bit like Beckett's. Beckett's is strictly a corner, but then there are 2 or 3 after it before you get out onto the Chapel curve.
Beckett's is the corner behind the main grandstand.
Yes, yes. No, let's not go back to Silverstone 6-hour races. Now, there is a man behind the man in the wheel arch of the 57 Mercedes who, has got 2 fingers taped together, his little finger and his second from little finger on his right hand, so he's been in the wars, but he's also holding a couple of Allen bolts, so there is something there that needs reattaching. And what would be on the upright? Well, it's not the upright itself that needs reattaching, because those 2 Allen bolts aren't going to do it, and you wouldn't do it by removing the wheel. So it seems as though maybe they've got some knockoff in the pads, because maybe a caliper mounting bolt is not quite where it ought to be. However, this is the problem that is going to drop them behind some of the others, the other Mercedes, because this is going to drop them to 2 laps behind the leaders. And in fact, as they remain stationary, do we have a gaggle of Mercedes? I think we do have a gaggle of Mercedes. We have now got the car that was 7th becoming 6th, and that is one of the penalised Mercedes. Now that is the yellow number 88 HTP Mercedes, Thomas Jaeger, Maxi Goetz, and the new Bernd Schneider. I'm now painting Gary Paffett into that picture as the new Bernd Schneider. And right behind them, as Paul points out...
It was a red car rather than a yellow car, the 88.
86 is the yellow car. Oh, so I beg your pardon, yes.
You said 88 and then said yellow.
88 goes into 6th, and 86, the yellow car, goes into 7th. And 57, which was the least penalised and the best placed of the Mercedes, now drops 2 positions, because the other 2 Mercs were nose to tail going across the line. So the 80, no, in fact they weren't. There is a blue Mercedes in the midst of that ahead of Thomas Jaeger. Is it Thomas Jaeger at the wheel? Yes, it is Thomas Jaeger, who is not JAG but JGE.
And away goes the 57 Mercedes then. That's back into the race, having been delayed, as Martin was describing, in that pit stop.
And having lost another lap to the leader. It's gone from 2 laps behind to 3 laps behind the leader. And again, they're going to need 9 cars in front of them to have a 3-lap problem to be in any contention for a podium spot.
Yes, I mean, the problem is that there's 10 cars sharing the same bit of track, not just in the physical track, but positions in the top order there, where you don't need to spend very long in the pits, as Andreas Simonsen has just proved, and you suddenly lose a lot of places. Go to the top 5, and there's quite a lot of leeway. Relatively, there is more leeway there, but down in the bottom half of the top 10, and in fact you could go all the way from 5th down to 15th, and they are just so closely matched together. You can't afford the slightest, you can't even afford a spin on the circuit, because that will lose you places.
And in fact, to underline exactly what you were saying, while you were saying it, that Mercedes lost a further 2 places as the number 26 Santaloc Audi came by it, and the number 84 HTP Mercedes of Jazeman Jafar came by it down the hill into Eau Rouge. They were doing 160 miles an hour, and he was on the speed limiter in the pit lane. So came in 6th, left the pits in 11th, having lost another lap to the leaders. So he is now the first car that is 3 laps behind the leader, and that from 11th place takes us down to 18th place inclusively. So those 9 cars are on the same lap. And again, sneeze, and you drop 9 places because you go another lap down, because it only takes 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and that is a drive through the pits plus 1 minute stationary. And that's all it takes. And it literally is, if you blink, you lose. You snooze, you lose. Here, that's any tiny little error, anything that needs attending to in the pits that's not routine, drops you a lap.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you know, we'll give you the pit time that the number 57 spent in the pits. There was no driver change, incidentally. Simonsen stayed behind the wheel whilst that work was going on with the front suspension, steering, brake, whatever it was, where those Allen keys needed to go.
Something wobbly that didn't need to be. And in fact, they managed to fix it with an actual bit as opposed to just gaffer tape. So it was mechanical rather than bodywork.
Yeah. And still that gaggle, phalanx squadron of Mercedes driving in formation around the track. And this just goes to show, doesn't it, Martin, how, you know, even if you're only being held up by a tenth, you're getting held up by a tenth every lap, and you'll be getting, falling away from the car that you're chasing. So it'll be, it's fascinating. Is that the...
That was the blue Black Falcon we just saw pitting.
Yeah, no,
Oliver Morley's car.
It was the Audi I was trying to pick out in that group there. Is that the 3rd placed Manfred Winkelhock Audi that's in 3rd in that?
No, that's more whiter. The Phoenix Audi, Phoenix I'm used to being bright white and blue, or bright white and red, and it's not quite. So this is a matte black. That's the car we're looking at in the middle of the traffic is number 1, which again, and who would ever say this about many WRT cars, especially one with a number 1 on? That's an irrelevance. You know, Frederick Vervish and his teammates will have nothing to say about who wins, loses or draws in this. In fact, they probably won't even be on the same page of a result sheet as points.
No, places. I mean, from 4 WRT entered Audis, we've only got 1 of them still in the top group of the race and in a position to really challenge.
And that is the René Rast number 28 car, and again that's the car that started on pole. Well, let's find out from Dakota and Audi just what's going on.
So the number 28 Audi is building its way back up, but what happened to that number 1 during the night? What happened to the number 1 during the evening?
Yeah, unfortunately, number 1 had an incident with another car. It's a first repair stop. We couldn't really identify the cause of the issue, that it started to be quite unstable in driving. In a secondary stop, then we identified a loose front diffuser, and that had to be exchanged. So we had 2 repair stops, and that unfortunately put it down the ranks. But the guys show good performance now. Hang in there and try to make the best out of the situation.
And the number 28, do you have faith in that it can climb its way back up to the top?
Yeah, well, that's of course a brilliant story, especially for endurance racing, you know. They had an early incident, we used the 5-minute stop to repair the car as good as possible. Now they're limping a bit, but still, I mean, they're great performance, and they come up the ladder again in 4th position at the moment, but for sure it's a great story, yeah.
Well, you seem very happy, so let's see what we can do.
of course, I mean, what makes me happy is up and down. That gives emotion, that gets us all excited. And yeah, we had been down to, seems to be 1.5 cars up in the ranks. Now we're up maybe 2.5 cars back up there. A lot of things changed. We have 8 hours still to go. Just 2/3 of the race are over. So yeah, we're happy about the situation at the moment and looking forward to the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now getting close to 3/4 of the race. Even my maths is a little better than that, unless that was recorded 2 hours ago. And I don't think it was. The ghost looks far too fresh for that to have been at what was the time? Well, it was 10 to 8 2 hours ago, so that was fair enough. So Chris Ryan saying, yeah, the number 1 car handling imbalance, a bit of a problem. Takes a while to find because things get broken. And John was talking about this earlier, and you were talking about this earlier as well. If you have to take all the curbs, take all the curbs, and let the engineers worry about whether the car brakes or not. Well, we just learned that what happened to the number 1 car was almost unquestionably taking lots of curbs, taking lots more curbs, taking lots more curbs again, and that has damaged the car in a way that no amount of testing has taught them, and previous races haven't taught them. And of course, this is a newer version of the R8 this season, so more advanced aero, and they've just found out how to brake the underfloor at the front.
Yeah, and you can be sure that they'll make certain adjustments and get the thing sorted or improved. Or let's say the alternative is to go back to the driver and say we can take this much but not that much. Yeah. And the drivers, if they're told, might then do what they're told.
Well, what you might do is say, okay, you can go wide at Stavelot, you can go wide at Blanchimont. Do not ride over the double humpy curve on the exit of La Source. Yeah. Because then you're going to be straddling it like a speed bump, and we can't deal with that. Do not go wide on the exit of La Source. The others, yeah, with impunity, except don't go so wide that you get penalised for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, that was easy.
The number 57 pit stop, I've managed to work out at last, 5 minutes and 51 seconds, that pit stop. So it was a kind of ideal for the technical pit stop that's mandatory, but they'd already taken that one, so they've now been kind of extra penalised for that. But then again, we don't know whether the brakes would have needed replacing anyway, how long would have taken, all those kind of ifs and buts. As soon as you start a sentence in any motor racing story with if, then you can end up anywhere you like, really.
It's how long is the piece of string, or how much time we've got to fill before the checkered flag comes out, and in the end the answer to both is 6 hours 30 minutes and just under 10 seconds. Look at the IMSA Performance Pro-Am Porsche. Now at one stage that was 3rd, wasn't it? And that was because all sorts of odd things happened in the first couple of hours, but that came into the pits with the 2 cars in front of it. It was 3rd on the road without everybody else having retired. Now, of course, it has slightly sunk back to its normal performance level, but in the Pro-Am class, it is leading. And that's the sort of performance, that you expect from IMSA, because they have always produced those sorts of goods at Le Mans with the Porsches. And here's your driver lineup, and if this isn't juicy, I want to know what is. Patrick Pilet, Maxime Jus, Raymond Narak, and Thierry Cornac. Okay, you may not know Thierry Cornac, but Raymond Narak has been a long-time stalwart at IMSA. So too is Patrick Pilet, Porsche factory driver. Maxime Jus, a young, up-and-coming driver, and certainly no mug. I mean, that is a very, very strong Pro-Am lineup.
Yeah, and it's a Porsche amongst a lot of cars. Is that the only Porsche? It can't be the only Porsche we've got in the field, but we certainly don't see very...
Well, we had 2 in the national category, didn't we? We still got one of those, 230. 911's still going as well. Yeah, so in fact, both of them are still going.
Yeah. But there's not a lot of them, and I do like the colour scheme on that car, I must admit.
Yeah.
When did you last buy a box of film? Can't remember, but that has just reminded me about buying a box of film.
The livery is yellow, red and black, Kodak. Now, of course, Kodak no longer make film.
Oh, don't they?
Or cameras, because nobody has film or cameras. What they do, in fact, didn't Eastman Kodak go bankrupt? They were one of, at one stage, they were the world's single largest company, and Eastman Kodak went bust because...
Somebody will be tweeting you now all the
I'm sure, unfortunately, all the news that's fit to print is vanished 2 or 3 layers back, but I'm sure Eastman Kodak went bust, and it was just this most enormous of companies for which an entire market vanished in a decade and they were unable to react. So clearly it has been re-assimilated in some way, like the Doctor, and has come back purely as digital imaging and I don't know, online whatevers.
Yes, quite. Whilst Martin now checks his various feeds to find people telling him about current affairs, and our apologies for not being on top of the game on that one. I do remember reading about Kodak now, but it was a while ago. Into the pits has come Jelmer Berman with 00 Mercedes, the car which also borders on the fringes of my knowledge because it's sponsored by, this is the LinkedIn, or Linkin Park, isn't it? Linkin Park.
Yeah, LinkedIn, very nearly.
I got my finger on the pulse, Mark.
Yeah, I know. Anyway. We are down with the kids, aren't we?
He's in the pits. I mean, that must have been one of the really top fancied cars coming into this weekend.
Yeah.
I made a point of going to see Bernd Schneider before the race, and he was not a happy bunny at all with the prospects for the race. Obviously, with the 5-minute penalty that his and the other Mercedes had been served. But I think the other aspect was of it. I met him in the HTP garage. He wasn't in the Black Falcon garage. He was in the HTP garage, and he is such an ambassador for Mercedes-Benz and everything Mercedes that he was disappointed not just for his own car and his team of drivers, but from the Mercedes group as a whole.
Yeah.
And you can understand that.
Absolutely, and there would
Car
appear to be
4 must respect blue flags. Car 4 must respect blue flags.
Going on in the number 60 garage. The front cover is off, the car is up, the wheels are off, the doors are open. Bruno Senna has stalked away from it. Not sure if Jelmer Berman remains in the cockpit. He does. Or have they done a driver change as well? Saw Senna with his helmet on, but I don't think he got in. However, there is wholesale work going on in the McLaren garage for that number 60 car.
Yeah, that was Duncan Tappy who was staying behind the wheel.
Yeah, I think he did stay in.
Jelmer Berman was at the wheel of the 00 Mercedes that we were talking about.
Beg your pardon, yes, sorry.
So
Tappy stayed in.
Tappy and Berman are
Berman has stayed in.
Yes, that's definite. And Tappy at the moment stays in the car. The car stays in the pits whilst the McLaren guys try and diagnose the problem.
Very quickly, to go back to Les Combes, rotation up north was saying, I was taught that the left-right is Les Combes, the last right being Malmedy.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, no, I
problem with that. Malmedy is about 5 kilometres down the road, but I have no problem with that being called.
There did used to be a corner called Malmedy. That seems to have...
It's about 5 kilometres down the road on the old circuit.
Yeah, but on the new circuit as well. But he said, but of course that was in the 90s.
Yes, I mean, when I first came to the new circuit at Spa, drivers called that bit the Piff Paff of Malmedy, and then Piff Paff got moved down the way, or something. Or people couldn't say Fang, so they decided to call that bit the Piff Paff.
And yet that's no longer called Fang either, it's called...
Depends which...
yes, exactly.
Let's not get into another discussion about that, please.
Well,
please.
At least the corners here are not named after sponsors yet. They're named after old corners or places or famous Belgian Grand Prix and Le Mans winners.
Indeed.
Duncan Tappy... oh no, it's not, it's Dirk Werner, beg your pardon, at Row Racing. Right beside the HTP Mercedes garage, so Dirk Werner is getting ready for his car to come in, so we are therefore awaiting Row Racing stops. So the 99 car leads the race, Alexander Sims, Philip Eng and Maxime Martin's car, and the 98 car of Dirk Werner, Nicky Katzberg and Steph Dusseldorp has also led. In fact, after the first safety car period and when it was dark and drizzly, Nicky Katzberg had a couple of times where they hit the front, and I did ask him, and he did tell me, and I have forgotten exactly why it dropped back down the order. So I might have to have a hunt for that. Steph Dusseldorp is at the wheel, and he is on his in-lap then, you would assume, by the way that the team and the tyres and the replacement driver are on the pit apron for Row Racing. He's climbing the hill, comes sweeping through Blanchimont, through the right-hander, Pierre Aret's number 333 Ferrari.
Car at the Dusseldorp BMW, Martin, getting perilously close to its 65-minute limit. and I'll wait till the time comes up on the screen to be absolutely sure of that. But by my watch, he was due in at 58 minutes past the hour, and it's 58 minutes past
58
the hour.
minutes past the hour. So it depends.
It's going to go down to the last second.
Who's counting seconds? Yes, exactly.
And that's exactly what part of the problem is that the Bentley team has been having. But as we keep saying, that's the way you've got to push it.
Yes, they're either pushing it exactly as far as they need to, or even a tenth of a second beyond. I wonder what the margin for error. I wonder whether race control deals in just whole seconds, or whether they get pernickety down to tenths.
They can go down to thousandths if they have to.
Yeah.
And they grant every crossing of a pit loop, I think, a 1 second grace period.
Okay.
And that includes the length of the pit stop itself, which, as I say, has to stay outside the bounds of this window. So either under 1 minute 55 or over 2 minutes 15. Basically, if you're changing tyres, then it's over 2 minutes 15. But an efficient team can get the car completely turned around in that time.
Yeah. Felix Rosenqvist now in 5th position in the 88 Mercedes. This is the red and silver car from Team Acker Asp. Do we have any idea how we're supposed? Are we supposed to say AKKA AS? I have no idea. It's all capitals, so I'm assuming.
Acker and leave the rest of it.
Yeah. Well, there are 2 Acker cars. One is Acker Asp Pro-Am, and the other one is AMG Team Acker Asp, which is not Pro-Am. And that's Tristan Vautier, Felix Rosenqvist, and Renger van der Zande. And that car, as you said, there. Apart from the drop to the bottom of the top 20 in the 5-minute penalty, which they did get, didn't they, 88? They were one of the penalised cars. One of their major issues was when Renger left the pits in the wee small hours, or middle of the wee small hours. It picked up a punch on the outlap, which is just what you want. Punch on the in-lap is frustrating. Punch on the outlap, nobody needs that very much. Drive-through penalty called on car number 63, which is the Grasser Racing Green Grasser Lamborghini in the Pro-Am class. Diego Alessi, Nicholas Pola, Anders Fjordbach and Dennis Anderson. A large number of names in this field, Paul, surprising number of names in this field. We were talking about 2 weeks ago in Paul Ricard. Have you noticed how many of them are popping up in the same places all the time?
Yes, and it's not just the drivers, it's team members, it's mechanics, all sorts getting involved as well. And there are these bonkers people who think it's fun to stay up all night and try and get a car to work.
Says Paul Trussell, who stays up all day and night trying to get computers to work.
Well, you know,
well, Jonas Vinford, one of the journalists here, was just accusing me of being far too regularly at 24-hour races because he's seen me twice in 3 weekends at one, which I have to agree is considerably more frequently than has often been the case in the past. 98 has made its stop successfully, and it has disgorged. I forget now, who has it disgorged? It's Steph Dusseldorp, of course, thank you, and taken on the Dirk Werner, so that's now good to go for another hour or so. And lots more paperwork being generated by track limit ignoring drivers, the drivers' car numbers. Deep breath. 23, 52, 44, 56, 85, and 28 being reminded about track limits at T17, and that is Blanchimont. And cars 88, 51 and 74 also being reminded that there are track limits to be respected at T17, which is Blanchimont. The deal there is they're going off wide beforehand on the right, sweeping across the apex and then running out wide on the exit on the nice solid green concrete, which is there for Formula 1 cars to use or abuse, or definitely not now. Otherwise, the session will be red flagged or something, whatever clever idea they've come up with this year. But everybody is using that double sweep wide, and they're clearly, in a few cases, getting rather too much of their inside wheels past the curbing and out into the green stuff for the liking of the... I tell you what, the stewards there, or the judges of fact, must go out there with a stack of notebooks and several pencils, because they are just scribbling numbers down, 51 again, 51, and just you know, like a prisoner marking off the days on his cell, hashing in fives the number of off-track excursions.
Yes, I mean, my understanding of it is that you have to A, be trying to gain an advantage and not just trying to avoid somebody else or kind of just being a driver error. B, you have to have done it for consecutive laps, and C, it then comes up on the screen. But you have to go through those early stages before you then get the warning. Then you get the warning. That is your kind of official notification that you have to stop doing it. If you then do the same sequence again, then you get the black and white flag. After that, and this is where different procedures vary depending where you're at, you either get your drive through straight away at your next offence, or they give you another one of grace. But
they have been doing final warnings.
Yeah, normally after the black and white flag, that's your last, that's your final warning. But as I say, they sometimes give you an extra one in grace.
Once they're aware that it has become your habit rather than just a very occasional incident, they will penalise you for it. The yellow Mercedes of Thomas Jaeger finally flashing its headlights at the number 51 AF Corsa Pro-Am car, and that goes through at Les Combes. Rob Bell stopping the number 58 McLaren. Now, Paul, were you at your regular Woking Data Centre brackets European branch, closed brackets, you would be able to tell us
Rob Bell,
when he came in last. I think that seems rather soon, since the last time I was trying to remember why that car dropped so far down the order.
Let's see if the...
And he's no longer... Oh, he is still in 36th. Is that just a position reserved entirely for this number 58 McLaren? Do other cars go by it and then drop back behind it on their pit stops? Rob Bell is out. Slightly more germanely, Maxime Soulet is also out of the number 8 Bentley that is in second place.
That McLaren has been in the race, in other words, out of the pits for less than half an hour, so it was a 25-minute or so stint there for Rob, so clearly problems still there.
Seems something might be ailing the car rather than Rob Bell. Maxime Soulet is out. Didn't see who was getting into the number 8 car, but we will be told about it. And the lead margin opened up by Maxime Martin to 36.9 seconds. Of course, slightly some of that will be as he came into the pit lane.
Brought down to 36 seconds because it was up at 43, as memory serves. So Maxime, although he was pulling away in the early stage, we've got two Maximes, haven't we? Maxime Martin, although he was opening up the gap in the early stages, Soulet managed to bring it down in the later stages.
Not the first time we've had the two Belgian Maximes running first and second. Let's get down to McLaren and find out what on earth has been going on.
There's been quite a bit to talk about. When I left you last night, the McLaren 58 was one of the leading cars. What's going on with it now?
Yeah, with car 58 we're going really well. In the first 6 hours we were very unlucky with full course yellows. That brought us one lap down, which was very unfortunate. It was very unlucky. But then we were fighting our way back. So again, before the 12th hour, we're getting close to 4th position, 3rd position. But then Colm Ludegaard got hit by a Lamborghini. He was trying to overtake a Lamborghini who closed the door. So we had to repair that damage. And since then, yeah, we had some small issues. But I mean, we lost a lot of time, more than 10 minutes. So that was very unfortunate.
And looking in your other garages, you've got 59 racing on that side. What's going on with that?
Well, that actually got hit twice. Stuart Moore and Alex Fontana both got hit. We twice had to do a repair. And then when they got back out, there was a funny feeling in the steering. So we're not sure if that's all 100%. To change that would take quite some time. And we don't want to... We lost a lot of time and we don't want to take any risk with the car or the drivers. So we decided to retire that car.
And lastly but not least, certainly, car number 60.
Well, it also just got hit by a Bentley. You know, these Bentleys are very big. So when you hit them or they hit you, you always get a damage. And so we have to change the radiator now. So there again, it's not our race.
Do you know which Bentley's the culprit for that?
No, I don't know. I mean, honestly, at the moment, I don't really care.
So So your faith is currently resting with car 59. Are you confident in that it can climb its way back up?
Well, I mean, we're not going to score points, I think, today. So, but we would like to have these two cars at the finish because the team has been working really hard. We put in a lot of effort since the beginning of the season, but especially also the last few weeks before this 24 hours. I mean, we would really like to win this race, which is a very tough race. So, I mean, the least what we can do is try and get them to the finish.
Well, hopefully we can push car 58 to the end. Thank you.
Hopefully.
Good luck.
Thank you, Dakota, there with the competition director of McLaren, Malcolm Wilson, and son Matt Wilson, himself a racing driver turned World Rally Championship driver turned team manager. Malcolm Wilson's M Sport operation, of course, running the Works Bentley team, and Malcolm hot-shoed it over for the race from Rally Finland, where they also run the factory Ford Fiestas. They are the factory for Ford Fiestas from Cockermouth in Cumbria. Malcolm Wilson, himself a World Rally Championship driver in his time as well, of course. And on the end of the bench at Bentley, in the silver and grey, is Lena Gade. And her first race 24 hours for Bentley comes just a month after her last race 24 hours, which didn't go particularly well, unfortunately, for her team at Le Mans, did it? Her boys couldn't give her the win that they so really wanted to leave the partnership with.
No, exactly. And she's had a race for Bentley at the ADAC GT Masters somewhere in Germany, in between those two as well. So, yeah, getting quickly down into the job. And I again bumped into her yesterday in my one. Actually, it might have been on Friday in my wanderings around. Very involved, very hands-on, and not just there as. I mean, a manager, yes, but in the sense that she tells people what to do, but getting involved in what is going on and, you know, having an influence. And, you know, one only has to look at the fact that we had two Bentleys in the top 5 for a lot of the race, and the number 8 car still running very strongly indeed.
Yeah, and still a contender for victory, and certainly a podium contender. And Sam Gunston, listening to the track, says, hey, I'm using film. What?
Good for you.
Let's take a look then, for those of you who have been away from the race, at what has happened as we get towards 6 hours of the race remaining. At 4:30 on Saturday afternoon, the Belgian colours were parachuted into the track, and American band Linkin Park, who are supporting the 00 Mercedes, flagged the field away. René Rast was on pole for Audi, ahead of the Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti, and the number 8 Bentley at that stage tucking into 3rd place. Already Bentley was a contender right from the first corner. In the first lap we had our first car into the gravel. That was the 888 Ferrari. That took a few laps to recover. 4 of our 6 penalised Mercedes, which were using illegal ECUs in the Super Pole session, had a 5-minute penalty applied. They came in and did it early on. Then our race leader came in, Mirko Bortolotti, ahead of where we expected, and that paid off. On hot tyres, he managed to get ahead not only of the number 50 Ferrari that had been second, but also of a pair of WRT Audis, the number 2 and the number 28 pole-sitting car that were challenging him. He stayed in the lead until the first full course yellow led to a safety car. The second full course yellow led to our first safety car for a big impact that took out the number 77 Ferrari, Porsche of Kevin Estre, being hit by a Ferrari. Estre at that stage was leaving the pit lane, incidentally, after a second drive-through penalty had been applied to the car within the first 2 hours. Well, that led to a 75-minute safety car period while barriers were repaired at Les Combes, and that meant that everybody stopped not once but twice under safety car, because the maximum driving period for any driver between stops is 65 minutes or 70 behind a pace car. When the race resumed, bingo, we had another new manufacturer at the front of the field. That was in the guise of BMW, the Row Racing car out front, until the number 8 Bentley then took over. Row Racing only lasted a couple of minutes in front. Brief rain shower didn't interrupt proceedings or dampen the fans' enthusiasm. And as the Bentley led, we started to have a British car battle, as the Bentleys were being challenged by the 2 Jaguars run by Emile Frey Racing. Meanwhile, Audi were starting to get their ducks in a row as the leading British-based contenders, or British car manufacturer contenders, disappeared into the pits. The Audis were back at the front. The number 50 Ferrari spent some time in the gravel, dropped itself down the order, and then not just the 99 but the 98 BMW both had chances to lead. The 58 championship leading car of Rob Bell was in the top 10 in the hunt, but trouble for McLaren dropped him a little further down. Double disaster for Team Parker. Number 30 car in the barriers, number 24 stopping with electronic issues on the same lap. Chignon Boutson's BMW started its tale of woes with a puncture as the sun was starting to set, and in heavy traffic, another incident. The number 15 BMW went off on the outside of Radiant and a long safety car period to sort out the barriers for a second time. Once they got going once more, traffic proved to be an issue for the number 28 pole-sitting Audi. Jinking around a slower car, it didn't realise that one of the Jaguars was outside it, made contact with that. Jaguar then made contact with a Ferrari as it was trying to stay under control. The Audi came in with a puncture and left rear damage, lost 3 laps. The Jaguar lost over 20, having its damage repaired before it was able to go back out. Fireworks, concerts, chips with mayonnaise, and of course plenty of beer to keep the crowd entertained and or semi-conscious as racing continued into the depths of the night, and the tiny gaps that the drivers had to exploit in daylight seemed to become even tinier. More and more incidents, more and more cars off track being recovered by rescue vehicles, and a slew of full course yellows and safety cars through the darkness hours really interrupted any kind of flow in the race. And with restricted visibility, it's so easy to make mistakes in traffic and get caught up in somebody else's. Another pair of outstanding stints from Alexander Sims in the car that he shares with Maxime Martin and Philippe Eng, the 99 BMW, reasserting itself as a genuine surprise contender. Parker Racing's number 24 car suffered a heavy crash and was out, joining a list of just 4 retirees at the midway point of the race. By 4:30, 61 of our 65 starters were still running healthily. Very few without incident and or penalty. More safety car incidents through the night, and then the leader got away by the skin of its teeth, the number 8 Bentley, with contact that spun 75 ISR Audi. Luckily, they avoided a penalty. Every car must take a mandatory 5-minute mechanical stop before the end of the 22nd hour of the race to allow brake changes and other things to be done. Some cars took them under green flag running when they needed to, and some cars saved them up from where they really had a massive to-do list and combined the whole lot together. Through the night and into the morning hours, Bentley kept the pressure up. So too did BMW, with Row Racing's 2 cars, the 98 and 99, always in the top 10 and rarely out of contention. Bentley with car number 8 and car number 7 in contention and scoring points for first and third at the halfway point. Another safety car out after one of our classic and modern racing Ferraris had launched itself at the bus stop chicane, leaving oil. It seems as though there might have been oil, or a rather ambitious jab on the throttle by race leader Wolfgang Repp that spun the number 8 Bentley shortly after the yellow came out. Another safety car period for clear-up operations of the oil ensued, and then we broke our way through the remainder of the darkest hours. Dawn started to climb across the sky. Skies gradually lightening from the east, and Bentley still maintaining its leading battle with Audi, with the number 6 car predominantly from Phoenix Racing and the 99 BMW. Miscue in the pit lane from Wolfgang Repp, pulled in too early to what he thought was his pit box, pulled out to try and find it, realised it was the next one, overshot it, lost about 30 seconds on track, having the car sorted out. Boutsen Chignon's car again coming to a halt, having already stopped earlier on with Karim Auger at the wheel. And as dawn arose in the misty Ardennes forests, sleep-deprived mechanics still doing their best to keep their charges in the hunt. And Phoenix saving up their brake change, continuing to bob up and down, swapping the lead of the race with BMW and with Bentley number 8. Car number 6, car number 99 and car number 8 have been our top 3 contenders for the last 6 hours, and the battle is being swapped, or is being fought out over tenths of a second on track and in the pit lane. Daylight has not necessarily helped the stewards, because there are even more penalties now being applied that our judges of fact can see what's going on. A wheel gum breakage, a rare occurrence. You would think in pit stops, we've had 2 in pit stops of various teams already. Contact in traffic, silver on silver action between Jasman Jafar and the 00 car, seeing Jafar backing into the wall out of 10th place. Live coverage of the 24 hours of Spa 2016 on RadioLeMans.com and streamed on Nismo TV. 99 BMW has just jumped to the top of the pile once more, ahead of the number 8 Bentley and the number 6 Phoenix Audi that had led has just stopped and come back out in 3rd position. Behind them, the next group of cars, make that the number 28 car, Lawrence Vantour, René Rast and Alex Muller. The pole sitters are 1 lap behind the leaders. Then the next tranche of cars are 2 laps behind. We get into the 10 to 20 group, most of them 3 laps off the lead. And again, barring major incidents and disasters for front runners, their chances of a podium finish here are nil. However, they are all looking now for good points finishes. Leading our Pro-Am class in 16th place is the IMSA Performance Porsche. Patrick Pilet currently driving that. His closest rival, Nico Lapierre, in the 74 ISR Audi. 2 cars, or 2 places further back, and only 17 seconds, only 20 seconds behind on the road. So that is a very close battle. And having just stopped out of 3rd place in the Pro-Am class is the number 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari. In our AM class, 51 leads 88. They are not on the same lap. In fact, they are 2 laps apart, 1st and 2nd in the AM class. 3rd in the AM class is the 333 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. And in 4th place is car number 69 in the AM class, which is the ARC Bratislava Ferrari. And the lead cars are AF Courses number 51 Ferrari and 888, which has got Alexander Talkanitsa as the wheel, and that is a Kessel Racing, yes, Ferrari. So top 4 cars in the AM class are all Ferraris. What happened then, you ask, to the Aston Martin? That's Pro-Am, isn't it, the Aston Martin? So that has now dropped down at the Pro-Am class. Various halt and lame cars at the tail of the field. And at the moment, Paul, our official standings give us 55 of 60 cars, 65 starters still running. So 10 out of 65 is...
percentage-wise?
Yes,
no, try and do that sum at this time of the morning.
It's sort of almost a 1/6 of the field with 3/4 of the race gone. That's not a bad rate of attrition.
No, it's not, considering as well the number of cars that we've had out there and the difficulties that traffic has had to play through all of that. Whilst we were going through that, of course, we've had all the pit stoppers coming in. But at the end of the day, as you were describing, we just have this 3/4 of a minute difference between the top 3. On the screens, we now have the positions in the drivers' points.
Well, now, the good news for Rob Bell, still on 124 points so far, not going to score any more, but Maxi Book, only in 10th place at the moment. That 84 HTP Mercedes has barely scored at 6 hours and 12 hours. Of course, even if he gets barely a position at 24 hours, he'll get double barely points, which is more significant than double no points, which is what Rob Bell will score. But Rob Bell will still lead here with a decent lead in the combined GT drivers' points.
All else being equal, yes, that's right. With 1 point scored for Maxi Boog at the half-distance point, and a prospect of 2, maybe 4 points at the end of the race. But certainly for Rob Bell fans, that does leave him without any further loss.
Yes.
Than given what Baz Linders was saying earlier on, certainly could have been a lot more serious for the McLaren driver.
Really could have been, yes. If their race had gone, if it had come as unstitched as it has much earlier, then he might still not have been overhauled. Now, what would be interesting, and I didn't know enough of their previous positions and really get enough of the points in my head, is to see how not the crew of number 7 have fared, but particularly the crew of number 8 have fared in terms of championship points, because they were leading at 12 hours, so that's maximum points there, so that will have vaulted them nicely up the order. I can't remember where they were at 6 hours, but they were in the top half dozen, so certainly again, you know, another good slice of points gained there. Bink, so that will have, because behind Rob Bell,
more than 2 track limits
sort of everybody
for
else
car
was really
8.
very close.
Report is sent to
So
the steward.
for the Bentley drivers, this could be a very, very good deal indeed. Now, yet again, though, they are taking every opportunity to shoot themselves in both feet. Car number 8 is being reported again for infringement of track limits to the stewards. And Paul, they've now done 20 pit stops compared to the 99 BMW's 17. So that's 3 unnecessary stops at least so far.
Yes, and those stops that we get on our screen there that Martin counts as 20 include drive-through penalties, because as far as the timing system is concerned, whether it's a drive-through penalty or a proper pit stop, the timing difference can't tell. So that is at the very least, an indication of the number of penalties this car has taken. The problem with track limits offences is that they can get what's the word? They build upon each other and can get more serious as the event wears on. So the stewards will be aware that this car has been reported before for track limits and maybe taking a dimmer and dimmer view of it.
Yes.
And I shouldn't really count any chickens at all, but you're right. If you compare the number of times we've seen that car 8 on the screen for various misdemeanors with the number of times we've seen Phoenix
More
Racing
than
car
2 track limits for car number 8.
Number 99,
report is sent to the steward. More than 2 track limits for car 8. Report sent to the steward.
So it might have been something that Baz Linders was saying, as Kenny was admittedly tongue-in-cheek a little bit when he was talking about the Bentley being a big car. But it is a big, heavy car compared to the other GT3 cars out there, and it probably does present different kinds of challenges to the drivers.
It wouldn't have to lap and push so hard if it wasn't giving away 1 minute and 30 seconds 3 times in the race. He's given away a lap and a half in drive-through penalties. Pit visits rather than pit stops, I suppose, pit trips, 20 of. And you're right, you know, the number 99 car, the BMW that leads, has only been through the pit lane 17 times, so none of those have been for penalties unnecessarily acquired.
But I'm going to say, I mean, in Maxime Soulé, I must just call him Soulé because we've got these 2 Maximes. In Soulé's defence, he has closed that gap down now to just 11 seconds.
Yeah.
Wasn't that long ago we were talking about it at 40 seconds.
Yeah.
It came down to 38. It went up again, but now Maxime Soulé has got that gap down to 11 seconds for the lead between himself and Maxime Martin and BMW.
And then when he serves a drive-through penalty, he'll be back to 3rd and he'll be over 1 minute behind.
But there's still a long way to go. I've got 6 hours to go. He's got to keep pushing and just let the team look after the track limits.
In 6 hours, we'll still have 3 minutes and 38 seconds. And if 24-hour races we've been to this year tell us one thing, is in 6 hours exactly from now, there's still enough time for it all to go wrong. Because 3 minutes and 28 seconds is more than a lap here. That could all go horribly, horribly wrong for somebody in more than 6 hours from now.
Yes.
Talking of which, in comes the number 60 McLaren. That's had that radiator change, and so...
Still work going on that car, because I don't think that's an hour since we saw Duncan Tappy in the box with that car. So
well, we only heard from Baz Linders about it when they had started the work, and the trolley dollies are ready. It's going back in again.
No, that wasn't on the 60 car, was it? That was on the 58 car that the work was going on.
I thought it was. I thought the 60 car was the one that had the front panel off and everything else.
Yes, it was. But the 58 car was then pushed into was having its pit stop as well.
Right,
so it's a little bit longer than half an hour. I don't think it's up to
drive-through penalty for car 114 track limits.
Now, at the back of the number 60 car, they have taken off the tyres and, without putting a new tyre on, put the wheel nut back on the rear axle. So the 60 car is up in the air with no wheels on the rear, and they are taking the wheels off the front.
and then they're going to put it into the garage.
And then they're going to put it into the garage, and they are taking the wheels off because they need to
more
get
easily into the garage because it's such a narrow garage. You can't get the wheels off inside the garage.
Okay, good. And they need the wheels off because they've got to take the underfloor off for some reason. And unless they're taking the wheels off because it's easier to pack it onto the truck on its dollies out the back of the garage, that they wouldn't be doing that in a hurry, and the driver would have got out if this was going to be a retirement. So you're absolutely right. It needs some work underneath it, and they needed to have the wheels out of the way first. So whatever ails that car, Dakota's in the posh bit of the pit lane, isn't she?
Oh, well, she's been down here because we heard
I know she has been down here, but the last time we heard from her was up at the posh end, I thought. I know, maybe the last time was with Pathliners.
Drive-through penalty car 51, track limit.
You do love to make a car number 51, Alan Adam was just saying, being reported for track limits, but 1-1 for the Jaguar, handing a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Yeah, both of them. So whilst the McLaren is in the pits, the battle for the lead continues, and still just over 10 seconds is all that separates the two Maximes, Martin in the BMW from Soulé in the Bentley, and Christopher Mies, meanwhile, is less than half a minute down the road in the Phoenix Audi. So it's BMW from Bentley from Audi in the first three places still.
While we look at the trials and tribulations of the number 60 McLaren, we are going to have to go and ask actually what's going on there, because we can spend the rest of the day guessing. What we actually need is somebody who might have a bit of a clue of what's going on. And in the back of our box, we've been joined by a famous name, Sean Walkinshaw. Now, when Sean's in the car, you know the name because he is the son, of course, of Tom Walkinshaw, who won here 35 years ago in the Jag.
Yeah, that's correct.
Now that makes
5 years. It was the Mazda.
In the Mazda, in the RX-7. So that was the. We were talking again about the Kodak colours, and what livery was on the Mazda? Pentax. Pentax. You see, there's a company you don't hear about anymore. So Tom, that was one of his first projects as an engineer, team director, wasn't it? That Mazda RX-7 program.
Yeah, that's correct. It was. Unfortunately, know very, very little. But obviously, he drove with Pierre Diodnet, who's actually one of the team managers at WRT as well. And I'm still quite good friends with him as well. So he was always mentioning it, and obviously it was quite a nice thing. We wanted to do well this weekend, 35 years. It would have been nice to get trying on the podium, but unfortunately, electrical issues kind of hampered that for us. Well,
now listen, you're pretty experienced in the Blancpain series and in the Nissans as well. You know, you've been racing for the last couple of seasons. How much different a dynamic is it, or how different is the car when you bring it in 24-hour spec compared to a normal sprint or endurance race?
Honestly, it's actually quite similar. Most people would be quite surprised. The only probably the slightest thing with the brakes, you probably lose a little bit of performance, try and have the wear out. But overall, it's still pretty much like a sprint race. It's flat out all the time.
So the car setup is the same, and obviously your mental frame is the same. I mean, we've been talking about this the whole time. You know, when you watch them on, you've got 4 different classes, so if you're in a quick car, it's easier to get by the slow cars. We talked about the beginning of the race. We were watching the leader in the Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti, taking 3 or 4 or 5 laps, not corners or seconds, laps to get by the cars that were last and not last on the road, who were battling. He was catching them so slowly, even though he was leading the race, because all the cars here basically are of an equal performance. I mean, give or take a few hundredths of a second sometimes in a lap.
Yeah, exactly. I know a couple of on my stints, if I really wanted to, I could be really mean to some of the front runners, and I could keep them behind me for my entire stint. It's only because I tend to back off a little bit, because I know we're kind of out of the race now, that I'm eventually nice and let them by. But if I wanted to, I could keep them behind me for the entire stint and possibly ruin their race. The cars are so equally matched now. It is hard for the front runners to get past the back markers.
Well, we're just looking at the battle with the number 99 BMW leading from the number 8 Bentley and the 6 Phoenix Audi. We're talking about 15-20 minutes ago. We looked at how close they were on the road. The gap was covering the top 3 was then 40 seconds. Now is around 28 seconds. But we looked at their last lap, and the lap times of the 3 cars were bracketed by 0.04 of a second. 0.04 covered the lap times of the 3 cars on that particular lap, which tells us first of all, the performance of the car, the driver and everything else is very, very similar. But secondly, that they were all in that precious little bubble where you're not actually in traffic or having to try and pass somebody for an entire lap, and you might be 50 metres behind another car, but just enough to have a, quote, clean lap where you don't have to dive bomb somebody. What about passing? How much do you have to go, I've got to go for this?
Yeah, we're quite blessed with the Nissan being fairly quick in a straight line, but even for us, there are quite a few cars this weekend who are actually just as quick as us in the straight line. I think the Bentleys and even the Lambos are pretty quick, and obviously the Ferraris. So even for us, you need a seriously good run on them to actually get down on the straight. Because top end, they're pretty much similar to us. But it's really, really hard endurance racing. You are meant to be flat out 24/7, and all the team managers go, I don't take unnecessary risks. But you do kind of have to do it, because if you don't do it then, you could be behind this Ferrari for another 4 laps, 5 laps. You just have to take it, because if not, you just don't know when you might have another opportunity.
So, okay, we've got 7-kilometre track, so we've got a good long track, 19 corners. Some of them are, complexes like Les Combes or whatever. When you're going out there, you're sat behind somebody. Where are the key areas? Where do you know there's a chance to get by?
The biggest places is probably after Blanchemont, just before going into the bus stop. I actually also found not so much. It was quite hard for us to overtake cars going through Eau Rouge onto the back straight, on the back straight. I found it quite hard there because everyone has quite good top end there, and it's quite hard to get a very good run through Eau Rouge. You get a little bit of understeer, you just lose out a little bit, and you just can't quite get close enough. But the other place I was finding was after Bourg, into the braking zone there, you can get quite close and then make a lunge there.
All right, nice, okay. So, and when you watch Formula One here or whatever, you never think that's going to be, an overtaking opportunity. But of course, the cars there are doing so much different speed. How much is dirty air a factor on these GT3 cars?
Yeah, it actually kind of depends which car you're going against. Some cars, like the Audis, tend to have a little more downforce than others, so it's quite hard to follow really close. But it's not too challenging. Obviously, you can make moves through after P1 because some cars struggle to do the second left-hand, the flat. So if you're confident enough to just keep doing it and pinned, you usually get a good run and just make the move.
And what about the darkness? How much does that colour your ability to judge those gaps and where the car in front is likely to be going to?
Cars behind, it's not too bad. I find that it's just when you're trying to overtake cars, some of them aren't really looking in the mirrors enough. They probably think you're a little bit further back, or usually it should be the other way around. The bright lights actually make everyone look a lot closer. But usually when you're overtaking people, they don't seem to notice that you're there, and they tend to close the door quite late on. You're like, a bit close, but it's not too bad.
And I guess the advantage of being in a GT car here is you don't have to worry about prototype cars coming whistling by you, doing 60 or 70 miles an hour in a straight line quicker than you are. Excellent. So obviously both the 22 and the 23 car have had more than their fair share of problems and woes and troubles, whatever. Are they healthy enough to get to the end of the race, do you think?
Yeah, so far we've had no issues. For our 22 car anyway, the car is really, really good right now. Pace is really strong, which has probably made the whole thing actually worse because where could we have been right now? But even, I think so far from what I've heard, 23 cars, the balance is a lot better now as well. They're doing really well. I think they're about to break in the top 20, or they're in top 20 now.
Yeah, they are indeed. Lucas Oil in their 20th place right now.
Exactly, so where could they have been as well if they hadn't had their issues? So it's a bit of a shame. Both cars have had a lot of bad luck, and if it wasn't for that, we probably could be in the top 10 in both classes, which would have been a great result.
Absolutely so. Well, listen, Sean, a delight to meet you. Thank you very much indeed for coming up. That's fantastic. Always good to see. I've seen you on camera a couple of times, and it's really when you grin, when you get the big grin on your face. I've seen that a lot of times in Le Mans pit lanes and other places. The apple hasn't fallen far from that tree. Sean Walkinshaw, NISMO athlete, joining us live on Nismo TV. Thank you very much. We wish you the best of luck and the rest of the team for the rest of the race. So let's get back to our race action. Still the top 3 cars are all together. Maxime Martin leading from Maxime Soulet and Maxime Mies in 3rd place, because we can't have Christopher Mies. If we got 2 Maximes in the top 3, we're going to have to rename him. Now, need to catch catch up again. Still no notification of a penalty for track limit infringements being applied to the number 8 Bentley, but that was certainly in the offing. It's been reported. Another drive-through penalty being applied, though, to car number 30, which is the Team Parker their remaining Bentley, in fact, so that is another Bentley penalty. Derek Pierce, Chris Harris, Carl Rosenblatt, and David Perel are the drivers in that car. Spots of rain on the window pane. Paul Truswell said it was due at 10, it's 20 to 11. They obviously weren't listening very carefully to Paul Truswell, but the rain has arrived, and so too in the booth have Joe Bradley and DailySportsCar.com's Graham Goodwin. Let's get to Graham first. Graham, what do you know, other than the fact that it is steamier than a steamy place in here?
It's, I have to say, not the most thrilling race on track. And that's, I think it's a mark of 2 or 3 factors, really. Number one is it's a balanced performance formula, and obviously we've got the AMGs rather more balanced than they clearly were in Super Bowl. There's also this homogenisation with the pit stops this year, which is definitely having an impact, because you cannot gain in the pit stops no matter what you're doing. Bigger lift now there with the rain coming down.
Yeah.
And I think the other factor, and you mentioned it just before introducing Joe and myself, was this number 8 Bentley stands to throw this race away.
It's done its damnedest already. It's already had 3 unnecessary
drive-through penalties, 2 of which are for driver stints. Infringements, and if this is a 4th, well, you know, it's not losing it clearly all the time in the pits, but it's losing a fair proportion of that. It's a long pit run here, and at the moment there should be some questions being asked, I'm sure, down in the Bentley garage as to what on earth is going on there.
Well, it's give or take 60 seconds on the speed limiter through the pit lane from the beginning of the Formula 1 pits all the way around and all the way down to the exit of the old Grand Prix pits.
Less the time it would take on the track in the first place. So it's not 60 seconds lost.
So it's a proportion
of that.
3 minutes he's lost, but the drive time, as we've just talked, is 20 seconds. So let's say he's lost 40 seconds. That's 1:20.
He's lost, basically, realistically, he's lost at least half a lap.
That's 1 extra pit stop, 1:20.
Realistically, he's lost the lead of this race.
Absolutely, completely lost the lead of this race through, you have to say, completely avoidable.
Now, one of the incidents, one of the not coming into the pits and breaking the 65-minute maximum for any driver single stint was because the Bentley came up to the pits, and as he was coming up to the bus stop, there was a Porsche on the inside, the blue GT Porsche. Well, they're all GTs, the blue Porsche. And as he tried to turn right around the outside of the first right-hander of the Porsche, realised that he wasn't going to make it, and then zagged
bit of a Frank Bieler
where
moment.
he should have zigged. Except he could see the Porsche in front of him, and we know the closing speeds are not extreme. It's not like he was in a P1 car catching a GT car. No. We saw early in the race, remember, Mirko Bortolotti in the lead, behind the 2 cars that were last in the race, battling those 2 Ferraris, the Kessel car and whichever the other one was, the classical modern car. They were last, he was first. It took him 5 laps to catch and pass them. That's how close the speed differentials are. So the speed differential between the Bentley and the Porsche was not such that he would have lost more than 2 or 3 seconds, 4 or 5 seconds maybe, slowing down early for the bus stop to guarantee he could get in. And again, we were just having a conversation, Paul Truswell and I, about that when we heard Andy Soucek, who's, is it Soucek or Soule? It's Soucek at the wheel of the 8 car now. He was explaining what had happened and why it had happened, and we said, okay, well, maybe there needs to be, because we just saw the Row Racing number 99 car come in. Paul said he's due at 58 and the time on the watch is 58. Now, how many seconds to or fro on that minute did he have leeway of? And I then said, do they count tenths? Did they go down? And if you're 1,000th over, are you going to get a penalty? And I'm not quite sure how close they get on that, whether they do it to whole seconds. You don't do it to tens of seconds, but you would probably do it to a whole second rather than a fraction. Because giving somebody a drive-through, if they're 1/10 over their 65 minutes, is
the overwhelming feeling I'm getting from sitting and watching this race emerge and writing about it and doing a play-by-play in text form is, it feels like a race that all of a sudden is a victim of its own regulations. that the homogenisation of it is now getting in the way of good racing, and that's a real shame, because I'll tell you something, I've been all bar one of the Spa 24 Hours in the GT era since 2001, and almost every year, with a couple of dishonourable mentions, it's produced a really very good race indeed. This is not a very good race, and it's not a very good race because people cannot make terribly much of an impact in the time they've got available on track. They've got 65 minutes to do it.
And that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could argue that here we are with a battle for the lead, which is ebbed and flowed between 9 and 10 seconds for the last 3 or 4 laps, with 18 hours of racing gone.
Last 3 or 4 hours. In fact, we've had less than a minute across our top 3 for the last 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, now that's good racing.
It is, but what it is taking out, that's because the balance of performance. The cars are so close. We're talking, as I mentioned to Sean Walkinshaw a few minutes ago, Paul and I were noting the gap between the lead group very, very minimally changing. And there was one stage I looked, okay, here's the last 3 lap times, 2 minute 22.046, 2 minute 22.058, 2 minutes 22.064. They were covered by less than 400ths of a second. 3 different drivers on 3 different pit stop strategies in 3 different makes of car run by 3 different teams, covered by 400ths of a second on one individual lap, just completely at random. Now that's how close the cars are. Somehow, you've got to allow the teams to be able to engineer a difference. That
is the problem.
And they're kind of hamstrung. It's almost as if it's scale electric, so it's pulling you into the pits every hour on the hour.
And what we've seen is there's been subtle, and at times quite radical rule changes to take into account some of the cleverness that's been shown.
Yep.
That means what WRT did earlier in the season by finding a way within the rules to get a shorter pit stop.
Yep.
It's what we've seen in the past by teams making their fuel flow into the car more quickly. All of that has been homogenised to the point where it takes away that element that we love from this form of racing. And you know, there is a net effect here. You're right. Okay, you know, we've got short gaps between some of those cars, but the reality is they're not passing each other on track.
And there are only 3 cars on the lead lap.
Correct. And
from a field of 65 identical cars. And, you know, instant accident, yada, 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 all of that, but still, with 18 hours gone, I would rather have hoped that there'd be more than 3 cars in contention for victory.
Let's not forget, guys, that endurance racings are one on the wall. That's been taken away from us.
We're having this conversation, and the cameras are showing us Lee Negade, one of the defining factors in winning or losing for one particular trio of Audi drivers at Le Mans. You know, she is the 4th part of that trio.
Absolutely right.
She is every bit as much, you know, Paul McCartney or John Lennon to the rest of the Beatles. So
she's certainly not radio star, is she?
As is the guy changing the front left in the rear, exactly.
But she has the leeway, or she had the leeway with Audi at Le Mans to make a double stint, triple stint their drivers, their tyres, to stay long, come in now, early, and so on, without having to say, oh, he's been in the car 65 minutes. You know, she had a 3-hour window that she could play with. Here, the maximum driving time for any one driver before they have to get out is relatively similar. It's 3:65, so it's 3 hours and 15 minutes. But you have to bring them in at no fewer than 65-minute intervals, or no longer than 65-minute intervals, and that's what takes.
That's the key, though. That is the key.
Absolutely the key.
If you take away that driver stint and make this a fuel or tyre limited stint, then that's where it plays in. You can save fuel, you can save the tyres, you can extend the stint. That's where the tactic will come in. That's where the differentiation of how you apply the machine to the race.
And I'd like to think, guys, as well, that after this race, and you know what, we have almost 6 hours remaining, and it could come alight, and it often has done that. But I'd like to think that the powers that be here will reflect that what they've done to suit their more sprint level races does not work nearly as well in a 24-hour race. It simply doesn't work.
What is that? Is that a pop bottle?
There is a view of the Bentley garage. We talked about the mechanics with their comfy chairs for grabbing a cat nap while they're in the garage waiting for a car to arrive. And they've obviously had a musical chairs, because there is a mechanic face down in the garage, fast asleep, and his pillow is a water bottle with some hydrating drink in it. So Well, I've just spent an hour.
I prefer to use the term Ribena. It's a Ribena bottle.
I've just spent an hour
the
asleep on the floor in the booth next door. So
I've slept on a table, because the concrete floor was too cold.
No, I found it very refreshing, the concrete floor. So yeah, that's because we're hard as nails, and so that's what we have to do. 5 hours and 42 minutes of the race remaining, and while Paul Trustwell was in here just before the 6 hour mark, we had 6 hours and 3 minutes. He said, we've got 6 hours to sort this out. I said, Paul, in exactly 6 hours from now, we've still got more than a lap left, and as we know, it could all go wrong.
Well, we've had it, haven't we? Two consecutive major international 24-hour races. The lead has changed on the very final lap.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten Nürburgring, of course.
This is the year of the last lap change.
It is indeed,
isn't it? Oh, do you know what? How frustrating, or how much of a sword of Damocles is that for our top three?
Oh, no, let's wait and see. We're not going to be calling this one on the flag, are we? The other thing that's going on, guys, that you may or may not have noticed in the booth or beyond is a little bit of a Twitter spat between some of the drivers and one or two of the factory-back teams.
David Hannemeyer Hansen online?
He's not.
He's not, okay.
Good morning, David, if you're listening. But principal amongst them being Maro Engel, MG factory driver, of course, and Lance Venter. And Maro, I think, trying to tweak the tail.
An audio here from Malcolm Wilson.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done, kid.
That is Malcolm Wilson chatting with his son, who is team managing, essentially. Malcolm flew in on Saturday morning, hot from Rally Finland, where M Sport are also running the Ford factory operation and the DMAC cars as well. A whole bunch of Fiestas in the DMAC trophy.
Oh, is that rain, Mark?
No, that's a heat haze.
Is it really?
It is a heat haze.
Wow.
And the only words I could really pick out of that were 3 times.
I think we know what we're discussing.
Well, he's talking about penalties, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, he was having a chat with Lena Gay. Didn't get her half the conversation she had it back to us, but he was, and he held up his fingers, and 3 times.
Well, I mean, Lena has got a strategy there that she's constrained into what, as we've discussed, in comparison to where she's been before. Matt Wilson, his son, who's team managing it, he's restricted to what he can do. And then if you put that strategy together, then you're basically handing that to the driver. This is what you've got to do, mate. You've got to go out and hit your markers and hit your times. And he goes over track limits and incurs 3 penalties, then tear the strategy up, really, isn't it?
I mean, it's. I'm sure there'll be a lot of number crunching done back in Cockermouth when this is done. But
that sounds very odd,
doesn't it?
Number crunching in Cockermouth. Yes, there's not much goes on in Cockermouth.
It's not a phrase; it's a place.
I know. It is. Yes.
It's not just us that are tired. Mandy B saying whenever you say Jelmer Berman, she keeps thinking of Ethel Merman. And
I always think of Herman Berman.
Herman Berman.
He's not German.
No, it's his dad.
Yes.
Yeah. And Nick Holland saying whenever you say Maxime Boulet, I think Maxime Soulet, I think Patty Boulet. Oh, okay.
It is now raining heavily, gentlemen.
Oh, it is raining. Is it?
Yes,
Oh, it is. Yes, it is pelting. So this is the second little phase of Paul's 10 o'clock shower, which has arrived a little later.
He's done it just to annoy him,
Right Turn Lovers suggesting that the Spa 24-hour may be decided by what amounts essentially to a bookkeeping error. No, it's a line-keeping error. Stay inside the white lines. You have to do it in tennis, you have to do it in motor racing, and there are penalties when you don't. Slippery surface flags are out.
Andrew Capp's tweeting what happened to the number 7 Bentley.
Yeah, what did?
They had a power steering issue was the latest delay for it.
Yeah, they had a power steering issue. That was the major torpedo below the waterline in their race. And they've only been through the pits 18 times compared to the 20 times of the number 8 car. But number 7 is down in 28th place because that power steering issue took several laps to fix. They're now 7 laps off the lead. And don't forget, Bentley have scored points very strongly at 6 and at 12 hours with both cars, both in the top 3 at 6 hours, both in the top 3 at 12 hours. And we're just saying, actually, the drivers of the number 8 car, we saw the points as they are now. Rob Bell still comfortably ahead of his closest rival, Maxi Book. But I think the big movers in points will be the drivers of the Phoenix Audi and especially the drivers of the number 8 Bentley. because number 7 is going to score nothing now. 58 is going to score nothing now. Rob Bell's not going to get any points. His closest rival, Maxi Boog, 9th at the moment, got 1 point at 6 hours, and 1 point at 12 hours, or maybe only 1 point at 12 hours. Probably not going to get more than about 4 points at the end of the race, assuming the car keeps going.
And is around a lap behind 2 other Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah.
That rain is definitely coming down. That wasn't...
Well, it's not going up.
What I mean is that wasn't heat as much. That was actually rain.
It is rain. And the row racing team are preparing wet weather tyres. Now, of course, here... And we've heard this many times on the radio, haven't we? Lena saying, OK, Ben, it's raining really hard here. What's the... lights on.
First move, by the way.
Wet track declared for the first time in the race.
First move is taken by the Phoenix Audi team. They pit from 3rd. The first time they've done that, you're always pitted from the lead.
Now, when was the last time they were in? Paul's little thing, what he left up on my screen, will tell me, if only I can figure out how it is and what it is and how it works.
While you're doing that, we're watching the Bentley team getting ready. Wet tyres are at the front of the garage. That can only really be for the number 8.
I would have imagined that the number 6 Phoenix Audi was just where it needed to be. As that rain got heavier, it was in position to dive straight into the pits, and as we can see from our screens, the rain now coming down heavier and heavier, and we have now got, rather than just a sprinkling of shower which barely dampens the track, we are developing, and we have definitely got what I would say is a wet track now.
The road BMW, though, goes through to complete the lap and will continue around for another go at this. Is the number 8 Bentley going to come in? No.
OK, well, this is where you stay brave or foolhardy, and only time tells you which is which. Now, if the driver's really switched on into his stint and into his car, it won't even be a thought process. Instinct will now say, yeah, I got this.
Remember, though, guys, that these teams have got very sophisticated satellite weather forecasting systems, and it will depend on how long this rain is going to stay.
Yeah, well, no, it will also depend on what one of their men with an umbrella up at Blanchimont or down at Stavelot or at Les Combes is telling them, and they will have people with umbrellas. Guns are being prepared, row racing are sitting on their tyres. Was that a double bluff?
No.
Well, they were ready and the driver went, no, I have this. And first to second, incidentally, has gone down from what was 36 seconds after their last pit stops to 7 seconds. 7.7 seconds first to second. Phoenix Audi still 3rd.
But now off the lead lap.
And has he put wets on?
Well, he came into the pit lane. Why would he come into the pit lane had he not?
Unless he had a problem.
Number 28 Audi has also come in. So Phoenix have gone for wet weather tyres on their R8. So too has the pole-sitting WRT Audi, and that again will be a driver choice. So the Audis have gone for wets. Now, is that a chassis-driven choice? Does the Audi need the wet tyre? It seems to have grip.
Yeah, it is.
Are in the truck. Mike Scott, our TV producer, confirms that the number 6 car did go on to wet. Number 28 is in the pits, and that won't have just by happenstance have come in either. Come in. 00, Yelmer Berman is in, and that is possibly a tyre stop as well. Number 7 is in. So here's the guinea pig. I beg your pardon, this is...
7.
Yes, 7, yes. So full fuel for Stephen Kane. This is not a short fill, this is a regular stop, I think. I'm trying to work out from this pit in, so pit out 9, 10, 20, pit in 10, 14, 14.
The 28 Audi is in from 4th place, René Rast.
Those still not coughing, those guys still sitting on those tyres. Meantime, by the way, out on track, it's Soucek, isn't it, is taking time out of the leader. Under 8 seconds now, didn't take much, well, in fact lost a 10th in the middle sector, but took a full second out in the first sector.
Right. Wow. Now, the number 6 Audi was last in the pits at 16 minutes past 10. It is now 10:57, so that is very nearly, but is very nearly a full run for the number 6 Phoenix Audi. So he was only a couple of laps away from his pit window or from his regulation stop anyway. But they have kept Christopher Mies in.
That
So
1
he
second.
stayed in at the last stop. So this is Mies' third stint. So he must come out at the end of his next 65 minutes.
That 1 second gain in that final sector Graham mentioned has remained to end the lap with, and that the gap is now down to 6.6.
Yeah.
So the Bentley quicker of the leaders between it and the BMW. However, I do think we've got faster cars on the track on the wet tyres.
We'll see in about 3 minutes' time just how much quicker, because Christopher Mies is on a quick lap now, or quicker lap, not an out lap, aboard the number 6 car, which we know for a fact is certainly on wet tyres.
18 cars have stopped in the last 5 minutes or are currently in the pits.
And the rain here has stopped.
That's the thing, isn't it? That's the gamble that the leaders have took. They are waiting for the rain to clear.
Yes, and those who have changed to wets believe that it will get harder.
Still raining very hard at the top of the hill at Le Combe and down at Rivage, as we can see on our
Yes,
screens.
and that's where the rain comes in from habitually, and that's where it was wettest earliest, and it is still fairly misty in the trees there, and the Bentley does look pretty pedestrian, but on the other hand...
He's taken a second out the leader.
Okay, so the BMW might be slightly more precarious and tippy-toey than the Bentley, but are they going to lose so much there to the wet shod cars compared to the little that they'll lose, or possibly what they might gain on the less wet bits of the track?
Well, the answer in the first sector is that Mies, who is on wets, has taken 2 seconds out of the Bentley and 3 seconds out of Maxime Martin.
And that includes his outlap, because his first sector is the outlap from the pits.
His first sector now is his first flying lap. Yes.
Okay.
So he's taken 3 seconds out of the leader,
yeah,
but clearly has to sustain that. He's taken 8 seconds out of the leader in the second sector. So 11 seconds to the good, Christopher Mies, on the first 2 sectors of his first flying lap against both of the leading 2 who remain on slicks.
Okay, and his pit stop time will have been 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes, so at that rate, 10 seconds a sector, 30 seconds a lap. It's going to take him 4 laps to undo the time.
10 seconds to the middle, the long sector. He has taken 15 seconds out of them for a lap.
Right, so far, but if he takes, all right, well, let's say he takes 20 seconds a lap, because that's easy, so...
It's 10 laps. It's 10 laps.
Yeah. So half a stint, and he'll be by them. If the rain stays as it is, it gets no wetter, gets no drier, and his tyres survive on the drier bits of track. Now, number 8 driver would do himself some favours, Joe Bradley as a motorcyclist, by staying off the white lines.
Yes, especially considering the track conditions.
Yeah. Number 7 has definitely gone on to wet weather tyres.
Meantime, the lead gap is now down to 4.7 seconds. It's a further full second and more taken out of the 99's advantage by Souček. Still the road racing guys have got the tyres in the garage.
Malcolm Wilson is looking at this going, right, am I going studs? Am I going slicks? You know, this is a Monte Carlo tyre gamble, isn't it? How icy is it? Where's my ice note crew?
Well,
what am I going for? Full races, cut races, races with studs? What am I doing on this stage? You know, this is what he knows. Okay, it's not. Of course, he knows racing now because he's been doing it for several years. But you know, all of his instincts are based around knowing that a tyre gamble can really make a huge difference, and he sees exactly what is required here. He may not know the answer, but he knows somebody who does.
The key factor here is just what the forecasters are telling them, because it's all right saying come in for wets if in 5 minutes it's going to stop raining. Yes, there's a lot of pressure on the drivers there, because every single time they are going towards Le Combe and then down to Rivage, it's a voyage of discovery. Yeah. The grip level's changing all the time. And the biggest factor that we have to consider is not the aquaplaning aspect, it's the cooling off of the slick. Yeah. It actually loses its operating temperature. So it's effectively like being out on cold tyres.
Now the leaders are 4.7 seconds apart.
3.7 now, because it's not taken into account the sector time. So there's a further second gone from the advantage of Maxime Martin.
Becoming visual guys.
It's been visual for a couple of laps. Yeah. And that works for Andy Souček in the Bentley.
Absolutely.
Because when Maxime Martin aquaplanes off, Souček has got 4 seconds to react to it. He doesn't need to be any nearer Because right now, the leader is always the one who discovers there's not enough grip.
That's true.
Always.
Good point, yeah.
So when he has them, even if he saves it, he will have, the tell will be the massive tank slapper that he has to gather it all up. Souček's made in the shade, he avoids that because he's no fool and he'll understand exactly what he's seeing in front. So what he needs is to keep visual contact with the leader, and he's got an ice note crew in front of him in the form of the number 99 BMW, who is testing for depth every ford that he gets to. He's testing the grip level at every corner and then sending the information back to Andy Souček by either crashing or not crashing.
They go around again.
They're not coming in.
No, they're not.
Unless there's a deluge, they're not coming in.
12 seconds is the advantage on that lap from Christopher Mies against the pace of the leading two.
Coming out of Eau Rouge, no drops of water on the windscreen of the number 8 Bentley. Not one
There's a dry
drop
line
of water. It's almost bone dry. Out of Radiol, we're starting now to get into light drizzle, spits and spots. With your automatic wipers on your car, now they'd start coming on.
We went into the Bentley pit there.
This is deep thought stuff. While we're just watching here.
Okay, 20 minutes before it's completely dry.
Yeah, they are relying completely on their weather forecast. I'm sorry, Grim, you're not hearing.
I can't hear that, sorry, apologies.
And Lena is doing, again, she's going to get on, and instead of Ben or whatever, she's now going to be going, Andy, stick with it. It's already dry where you are. And again, as they come down towards Rouen.
That's the 8 being overtaken by the number 1. Ming,
on that part of the track, it's without question, wet tyres are the optimum tyre. However, further round the lap, they aren't.
And it's only getting dry at the moment. The point I was going to make, guys, is the pace of the number 7 Bentley, which is on wet tyres. We know that. That, on the last lap, its first flying lap since coming up the pits was 9 seconds quicker than the leaders, albeit way down the order.
Well, hang on. Number 7, first sector on the lap it's on, 42.6. Leader, 42.3.
Correct.
That's not 9 seconds.
But that could be traffic. It could be traffic.
It could be traffic, but it's not 10 seconds worth of traffic.
Where does the first sector end, though? Doesn't the first sector end halfway down the Camel?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, okay.
Well, it does, because that's the dry, consistent
It means
track.
that it means therefore only at least one sector you are not gaining 1 iota anymore on a wet weather tyre, and we were.
Okay,
we were gaining 10 seconds,
that,
we're now not.
It's not just the Bentley that we compare like with like. It's also the Audi, the number 6 Audi, another 42-second first sector. The gains, as Joe and yourself quite rightly say, coming in the second sector where it is wetter, still 7 seconds to the good, and we've got, that's the second, that's the 98 car, isn't it?
Now, we've just seen 84 Mercedes, Maxi Book, set a personal fastest first sector, 42.3. The leader's doing 44.3. We're getting white personal best sectors popping up left, right and centre now. Some of those cars may be on wets, some not. We are just seeing the IMSA car, tyre change for them. They are going on slicks and back in, and there's the key tell. 98, the BMW that went onto wets, is back in for slicks. Wets didn't work. The window never opened properly. They've got their fingers trapped in the window.
I'm going to correct you just briefly once. On these timing screens, when it goes white, it's an indication they've just cleared the sector.
Sorry, okay.
So it's one of those kind of quirks this system.
So it should be green for personal best. However, there are the tell. The IMSA car changed, and I don't think the IMSA Porsche had been in before for wets. It came in and took on slicks, but tellingly, Row Racing put the 98 car back onto slicks.
And now the Bentley crew are ready, and that is going to be for the 7.
Yeah, to go back onto slicks.
Same deal. I'm getting nothing in the dry, and there's not enough wet. Again, now we're coming down to Rivage, on board in the number 8 car, not a drop of rain on the windscreen, and he is now 5 or 6, not even 5, he's 3 or 4 car lengths behind the BMW and still catching. And so this has actually shown us that the Bentley can deal slightly better with the grisly, mizzly conditions than the BMW.
It's now 2.4 seconds, the gap. It's come right down.
Well, you can see going down into
absolutely right.
There's only 2 or 3 car lengths.
So, I mean, what's happening are 2 things. One is they know now what the best tyre choice is in these improving conditions, rapidly improving conditions.
And the 7 was the guinea pig, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
But we also know the way that the number 8 car has reeled in the BMW, and they are now 3-4 car lengths apart. That's barely even 1 second on our screen. Pouon, it was 2.4 at the line.
It's now another 1.3 seconds closer in the first sector, where the Bentley does appear to be mighty at the moment, reeling him in. This is the sector, the longer middle sector, where the BMW appears to be able to actually use what it's still got.
You can still hear that the Bentley is breathing off the throttle as it gets down to the lowest part. Is a double right-hander, part of which is so it doesn't rub out wide over the exit curb at turn 14.
And to prove the point, the number 6 Phoenix Audi, which we know was 9 seconds to 12 seconds quicker in the middle sector 3 laps ago, now 4 seconds quicker, 3 seconds quicker.
Our TV director just picking up the chap who, in fact, was just talking to Lena Gade in the Bentley garage, is now down at the back of the Row Racing garage, relating what's going on. I think the number 8 Bentley owed us this stop anyway. It's not a penalty, and they are certainly not coming in for wet. I think that is a regulation stop. There is a fully dry line at the hairpin at La Source, and as we look down the hill away from La Source, you'd never even know it rained.
No, it's gone now.
It is very slightly darker grey, the tarmac, in little patches than it was before. It is dry at Eau Rouge. They have weathered the, quote, storm, the little mizzly drizzly patch, just as they did yesterday evening. And those that broke for wets, and in this case, significantly, the 2 best placed Audis felt they had no option but to go in for wets. Now, that was, I don't think that was a strategy call. I think that was the drivers saying, I have to have wets. And those drivers in those 2 cars are no fools.
It was a very odd choice to pit both of them at the same time, wasn't it? In what proved to be short, sharp shower. The net result, as we watch the slicks going on for the number 8 car, is that the number 6, as we said, has dropped off the lead lap. It's been part of that 3-car train that's been changing positions with the pit stops for hour after hour after hour, and it's dropped back because of one thing and one thing alone, that tyre choice.
And not so much even the tyre choice,
making the choice to change.
It meant another trip through the pits to change tyres, and it now means another off-schedule trip through the pits, because they're not going to last the rest of an hour unless the rain really returns, in which case they're going to be too caned to survive the wet weather anyway.
In fairness, at the moment, they are still making ground on the leader. They're still pulling back time on the leader, but for how much longer can those tyres hold out?
Well, the last lap for Christopher Mies, 2 minutes 37. The last lap for the BMW, 2 minutes 40. Last lap for Christopher Mies in the wet shod number 6. He's just come across the line, 2 minutes 38.0. So the margin, he made 3 seconds the previous lap, down to 2. Next lap, down to 1 or nothing, and then negative.
And then slower in the first 2 sectors than we saw from the leader last time around. So he's going to lose time this time for the first time since going to wets.
28, Lawrence Van Tour, also on wets. His last lap at 2 minutes 37, so he got a fraction more out of it, but it's not enough.
No.
He's probably going to have 3 or 4 laps on those wets before they absolutely disintegrate themselves.
If it doesn't start to rain again, they'll be mush. And even at the end of the next 3 or 4 laps, if it starts to rain again, there'll be so little of them that is usable. They will have overheated, and the tread blocks will have started to deteriorate. They won't be half as effective as when they're nice, sharp cut edges. And I don't understand the chemistry or the science or whatever, why, but that's what drivers tell us every single time. And so we accept it as a fact, because if people repeat the same stuff to you over a 20 or 30-year period, you tend to think, all right, they know what they're talking about.
And we know, don't we, that when the crossover happens here, it happens dramatically, and it's happened dramatically already on the last lap. 2:35.3 from Maxime Martin, 2:38.0 from Christopher Mies. So that crossover has gone the way of the cars that stayed out on slicks. The BMW, for the first time in a number of laps, makes ground on the 3rd place car that is on wets.
And what that means also is, despite this regulation pit stop for Andy Soucek, he has not lost 2nd place to the number 6 Phoenix Audi. So we're now down from 3 on the lead lap to 2.
We've got a damp section of track, guys, at the end of the Camel Straight, through Les Combes, down through Rivage, and then down towards Paul Frere. It then starts to dry out. We've got a dry line from Paul Frere through Pouon. So all of that section is actually still damp, and we saw the Bentley there slipping and sliding about. It had much more performance than the Ferrari. However, onto the damp bit, the Ferrari came back at it.
But
so
the Bentley was
still damp.
Bentley was also carrying a lot more speed down to Piff-Paff than it had even 2 laps ago.
Yeah.
The other thing we're just seeing as the cameras pick up the number 6 Phoenix Audi that's in 3rd place is how much that is squirming at the rear, which means it's already eating its tyres, even on the damper section of the track. And this is not Silverstone. You can't pull over down the hanger straight to all the puddles that stay there for ages. There's nowhere to cool these tyres, and this is a long lap. Every lap they stay out, the tyres are... he can barely get the thing straightened out under braking as he comes into the hairpin at La Source. I mean, the thing, it's squirming
No,
around.
we need to keep watching the number 2 car if we the number 6 car if we possibly can, because he is ahead of Souček, but only 9 seconds ahead at the start of that lap. And Souček is going to catch him at this rate, and he's going to catch him pretty quickly.
2 minutes 39.3 last time round for Christopher Mies. So the last lap for the BMW, which stayed out on wet, 2 minutes 32. So a slick is now 7 seconds a lap quicker than the wet last time round, and that gap will grow in favour of the slick. And of course, Andy Souček's are 1 lap old.
It's not even the length of the Kemmel Straight now. If you'll keep an eye on their back, this is the 2nd place car now, the number 6 car, sliding around, as Martin absolutely rightly said, goes for the wet patch where there is one. There's not enough of it to save him here.
There's almost nothing.
3 seconds quicker in that first sector by the Bentley that crossed the line 9 seconds behind, so it's just 6 seconds of the gap. They're into this longer second sector where there's a little bit more pace available to the wet shot car, but not enough. And that Bentley is going to be with him, I think, by the end of this lap. There he is.
Yeah.
They're going down to Pouon now, and that gap is, I think, about 3 seconds.
Right, he came in last at 18 hours and 24 minutes of the race. It is now 18 hours and 45 minutes of the race, so he's had 20 minutes, 25-ish on those wets, the number 6 car.
Rain is still falling in that part, just briefly. There's a little bit shower, whether or not that's just coming off the trees, but there's certainly some rain in the air there.
Well, the track is still looking very, very dry for a long run all the way down from Rivage through Pouon. And slick tyres are being readied.
That'll be the 99.
And so is Alexander Sims.
It's the 99.
They are going to install the chip again, aren't they?
I tell you what, that's a cracking drive from those 2 guys on slicks on this tricky track.
Well, and also, actually, Paul was really heaping praise upon the performance of Maxime Martin in this 99 BMW, and I would absolutely do the same for Alexander Sims. I think particularly the 2 of them have been really stand out, and they have
completely agree.
Philippe,
less so.
I'm not sure
less so.
if he's been
I agree.
quite as on the pace as maybe the other 2 are just really driving out of this game. I mean, Philippe's not slow by any standards. He's a very, very, justifiable part of the lineup. But we were saying, would you have put a BMW in the top 3 at the 3/4 distance?
Probably not.
Probably not. However, if we'd looked at teams, would you have said HTP, M Sport? Would you have said Row Racing? Yeah, as a team, yeah, they've got everything they need to be in there. The only question mark was over the BMW.
Yeah, Maxime Martin in the pits, Alexander Sims ready. Souček will go through to lead. He has passed Christopher Mies, having been 9 seconds back at the beginning of that lap. He's not only passed him, he has pulled away. He's 2.5 seconds clear, and I think Mies has carried on that wet rubber and is still losing time.
Now, tactically, Phoenix have been exceptional so far in the race. I don't know what they're doing now, except that they've got a lap in hand over anybody else. They are losing ground that they may never get back to the leaders. Even if there's a deluge now, their tyres are barely going to be any good, and the leaders will only lose the same amount of time that Phoenix have already given away by coming in for the fresh wets. If it's really shits with rain, they'll have better wet tyres than Phoenix do. They'll still gain time back. Again, we said this earlier, Joe, we're commentators. That's why we're not managing a team, because we don't understand the answers. I don't really see why Phoenix are persisting with a wet that is clearly way beyond its use by.
We haven't necessarily got all the information as well. If they've got a forecast that says it's going to rain, they might be just hanging in there. But I tell you, a wet tyre does not last very long on a dry track, and we're getting towards a completely dry track.
They're going to have nothing left, and all that's going to happen if it really pelts with rain is everybody will come in for wets, and their wets will be much better and much faster than the ruined wets that are still on the number 6.
Let's just give it an idea of the scale of the issue here for the number 6 car. 9 seconds back, 9 seconds ahead rather of Souček at the start of the last lap. They lost all of that plus 2.5 seconds last time around. They've already lost a further 10 seconds on this lap. Yep. So 20 seconds in under 2 laps lost to the Bentley.
You'd bring him in, wouldn't you?
Christopher Mies is doing 2-minute 40s. That was the lowest or the slowest lap speeds we saw from the slick-shod cars that stayed out in the drizzle. So he's now going slower on the wets than the guys on slicks were, tippy-toeing around.
I'd have brought him in 3 laps.
And Mies has gone round again. He has lost the better part of 22 seconds in 2 laps to the Bentley.
Gary Paffett has just stopped in 5th position in the 86 Mercedes. In 4th place is the 88 Mercedes. They're both going to jump that Audi. They are both going to drill him.
We are going to have a Mercedes in the podium place, in the podium slot.
With 5.5 or 5 hours and 11 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And you think... Now, we had this conversation, you and I, Joe, in the early hours of the morning. What's going on with Phoenix? What's going on? Why aren't they doing a brake change under this full course yellow? Why aren't they doing one under this full course yellow? And then I remembered something that their team manager had said, that they weren't going to do their brake change until they could justify being stationary for 5 minutes with a long job list of things to do.
Because the brake change only took 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes, yeah. Exactly. So he said, we're going to wait until there's something else to repair, some damage after contact, and there's going to be something else. It's Spa. There's going to be something else. The other thing we always say about Spa is it's going to rain. Now, so far, it hasn't actually rained. It's drizzled a bit.
That's clearly what they're hanging on to. They're hanging on for someone pinning it on the damn track. And I think we're now outside of that window. I think the track's coming back to everyone.
And almost everybody, Bentley immediately changed back. 98, Row Racing BMW, they changed back. The 2 out 28, Lawrence Vantour still out on wets. He did a 2:39.2.
Same as Mies.
They've nailed their colours to that mast, and they're refusing to run them back down the flagpole and accept that it didn't work.
Great drive from that man there, Maxime Martin.
Yeah.
Great drive.
Well, and continuing to be a great drive, and that car is electrifyingly good, and we are sort of starting to shape up to an arm wrestling stroke staring match between the 99 Row Racing BMW and the number 8 Bentley. And it is...
That was
sort of...
We've just seen some wets that have just come off the car, and they were they weren't melted as you would expect. They weren't completely destroyed. They were worn, yes, but they're not. They must be a very, very hard compound of rubber.
Somebody's done a very good job of keeping them alive, because most of the track there isn't even a hint of spray coming off a tyre.
Now, the other change that appears to have happened in that little melee is that Souček's pace has paid dividends, because he has, I believe, overtaken the number 99 BMW with the later pit stop for the Row Racing car on the more worn slicks, of course, and is now nearly 10 seconds to the good.
Yes, that was as Alexander Sims was getting in and the car was in the pit lane, wasn't it? So we'll have to wait and see how that works out when they've both completed another lap. But yes, the gap, don't forget, when they were on track together before the pit stop, Souček was 2.2 behind.
Absolutely, that's what I mean. He's effectively gained 10 seconds through that cycle. Meantime, Christopher Mies is now way over 30 seconds back and still losing hatfuls of seconds per sector. Watching Felix Rosenqvist's pace, he's clearly a lot quicker than Christopher Mies in 4th position, looking for a real-time gap, and that will only really come at the end of this lap. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Christopher Mies, last time round, 2 minutes 39.4. Lawrence Vantour, also on wets, last time round, 2 minutes 39 point something or other. 2 minutes 39.4. In fact, between the two of them, one did a .478, Vantour did a .465. So 100th of a second between them. 2:39.4, that's what an Audi is now doing on very tired wet weather tyres that have only been on for 8 laps, 9 laps.
Rosenqvist pits this time around, but was still over a minute back from Christopher Mies.
Now, he and Paffett were 4th and 5th. Gary Paffett dropped to 7th after his stop, so Rosenqvist will drop to probably 6th in front of him. But again, Vantour will be a dead duck in the water, even if he is still in front of Rosenqvist and hasn't stopped. And there's now sunshine on the pit straight. And there are still cars on wet, and the Bentley's automatic wipers are still on. However, the Bentley and the Row Racing Mercedes, as the number 99 car comes across the line, are separated by... Clock is running. It was 10.9 when the BMW was stationary.
It was 8.
It is now out to 10.939 seconds at the line. So Soucek's last lap, a 2:22.0. Out lap for Alex Sims, 2:24.1. So Soucek took 2 seconds out of him that lap. Now, Sims has been spectacular in the Row Racing BMW. Alex, do not let me down. I know he's going to be spectacular now again. And the chase is really on, isn't it? You know, he knows the Bentley's in front of him. He can see it down into Eau Rouge and up the Kemmel Straight, and that's the target.
The difference is going to be 2 things. Number 1, Andy Soucek has been out there in the trickier conditions with his older tyres as well. Alexander Sims will have been slightly more.
We're going to get down to the pits and hear from Maxime Martin.
I heard you're the man to drive in the wet. Was it your decision to stay on the slicks when it was wet?
No, I think it's both between me and the team, knowing that it will not rain more than this, so I think it was the right choice to stay. We lost a bit of time compared to the Bentley, but at the end we are still there. We didn't lose too much, so I think it's okay now, and we'll see how the weather continues to develop during the rest of the race.
Do you think you can keep up the pace?
Yeah, I think we are not too bad. We are there from the beginning, so we have to continue. It's still a few hours to go, so we will push until the end. For sure, I think on the single lap we are a bit slower than the Bentley, but we try to push.
So is this battle just between you and the Bentley?
Yeah, the Audi is not far, but now I think they lost quite a lot of time, so if there is no issues, I think it will be a battle between us two.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, enlightening stuff, and you know, it's always that collaborative decision, isn't it? And we've heard it again, talking about Lienegade and the Bentley boys, Lienegade and the Audi boys. We've heard it time after time, the conversation backwards and forwards. Ben, what do you think? Or Andy, you know, or Andre, what do you think? What do you think? Okay, it's raining here, it's not raining there. Okay, Andre, we hear from the other car that it's wet there, and so on and so on. And it's a collaborative deal. But in the end, no matter what the instinct of the engineer suggests, only one person can carry that car on the track, and they have to be swayed by the driver ultimately, because the driver's got to be able to hold it on the ice.
But it's all about the numbers, isn't it? Insofar as how long is the rain going to last, when is it going to go, and you're going to tell your driver, look, you're going to have to hang on to this for another 5 minutes or another 5 laps or whatever, because the rain is going and not coming back.
Rain factor 3.
And he's not going to feel like he's been left to hung out. He's been hung out to dry. He feels as though that's good information. And yes, I am going to hang on to it.
2 things to note. Alexander Sims hasn't let you down because he's into the 2:21s very quickly and has taken time out of Andy Soucek that time around. The gap to Christopher Mies, meanwhile, from the leader is now over a minute.
Yeah.
That's how badly he is falling back from this leading pair.
And that was not a duff lap by Soucek either. 2:23.0 is not bad. He's just worked his way through a little gaggle of cars. And Alexander Sims is in that little gaggle of cars. In fact, he's just about to go by one of the ISR cars, number 74 ISR out, and that's their Pro-Am machine.
17th.
So he wriggles his way through underneath there. And closing in behind him is Laurens Vantour in the number 28 Audi. Was that 28? What was the gap between them at the line?
Laurens Vantour has just gone up to 4th position with the pit stop for the number 88, but he's lapping at broadly similar pace to Christopher Mies in the 2:38s.
There is a WRT Audi a couple of car lengths behind. Oh no, of course it's Christopher Mies. No,
it's the number 4 car. It's the number 4 car.
Number 4 car. Okay, so that's several laps out of sequence. That's 14th place at the moment. The Bratislava Lamborghini, thoughtfully takes the curbs to allow the Bentley to go through on the inside as they drop down to the lowest part of the track and then start the climb all the way back up this hill. This is a much longer, gentler run back up the hill than, say, for instance, out of the depression at Eau Rouge. This one I could almost contemplate running up. From Eau Rouge up Raidillon and Kemmel Straight, I think I'd probably need a stretcher about halfway up Raidillon. It doesn't look like much of a run. Well, rather, just the opposite. It looks like a heck of a run.
Gap.
So the leaders come across the line, 10.85.
It's a response from Souček.
Yeah, Souček advantage there, and it flip-flopped back there. This time Souček did a 2:21 and Alexander Sims a 2:23. And we saw past the reason why, which is the time that Sims lost in traffic. Now he's free of that. Souček's got a bubble in front of him. We can clearly see there is no traffic in front of him, half the length of the Kemmel Straight, which also means there'll be no traffic in front of Alexander Sims. And that amount of, what, I don't know, 800 metres, a kilometre maybe of fairly clear track in front of him, that'll keep Souček going for 5 or 6 laps of absolutely full-bore, flat-out laps. And we heard, didn't we, from Maxime Martin saying, yeah, the Bentley's maybe a little bit quicker than us on a 1 lap, but we keep pushing. And that's borne out by the best lap for the number 8 Bentley, 2:19.9 to 2:20.0. Not much at all, but empirically it is fractionally faster. Fastest best lap of any car, 2 minutes 18.7, a full second quicker. That was from a 28 car in the witching hours of the night.
Keep an eye on the battle that is going to be emerging here for 4th position, because Laurens Vanthoor, also still out of course on wet, is being caught very quickly by the 86, the 88 and the 98. The gap between those 4 is around 20 seconds, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
Vanthoor's just going to get murdered.
Absolutely, he will be at the back of those 4 within 2 laps.
Yeah. They'll see him acquire the target and blow him away. I mean, it's just that he has
no defence.
No defence at all. No, exactly. It's like as if you pulled a couple of plug leads off. He can't slow the car down because the tyres aren't giving him the grip, and he can't accelerate the car because the tyres aren't giving him the grip. And the reason they're not giving him the grip is not because per se of the soft rubber that they use in a wet. It's because when you cut grooves in it, of course, the area that's on the track is much less than the area that's on the track when you've got a full-width slick tyre. Number 1 is in the pit lane.
Will Stevens, and down in 29th position, that car. Another of several of the GT3 runners in Proclass that's had trouble run.
Jump for wets, didn't it? And we kind of discarded it because it's immaterial because it was so far down. I'm now looking to 36th position to see what happened to the 58. The clan of Rob Bell. He must still be on dry. They can't
on the wet.
That was still a wet.
Yeah, he stayed on wet.
And by the way, the 58 has had a drive-through recently as well.
All right, so it's still in 36 despite all of its incidents.
It's basically dropped a lap back because of that drive-through.
But it's been every time I've looked for that car in the last 12 hours, it's been in 36th position.
It's just not been able to make an impact.
No. And hasn't lost anything else. So why have they sent Paul Will Stevens back out on murdered wets on a dry track?
Is it forecast?
It is raining again, gentlemen. It's raining again now.
It is. It's raining just outside of our window.
But
just lift up your line of vision, Martin.
There is rain coming from the far side of the circuit, but those wets will be shredded.
Yeah. Better than slicks, though.
Only until
that must be a very, very hard compound of rubber on those.
Only until the slickshod drivers get to the pit lane and take on brand new wets, and then any advantage you had will only last until the slickshod runners get to the pit lane. Only then, because after then their wets will be brand new and much better than yours. Yours will have overheated. They will have worn.
I'm not sure, Martin. I saw a set that had come off a car when it was running for about 4 to 6 laps.
Yeah, but that was 5
in
laps
dry,
ago.
Yes, but what I mean is they hadn't won that greatly over 5 or 6 laps.
But that was
so
another
I'm not
5
sure
laps
the
ago.
compound of that rubber
And
is
it's
going to...
getting drier and drier. It is, yes, it's sprinkling with rain now.
Paffett, meanwhile, has taken 4th position
Yep.
from Vantour. And meanwhile, just as a marker of how good the track conditions were last time around, fastest middle sector for that car in the whole race goes to Alessandro Pierguidi in the now 8th position, number 58 of Corsa car. And
Gary Paffett is now 8 seconds, or 8 hippopotamuses, ahead of Lawrence Vantour at Les Cons.
Yep.
And he was behind him at the beginning of the previous lap
And
by 5, 6, 7
Renger
seconds.
van der Zande will be by
Here we go.
Vantour.
1, 2, oh, we're not going to hold
yes.
this shot. I was waiting for them. Les Cons is a great one for counting it because you watch a car past and then you count hippopotamuses until the next car comes past because you always hold that approaching Les Cons
Well,
shot.
if you look ahead of Lawrence Vantour, the next car up the road is not Gary Paffett, it's Renger van der Zande, who has taken that car in the early part of the lap, and that's the gap he's managed to pull out in, what, 3 corners?
Yep. Dirk Werner in the 98 car, also on slicks, was 7 seconds behind Van der Zande, i.e. 7.5 seconds behind Vantour at the beginning of that lap. So he will have gone by already. And as the number 8 Bentley exits Marmady and heads down towards Rivage, it is sprinkling. It is, Francis the weatherman would say, spits and spots, wouldn't he? It's not raining hard.
It's getting
it is
darker,
sprinkling.
though. It is getting darker.
There are fresh wets available in the garages because this may be the rain that Phoenix were holding out for. Now, so are they...
Let's take a look. He's a local expert here, of course, as well as being...
both as a driver and as a team boss. Are Phoenix suddenly going to come up smelling of roses? Is the number 28 Audi going to come up smelling of roses? Van der Zande is now up to 4th, Paffett is up to 5th.
No, that's a change. Van der Zande has gone ahead of Paffett.
Oh, I beg your pardon, so he has? By half a second.
Wow.
And the number 6 Phoenix Audi on the wet track at the bus stop can barely get round the corner. It's sliding at the front and the rear. It's on what tyres?
It's on worn wets.
It's on worn wets, and it's getting around the bus stop worse than the slickshod cars.
Absolutely right. Beginning to see the dry line disappearing in this part of the circuit, at least.
It is wet on the pit straight, very wet, because you can now see every car. Okay, here's the acid test. The leader comes up to the bus stop and eschews the pit lane, but still looks like it's got more grip than that number 6 Audi.
It really does. Unless, of course, the number 6 Audi, he booted the throttle because it was at a very tricky part of the course coming out of the bus stop. It's very easy to break traction now.
And the number 99 BMW also doesn't have the front end washout and doesn't slide away at the rear because he's been cautious on his wets. Now, the interesting thing as well is that Christopher Mies in the 3rd placed Audi came out of the bus stop 10, 12 seconds before the leader. So, in fact, having lost a lap, or having dropped off the lead lap, we're seeing...
Conrad Lamborghini,
Conrad Lamborghini massively gyrating from having dropped tyres onto the curbs. Having lost a lap to the leaders by stopping for wets, if it had stayed dry for another lap, or maybe only 2 laps, he would have been lapped again by the leaders because he stayed out on the wets.
It's a snapshot, but it's worth saying that the crossover in Sector 1 is about there in terms of the wets. The problem is, it's the latter part of the circuit that just isn't getting this wet.
Which is the opposite of what we had before.
Correct.
Where it was almost bone dry here, and it rained up at Les Combes, Marmady and Rivage, and was sort of dryish. And again, we've got a relatively dry line. You can see that it has rained.
It is raining now there.
Well, the wiper isn't on the leader. Cameramen in the background are putting waterproofs on, so that's an indication that it is raining. And we can actually see now as we focus in on the 2nd place 99 BMW, it is raining.
But
last time round, the leader did a 26.9, the BMW a 28.5, but the 3rd place car on wets did a 2:40.
Look at the sector times. They're getting closer, but there's still not a crossover between the slick shod cars. It's 1:12.8 the middle sector for Mies on wets.
Van der Zande,
heavy rain here now.
That's not light rain outside.
Heavy rain now
on the start-finish straight. That is heavy rain. We are going to have water. We're going to have a layer of water across this track surface, and those slicks are
Souček,
going
the
to be
race leader.
dangerous.
Remember we said before when Souček was following the BMW, he had the advantage of seeing the leader go off as a warning. Now he's the leader, he doesn't have that advantage. He's got to judge the bus stop on his own recognizances.
Is he going in the pits?
He brakes nice and early, and he goes right and left. He is not coming into the pits this time.
That's brave. That is brave. Look at that rain.
Okay, yeah, but it's only on the pit straight. Two of the slowest corners on the circuit, the exit of the bus stop and the hairpin. And when you get it wrong at La Source, you just go out wide. You don't hit stuff.
This is the lap time. Forget everything to this point. This is the lap time now, with more of the track getting wetter, that it's going to tell the tale.
Okay, this last lap by Souček, 2 minutes 32. Last lap by Alexander Sims, 2 minutes 34. Most recent lap, last time round, by Christopher Mies, 2 minutes 38.
Yeah, but we've not yet seen how wet the second sector is. That's going to be the key. It's very wet.
Wet up Kemmel Straight, so it'll be wet as he gets to the top of the hill at Les Combes.
Now, what happens in the second sector, I think, is the critical part of the decision for Andy Souček here, because that was where we did have... It's very dry indeed, and he's hunting for the grip, isn't he? But it's not as wet there.
When you look back from Les Combes over the valley to where you should be able to see pit buildings and the old race control tower, all you can see is grey infill. So it is socking in from us to them. It's coming from us to Les Combes, whereas the previous shower came from Les Combes and didn't quite get to us.
And for the first time, a crossover. Sector 1 is quicker for both. Checking, yes, both of the known wet shod cars against, but only by tenths at the moment.
Yeah, by half a second.
The critical sector is this one, because this is the long one. This is where there has not been the kind of wet, and they've got a problem. There's a car on fire.
Okay, this is a get out of jail card for anybody who might need. That's an Audi, and it is Christopher Mies.
Oh, what's happened there?
I think he's
puncture. It has ripped the turbo apart. Left rear puncture, and is absolutely engulfed in flame. Flame in the cockpit as well. Christopher Mies gets out. He has left a flaming trail of fire all the way down from Pouhon, the exit of Pouhon 2, down towards Piff Paff. He's pulled over on the right-hand side. The car is gutting itself, and whatever gambles and this, that, the others, ifs, buts or maybes, Phoenix are out. That will not rise Phoenix-like from those flames.
It most certainly won't, and that, look, to me, I think you're right, Martin, to have been a failed tyre.
Well, if it was a 956, 962, that's exactly what would have happened. Rear puncture, flailed, ripped the turbo oil lines off, hot oil spraying over
onto a hot turbo.
Molten turbocharged exhaust.
Not a turbo.
And it's the same thing. It's a turbo V engine. But it doesn't matter. It's if there's a tyre flailing around, he may have been off and hit something with the left rear, but whatever. But oil or fuel lines are burst, and there's fire. You know, there's some flammable liquid, some petroleum-based liquid pumping all over.
Net result is the same. Car is out the race. Experiment, I'm afraid, didn't work. The rain took too long to come for that car, and those tyres were ruined. You're absolutely right on that front.
Full course yellow, and now, of course, surviving the rain. All you got to do is 80 kilometres now. Joe, you and I have a 50-50 chance of getting a slick shod car round on the pit lane speed limit.
Straight in.
And now the number 8 pits. Now the leader pits. Is he going to go on to wet? That's the question. Hopefully we'll stay with him.
The real question now is, what's the BMW going to do? Souček comes in.
This is where there is a potential advantage to be gained.
When was the last time the number 8 Bentley was in? Is it nearly time?
No,
I
nowhere near.
don't think it's anywhere near.
Dolly's ready at Row Racing. Dolly's are ready for one of the 2 Row Racing cars.
Well, 99 is not on pit road yet. The pit road is very wet, and so Souček is extra cautious. 99 goes by.
So they've thrown the dice here.
Well, they know they don't have to stop. They will take the lead now from the number 8 Bentley. Drive-through penalty for car number 40. That's the Easy Race Pro-Am Ferrari 488.
Yep, onto wets.
Wets for the 8.
Yes, because if he's stopping out of schedule, it can only be a tyre stop because there's no other work going on. So he's going on to wets.
Tipping it down here, by the way.
The 30 Bentley has come in for wets as well. It is all right, it's not torrential, it's not a deluge. If I was out in my shirt, I would be very wet.
You would be.
But I'm not. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and thank you to all the cameramen and the marshals and everybody else, all the firemen and everybody who stand out in all weathers, boiling, baking, frying, drowning, freezing, to allow us to enjoy our motor racing from the usual, slightly uncomfortable, overheated commentary booth in which we sit. But
And either way, under these conditions, of course, Souček has lost less of his time than Mies did when he chose to stop under full green flag running for those previous wets. So
now,
as he's released from his pit stall, Alexander Sims is just clearing Radeon.
And row racing's Dirk Werner, who stopped for wets and then came back in, is now back up to 4th after retirement of Christopher Mies. And again, the car rolling down the hill, no power. He's already knocked it into neutral, turned everything off or whatever, fired all the fire extinguishers he can fire. Door is open long before it comes to a halt. He's trying to get the belts undone. There's the flaming Catherine wheel of a tyre carcass well alight, and everything on the left-hand rear corner of that Audi as well alight. And as Christopher Mies bails out of the car, he's flapping at his left leg, which was the one by the open the door.
Well, you did see a burning ember being swept from his overalls. He could feel
the
it.
heat through his overalls, and he didn't look. He was just flapping at his leg in case he was still alight as he ran away from the car. So that was one of those where you can't get the belts undone quickly enough because the fire is coming in to the cockpit. So Graham Goodwin goes back to reporting for dailysportscar.com. Let's get a driver's view of the gamble on tyres. Alex Brundle rejoins us in the booth as the number 7 Bentley comes in. Anybody now who thinks this rain is going to last more than a couple of minutes will come in for wets.
You've got to be in for the wet tyre now.
Have you ever driven on these Pirellis?
I have driven on both the wet and the dry Pirelli of a subtly different compound, but very similar.
Right, I was just, because the way that the wets are reacting on the dry track...
They fall to pieces in general.
That's not what we've seen though, Alex.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe they've changed.
5 or 6 laps as it went from drizzly to kind of dry. They just about held on. Then they were losing ground. And then, of course, it rained again. And for the first 2 or 3 laps of proper rain, the slick was still a more controllable car. You looked at the Audi coming out of the bus stop and you thought, that's the one on slicks compared to the Bentley and the BMW that were actually on slicks.
Earlier on when it rained, earlier on in the race, earlier on in the race yesterday, the cars with a proper ABS setup and traction control setup like this are able to handle those slick, rainy, slightly drizzly conditions.
Slimy.
You get to this point where you have standing water on the surface of the track and the car on a slick tyre will just lift and go straight. Whatever you do, talent is not then involved in the equation.
Just as you say that, there's a big twitch from the number 99 row racing BMW that leads. That's exactly what happened to him. There's a little river running downhill across the track and it just sort of rose up, whoa,
and it just doesn't matter how quickly it's going to be dry for, because it doesn't. If you're parked smoking in the tyre wall at turn 1, as it dries out around you,
only takes one corner, doesn't it?
Exactly.
One braking area.
And he's doing 80 kilometres an hour. He's doing 50 miles an hour, and the car was still aquaplaning out of his control. 28, Lawrence Vantour has come back in. He was on wets originally, stayed on wets as it got dry. They're not doing anything to the car. Was that getting fuel?
Perhaps just waiting for its mandated time to complete if they had some kind of issue.
No, he's only just come in. I thought he was just coming in for fuel and tyres. Vantour stays in the car. Our race leader is Alexander Sims. Row Racing are ready. He can't go by again, can he? Well, it depends how long this full course yellow is going to be out for rescuing the Phoenix Audi. Phoenix Audi is out, the fire's out at least.
So Sims remains on slicks leading the field. Is that my understanding from what you're saying?
Exactly. It hasn't changed around because it takes 5 minutes to get round on the wet weather tyre.
Understood.
Or on the speed limiter rather at 80 k's. He's in the bus stop now. He could barely make it round the bus stop and he comes into the pit lane. Again, like the number 8 Bentley a lap ago, it's a freebie, it's a gimme. You're leaning against an open door with this. You're just sticking the middle finger up at fate. If you don't come in now, you're just asking.
You have to come in now. The rain is still falling. There's the track is not getting any drier. You haven't got a choice, like Alex said. It only takes one braking area, and then you can watch the track dry from your smouldering wreck in the tyre wall.
The moment for those kind of heroics is when there's less than 1 hour to go, and you think the track might just dry before the end. With 4:43 on the clock, you're still too far out to be taking risks like that, even though you are getting into the vinegar strokes of this race.
Got the dollies ready.
Still raining in the pit lane, but not as much as it was.
And it's going in the garage.
And the Bentley spotter, Christian.
The Bentley Spy.
Christian is reporting back to, not exactly undercover, he's wearing full Bentley overalls, but he's reporting back on the team walkie-talkie to Lena Gade, actually. And thereby to Andy Soucek what Row Racing are doing, and what Row Racing are doing is blocking the doorway.
Soucek now has already resumed the lead.
Now then, there was a long stop for which car where they had bolts and bits and pieces going on? Was it 98 or 99? 98.
It was 98, and it was a brake valve.
Okay.
Some audio from inside.
I can't hear enough.
Brake change
full
on the 99.
brake change with those bluey purple bits. So
Bluey
beloved
purple bits,
of Joe Bradley. Pads, I believe they're called.
That's interesting, because I was under the understanding that the 99 had already done that.
Yes, it had.
So, are we looking at a scenario of extreme brake wear then for the number 99?
Well, it's the first Spa 24. It's the first major test for this new M6, isn't it? And we said, would we expect a BMW to be in the podium? No, probably not, because it's so new and untested here. Would we expect Row Racing as a team to have the ability to get on the podium? Yes, absolutely.
They haven't changed them. Precautionary, mate.
They're that sort of team.
Precautionary.
Well, did they not take it off?
They've taken the tyres off. They've had a look at the caliper and the disc.
Yeah.
They've decided that it's going to be all right. What they've done is figured out that they've got a little bit of time now to play with. They want to make sure...
So hang on a minute. That mechanic that we saw taking the disc and caliper set up to the wheel arch, then what? Put it back down?
Just simply left it by the side of the car. It was there just in case it needed to be changed.
But he'd already taken the wheel off and could see.
Exactly, yeah.
So why did he then go back for a disc set that he wasn't going to use?
No, it was just behind him. The caliper sets were all laid out, all four wheels, ready to go.
But we saw him pick it up and take it to the wheel arch.
Well, they definitely didn't go on, Martin, because it would have taken a whole lot longer than that.
Oh, I don't know. Phoenix said they can do it in under 2 minutes.
Well, that pit stop was...
Ooh,
let's have a look.
What are we looking at? 99. Oh, I wish Paul had told me how to deal with this. 98 we've got up. 99. Let's see if I can work this out.
We watched it. You didn't see the work being done.
I know, that's the thing. We pulled away from it, and then we went back, and I wasn't sure. We weren't able to tell whether or not the disc and caliper that was then lying on the garage floor was the one that had come off or the one that hadn't been put on. So, unfortunately, we're unable to say.
What I suspect has happened there is they've been carrying a potential small issue, and they've decided, as everything's got mixed up in this full course yellow period, that they're going to have a good look round the front of it, have done so, have decided, basically thought better of it, and at this point have decided just to continue. 6 minute 47 lap last time out, but we'll see the pit stop time. No, we won't properly. No, we won't.
For the third placed BMW, the Row Racing number 98 car is now third. So Row Racing have 2 cars in the top 3 right now.
So this is a more standard tyre change then for the number 98.
They're going slicks to wets. Now this car came in for wets when it started to rain. Then they bailed on the wets because it wasn't working and went back to slicks. Now they have also gone to wets as everybody else is. The IMSA Performance Porsche is in the pit lane in front of them. That's having a tyre change. So it'll be wets, full tank. And Graham Goodwin joins us with news. GG.
Not news, just an observation. With the first sector time for Alexander Sims, that stop was around 3 minutes. It's a 4:12 first sector time on a wet, on a kind of full course yellow pace of about 140, 142. Add in the time he lost coming into the pits, it was about 3 minutes in pit lane.
Okay.
So they didn't change those brakes.
And that was refueling as well.
They didn't change the brakes.
Okay, we've now gone green, so in 3 minutes in pit lane, they could have changed the brakes.
Not with fueling as well.
Not with fueling as well.
Okay, maybe. Well, it depends how much fuel they needed.
That's true.
How recently
That's
it had been
true,
in.
yeah.
It might only have taken 6 or 7 laps worth of fuel.
It's a fair point. I don't think they changed those brakes. What we didn't see were the other corners of the car, of course.
No, but we did see a mechanic picking up that set, because I mentioned your purpley blue bits.
Purpley blue bits,
and
yeah.
he went with it to the car. It wasn't just...
what's that?
That's the 30 car. That's the other Parker Racing car that crashed early on. It's crashed again. Now, that had just been in the pits. And it swaps ends across a bit of river in the background of our shot, and that is at
Paul Frere. It's coming out of Paul Frere.
It is Paul Frere, yeah. So it's swapped ends, and he's clanged the barrier on the driver's right of the right-hander, and he'll be heading back to the pits.
Looking a bit like a punch-drunk boxer, isn't it?
Car at the moment.
51st place. It's bad news. However, back at the front of the field, Bentley lead, Andy Soucek from Alexander Sims in second, from Dirk Werner potentially in third, Renger van der Zande fourth in the number 88 Mercedes, fifth Lawrence Vantour. Has Vantour left the pits? Yes. That was a long stop with very little attention seeming to be paid to the number 28 Audi. Quite sure what was going on with that. Maxi Goertz is in sixth place in the number 86 car. BMW are telling us, thank you Mike Scott in the SRO TV truck, BMW are telling us they did change the brakes as a precaution. So Alex, you're exactly right, they had the chance to take a look, and there in our camera view is an old scored, well, it's an AP Racing caliper. Is it an AP Racing bell? I couldn't quite read that upside down. It may well be, and disc. So they have had a brake change on the number 99 car. Now, they didn't put 98 back into the garage that we saw.
No, they did just change tyres and fuel.
So
refueled and then changed tyres on the wet.
And kept Dirk Werner in. So Renger van der Zande is now up to third. So Dirk Werner, in fact, with that additional pair of stops to go to wets and come back, has dropped out of the top three and is behind Renger van der Zande. We now have 2 cars on the lead lap. We are back to Soucek versus Sims, and as they puddle their way around, Graham, who's going to win that battle?
Well, for starters, it's still yellow in sector 2, of course, for the problem for the number 30 Bentley. There was debris on the course, and of course the car is now stopped. Driver's right, turn 10. Well, I think the next 2 laps are going to tell the story, aren't they? Are the new brakes from Alexander Sims going to come into play quickly? Are they going to come into play at all? Was that the problem they were carrying? That we'll soon find out. But at the moment, the sector times for the 2 leading cars broadly similar. There's some gain there from Alexander Sims, but not a lot in it. He's fallen back, 53 seconds with that stop for the 99 to Andy Soucek, who I have to say, through the slings and arrows of the last hour or so, has been magnificent.
And has just driven around the yellow Mercedes, which 86 is currently in 6th position. He has just driven around the outside of the number 86 car of Maxi Goertz, as if Goertz had somehow neglected to change onto wet weather tyres, putting it another lap down. So that 86 car is now 3 laps behind the leader. It's showing us 2, but surely he's just gone by. It wasn't 1 lap behind the leader, because Renger van der Zande in 3rd place is 2 laps behind the leader, so he's got another lap back. Unless that wasn't the yellow Mercedes that I think it was the yard. There's only 1 yellow Mercedes, though. That wasn't a Ferrari.
There's only 1 banana Mercedes.
I'll tell you what, Nick Soucek is having a fair stab at going quite quickly on these wet weather tyres.
But not as quick as Alexander Sims, who is taking, but you'd expect at the moment, because but you've got Soucek in amongst a lot of traffic, but Alexander Sims' lap times are going to be very interesting now.
We've got cars going past the Bentley that we're in car with now, as though the Bentley's standing still.
Yeah, because the Bentley is...
The Mercedes
has just gone by it, and the train of cars as well.
30 car, by the way, is rejoined.
And that is the Duncan Cameron car, isn't it? I'm not sure if it's him driving. Yeah, of course, the car shares with Aaron Scott, Matt Griffin, and
it's Matt Griffin.
Ricardo Ragazzi.
It's a McLaren.
It is a McLaren, and that is the 60 car, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
They've been having a torrid time of late. 2 lengthy pit stops for contact for the number 60 car. It's Duncan Tappy aboard the car now. he regains the circuit. That's Lecombe, isn't it?
Now,
42nd place.
not everyone came in for wets. I expect to see the entire timing screen full of pink in pits. When that safety car or full course yellow was out, not everyone came in. The number 11 Pro-Am car, that's gone off as well in the rain.
Previous Pro-Am leader, fifth in class now.
Well, down to 6th now, but
will
did
indeed
that
drop 2 places there.
Stop for wets? Well, let's get down to the Bentley team. Malcolm Wilson watching what's happening in Rally Finland, but also here what's happening in Spa.
Malcolm, well, isn't this exciting? BMW just came in to change their brakes for cautionary reasons. Are you going to be changing yours too? Do you need
No, we're okay. We only had one scheduled change for the whole race, and obviously with the weather being like this as well, it's helped us, so no, we will not be coming back in.
So you said the weather is helping you right now. Do you think that's going to change?
I don't know. I think it would be much nicer for the drivers if it was dry conditions, but I think from now and probably until the end of the race, it's going to be pretty inconsistent.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
4 hours and 32 minutes remain of the Spa 24 hours. In 4 hours and 35 minutes, we might be closer to knowing who is going to win the race. So Graham Goodwin and Joe Bradley are currently making coffee. I'm going to surreptitiously then hand over to Alex Brundle.
And while I sort out this coffee,
what I'm going to tell you is that Alexander Sims, partly with traffic, but not just with traffic, is scything into the advantage of Andy Soucek. He is taking not a second or two per sector, but 5 or 6 seconds a sector out of Andy Soucek. The gap, remember, was just about a minute when he rejoined, waiting for him to finish the lap he's currently on. It was a 3 minutes and 3 lap from a traffic-ridden Andy Soucek. It's a 2 minutes 46 from Alexander Sims. The gap is now down, Alex, to 30 seconds.
13 seconds he took out of him on that critical restart lap, and it is the time when you can take time out of the guy ahead of you. We all know that, especially in these very, very difficult conditions. If you don't have a car immediately in front of you, it gives you a massive, massive advantage. But quite clearly, the second place car not struggling for grip in these conditions. We have a race on our hands, gentlemen.
We certainly do, and it's always down to the weather to mix it up. And just when you were, Graham, you were getting bored, weren't you?
It's fine now.
Yeah, it's fine now because we've got something to mix it up.
To put it into context, Alex is absolutely right. Alexander Sims has halved the gap in 2 laps. He's halved the gap.
What's critical is even now that they've moved through that initial traffic, escaping from the gridlock, essentially,
melee
phase of the restart, Sims in the first sector alone is 2 seconds clear of Andy Soucek. Maybe Andy just taking a little bit of time to get that Bentley back up to speed on the wet tyre, but definitely needs to be getting on with it, and they will be on the radio to him, no doubt, giving him the hurry up. Drive-through penalty car 29, which is the Conrad Motorsport Pro-Am entry for track limits violations, presumably repeatedly. But all of our focus then on this battle at the front of the field as Alex Sims reels in Andy Soucek.
You're listening to Radio1.com. Joe Bradley, Alex Brundle and Graham Goodwin in the booth, and the Spa 24 Hours has woken up. And thanks to some heavy rain, we have got a variable track condition and we've got a variable driver ability, I think. Alex, the wet, I've always seen, is a good leveller. It's when you can make a big difference as a driver. What do you think?
Of course, these cars all balanced in terms of their performance very, very stringently in dry conditions, with dry G-loadings and dry performance in terms of tyre grip, etc, etc, etc. For the wet conditions, essentially the book reads no data, and so you really start to see the well put together, well set up and well developed cars in these conditions where normally they might be held back by a little bit of weight or a little bit less power from the BOP regulations. All of a sudden, those real low centre of gravity stuck to the floor, more race car centric GT3 cars will start to come into their own here. I wish that Audi was still out there.
The race car driver in him suddenly come alive. You can see his little eyes have just sparkled for a little bit. It's lovely to see. And I'm remembering a performance by a driver who'd been out of the game for a little while. Back in, was it Shanghai last year, racing in the rain.
He's rubbish normally, that kid.
And I think overtaking the entire field from the back in the rain.
Let's have a little reflection on this year's Spa 24 Hours. Great atmosphere, I've got to say. Lincoln Park setting the race underway in what was a very consistent and beautiful day weather-wise. Certainly a little bit different now. Everyone getting underway without any issue. Some good racing throughout the field, throughout all the classes. Obviously people tripping over, as you would expect. And the Mercedes, the gang of Mercedes penalties being addressed pretty early on in the race. And we've watched the rest of this race where the Mercedes have gotten back on terms, having sorted that little aspect that we came out of qualifying with. The first major full course caution safety car being brought out with that very nasty looking coming together of Kevin Este and the Ferrari. That took a little bit of time for the vehicles to be recovered and some barrier repairs. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to eat frites and meal and drink lots of beer and look forward to the evening where we had DJ something or other, not quite sure who was keeping the paddock entertained, but getting the race back underway. And the dominant, I think, race from the 99 BMW. Remember, it was BMW who won this race last year in the form of the Z4 model. This year's model, the M6, brand new for this year, but certainly showing everyone the way around Spa. We did have a Jaguar lead for a very short time, but we can say that a Jaguar led the Spa 24 Hours in 2016. Lots to do, lots to see, and lots of incident, as you would imagine. But still, the raw racing BMW coming under pressure here from an early challenge from the McLaren. That's dropped away with problems for the Rob Bell car. And there we have the Derek Pierce first stint at the wheel of his Bentley and coming together and tripping over some traffic from what it looked like. So the sun began to set on the first part of the race, and we went into darkness, and along with the darkness came incident. The band played on and the crowd in good festival atmosphere kept the atmosphere flowing and the beer flowing too. Still lots of incident out on the track, with track conditions remaining consistent weather-wise, but still the problems of traffic and the like, and how the teams react to incidents in the pits, bringing out the fireworks both on and off the track. And then we had a splash of weather, which always tends to mix things up. Tough work for the teams. Another spin for the 30 Bentley, saw it fall further down the field, but still at the front of the field, the Maxime Martin, Alexander Sims and Philippe Eng 99 Raw BMW continued to not so much dominate, but certainly be where it needed to be. Brakes haven't really been an issue. We've seen people soak up their brake disc and pad change within the mandatory 5-minute stop, Most people choosing to take that 5 minute and lose less track time whilst we're under full course yellow. And of course, always something happening in a 24-hour race, as the number 8 Bentley, I should say, coming into contention. The battle has developed as we came through the night. The main race developing into a fight between the number 8 Bentley and the number 99 BMW. Audi's remaining on as a kind of keeping a watching brief. Oil down caused some consternation, and that was dealt with very swiftly by the circuit marshals. Looking towards the darkness coming to an end, thankfully, and getting back into daytime, with the sky just beginning to show signs of the dawn and the final stages of this race. The number 8 Bentley finding it difficult to find its pit stall, causing it to lose a little bit of time. That hasn't seemed to have robbed it too much. It still leads at the moment. Now, as we came upon Sunday morning, the weather that was forecast for 10 a.m. did eventually arrive. And the two leading cars, the Bentley and the BMW, choosing to stay out on slick tyres on what was becoming a very, very tricky and inconsistent track surface. Endurance racing is a team sport, and pit work being vital, and also teamwork being vital, and teamwork not what we saw from the two Mercedes there, trying to pass a teammate at the bottom of Eau Rouge, and then came the rain. And that caused tyre changes as the rain went away, but then it's come back with a vengeance, and we have now got that horrific looking rain cloud, but not as horrific as that conflagration on that number 6 Audi, putting it out of the race. Christopher Mies managing to get out the car. The track becoming not so much damp, but absolutely torrented down, and we have got a wet track, but now we've got the track beginning to dry. Let's have a look at our rundown. In the lead then is the number 8 Bentley, Andy Soucek at the wheel of that. 23 seconds is the gap at this point from the number 99 BMW, the raw BMW of Alexander Sims. Third place, car 88. That's the first of our AMG Mercedes. Renger van der Zande getting that Mercedes into a podium spot with 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. Fourth place, car 28. That's the WRT Audi of Laurent Vanthoor. The sister raw BMW of Dirk Werner is in 5th, car 98. Car 86 is in 6th. And that's the Team HTP Mercedes of Maxi Gortz. The first of the Ferraris down in 7th, that's car 50 of Passan Lathoris. We've got the next of our HTP Mercedes in 8th place, car 84, the Sanderlock Audi of Gregory Guger. Car 26 is 9th. Rounding off the top 10 is the early leader of this race, the Grasser Racing's Lamborghini of Jerome Bleekemolen. Looking towards our class leaders. First in the Pro-Am class, down in 16th overall, that's the ISR Audi R8, car 74. And we've got a change there, have we, Grim?
Yes, it's a 76 inch performance car up in 11th place down here, Raymond Arak.
Ah, right, we've had a change then.
And that's been a change, I think, through those tyre changes and that rough weather. There's clearly been some strategy at place in Pro as well, Joe.
Yeah, 74 then, in that case, has dropped second in the Pro-Am class, and third in the Pro-Am class is the Barwell Lamborghini with Ollie Gavin, more familiar, clothed in Corvette gear than what we've seen him this weekend. And in the amateur class, we have got the 51 The 51 being the Kessel Ferrari of Adam Gitlin. And then in second is the 888.
It's another Kessel car.
It's the Kessel, sorry, that is the Kessel car. The 51 car is the Matteo Cressoni EF Corsa car. The Kessel car 888 is in second in AM class in 36th place overall, and then third in the, there's another of our triple numbers, this time the Rinaldi Ferrari of Pierre Eret, and that car is in 41st overall. There's only one more class left, and that's our Porsche Cup class. They're down in 50th and 51st. That's the RMS Porsche 911 numbered, and the 230, 230 speed lover Porsche. Those cars seem to have circulated the whole race in that national class.
It looks that way, doesn't it? Yeah. While you've been going through that, and a mammoth task that's proved to be, and well done for you. There's been a couple of battles developing. One actually settled for the moment, Alex, but the one that I know you've got your eyes glued to is a battle for third position.
Absolutely, and Laurens van Thor just demonstrating the pace of the Audi in these conditions, and what could have been for the sixth.
If that tyre had hung on in there,
they must be absolutely gutted in that garage, because Van Thor is taking 4 seconds a lap at the moment out of the 2 leading cars of Andy Soucek and Alexander Sims, and 2 seconds a lap out of the number 88 Asp Mercedes of Renger van der Zande in front of him. 1 second behind now is Van Thor from Renger van der Zande, and he's going to be joining him in the rear of that Mercedes very, very, very quickly indeed.
And behind that pair, there's been a change while Joe's been running through the order, because the 86 Mercedes of Maxi Goetz has gone by Dirk Werner's BMW 98, the second of the row racing cars, for 5th position. So there's been a change in the top 6, and there looks like there's set to be another change imminently, because they're right together on track now for that position.
What's been demonstrated here, I think, is very interesting. It's the difference between a great driver who can put a time together over a lap, and a great race car driver. A much underplayed difference critically. Alex Sims has halved that gap to Andy Soucek over the last...
More than halved. It's two-thirds. It was just under a minute when he came out of the pits after having had that
last 6 laps.
Yes.
Although his time around the circuit here is essentially no faster. His optimum time around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in these conditions is no faster than Andy Soucek. He's managed the traffic better. He's got going on the restart.
Absolutely.
He's fired the car up, and he's sliced that gap into pieces.
So it's not now that towering gap. A minute is that kind of that's mental thing, isn't it? A minute gap is a long, long way. 22 seconds. It may be a little more, a little less than that as Alexander Sims comes through. It's 24.5 seconds now. That's the kind of gap you can work. That's the kind of gap you can't see the man ahead. Oh, what happened there?
What did happen?
It was 2 cars involved there. It's the 11 and the 100, the Attempto Lamborghini and the number 11 Ferrari that has led Pro-Am but has been in the wars on and off.
I think an overcautious braking from the number 11 Ferrari, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, and he's been hit up the back by the Lamborghini. Call me detective, but the Ferrari got rear damage and the Lamborghini's got front end damage. That's called a clue.
It's the policeman, and we'll see this again, I think, here. There we go. There is the Ferrari.
And he's just been caught out, hasn't he, by that? No, he started turning into the apex. I'm sorry, the number 100 Lamborghini has missed his braking point there. And, you know, I think he could have avoided the contact, even though he did. I think he probably could have gone wide, taken to the runoff area, and avoided damaging that car.
That's a real shame for the number 11. The other quick thing I was going to point out, I had a quick chat with Paul Trustwell before I came in here. We had the conversation a little while ago with the number 100 stopped at Radion, and we might well be going here. That is not a place they're going to want to recover that without the assistance of yellow, certainly locally. Let's wait and see. But the 100 car pulled off, driver's left at Radion. Very dangerous place indeed. That I don't think is going any further, gentlemen. The driver it's Jerome Ruel, isn't it? Has stepped away from the car, and
Yes, he believes he's parked that in a safe place, but...
He kind of has. He's away from the trajectory of the car.
He's over the white line.
I don't think so. If anybody either A, loses it on the apex of the right hander of Radeon in wet conditions...
And remember, that's a blind brow, isn't it?
Or
where you
goes
are.
side by side over, they are going to create... They have to neutralise this.
It's full course yellow.
Yeah.
It's a full course yellow.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, because if anybody loses it just here, where you can see, if you can see our pictures on Nismo TV right now, and takes exactly the line which he's chosen to take to park that car up next to that marshal's post. I can see what he's trying to do, and he's listened to the driver's briefing because he's parked the car right next to the orange safe place fire marshal area and near a gap in the fence. So understand that, but perhaps a little bit of inexperience of the venue.
That's a pricey under tray there.
Well, a couple more like that. He can build his own Hurricane, can't he? Actually, that's not the Hurricane bit. That's the bit from the Ferrari. It's the rear diffuser. Point I was going to make, as the cars obviously now at full course yellow speeds, is the comparison. We talked about the rather fumbled approach to this point from the number 8 Bentley with 3 drive-through penalties. We saw that spin earlier, not their fault. Also the issue that Wolfgang Reep had coming into the pits and losing 30 seconds there. They've lost a lot of time.
Who jumps for slicks now?
Would you?
I would, yeah. I would. This track, I watched an onboard from Andy Suchek. They played it 2 laps in a row.
Drying down.
And they showed the rate at which the circuit was drying. The first time through Blanchimont, he could barely hang on to the thing. Second time through Blanchimont, there was not a dry line, but a drying one. I would be, in this full course yellow period, braving it for slicks.
Have you got your
Easy to say from the nice warm.
Yeah, it is absolutely. But have you got
No.
any access to 4?
No, we don't. To finish the point, by the way, about the top 2 cars, that's fine, because it's a very valid point. As we could see the old pit straight, Alex is absolutely right. There's a dry line already appearing there. Compare that record to this point from the number 8 car with this car, the number 99 car. That has not had a single penalty, not one. It was mentioned, I think, for track limits or for something once, but since then has not appeared on screen as being involved in any kind of debate. They have run a completely clean race.
And can you imagine if the number 8 Bentley had run a completely clean race?
They'd be laps ahead. They'd be a lap ahead.
They would be, yes.
What interests me for the 99 is I've watched the car perform all the way through the race, and I can't see, in comparison to the lineup of the number 8 Bentley, where the time has actually been lost on track that associates to those penalties. All 3 drivers in the 99 have been on it. Perhaps Sims and...
We've got more damage. The course car, the
Has he run into it?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah,
He's
so
just
basically
backed into it, yes.
he pulled the car back, and when the tension came off the tow rope, it kept rolling. And oh dear.
But I see well-matched driver lineups. Here we go. Yes, and that's carried on rolling as physics might prescribe.
No. Bang.
Oh, you know what? He just went on the bricks just before it connected there.
I've never seen a car towed backwards.
You're very young, though.
Do they do that? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
I've never been towed backwards in a race car. Never been towed much in a race car.
I think
he said very quickly.
I think it just depends on where they want.
Quickly.
It just depends on where they want the car to go.
If it rolls and runs into the front of the course car, they've worked out that they don't need to tow it.
And they've worked out that that's probably the wrong thing to do.
And that's a very steep hill. That car's going to start running away with itself if it's.
I think he's got braking, which he didn't clearly have until I saw.
Naturally they checked before they started. That process.
Now, you were asking the question, who's going to cough first? I was going to say my money is not on the top 2, but on Laurens van Teur.
And he has.
And he's in the pit lane now.
Well, it's a gamble, isn't it? How long is the FCY going to last?
Well, it may just be a routine stop. He might have gone for wets, but I think I'm with you. I think knowing Laurens van Teur, knowing his abilities in these cars and in changing conditions, my guess would be that we're going to see an Audi on slicks.
Well, you've got to do. You're not going to get it back on performance alone.
No.
You are going to have to do something tricky. You are going to have to roll the dice.
He's got a lap to find.
That's what we're seeing here, isn't it?
Absolutely
he's rolled
right.
the dice. He's already out of the pits, Graham. He's already out of the pits, so
that was
we
a
should
short stint anyway, so it definitely
Yeah.
would be tyre dominated. There's no other reason for him to go in the pits. Bertrand Baguette is also in, and is that John Minshaw? in the 666.
Yes, it will be.
In the box as well for new tyres, the 3 also in. So the Brave boys, that are the first Brave soldiers back onto slicks. It was easy to say from in here.
I know, but and looking, that's Piff Paff, isn't it? And that is not a dry track, guys.
It's the wettest part of the circuit.
Yes.
It's the wettest part of the circuit, and it is drying incredibly quickly and is notorious for so doing here in Spa.
And it's still warm out there.
Because of the undulations, is that the water?
Yeah, and the
runs away?
water, it's well drained because it's a Grade 1 Formula 1 venue. And take a look, for example, just straight out of our window on the start-finish straight. Anybody who's stood on the start-finish straight, I'm talking F1 start-finish straight here at Spa, will recognise the grooves in the circuit that are used to drain the water away. And similar strategies are used throughout the circuit.
Right, guys, step back, because now we're going to see how the Vantor change to slicks is going to pan out as we go green again. 4 hours and 7 minutes remain in the 2016 24 Hours of Spa. And we've still got a lot of surface water being kicked up there. Souček in the number 8 Bentley, the leader, is into the pits as the number 99 BMW comes through to take that first place away.
So I'd love an idea, please, camera pictures of what tyres are going on Andy Souček's number 8 Bentley as one of the most critical elements of the race right now. I'm sure it will become apparent. Slicks are going to look a very, very difficult decision for a few laps, I think.
Is Souček early?
Yeah, Souček's early as well. You can tell because essentially there've been so many yellow flag periods that they've sort of come back into synchronicity. So anybody who sticks out like that from the main runners, from Van der Zande and Van Thor and the 98 McLaren is early.
Now looking at that heads-on shot up the Kemmel Straight, Alex, are you still going to stick with your slick decision?
Is it not raining again? It appears to be raining again up there.
It's very wet. It's gone very wet all of a sudden, yes. I think you're right. I think it has started to rain at the top end of the circuit. That's at the end of the Kemmel Straight into Le Combe. And then also the track is very wet down towards the double apex hairpin of Rivage.
Maxime Soulet takes over the number 8 Bentley. And that was a fuel tyres. Let's see what direction they've decided to go on tyres. Super difficult decision because you have to think an hour, 65 minutes into the future.
Alex, I think if he's gone on to slicks there, that's the wrong decision considering it started to rain now. You can see the surf. When there's water being kicked up there, I would imagine you become very conscious of track conditions.
Of course, but that decision, Joe, will have had to have been made at least 30 seconds before he entered the pit lane.
I'd be surprised looking at the body language of that car if he's on slicks.
No, they've managed to keep it on wet, which I think is a very good decision. It is raining pretty hard, isn't it, up at Les Combe? Nothing, I should add, coming out of the sky down here at the base of the hill in the paddock complex.
There's
that's Van Tour unlapping himself for one of the two that he owes back here. So Lance Van Tour now.
He can't be on slicks. Same thing, Grim, body language. That's not a slick-shod car in those conditions. So Van Tour, we thought and rolled the dice early onto slicks. I think we were wrong, guys.
We're at that time of the race when your mind can play tricks on you. It doesn't seem very long since it's been on pit lane, but my guess is they were around the time that they should have been pitting on a routine stop.
Yes.
Taking that decision. And it's all about where the car is going to be at mid-stint, isn't it, when you make that decision? So how much time am I going to lose up to mid-stint if I'm considering a continuously drying track versus how much time am I going to gain back as the track dries and the race progresses?
Let's have a dodge down to the pit lane. Andy Souček with Dakota. So let's pop down now. Dakota's managed to catch up with Andy Souček just out of the 8.
Andy, was that a routine pit stop?
Well, to be honest, it was a last-minute decision. We decided to pit. I thought we would change for slick tires, which I think would have made sense, but the track is still very, very wet. So we will keep on using the wets. I was on my last kind of time of my driving stint, and we had to pit anyway. So unfortunately, the car is not that good in the rain. Hopefully now it dries out and we can keep up with the good pace we had on the slicks and the dry track.
So how do you think that's going to affect your place in the race?
I'm not an engineer, I don't know really. I just got out of the car and I need to take a look at the lap times, but I think we will be battling with the BMW anyway at the end of the race.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to seeing the rest of the race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, interesting there from Andy Soucek.
Well, yeah, clearly it was a decision made on the fly. They've got plenty of brain power behind the...
It's got to be in the conditions, hasn't it?
Absolutely. But
it's shifting all the time.
You know, we tend to think still of this programme as being still so new, but it's maturing rapidly. Got a note from Bentley Motorsport overnight that this programme, this car, not this car, all the cars, completed their 100,000th racing kilometre yesterday evening. That's an awful lot of racing.
I think what they've done there is taken a sensible pill and recognised, even though their fuel strategy may have given them the option to change onto the slick tyres and get brave, why do that when you are essentially at the front of the race and everything's going swimmingly? It's something to do when you're P20, 2 laps down, and need to make some headway. A little bit of an elbow and shoulder there.
I was going to ask you about the driver aids. Now, we've got ABS and we've got traction control. What is that like in these conditions? Does that make the job easier? Do you just plant the throttle down? Do you just stamp on the brake still? And the traction control and the driver aids do all the seeking out the grip, etc. on the surface?
Massively helpful if they're correctly configured, yes. You have to get them right. And I think part of the reason we've seen drivers stay out on slicks so long in what looks like potentially difficult conditions are the GT-specific driver aids, as we see Andy Soucek head into Paul Frere and then get wide on that curb and, yeah, light the rear up. And there isn't any TC in the world that's catching that, I promise you.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the tyre giving up on the AstroTurf, isn't it?
At the end of the day, physics is physics. It doesn't matter how clever your electronics are. Essentially, all it can do is lift the car all the way off the throttle. And if that's not enough and you've already lost it, you're going backwards, son.
Yes, and that's all about momentum, isn't it? It's got nothing to do with how you apply the throttle. That's just speed, as you say, Alex, physics through the corner, and then the tyre losing grip on the AstroTurf.
Penalty, meanwhile, for the AM class leader, 31st position, the number 51 car. That is, I think, the 488 from AF Corsa, ahead of the 888, which is the Castle Racing 458. But there will be a drive-through penalty for the number 51. That's a pit stop time infringement. Will not lose the lead of the class, but it's certainly not going to help as things move forward. So the 51 will be down pit lane to serve that penalty.
So easy to do when you make a late call, for example, on tyres, and it's a rush to get the tyres ready. The car's coming in, the tyres are being fired on, and you've left the pit lane and you've realised that you've gone too early and got to the end of the pit lane too early.
You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. Joe Bradley, Alex Brundle and Graham Goodwin. We are at the 20-hour mark, gentlemen. 4 hours of this race remaining, and it really has... It's woken up, hasn't it? It's come alive, and we've got the weather, purely down to the weather. We've talked about the performance differences in these cars being very, very small. However, the differential between what the cars are able to do, on what tyres we're on the changing track conditions, has certainly made this a very interesting conclusion to this.
Well, we said time and time again, just add water. But in this case, it's not been quite that. It's just add water, take it away and add some again. But it has added several layers to what, to be blunt, was not a very engaging race for many, many hours. It is now, and that's because we've got these two cars, the number 99 BMW and the number 8 Bentley, duking it out for first and second position, and behind them a 4-car battle for the remaining podium position at the moment, and they're not that far back if there's an issue for one of the other cars ahead, or indeed both of them, that they couldn't be part of it. Looking here at the number 76 car on the pictures we've got in the booth, the number 76 is the IMSA performance car, now way ahead in the stakes, 2 laps ahead in the Pro-Am Stakes, Raymond Narak, and they well-known to RadioLeMans.com listeners, of course. But that car, as I think you guys have been noting throughout the race, just not in the traditional colours we expect from us of performance, not the tricolour colours anymore, but a very nice colour scheme indeed for the 76 Porsche, and looking very good indeed in this race, and beginning to start to threaten that top 10, just 12 seconds back from Jerome Bleekemolen.
Very photogenic in its Kodak livery.
Absolutely.
See what I did there?
Yeah, absolutely. Developing nicely.
Your turn, Alex.
Hospital pass.
I've been up all night, boys. Give me a break. Essentially, what we had was a race that was way too well balanced.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Very good pro drivers grinding away at the front of the race with control time pit stops, and nobody was able to eke out an advantage. And it's taken this scenario for the fast boys to look fast, and luckily they're behind the slower boys in front who look a bit slower.
But can I just say, it's very easy for us to say that from where we're sitting. You, more than anyone, Alex, sat here, knows that you still have to deliver out there.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys make it look easy. And we take it for granted that you're going to hit the numbers, but just missing a braking point, just missing an apex, spinning the car, everything, it's still down to the drivers, isn't it?
Look,
it's all about you.
We've seen
in endurance racing, it's all about you.
You're so sweet.
I don't mean you personally, Alex.
We've seen errors in the pit lane, we've seen errors out on track for multiple leading cars. It's just, there are enough cars in this series of a professional level so that there's always somebody to pick up the torch. There's always, in fact, several cars to pick up the torch and run in gridiron at the front, presenting almost like Team Sky riding tempo at the front of the Tour de France.
Absolutely right.
Much so.
And nobody can make that attack and send it off the front and look spectacular.
It is, I mean, what we were talking about a little earlier, Joe, which was balance of performance works in very many ways, particularly in GT3 racing, because what we get from this is the variety and the depth that we love about GT3 racing. However, it also takes some things away, and with clever people in a lot of these top teams, the rule makers have had to respond. It's taken some of the edge, some of the teamwork away from it. Some of the things that Lena Gade, we keep seeing on the TV there, just holds dear to her motorsport, where they can make a contribution in the pit lane or in the garage when they have to, and that is taken away.
But guys, in my opinion, it's not down to balance of performance.
No.
The way that this race has been pretty stagnant throughout. It's down to the lack of strategy, ability to change strategy, ability to make a difference with strategy, with regards to your pit work, with regards to stretching your tyres and your fuel window.
But essentially, that is, in a roundabout way, down to balance of performance, because the reason that you're locked into those strategies is because the balance of performance regulation has to be managed using a standardized stint time and a standardized pit time. So because they can't manage the performance balancing in terms of speed and also the fuel mileage, etc., because there's too many parameters, they have to lock them in.
Right, so what you're saying is that's all part of the BOP?
Yes. The reason why they're not allowed to run off-the-wall strategies and they're being locked into those strategy decisions is because the BOP is set piece. And to preserve the BOP, they have to only allow them to run like that.
So it's how. So you know what? I've always perceived the balance of performance to be the actual performance of the car. The Ferrari against the Aston Martin, against the Bentley, against the BMW. Over the course of a lap or a 10-lap run, you balance the performance of the car, i.e. its ability to go around the twisty bits and go down the straights. Then you leave the race strategies, if you like, and if you leave that open, then that kind of opens things up. However, what you're saying, Alex, tell me if I'm wrong, the way that the cars are using their tyres and using their fuel has to be constrained to reach that balance of performance.
Essentially, you have, for example, a Porsche and a Ferrari. The Ferrari is slightly slower than the Porsche. They run the same distance on a tank of fuel. Ferrari complain, say, we're really slow. they go, yes, you are really slow. We're going to give you more horsepower. All of a sudden, the Ferrari can't run as long as the Porsche and still loses the race. Which is why you have to say, Porsche, you can only stop, you can only do the same length stint as the Ferrari, so we then have balanced performance and no disadvantage associated with the balancing thereof.
Spot on. Yeah. However, the sadness is that it does take something away from the pure racing, and what we've seen with this race coming to light is it's because it's the only phase that's still allowed for there to be variation, and that's when you trust the guys in the garage to call on the tyre strategy correctly. You trust the seat of the pants and the carpet slippers of the drivers in the car to be able to tell you what it is they're capable of doing with the prevailing conditions. That's where it's come alight. It's when the teams have actually made the calls about whether or not they go slick, they go wet.
We've just seen the third place Pro-Am runner, the 666 numbered John Renshaw driven Lamborghini. This is our number 51 Ferrari. It is in 31st place overall, and it is leading our amateur class. And at the wheel of the car at the moment is, who will that be then? Mass. It's not. It is Rino Mastronardi. So Rino Mastronardi at the wheel of our AM leader. Still AM leader. In fact, the AM class has been dominated, it looks like, by Ferraris. Ferrari 488, Ferrari 458 and Ferrari 488. The newer Ferraris sandwiching the older car.
1, 2, 3 at the moment with the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini best of the rest, a little way further back. Number 69 car down in 44th position, and with 4 laps between it and the current provisional podium sitters in the class, that being the number 333.
Of course, we have variation of driver ability and experience, don't we? Absolutely. In the amateur classes, not the Pro-Am and the Am class. You've got a driver that can lap 3 seconds quicker than his teammates. That's going to mix things up over the course of 24 hours.
It provides a secondary ebb and flow, doesn't it, with the bronze and silver driver times that come in and drop a car a long way behind, as we see the second place in GT Am car making his way up Eau Rouge. And again, the track descending on the point where you'd start thinking about at least protecting those wet tyres, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more drivers kicking up the spray on the inside or offline on the straights, trying to protect those wet tyres. Although you've said, guys, that they do seem to be relatively hardy, the wet tyres. Not my experience of them, but I suspect they've changed quite significantly since I did this race.
Alex, we were only going off what we could see on the camera, and that's proved to be a little bit inconsistent from our perspective.
Well, if they were struggling, mate, they would be all over the wet bits by now.
Yeah. This is the 888 car. That's the second car in the AM class. Clearly, it's carrying some rear, left-hand damage. That will have been from contact earlier in the race, I'm sure.
That's Vadim Gitlin at the wheel of the car at the moment.
You've got to say, actually, it's not the only GT race we've had this weekend, and there's a significant trend in sports car racing at the moment for, if you like, almost a taster championship with the various packages. We've got it here with the Blancpain GT series with the Blancpain Sports Club with, I think it's all bronze drivers in that championship.
He's 2 laps down off the AM lead, by the way.
And we've also got it in the LMS package with the new Michelin GT3 Le Mans Cup, and we've got it as well in Asia with the Asian Le Mans Sprint Series. It's a great way, I think, of making sure that what you're getting are people who've got experience with these cars on these circuits before you introduce them to the absolute lion's den led with these Pro Cup cars.
And I really remember having this conversation with you, Graham, off air as well, that it is absolutely great. And I think, I don't know, we've all been kind of jumping in the box at different times over the race distance, but I think the driving standards have been so much improved as we see them go 3 wide.
That's the 16th place. Is that the 16 car?
Well, that's the car in the middle there, the lime green. There's 2 lime green cars.
It's
the Ferrari in the middle is the Ferrari 488 of Rinaldi Racing, and that's currently our final podium place in the AM class. And Pierre Arret.
It's Lucas Stoltz going through the middle.
Experienced driver at the wheel of the 333 numbered car.
Anyway, to finish that thought, I think must have a role to play in the certain improvement of the driving standards of the main series.
There's two major changes that we've seen in the last couple of years. After, it has to be said, one of the most terrifying races I've ever seen in my life here. And I think that woke people up here, and they made two big changes. One was the Blancpain Sports Club. That's there for two reasons. It gets more people into the SRO family. It clearly helps in terms of the coffers, but it also does mean they get that exposure to racing. The second thing was the adoption of the Sean Edwards Foundation process, which means that you've got this safety training that's essential now for anybody coming into this form of racing. It is beginning to pay dividends, as it is with the Michelin GT3 Le Mans Cup in ACO World, as it is in Asia for a slightly different reason, which is getting in a brand new market new racers into new cars and getting them used to a new form of racing in that marketplace. It's working.
And drive-through car 56, causing a collision.
56, that was the collision
racing,
with
isn't
the
it?
number 100 Lamborghini, was it not, down at La Source?
I think no, because it was the 100 Lamborghini. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. It's the 80 racing car.
Front to rear contact.
Completely right.
Take us around the track, Alex. We're in car in the number 23 Nissan.
We're heading off down towards Blanchimont through the sweeps, checking everything is okay in this car at the late stage in the race. Might have just a wee tap on the brake pedal in wet conditions into this left-handed Blanchimont car, moving around a little bit. Watch the grasscrete on the outside, that could get very messy out there. Are we going to brake offline? Yes, we are. Initial application of braking offline, got a little bit deep, see if we can drag it back and still get the exit. Cutting back and offline in the middle of the road then when we start our throttle application for maximum traction, moving over to the left-hand side of the circuit to use the driest possible line into La Source for braking, giving away a little meter on the left-hand side there. Our engineer will not be our fan for that, keeping it well off the curbs on the outside of La Source. Take a breath and stay right. Think about how fast we're going to go through Eau Rouge this time as the track improves lap on lap, staying off the curb in the base of Eau Rouge and all of the curbs over the top of Radion, super slippery on the left-hand side, being aware of who's coming out the pit lane so we don't do a Kevin Estre into the inside wall, taking the toe from the traffic in front and deciding to brake offline here as well, so as not to brake on the rubber line. Super slippery in the middle of Les Cons, all the way through and off the rubber line still. Are we going to manage to get to the curb on the inside of Malmedy? No. Offline there as well, and I would have thought we'd be round the outside of the Rivage hairpin. Yes, we are. We're going to go right around the outside and then cut back on the inside for traction. No name left, notoriously slippery in these conditions, bumps over the inside curb. Watch the grasscrete and curb on the outside. That can get really, really messy as well. Grabbing a little bit of water on the way down to Pouhon, cooling our wets down a little bit. Car not going in quite as nicely as we'd like, and we're going to go to the apex just of the second part of Pouhon, driving through the middle, and we're only just flat out as we head down to the Fagnes chicane. It's a constantly moving target, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah, and you mentioned there about staying offline, off the rubbered line, affectionately known as the karting line, certainly as how I learned it. Explain to our listeners and viewers, Alex, what exactly that means, because you throw the racecraft textbook out the window, don't you, in changing conditions?
Essentially, the rubber on the circuit is fantastic in dry conditions. Rubber bites into rubber and you get increased, essentially the tyre is reacting with the racetrack as well as being in contact in an abrasive way with it the whole time. A slick tyre maximises that reaction by maximising its surface area in contact with the road. In the wet conditions, that rubber just becomes essentially oil slick. And you have to avoid it and use the rubbish and pick up and dirt on the outside of the race line and the more abrasive tarmac, which has not been run over time and time and time again, to turn the car, cut back across the rubber line, trickiest moment, and then get the power down as well, critically, offline to keep the traction control away for a faster lap time.
And that's basically why we see cars going, not hitting their apex, staying on the outside of the turn, and essentially you would say, oh, he's missed his apex, he's missed his turn-in, but it's not. It's deliberate, isn't it?
It's always a compromise between pure meters, taking the straightest route, and purchase on the racing surface, and that's why it's a continuously evolving discussion as we see that devilish 666.
Now then, that's got a left rear puncture by the looks of it. That's not just a spin, and he's at the bus stop. Yes, indeed, he's been. That hasn't just happened. He's been dragging that Lamborghini round, and he's done a good job. It's John Minshaw of Demon Tweaks in the Demon Tweaks liveried Barwell Lamborghini, and he's just beginning to lose the carcass of that left rear. Here we go. Yeah, he has been dragging that car around, and just as he turns into the right-hand section of the bus stop, the car just gives up, no grip whatsoever from that left rear.
And has just lost third position in Pro-Am as a result of that problem. Matt Griffin going through the number 52 AF Corsa Ferrari into a provisional, potential podium position in the 52.
Now we're getting, you know what, 3 hours and 42 minutes. We are getting to that window closing.
Counting
and
back.
Running out of time to actually have any effect on where you are in this race. We are getting, you know, we've talked about, oh, you know, he's got a left rear puncture. Let's see where he is with 2 hours to go. We are getting towards that point of this race.
Yep, serious front end
You're
damage.
pointing, Grim.
I was wondering which car
serious
is that?
Front end damage. It's, I believe, is it not Pierre Guidi? Is that not the
ninth position? Oh, is that ninth in class?
Class. It's the
car 34.
So it's.
It's Yuri Pisak.
Yeah, right.
That's right. It's that's the Scuderia Praha car, isn't it?
Yes,
it is. Now that has had contact.
Not particularly efficient front aerodynamic setup, but I think he might be all right to run. No, he won't be because he has to run his lights, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
I think he's been running that car without that left-hand front wing for some time. And
that's a second problem for him because the damage had already been done.
Yeah, that damage on the car did not cause that. He was, he tried to go around the outside. Was that around the outside?
That's all.
The Jaguar.
It was several cars. One of them was the IMSA Performance car, the 76, the Pro-Am leading car, into the turn.
Looks like it's just got a little bit deep, to be honest, and onto that AstroTurf on the outside.
Wasn't listening to what we were telling him about where the grip would be.
Surely not. Surely everybody listens.
Off the rubbered line. We've got third place car into the pits, gents.
Renger van der Zande in the Aka Asp number 88, if I recall.
And that will put Lawrence Van Tour.
Been pretty quick, actually, matching Lawrence Van Tour pretty much, who's been flying in the number 28 Audi in the wet conditions. Both been reeling in Alexander Sims and Maxim Soule at the front of the field in the BMW and the Bentley, respectively. A little bit too far out to be really troubling them at this point, but if they do manage to haul themselves back onto that lead lap, they could be at least an issue for Soule before the end.
Oh well, certainly if we go to a safety car situation, absolutely there could be. Renger van der Zande will lose two track positions for the moment at least with that latest.
Already the car's digital position light is showing him in fifth. He stayed in the car though significantly.
So an Audi now back up into a provisional podium position, the 28 WRT car of Lawrence Van Tour.
Starting to manage his tyres just a little bit as we watch him on the pictures. Renger van der Zande, super talented and versatile driver, a lot of respect for him.
He's just got a name that sounds like a racing driver, doesn't he? Sounds like my 100cc two-stroke. Renger van der Zande.
It does.
Yeah. We've said that so many times.
But it gets no less entertaining.
Absolutely.
Can imagine have never worked with him. Can imagine he's a pretty easy dude to work with, relatively chilled out.
He is. He's certainly in the occasions I've had to speak to him in the heat of battle as he stepped out of his car in various locations, always ready with a chat and even just bumping into him in the paddock. Very nice lad. Always ready for a chat.
Considering Maxim Soule and, sorry to cut across you there, Lawrence Van Thor, they are currently, no, Van Thor is, Van Thor is a sector ahead. So he's a good way behind, actually, recovering that lap.
Now we're going to go on board in the Bentley, and we'll great Bentley, currently in second place, just going into the Lacombe right and left, and then heading towards the right-hander, which is pretty much an acceleration zone, am I right, Alex, through Malmedy?
Yes, you have to back out of the throttle just a little bit. It's a bit more of a corner in these conditions, and check out how much he's having to manage the tyre now.
What's he doing there? He moved across to the right offline.
So he's just moving across to the right to literally collect the water and cool the tyre, purely in terms of temperature, to prevent it being damaged. When you overheat a wet tyre, it just gets worse and worse and worse. The pressure starts to go up. You get a smaller and smaller contact patch on the road, and the block of the wet tyre starts to move and vibrate and generate more and more and more heat until essentially it's ruined. So if you need to run a tyre for as long as these guys need to in drying conditions, you have to start early in preparing and protecting that tyre to run in the drier conditions.
It was actually the number 7 we were in car with there, just coming under threat from the number 50 Ferrari, currently in 7th place overall. The number 7 Bentley, remember, had power steering issues and is on a bit of a recovery drive. Am I right in saying that's the 7 ahead of the... now then, is that the 7 or the 8 ahead of the
they're
both
both running together.
It is the
7 is at the front.
Yeah,
It's had a torrid time, if you recall, with a power steering fluid leak for a long period in the early morning. Guy Smith currently running P25 in that car. The 8 is the one which is in contention with Maxime Soulet on board.
He really is looking after those tyres, isn't he? Every opportunity he has, he's getting it onto the wet line.
Katzberg, I think, getting ready to get aboard. The gap, by the way, gents, is just under 1 minute and 20 seconds between the two leading cars now. Alexander Sims to the good, ahead of the number 8. It's, I think, about 17, 18 seconds.
As it sits, though, I believe Soulet is more in a position to either do a shorter splash or potentially even run to the end.
Yep, 98 car is in the lane now, from 4th position. Dirk Werner will hand over that car.
Because that 99 car, if indeed he is coming in line with the teammate car, is exactly at mid-stint. He will have to do if they run to schedule now, will have to do a splash exactly at mid-stint in the final hour or before.
And this is where that starts to come into play. They'll be watching now for any impact from full course yellow, from safety car, from incidents on the circuit, to see whether or not any strategic advantage can be gained by whatever call they are allowed to make within the parameters.
Testing slicks on Werner.
Absolutely. Now that's probably quite smart at this stage.
So Nicky Katzberg's getting in to try that.
I would have thought they've pitted him even potentially slightly early, just to be a test mule, as we've seen Bentley doing with the 7.
Bentley are watching this. That's what the mechanic from Bentley was doing, is looking at tyre choice, and that's very clear. And again, it's going to be watching that changeover, isn't it? In terms of the sector times, in terms of the lap times, where are the cars drawing the advantage? If they're only drawing the advantage in one of the shorter sectors, but losing time in the middle sector, it's not time yet. In comes the 99.
Oh, we've stacked them in the pits.
Now, are they both going to go to slicks, or...
And he now has to wait.
Oh, he's got to wait.
Absolutely, that's a few seconds.
That was
6 seconds or something.
And they've got to reset. It's almost as if they didn't quite expect the 99 so soon.
Or were they making an urgent call on tyres? What was that all about? That didn't seem...
Miscommunication, maybe. Alex Sims staying in the car, no sign of a driver change, the fuel's going in, and there's the Bentley Spy just leaning out into pit road just to see what the number 99 car is doing.
Intelligence operative, I think, is the...
Intelligent, I like that. I like that. We are getting ready with slicks, though, chaps.
Nosy Bentley man.
Nosy Bentley man. we are getting ready with slicks to go on that first place BMW. Will, of course, hand the lead back to Maxime Soulet in the Bentley.
Now.
What did we see the Bentley go on to?
We saw the Bentley take another set of wets, didn't we?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, that's a fumble at the beginning of that pit stop. Will throw a little bit more of an advantage.
I'm not sure it's going to be
not a lot.
massively significant. And
5 or 6 seconds.
I'll tell you at the end of the race if he's lost the race by 6 seconds, because that's probably about how much, maybe 6 to 10 seconds he lost there.
It's a relevant amount, that's for sure, and it's going to be a case of where the changing conditions happen to sit in relation to the fuel windows and the drive time windows of both of these cars. So an element of luck of the draw coming in as we progress and the track improves. Looking out the window of our commentary box, there's not a dry line down the front straight just as yet. Driving a lot slower than I thought it would, although the front straight is absolutely dead flat.
And won't be much of a hold up here, but always uncomfortable, I'm sure, coming out of a critical pit stop behind another car. They're both on the limiter, should be no difference there. In about 2.5 minutes, gentlemen, we're going to know whether or not the time to change is now, if indeed Bentley don't choose to do so now.
See what I mean, Alex? That the shape of the block on the tread of the tyre doesn't look too disfigured. It hasn't melted.
There is a little bit of fluff just on the edge of the block. What you tend to look for on a wet tyre if it's damaged is the top of the tread block and the edges of the tread block tend to look feathery or fluffy, and that's when you've essentially overheated the tyre. They've started to bubble up and you get that horrible high rear feeling to the car. Doesn't want to stop, doesn't want to turn, and it definitely doesn't want to go under traction, especially in a rear-wheel drive thing. So the waiting game begins for Maxime Soulet to jump for slick tyres in reaction to the number 99 and 98 BMWs.
98 coming round to complete the outlap for Nick Katzberg. Quick driver, Nick, in this or anything else. In Sector 3 at the moment. Then we'll be on the first flying lap with the tyres more up to heat than he will have got on this outlap. This, though, is Alexander Sims. Stays aboard the number 99 car on his outlap now in the long Sector 2 and in traffic. We'll wait for Katzberg. Katzberg finishes that lap, now goes on. Now what we're looking for here is something around or better than the first sector time from Maxime Soulet. It's 42 seconds, 42.2 last time around.
And we've got an incident at the top of the hill at Radion. We've got, that looks like a puncture. And I don't know where he's picked that up, because he's obviously come past the pits, out of La Source, and he's lost the tyre into Eau Rouge. And the car's
the number 50, that's in 6th place, that Ferrari.
Pretty comprehensively.
That's when the tyre is completely disintegrated, taking a lot of that Ferrari bodywork with it.
And the brake ducts.
He's got pretty much the whole lap to get round. He's on the Kemmel straight. Here we are with a little bit of a replay. Let's see what happens to the Ferrari here.
Blimey, it's gone before it's even turned in.
The tyre went past the pits. The tyre went past the pits down the hill towards Eau Rouge.
And he did a very good job to hold on to that as long as he did.
We have another Nissan guest in the form of Lucas O'Donoghue. Welcome, Lucas. Hang on, I'll just turn you on. That'll be better. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks.
How is your day going? A little bit character building, I think, in the Nissan camp?
Yeah, tough days, but you know, we've been recovering from the qualifying session we had, which was a bit of a nightmare, but we knew the pace of the car was much better for the race, and we tried our best, but then we suddenly had some issues, technical issues, and then some brake issues. So yeah, we are again back and trying to recover again. But yeah, it was a good fun recovery to up to P23, I think. So yeah, it's a shame, but yeah, it's how it works in the 24 hours, and Alex knows how I did.
We're just going to see from the inside of the Bentley, the number 8 Bentley has that tyre. Now that's the car that's our leader. That Ferrari losing its tyre and puncturing the tyre. The tyre pretty much exploding right in front of the leader there. So that would have caused a little bit of a heart rate fluctuation, I would imagine.
I would have thought he was on the rack stops from about there. And yeah, he did really well to hang on to that, actually. and deal with that incident the way he did, because that is not a pleasant place at all to have a tyre failure. How about the wet performance, Lucas? Have you managed to make a little bit of progress with the tyre changes in the wet conditions, or?
Well, not sure now with Takaboshi in the car. Honestly, I was sleeping a few minutes ago. But yeah, I think we recovered something. But at the end, we went back to slicks, and it's a bit of a nightmare. Anyway, I can't say if we recovered something, but the biggest issue was the lights problem we have with the brakes, and that killed our race. So that was the biggest disappointment for us.
And for the rest of the season, what's the plan for you? Finishing Blancpain, some stuff in, some fun in Japan?
Yeah, no. This year I'm back in Europe full time, so no racing in Japan this year. There was a plan to race in Suzuka 1000 Ks at the end of this month, but yeah, at the end didn't happen because of budget reasons, blah blah blah, and. Yeah, that's it. Blancpain, Nürburgring at the end of, at middle of September, and that's it. And then wait and see and work for the next season.
We've gone full course caution, gentlemen, just while we recover the debris at the top of Radion.
I would have thought that's
from
a
the
tyre
Ferrari.
carcass in the middle of the road.
Also
somewhere.
an inner wheel arch as well.
Yes.
I suppose, Lucas, with a character building race like you guys have had at Nissan, the positives, you're at Spa, one of the best tracks in the world, arguably. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, for sure. This race is really special, no? Apart from Le Mans and Nürburgring 24 hours, this is the top, one of the top, and the top GT race in the world for sure. And with such a special track, it's always a pleasure, no, to drive here. I think the level of the grid and the drivers here this year is I think never been like that. It's been impressive. You see any lineup and it's just unbelievable. So great job by the guys on the top 20 right now. It's been really close in qualifying and also in the race. I started the race also, and it looked like a sprint race. It was crazy out there. I felt like I was in a sprint race, like a 40-minute race, like in a Formula 3 race. And it's been flat out since the beginning until the end. We had to be conservative with the brakes. So yeah, my strategy in every stint was to push for the first 2 laps, to set a good lap time, and then to be, lift and coast, as Alex knows well, and to be saving the brakes for until the end of the race.
Now, the reason we're under full course yellow, gang, interestingly, you can see on all of the screens, is debris everywhere. There are GT3
green flag
cars
will be on short
spread
notice.
Like marmalade across the whole of the Spa 24 hours circuit. And
green flag in 20 seconds.
Green flag in
20 seconds. He said it was going to be, they're going to go green with very short notice. We've already saw the very first green, or very first restart, I should
10
say,
seconds.
called out. Was it
René Rast?
René Rast,
5,
yes.
4,
lost the lead. I mean, that's
3,
a million years
2,
ago now, but it's down
green
to the
flag,
teams
green
to tell
flag.
you guys when you go green. Is that right? You get a message in your ear from your engineer?
Yeah. Sometimes, like last night, you still see the boards and the yellow flags, but the call that counts is from your team, because it has the direct contact with the race director. So that's the call that makes the right word, the right time to go on full power.
What does your engineer actually say? Does he say green, green, green?
Yeah, exactly. He counts down like
right.
Green soon, and then hold on, and then we have to change the map for the right map on the engine,
right.
and just take off the switch of the speed limiter and just wait for the green flag.
There's actually quite a lot to do in that process, because you're trying to maximise the amount of time you have on low fuel running,
yes,
and then change the map, and then sometimes you can't run the first gear in the full course yellow map, so you have to go down to first gear,
exactly,
to get the best push, and it's quite a busy time. Lucas, you have RJN has new drivers moving through all the time coming out of GT Academy. Do you think the team have a special strategy to always deal with the new talent coming through? Because so many of these teams, you see drivers staying in them for years and years and years at a professional level. How do the team cope with so many new talents coming in every year?
Yeah, that's one of the things, no, to bring new GT Academy winners, and for that GT Academy team in Silverstone, they are based in Silverstone, they have a special team with ex-Le Mans 24-hour drivers as a driver coach to every GT Academy winner. So they are here this weekend for sure, and that's the team that makes that works with the GT Academy boys back in Silverstone in terms of training, fitness training, driving training, and for sure during such a big race for them like this one. So that's the team that makes the hard work with the new GT Academy winners, and then RGN for sure has the Pro-Am team focus on these new drivers. So we are used to this since a few years ago, and yep, it's working well. I remember back in 2013, a full GT Academy lineup with me, Jan, and Wolfie, and I can't remember the fourth driver. We did a P3 podium finish in Pro-Am and 7th overall. I set the 3rd fastest lap of the race, so it was a great successful. So I was really looking forward to come back here after my racing in Japan and to have a great result, but unfortunately not this year, but we will come back stronger for sure.
Can I ask you, you said, Lucas, that you'd just woken up, and here it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I know you've probably been in the car. Yeah, siesta. Was that a siesta, or was that from?
I would call it as a power nap, as you call it in England. But it was like a 10 minutes or 20 minutes nap, and yeah, I've been doing that the whole night. So.
And are you back in the car before the finish?
Yes,
right.
yes.
So how do you wake up? How do you stop being groggy, and how do you kind of get the buzz going? Is it just, I notice you've got a pretty strong coffee there. It's
coffee, a shower, and stretching and warming up, and that's the only way.
Right pedal helps.
Yeah, also.
That wakes you up, does it? All right. Especially through Eau Rouge, I would imagine.
But yeah, we use different techniques. I remember in Le Mans in 2011 using a special glasses that simulate the daylight, and that physiotherapist from Signature was a bit, I don't know.
Brilliant,
bringing me, a stack bike and warming up in there with the glasses with simulating the daylight. It was crazy to look.
Really?
Yeah. I remember Eurosport journalists and many people looking at me like, Lucas, is going to Mars, or what is this?
Standing out in the midday sun, my friend.
But anyway, not special treatment this weekend. Just fortunately, I've done many 24 hours races during the last years, and I'm used to that. I know my body. I know how to wake up and how to warm up and to be ready 100% for every stint. And yeah, once you are in the car, getting out of the pit lane, I think all your mind switch on, and just with the adrenaline, with the noise of the car, with the strength of going to you want to do a really good job, so you push hard, and that's it. You wake up soon.
So you spent a little bit of time over in Japan doing a great job as usual, mate. Is it a culture difference, a culture shock from European racing? What's different from a driver that's never competed over there? What's different about going racing out there?
Yeah, well, the culture, for sure, the Japanese culture is completely different than Europe, than Spanish people, for sure, in terms of punctuality. Just, punctuality makes a huge difference. You have to be 7 o'clock, and it's 7 o'clock. If you are 7:01, they look to you like in a really... No. I've been, well trained during these 2 years to be on time in every meeting. But
so no mañana.
No mañana, no mañana. Everything is planned, everything goes through the plan and can't be changed. So that's the biggest, the biggest in terms of racing. They always have the plan already done the day before and they follow that plan. So you have to get used to that. But in a positive way, it's just the tire world. There's many tire manufacturers that is open. So the tire development is impressive. No, you have so many test days with hundreds of tires to develop, compound constructions, materials to improve and to develop, and that really helps a driver to develop his skills. And in every test it's just four laps new tire, 4 laps new tire. In
You
Europe,
just enjoy that.
exactly. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
For a racing driver, it's just a dream, because in Europe the testing is really limited, and there in Japan you are with a factory team, you have everything you want, and it's all to win. The mind is just everything to win.
But the actual competition element on track, I would imagine, is very similar.
Yes.
It's ultra competitive.
Yes, it's ultra competitive. It's all factory teams, all manufacturers there. Then Michelin, Bridgestone, Yokohama tires. That makes the championship really competitive. And in every race, in every session, you can see that every tire manufacturer brings an update, and it's just unbelievable. And to see the races, how the tires at the beginning work better for Michelin and then for Yokohama, so it makes it really spectacular. And what else I can say from Japan is just the fans. Well, the food is I love the food for sure.
Sounds brilliant.
Yeah, it's no, I love it out there. Obviously it's too far away, it's really far from home. So the lack of seeing the family is the toughest point of living in Japan and racing in Japan. But yeah, I love that time, and hopefully we are back again at some point.
Lucas, we look on the screen there from the in-car. The rain has returned.
Yeah.
It's not a consistent track. Your car is down the field. You're about to get back in the car. Where's the motivation to actually get back in the car? And you've got, it's going to be just going round and round, surely.
Yeah, well, it's just to get experience, to enjoy Spa, the racetrack, and to do the best job for the NISMO team. Every lap counts as a factory driver, and you have to do the best for the team. And that's what I try to do the whole race. And sometimes it works well on our side, sometimes not. And you have to be professional. No, it's not all about being motivated and I want to win. It's just you're a factory driver. You have to give the data and all the information to the team to be better in the future, and that's the way to manage the end of this race.
Great stuff. Lucas, I really appreciate you coming up and putting yourself out and giving us that brilliant insight.
Oops.
Now, there's the 23.
Do you want to go back, mate?
Do you want to stay here?
Oh dear. Yeah, I'll go back to see what's going on, but yeah, it looks really bad.
Yes, same thing has happened to me in the Radio Le Mans Combox with John Heinhauer before, with the 24 in the WEC.
That's an unfortunate bit of... That is purely my fault. You do realise that.
So
I mentioned you getting back in the car. I'm not sure you're going to have to, Lucas. That car has pulled off.
Yeah.
Driver's right, just in front of the pit wall in the Grand Prix pits.
That's weird. Yeah.
It is very weird.
You have electrical power, so it's not alternator, and it's ground to a halt.
Yeah.
I hope it's not drivetrain.
There's nothing apparent on the car. There's no smoke coming from it. It just looks like...
Must been something suddenly, because if not, Mitsu will come back to the pits,
You can see him there revving without drive. You see the rev without drive?
Maybe a drive shaft?
Yeah.
Could be.
Something happened suddenly, because if not, he will have been into the pit lane.
You might have to get in that, mate, if he comes in the box. So.
Yeah, no, it's Alex going next, but yeah. So, yeah, disappointing.
Sorry about that.
Next one.
I'll try not to do that.
Good to see you guys, and
Thanks,
we have to keep positive. This is motor racing.
Yes, you have. Great stuff, Lucas Ordonez. thank you very much for popping in and seeing us.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
We've got a full course yellow being called for, would you believe, Lucas's car,
5,
car 23, the
4,
Nissan.
3,
So we are
2,
going to go
1,
full course
full
yellow.
course yellow now.
Right now, the car's slowed down to 80 kilometres. We are in car with our leader, who still is Maxime Soule in the M Sport Bentley number 8.
I can't help but feel slightly personally responsible.
I know.
No.
It was my fault, I know.
No, I won't have that. Totally personally responsible.
Yes.
We're sorry for breaking your car.
I know.
Lucas Ordonez. Alex Sims is in the pits. And has jumped straight on the full course yellow, as well he would, because it's right in Alex Sims's window.
Is he going now? Is that the case, or is he wanting slicks?
No, I think he's in the fuel window. I don't think these guys can afford to. He will take slicks. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But there's not enough delta between the two, and by delta I mean difference in lap time between the two types of tyre for them to compromise the fueling strategy to the end of the race. This is on schedule to do 2 more stops to the end of the race perfectly.
Yeah.
So this works absolutely beautifully for Alexander Sims, and it tells me that 8, as we suspected, will have to splash and do 1 more stop.
Now the 99 is down off its jacks. We're trying to see what tyres it's had put on there. Are we on? I can't see that very well, guys.
Looks like slicks were going.
Is that a new set of slicks?
That was held for time, was it not?
It was held, yeah, definitely held for time.
Yeah.
So a routine stop. I wouldn't have thought they'd put anything but slicks on that. The slicks come off it.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
Slicks came off it.
Yes.
So that is absolutely scheduled stop.
Yeah.
He's done a good job in that.
Hasn't he? It's cat and mouse at the moment, isn't it? And by the look of the Bentley team, as they check over the tyre pressures and the wheels that have come off that car, look at the Bentley team, they're ready. This is the number 7 car. Are they going to use this as a guinea pig, or are they going to do what they did last time and change immediately?
Well, we've had the number 7 car being used as a guinea pig. A bit of a tyre testing guinea pig for track conditions.
It's got Maxime Martin in that car.
At Right Turn Lover asks, when is the number 8 in the window to complete the race on 3 more stints? Now, basically.
Yeah.
Now. Number 99 is quicker than the 8 already. Presumably, that was back when we were in wetter conditions. A little bit of driver change confusion going on for the 7 as it pits.
Very efficient marshalling, pulling that number 23 Nissan into the pit lane through the gate halfway along pit road.
Which is bad news for Bentley, because it's going to clear the track.
It is, it's going to clear the track pretty
bad news for the number 8 Bentley.
But is that going to obstruct? I'm just watching it get dragged. No, it's clear, it's clear. I'm just watching that pit stop happen.
Yes.
The gate should.
And the number 23 get dragged. Oh, it's behind. It's behind the camera view, so it's well behind the Bentley.
Yes, now then. Are we going to go green very quickly? Our race stewards have been very, very efficient in going green as soon as practicable.
And just enough time for Simsy to get in and out.
It's Maxime Martin now in the number 99 on the screens at least, and that changed actually in pit lane. But if this goes green now, that's a massive advantage thrown the way of the BMW.
And this is how close it is, isn't it?
It is.
You know, just something as innocuous as that.
Coming into the bus stop now, the number 8 car. Do they pit? How far can he go on what he's got? Now, did we run? He was on wets or slicks?
Yes, Bentley, await. Will this be fuel only? Looks like tyres are being readied for it, so they're going to essentially bring him back on
10
strategy
seconds.
and
10 seconds to green,
race them wheel to wheel
5,
essentially
4,
to the end of this race.
3,
and it is now
2,
green.
1, green flag.
Now this is going to lose Bentley a chunk of time.
But will it swallow up critically the gap it's going to easily do so, isn't it?
I think it is.
Under full course yellow plays a pit under green flag conditions.
Well, the car stops now. Maxime Martin has not cleared the second sector. It'll be then another further 40 seconds to the start-finish line. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's what we're looking for at the moment. You're watching these pictures, you're watching the fuel go in, tyres ready for the car. Number 99 in amongst traffic, which will help a little the Bentley cause. Still hasn't cleared the second sector. Now they go for the tyres. Now Maxime Martin clears the second sector.
This is going to be very, very close. Looking at the final sector times.
The big problem for Bentley is it's such a long pit out. It's such a long pit out. That's what's going to do the damage here. Tyres are done. It was wet coming off that car. It's slicks going on. There's the last of the tyres.
Pit lane total delta is around 57 seconds. Cut that in half. Oil going into the front of that Bentley.
Holding for time. The BMW will be going by now. That's the lead.
There's the lead change right there, guys.
The gap is going to be the length of time it takes that Bentley to complete running through the remainder of the pit lane.
And get up to speed.
Correct.
To exit.
Now, as the Bentley just comes into view on the outside of the concrete wall and then re-enters the downhill pits, the BMW of Maxime Martin, now at the wheel of that number 99 Raw Racing BMW, goes into the lead, and that just it's up the hill.
It's a long way.
It's through Eau Rouge, it's up the hill, it's across the brow at Radillon, it's on the Kemmel Straight, and the number 8 it's already into Le Combe.
It is. Now this is the difference here. Any other racetrack, he'd have been up to speed by now.
Yeah, but this pit lane is huge, isn't it? It's so long. Only now is he able to floor the number 8 Bentley and climb up the hill, still in the pit lane, still on the pit road. Now he hoves into view across Radillon, and already, as he does so, just entering the Kemmel Straight for the number 8 Bentley, whilst the 99 BMW, now in the lead, is already heading towards Pouhon.
Just watching for where these sectors come in. Maxime Martin. WTO lead there, hasn't he now?
So they have paid the price there, haven't they, to bring that Bentley back onto schedule.
That was unfortunate, wasn't it? Just the fact that they were able to clear that Nissan.
And that's the margins. It's
yes,
one lap.
I know.
It's one lap.
But you've got to wonder, haven't you, if they wouldn't have been better just hanging on to that partial stint and seeing what happened with the gap that's now opened up, especially when it was quite clear that the Nissan was going to be cleared into the pit lane, and we were imminently going green.
Abort the stop, abort the box.
But he was on wets. The BMW was already making inroads.
That's a good point.
Thinking back to the conversation we had about what the choices that Audi made, they made the different call. They made the opposite call to Audi. They didn't risk the car on a drying track with wet tyres on it.
That's the answer, actually, Alex. He couldn't afford to stay out on the wets, especially with the BMW being on slicks. And the track was coming back to the slick tyre, wasn't it?
So, of course, all things equal, yes, you would leave him out and see what happened.
It's 39-40 seconds, the gap.
We almost could hear what Lena Gade was saying to the car there, Graham. I know you're not getting that in your headset, but we just got a faint hint of Lena's voice, so just thought we'd listen in there.
40 seconds is large, but it's not insurmountable in the final 3 hours of this race. Plenty to go yet. All that has to happen, of course, is the reverse scenario.
Absolutely.
And we've got a race on our hands. It's going to be more difficult for the reverse scenario to happen because they've now pitted within a lap of each other. So if there is a full course yellow in the window, they are both going to be pitting.
42.4 seconds the gap over the line as Maxime Soulet takes the number 8 Bentley off in pursuit of Maxime Martin. And behind, by the way, with various changes, we've got Gary Paffett going ahead of the number 88 car. It's Tristan Vautier, I think, has just come out the pits in the number 88. Gary Paffett, remember, in his GT racing debut for Gary, up into 4th position in the 86 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 after the astonishing turn of events that marked the end of yesterday and the start of today.
storming recovery though, especially from that 86 car. I know it's fallen from them slightly, but we had a couple of really long stoppages through the night and early morning, but you have to hand it to them. You haven't seen them off the road, you haven't seen them through the pits with drive-through penalties. They've taken the pain at the start and just kept on pounding towards the line and arrived at the edge of the podium places.
Were very lucky at the start of this race though, whether that fell for them. They should have lost 2.5, maybe even 3 laps at green flag running, but stopped right at the start, which meant that they lost effectively, what, a lap and a half.
But my understanding is that those stops were to be lengthened if there was yellow flag situations, which they were not.
I think the difference, from what I've read of this, we've not had the proper feedback yet, I'm sure we'll get that at the end of the race, is I think it's about the wording of the bulletin. What I think it meant to say is it would have been lengthened if they'd taken it under full course yellow from the very start. It didn't say anything about the adjustments should they come in under green and a full course yellow be called. They were remarkably lucky. I happen to think, though, that that does leave room for a bit of nonsense.
Yeah, it's...
What sort of nonsense, Graham? Good afternoon, everybody, by the way.
To be blunt,
yeah.
If it was my cars, and I had 7 or 8 of my cars out there, and all you needed to do was to save a lap and a half for a 24-hour race that means something, I might break a little later into one of those corners with the car ahead. It's no more, frankly, it's no more against the rules, John, than what actually happened.
Well, I know that, but I like to think there's a bit more respect here. We've been talking about respect, haven't we, throughout the whole race and how this race has been run since the cars were flagged off by Lincoln Park at 4:30 yesterday afternoon here. And I'd like to think that there's a bit more respect here. We do know that there are very important headlines to be written between some German auto manufacturers here. Now, it's not the Nürburgring, so it's not as important as that, with due respect to Spa in the 24-hour race.
To the German automakers.
Well, yes, and to the German automakers as well. But, these guys, basically, it's not DTM. We've seen all kinds of shenanigans in DTM with contact, but that's sprint racing. I don't really want to see that coming into distance racing. And I think we know enough of the personalities involved here, Graham, to probably hope that won't happen.
If it's not that important, John, then why do you bother to pull the stroke in the first place?
I think the two things I'll say about this, John, is I tend to read manufacturers' statements very carefully indeed. And reading the statement that was issued to us, what it said is we've got, by the way, Maxime Martin working his way through the traffic and struggling a little at the moment through traffic. I think he's going to lose a little bit of time to Maxime Soulet. What it basically said was, we don't think we did anything wrong, it's very fiercely complicated, and we ran out of time to appeal. There is one question and one question only that occurs after a statement like that, which is, well, the next question is, does that mean you've done it before? That's number one question.
Well, as I said at the beginning, how do you know they're not doing it now?
Well, the second is not a question, it's a statement of fact. I do know that whatever they're saying publicly, they have gone and apologised to the race organisers.
There are individuals in those teams who are under the impression still that they've not done anything wrong apart from play the game very aggressively.
Yes, I agree.
And if you look, at some of the performances of GT cars in other series, specifically, ACO series, then what has been done differently in comparison here?
3 hours to go now. So we are looking at the final run, really. Couple of pit stops, really, here is what we're talking about. Depending on how and when the leading cars come in, and it is Maxime Martin in the Raw Racing BMW that leads from Maxime Soulet. Those guys have been out together before. The two Maximes are separated by 41.3 seconds. Laurent Vantour for Team WRT Audi is in third position in the 28 car.
He's closing rapidly, John. Very rapidly indeed. A very quick lap last time around from Laurent Vantour. 2:20.170, less than 24 seconds back now from the second place car. He was 3 seconds quicker on that last lap. He was 7 seconds quicker from the leader, but we did see the leader had big problems with traffic there.
Vanthor does owe a stop as well to those first two, I believe.
Then it's Gary Paffett in the 86 Mercedes-Benz. That is the first of the Mercedes-Benz Team HTP, with Gary Paffett still very much a learning curve for him, a steep learning curve. Never driven in the dark competitively till last night. Graham, you're going to disappear now?
I'm indeed. It's been a delight to be here.
She's gone. It's remarkable.
It's been a delight to be here at a point when this race finally came alive, and it's been a frustrating overnight period. But actually, when as we said a little earlier, John, just add water became just add water, take it away and add it again.
Yes.
And that's added actually what this race was looking for. Now it's alive.
And in an orange Daily Sports Car branded mist.
Yeah.
It disappeared.
Thank you to Graham and to Paul Trustwell as well, who was in earlier on today. You're not meant to be here, I don't think. Okay, you're not here, you're just listening. Martin's just come in the back. Dionis Fialo says he's not on the right pit cycle, but Laurent Vanteur has entered his bid for a hero stint back in P3 and on the lead lap.
He was really putting in the laps in the wet and slippery conditions. Said at the time, what must the six be feeling like running the same chassis? They looked oh so balanced in the dry conditions all the way through the race, and one would only assume that Vantheur's wet pace was partially down to his immense talent, of course, but also down to the composure of that chassis in those conditions.
Let's run down the rest of the top 10. It's Tristan Vautier behind the wheel of the AMG Mercedes for Team ACA ASP. Nick Katzberg, the BMW Royal Racing car, the 98 car, is in 6th position, and he is, he's 2 laps, he's not quite, is he? He's about a lap and a half behind the leader. Then Dominic Baumann for the 84 Mercedes-Benz. Mike Parisi in the centre-lock Audi, 26th and 8th position. Maxime Hughes is the best of the AMs in the beautifully liveried Porsche, the IMSA car, 76, and running off the top 10. Jerome Blakemolen in the GRT Grassa Lamborghini, which in some ways has flattered to deceive, Alex, because that car clearly has the pace. It's got a very good team behind it who've won endurance races before. It's got good drivers. Hasn't consistently been able to hang around in the top 3. It's been there on the pit stop cycles, but it gets up there and then it has to pit, gets up there and it has to pit. It's just not had quite the overall pace.
I think it did deceive us, didn't it, on the mechanical stop, taking that relatively late, which popped it up right into the mix early on. Sometime leader of the race as well, with potentially race-winning pace, but I just don't think that pace has been reflected in traffic and on average lap all the way through the lineup. But definitely a performance that they can take heart from, especially when the track has been rubbered in and nice and grippy. They've been really, really quick in that number.
People asking us here on RadioLeMans.com and NISMO TV what happened to the Super GT coverage. We did do Sugoland a couple of weekends ago. Martin and Sam Collins were on duty for that, and that is available as an archive both in audio format at RadioLeMans.com and on the NISMO TV site as a full video with audio archive. And the plan is, subject to us getting the feed from Japan for the rest of the season, and that is always going to be the question, but the plan is that we'll continue to cover Super GT throughout the season. Martin Haven is with us. Yeah, enjoyed doing that, didn't you, with Collins? Yes, you can speak now.
Yes.
Good, excellent.
Had Lucas Ordonez in the box a little bit.
I heard a little bit of it, yeah.
And, really interesting, actually, to discuss with him the little culture shock he had on embarking on racing over in Japan. Very typically chilled out Spaniard, and he looked me dead in the eyes when he said, "Alex, don't be late." They clearly run to a plan and a strategy out there. I think he definitely enjoyed it, but almost certainly learned a few things about punctuality.
And, you know, it's called Super GT, Martin, but effectively those cars are prototypes. You know,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Super tube frame would work well.
Yeah, GTP almost, aren't they, for those of us of a certain age who remember that. So top 10 includes the Pro-Am leader in the Am class. It is the AF Corsa Ferrari of Mastronado, that's Rino Mastronado in the 51 AF Corsa. He's down in 32nd position. I think in second at the moment is Marco Zanottini in the Kessel Ferrari, the 888 car. That's been up and down. I like the Syrian Empire, as the saying goes. Rinat Salikov, excuse me.
Well done.
Sorry, it's mouth.
It's
reading
early.
it fine in my head, just can't get the mouth to actually pronounce it. And that's another Rinaldi Ferrari. That's the 333 car that had the puncture on the first lap. So that is a little bit further back down the field in 39th position. We have still got, I think... Oh, that's very odd. I want to discount what I've just seen on there. I still think we've got 55 cars running, 54 cars running probably.
Yeah.
Because the 55th car is car number 55, and I'm not sure that that is still running.
52, because there are a couple of greyed out ones further up the timing screen.
Yes, you're right, Martin. Yeah.
55 did have relatively severe damage, though, I recall.
That's the Thomas Floor car. I don't think that's running. That's so 54, 52, as Martin says, there's a couple that are greyed out.
It was quite a destructive puncture, hasn't it? Wasn't it, actually, for the 55 yellow 55 car?
Official confirmation came through on Twitter a while ago from Audi that the number 2 car was drivetrain failure, reason for retirement. We saw the car being engulfed, in fact, by its drivetrain failure as the marshals ran to unleash the drivetrain failure extinguishant on it.
Ah, did we?
Yeah.
It looked like
I must have been on the floor at that point.
It looked like a tyre which broke a fuel line to me.
Drivetrain failure.
Yeah.
Certainly not.
The drivetrain.
Fire? No, not at all.
Drivetrain.
But
Robin, actually, in fact, that was number 6, wasn't it? Not number 2.
Robin Van Street saying Linegear running things for Bentley Racing and Spectainment rumouring a new GT brand in FIA WEC on Midweek Motorsport. Like to make any update. It's not Bentley, it was BMW we were talking about. I don't mind saying that. We spoke with BMW about that. There continues to be very positive moves for what has been called GT convergence, and BMW very interested in that. One or two of the other manufacturers not so much. However, the story from 3 separate sources to me at the Nürburgring is that in 2018, so not next year, the year after, BMW have planned a return to Le Mans with a in-house built GTE car, not based on anything that's out there at the moment. So not the halfway house of the M6 that's running in IMSA. That's a little unfair to call it that, actually, but that is not full GTE compliant. It's running under a lot of waivers at IMSA. We already know about the GT4 car that BMW have planned. And it appears that BMW are committed to a full house of GT product, both for consumers in GT3 and GT4, and for the works team in GTE or GT Le Mans if you are IMSA based by 18.
And that's based around a future model which does not exist yet. Is that my understanding?
Yes. I at least there was a number and a letter given to me that didn't make any sense to me at all. There's a reluctance to use the M4 name for their GT product because it's so linked to DTM. Okay. And therefore, the obvious one would be the 3-door coupe as we've seen in the past, which was then called the M3, now called the M4. But there's a reluctance to use that nomenclature for the new car because of its association with DTM. So something that we haven't seen yet. I've been told categorically that it's not the joint production between BMW and Toyota, the car that will be the new Toyota Supra.
New Roadster perhaps, or something similar would be the this if they're looking for a different shape to the DTM car and something that's
Correct.
really competitive.
Correct. There's something in the works, literally and metaphorically, for that. So hopefully, Nick, that will have. I think it was Robin wasn't it, who sent that in. That will have given you a little bit more news on that. It's Nismo TV and RadioLeMans.com together. Alex Brundle, John Hindorf and Martin Haven just, if you like, running up and down the touchline still with his tracksuit top on. He's getting ready for his last stint.
Just correcting people on the internet who are wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's, it's a life's work for you, that is. And it's lovely that you're doing it to them and not to us, which...
Just giving us a break, if anything.
Please give him plenty to do on the internet, at Martin Haven, at Specutainment and at Alex Brundle. Gaps of blue sky poking through the clouds, which are not too threatening. We've got the top half of our window is grey film, and it does tend to slightly overplay the threatening nature of the clouds. You've got to sort of duck down and have a look to see what colour they really are.
Decent battle shaping up for third overall with the 28 car holding off Gary Paffett, who's moving through.
Just coming out of La Source now and heading down the hill.
What the battle we're actually seeing there is, I believe, Tristan Vautier in the 88 now putting pressure on Gary Paffett in the 86, so they're stacked up behind the number 28 car of Nico Müller.
Yeah.
This group are about a lap back from the two leading cars, and very much there to pounce if anything should go awry in the closing stages of this race.
More than one person have suggested to me that the VW group need to bring a Bugatti back as a racing brand.
Bertrand, they could hire him, couldn't they?
Oh, Bertrand Baguette in a Bugatti.
Yeah, because 23 and a half hours in, nobody's going to trip over that, are they?
6 o'clock in the morning, everybody will be tripping over that.
You should hang out with me. My teammates are called Rene Rast and Roman Rusinov.
Yeah.
I'm so unalliterated.
Yeah,
well, very good.
They're going to be changing your name to Ronnie. Rene, Roman and Ronnie.
Ronnie Brundle.
Yeah. Marcus Paltela just tweeting, nice double stint in the wet. Would have been even nicer had I had brakes. Overshot a few corners per lap for 2 hours. Overrated brakes. Overrated.
Overrated. So, settling into another one of these nice long green flag runs that have peppered the race. We had at 9 hours and 15 minutes, we'd had 3 hours and 5 of yellow flag, either full course yellow or safety car, and sometimes both, because Alain Adam liking to never putting the safety car out directly, always starting with a full course yellow and either deciding to leave it as a full course yellow or then bring out the safety car once everybody had had a couple of laps of full course yellow, which I actually think is quite a good idea now that I've seen that working. And it meant that every time they picked up the right car in the lead, which is always one of my pet hates.
It is a little bit of a minefield as a driver, because there's a certain point where the yellow flags don't go away, only the board,
the safety car goes, yeah.
And you can stop going on the full course limiter and start packing up at safety car speed. If you do that too early, obviously there's the associated penalty. If you do that too late, there can be an associated penalty as well for not packing up. So if you have any kind of radio issue and are between marshals posts, as we saw Rene Rast very, very early in the race getting caught out with the full course yellow exit strategy, then you can either A, lose time, or B, pick up a penalty.
Rotation says a BMW model that doesn't currently exist, so clearly there'll be a GT version of the 4 Series Active Tourer.
Rotation also said to Marcus Paltela, brakes just waste fuel anyway.
Yes. Very good. Lift and coast. Lift and coast. So, inside the... Well, we're down to an old American Le Mans Series race. 2 3/4 hours now. and more than the odd one or two cars looking rather the worst for battle damage out there. But I kind of like that in these races. This is always, because you tend to get a bit of weather here at Spa, you do get cars that look as though, Alex, they have been campaigned for a whole season and never been polished.
I'm surprised they're letting them run without the full complement of lights on the front of that 34. So many race series you would be picked up for that and brought in the pits to fix that.
So many cars during the night, you couldn't see at all from the side what the car was on one side, and on the other side it was illuminated like the Blackpool display. You know, some of the door panels didn't work all night long.
Which is a safety concern. You've got to be able to identify the cars on track.
Alex Bundle with us has been a part of our FIA WEC comedy team for 6 hours in the past, and then he went and got himself a job in the same series, which frankly is terribly bad form. I need to have a word with you about that. How have you enjoyed this first 24-hour race that you've done with us?
It's been really, really interesting actually seeing how things so similar to in terms of timing to actually driving a car, except you don't get in and get sweaty. Watching
Winter would do a really, really hot one.
Maybe, yeah, absolutely. Maybe other races you do. Yeah, very interesting. Love watching the whole race in terms of overview, which is what I really take away from these, especially in a series which I don't frequent that much.
When you're in
driver.
the car in the 6-hour races, do you want to know what's going on around you?
I'm a guy who really does, and it depends very specifically and personally. I like to know everything, as much info as possible, and I'm not somebody that will go slower if I'm processing the information associated with the race. I like to know what's going on because it helps you to manage tyres and stints and how aggressive you're going to be in the traffic, etc., etc. So more information can only be good.
The rotation says, have you had a race drive all this year? Well, you have. You've been doing LMP3 as well. Not convinced with doing LMP2. You're going for 2 out of the 3. You really now just need an LMP1 drive to have had the full set, don't you?
I'm ready to sign it. I've got a pen in my hand.
Yeah.
Yes, LMP3 with United Autosports lead the championship. They've done a mega job in their first, well, not their first year of prototype racing by any means, but their first year of prototype racing for a while. The car has been faultless. I'm hoping I don't do the same thing which I did to poor Lucas Ordonez when he was in this commentary box and immediately make it stop. But mega chilled out vibe in the team. Super, really, really enjoyable people to be around, as well as aggressive and fierce competitors. And it's been a great year so far. Lead the championship by 33 points. And let's try and wrap it up early, boys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. You need, I think, another 17 points or thereabouts. Depends what your closest competitors rather do. Next race for you is?
The 4 hours of Paul Ricard in the European Le Mans Series.
And then you're off to Mexico.
Then I'm going to Mexico, yeah, and Kota.
ELMS and WEC don't clash, of course, so you can't do them both.
Same organiser in the ACO, so they have had the forethought to move them out of each other's way, which helps me a lot. And so then it's just testing, scheduling, etc.
This from Skrizilla says, if René Rast and Roman Rusinov drove for Renault and Bertie Baguette was in a Bugatti, we'd all be doomed by hour 40.
Well, and the Japanese at Yamaha somehow managed to survive a season of Martin Brundle and Mark Blundell.
Yes.
Yeah, but that would be...
Both of them had W's in their name by the end.
I know. That would be, yeah, meltdown for every commentary booth ever.
Several teams have had that joy, Ligier, at the same time.
Your dad always... I've had long chats with your dad about doing endurance races, and a couple of people about commentating on endurance races. He's always just laughed in my face.
If you've had a long chat with him, he's more attentive to you.
Well, relatively speaking. We've talked about more than one subject in a conversation, okay, I'll say that. I always enjoy chatting with your dad about anything, and we've you know, he said about Le Mans and Le Mans not clashing with F1 for a couple of years, and I said, a bit of a tap there coming into the bus stop as we've got half a dozen cars and people trying to get into the pits a little bit from the wrong line, but everybody's just doing well. There's a bit of carbon fibre. I'm just wondering if there's a puncture on the right rear of that Ferrari. Yes, there is. And that was a tap by, I think, the leading car.
Yes, and the piece, we saw a piece of carbon fibre on the circuit. Now, that has not obviously come off the leading car, but the implication of the television footage was that it had. So we'll have to have a good look round that next time it pops up.
I think it's from the back of the Ferrari, Alex, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
We might be able to get rid of that with a...
Now, the gap between the number 99 and the number 2 as they exited the pit lane, because I remember Graham Goodwin saying so, was 42 seconds. He is closing him down, isn't he, Maxime Soulet?
He is. Soulet's got the bit between his teeth. Just finish the point about your dad. I've always said to him, the door's open if he ever wants to come and do some comment with us on Radio Le Mans for 24 hours. And he has literally laughed in my face and said, are you mad? There's not a chance that I'd want to do that. Right, I'm going to take that back immediately, because it wasn't the BMW that hit the 51 class-leading Ferrari. It was the 76
75.
That was that was an Audi then?
Yeah.
Right, OK. I'll take your word for it, Mark.
No. Yeah,
no, 51. It was a 51. Was the 78.
I knew it was a Lamborghini.
Yeah,
I knew it was a Lamborghini. So it was the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini that just tapped the back of the AT racing car.
Actually, incredibly disciplined driving there by Maxime Martin, considering he's leading the race. He could have stuck his nose in and got so involved in all of that. But
well, he's been doing that all race, though, hasn't he? Now, who is that in the 51 car? At the moment, that is the AF Corsa 51 car.
That's P1 in AM, of course,
yes,
that car.
Absolutely, and it is Mastronardi at the wheel.
Mastronardi.
And he's going to have the discipline now to drive around very, very slowly indeed.
I can't remember exactly where their pit is, but where that puncture happened, he's going to have to do more than a lap to get back to the pit, because of course he's driven past his pit garage on the outside of the pit wall. He's got to do an entire lap and get back to drive.
I think this is going to be a full course caution for Debris.
The issue that we've been seeing all race long with these GT3 cars is damage to the brake duct associated with the tyre flapping, and if you do damage the brake duct, it's a big deal. Less so, to be honest, and now we're getting towards the end of the race, but earlier on you just get excessive brake wear, you can't handle it.
Yeah.
Right, luckily it is rear brakes, but that Ferrari with the left front corner bodywork missing, they must be just about hanging on to their front brake.
That's a piece of hanger or something. And now, just listen. You're going to hear the flailing tyre.
It is a mine-clearing device, which is now tearing the back of the car apart, isn't it? And he's only got as far as Pouin.
But he's not doing... This is how unfortunate you can be, because he's not doing anything wrong with that puncture. He's driving slowly, he's getting out of everyone's way, he's doing the best possible compromise.
He's not even doing 80 Ks.
Exactly.
I mean, he's probably doing 50, not even 50 Ks.
And it's tearing the back of the car apart just because that's how the carcass of the tyre is falling to bits.
And once it's started, it doesn't matter how slow you go, it's not going to stop. And there are bits of detritus from the back right-hand side of that number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari all around the circuit. Now, the tyre has completely shredded the right rear wheel arch. The part of the rear light cluster has now gone. There's bits of the brake ducts have gone. There was an aluminium hanger that was there, part of the bodywork affixed to it. That was ripped off and left on the track.
I don't know if this would be too heavy, but you see this so much in motorsport. Why are the arches not lined in something like Kevlar, etc.?
Yeah, some of them are, but they're not lined in anything that would stop what you're seeing.
With a line for aerodynamics.
Yes, exactly.
But is it a temperature-related issue to line them in a Kevlar or something similar, just to prevent exactly this scenario, so it potentially bends it or creases it, but doesn't break the bodywork to pieces?
Cool. I like your thinking, young Mr. Brundle. So we're going to have to stop this. It's far too good.
Well, I just think that's more sleep for us that we missed out on.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
However, I've got I've got a career as a.
You've got a nose for a full course yellow.
10 seconds.
I would have been, if I needed a pit stop, as soon as I'd seen that piece of metal come off that car, I'd have been into the pit.
That's a battle-hardened nose for a full course yellow you've got there, John.
And
there it is.
Under full course yellow. You heard Alan Adam calling that from race control, and therefore our leader gets onto his full course yellow speed limiter, Maxime Martin. And our very, very efficient marshals here at Spa. Sensibly donning, before he went anywhere near anything, a very thick pair of work gloves, just in case it was roasting hot.
So if that number 8 hadn't pitted, hadn't had to change back to slicks and bring itself on sequence with the 99, this full course yellow would have been slap bang in the middle of its window.
Yeah.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
And that's, sometimes you are the windshield, sometimes you are the fly. And it really is, flip that coin, because there's nothing in between.
2 hours 33 minutes to go. 2 hours 35 minutes before we find out who's going to win this thing.
It is looking like that, Martin, isn't it?
Yep.
You've paid for 24 hours. You'll get 24 hours plus a lap, probably. Pieces of the Ferrari light cluster. Still on the circuit, on the downhill section, heading down towards Blanchimont, turn 17.
And when this goes green, as the traffic starts to move by, actually it's not so bad, is it, as a safety car, but I always remember these scenarios where there is that water offline, everyone's on slicks, being so much more difficult to move through the traffic, specifically early in the stint as the number 1 comes in to the pits. Where did that lose so much time, that number 1 Audi?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It went back. Do you remember it had that really, really untidy stop, Alex, when we were watching it, when they came in and they didn't seem to have tyres ready, and then they decided they were going to push it in, and we're going to do the work, and no big wheel spin going out the box.
Are they allowed to light my understanding is you're not allowed to light the wheels up even here in Blancpain.
That was very big, lighting up of wheels. I think the number 1 has just had one of those races that they'll want to forget, down in 29th position at the moment and 12 laps off the lead. Nothing massive. They've not been off the circuit and had to rebuild anything, just a run of niggly problems.
Now, they must have had one major issue to lose a dozen laps.
Well,
because you don't lose that in 3 or 4 little issues without some of us remembering
pit stops.
Yeah.
Whereas most people have had 21.
That will be potentially some suggestion towards where they might have lost the time.
Come on, Twitter. One of you answer that.
Cornelius Mville says, and I've not seen you tweeting to us before, Cornelius, so thank you for this. He says, the sound of the flapping tyre on bodywork is almost as bad as the scraping sound of a motorbike that you've just fallen off. I know exactly of what you speak.
Speaking of which,
I thought there was going to be
2 great hours. Oof.
Oh, really?
Oof.
I thought there was going to be a metaphor there. I thought there was going to be poetic. I was getting ready for the sound of a flapping tyre. Like a
green flag in 10 seconds.
So a very quick full course coursing going back to green in 10. There's nothing worse than flying through the air, having high-sided your bike, knowing that it's going to hurt.
Green flag.
When you hit the ground, and worse, you can already hear the scraping, and you're adding up the money for the panels that are getting damaged.
Both leader and second place in Pro-Am pitted, got in and out under that full course yellow. Second place.
That's really smart.
Second place man pits, and the leader Maxime Juice covers him off. So they both stay in sequence around 2 laps apart. If that was a completely pro formula, that race would be over. But as you have potential amateur racing time still to run, there's still scope for that period, that time lost by the number 52 to come back a little bit their way. It's a long way to go yet when you still potentially have bronze and silver drivers to get through the race cars, John.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. there's an element of unpredictability about Spa as well, that really you've not won it until you're standing on the podium. And that may well be the case this weekend as well, Martin, because there's the 28 car now. Pits. That's been
Super pole. You may not have won it after you stood on the podium.
Yes, exactly.
Tough.
Something in the back of your throat there, some odd software that
you...
That was up and down and up again on that car. I don't know what they were doing on the 20th.
It looked like a single right rear.
Well, could be.
Tyre, unless that was just where they finished their tyre change. They do tend to come from right front to right rear. So I suspect that was just we caught the end of that tyre stop as the car was going down. Indeed, the timings all appear to work out in the way that we would associate with a scheduled pit stop. And we have a spinner and a Waller.
Oh yeah, that's the 52 car.
That's number 52 AF
car,
course.
Yeah, and they were running well in
Duncan Cameron.
Just losing the car coming back to green there, gents.
Exit at Malmedy.
Not the first, and he won't be the last to do that.
Not badly damaged. Oh, it's that left front corner that the red car is missing as well.
But he will get some bodywork rubbing, I suspect, from that left front. Yep, from that
the left rear is not exactly how it left the factory either, and now he's trying to get into the pits and hasn't been able to. Now this is interesting, because what will be the worry for the team now is if anything is rubbing a tyre and then he loses a tyre through abrasive bodywork rubbing on it.
I would have thought what's happened there is the bodywork is in the way, so he can't actually get enough lock. Yeah, he can't actually get enough lock to put the car in the pit lane.
He can't get enough lock to get it round La Source.
And he's gone wide in La Source and will rub his rear tyre raw all the way around this 5 kilometre plus circuit. And that is not a good look.
No, not at all. Our leader, relatively untroubled.
Right rear puncture for the number 28 car.
Ah, that's why it was just the one tyre. Right.
Yeah, so that, but you're absolutely right, Alex. Almost universally, everybody starts right front and works all the way around the left side to finish at right rear, because then they're out of the way and in the garage door.
2 men, 1 gun.
Yeah. Or 2 guns if the first gun blows up, which has happened twice now.
Yes, we have 2 extras. Even if he'd had the lock, he couldn't get into the pit lane because the leader was putting a lap on him, and he was on the wrong side of the road. We've seen a lot of people have to miss the pit lane, and it's cost at least 1 drive-through for the number 8 car in second, where one of their drivers, and I can't remember who it was trying to get into the pit lane and had to go around the extra lap and blew out of his driver time bracket.
Now, I'm sure someone clever will correct me on this if I am wrong. My understanding of the regulation here is that if the pit lane is blocked, you are allowed to cross the entry blend line to enter the pit lane to avoid disadvantage by the fact the pit lane is blocked.
Yes.
I believe those are the rules. Now, whether that... Very easy to say from up here, quite difficult to apply when you're looking through the side window of the Porsche, which is spun on the first apex of the bus stop, and you've got to get it in the pit lane.
This Brundle character apparently is quite good, say our viewers and listeners. He seems to be doing Spa 24 and F1 from Germany at the same time. It's absolutely the same voice. You won't like this, but you do sound very much like your dad.
Flu powder in the next door commentary box.
Yeah.
Now, the only other thing is, of course, when you get to La Source, there is a downhill entry to the downhill pit lane. And I don't know if there is a force majeure allowance that would allow you to duck in there.
Through the course.
Were your garage on the downhill part? Of course, if your garage is on the flat bit, it's neither here nor there, immaterial.
First to second then. Here's the gap, 22 seconds as through goes the Bentley. Now that central LED light panel that was at a jaunty angle early on has now fallen off completely. Down in the Audi pit, the number 1 car continues its problems. Down in 29th position, Dries Van Teur brought that car in. And that has been the car that's had an awful lot of time in the pit lane. 32 times in the pits down along, in fact 33 now down in the pit lane.
Audi's, of course, famous for their ability to stay away from pit lane.
Yes, exactly, and that's what wins races, and indeed Bentley's too. If you remember back to 2003, Martin, somebody will correct me if I'm massively wrong. I have a suspicion that the Bentley that won Le Mans in 2003, the prototype car, spent only about 24 minutes in the pit lane over the whole 24 hours. And something that I don't know if it's ever been done before, because I have not been able to check, but I remember distinctly that the hourly results sheets that the ACO put out at the top of every single hour, so the end of each hour of racing having started on the top of an hour, were never headed on those sheets. They led at the end of each racing hour, and they spent 24 minutes or so around about 24 minutes in the pit lane, which was a feat that I think will never be surpassed.
Reliability in this series, in this race specifically, has been very, very impressive as well. Short of contact, we have barely seen cars just conking out on the side of the racetrack, which is so often the case here.
So if you're just joining us, we've got 2 hours, 22 minutes and 45 seconds to go until we reach the 24 hours. Yesterday afternoon, all of it a bit of a blur now, but it's all the same race, of course. And the Audi led the field off, having been flagged away by Lincoln Park, whose name is on one of the Mercedes-Benz. Lincoln Park is a band, by the way. The 333 Ferrari with a puncture early in the pit lane. The 4 of the 6 Mercedes-Benz who were caught out of I do like this phrase, out of homologation. Now I'm going to use that a lot. Out of homologation in the engine ECU. Came in early and grabbed a brake on that. No brake, I'm afraid, for Kevin Este, coming out of the pits for the second time after a drive-through for track limits, picked up by the Ferrari, and both cars retired on the spot after 33 laps of racing. That led to just over an hour's worth of full course yellow and safety car. Not for any problems with the drivers of the cars, they were taken away fairly quickly, but it was the Armco at the top of Radeon on driver's left, excuse me, which needed some quite severe attention, and the work crews did the job very well indeed. All of the manufacturers other than Nissan have been in the top 5, and all bar Mercedes and Nissan have been in the top 3. In fact, as I say that, Gary Paffett has just taken the 86 car in the top 3, so now it is only Nissan who haven't been in the top 3. A remarkable drive back by the Mercedes-Benz, although in fairness, not all of their cars took the 5-minute penalty. It wasn't all of them that had the issue.
But Paffett did.
Yeah, he did, and he's the leading Mercedes. Derek Pierce in the wall in the Arm Bentley. The Arm Bentleys didn't have the best of it, did they, in the first half of the race? The Pro cars both running at the front of the field at various times and looking very strong indeed. And indeed, the 8 car still taking the battle to the BMW at the very top of the timing and scoring. About 11 o'clock, fireworks display heralded the on-stage antics of various DJs. The drivers and the crews rather more focused on their own jobs. Night time, always a great time to go motor racing. Something almost illicit about it. Long green flag runs, but when we got the yellow flags, they tended to be for only the very most serious of incidents, and the 24 Bentley out when Ian Logie had a very big accident at Le Combe, and again barrier repair kept the safety car out for a very long time, again just over an hour. Ian a little bit shaken, but none the worse for the wear. The 24 car, I'm afraid, retired on the spot. Number 8 Bentley coming into contact with the 75 of Eduardo Mortara, the Audi, and somehow managing to get away without the call from the officials. However, as I said at the time, and I reiterate now, we were not in, and still are not, in possession of all the information that the stewards would have had. It looked pretty cut and dried from the onboard, but that is not just the way that the decisions are made. Said that at the time, and stand by that now. The 8 Bentley did have a spin on oil in a yellow flag period and also overran its pit. Newest member of the Bentley team is Lena Gade, of course. This is her first 24-hour race for her new employer. Frank Stippler's wife Eve down in the pit lane enjoying the action overnight as well. Daylight, the battered and bruised cars continue to fight at the head of the field. And one or two people just feeling the pace. The second gun, or the first gun rather, that broke completely, just sheared off. Merc on Merc action coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion was a little bit overly aggressive by the 84 car, which backed into the wall and then had a Willy Won't-y drive out into traffic moment that kept us all on our toes for about a minute and a half. And then, whilst Alex and I were away, the rain came down again, and one or two people did get the right calls, others did not and had to make extra stops. And then the big moment for the number 6 Audi, with Christopher Meese at the wheel, with the fire in the back of the car and Christopher bailing out very quickly indeed. You never want to see that in a car.
Which element of the drivetrain leaves a trail of flaming liquid? I've got no idea.
I'm not sure that was the same incident.
The same
actually.
incident,
yeah,
okay.
The number 100 NEC sponsored Lamborghini having an issue at La Source again. Very difficult conditions with the rain stopping, starting, stopping, disappearing. It's Spa, typical Spa weather. And then the NEC Lamborghini having damaged the front, rolling backwards into the course car. That one is going to be on a lot of highlight reels, isn't it?
Eurosport, what's up next week?
What's happened next? The raw racing BMWs have, generally speaking, been just doing their job, even when they've had to double stack. The teams have got the tactics more right than wrong. Puncture for the number 50 Ferrari going up the hill.
Really well held.
Yeah.
Even though he did go round in the end, really well held.
Yeah, that is not where you want to have a left rear puncture. That's the tyre that you're loading up in the middle of that corner, isn't it?
That's why.
Yeah, and that's why you go around. Bentley have kept the pressure on, and BMW and Bentley have been swapping through the leads, the 99 and the 8 car. There was a time when Bentley looked like they might squeeze away, but they had to come in a couple of times for tyres, and then the 52 car, the most recent machine to have its issues and not being able to get back into the pits. So, that's your highlights. 2:15 to go. Here's how it stands. With Maxime Martin behind the wheel of the leading Raw BMW, with that's a snapshot when that was taken. Second, Maxime Soule is about 28 seconds, I think. 22 seconds make that in second place. Gary Paffett next up for the best of the Mercedes-Benz. What a drive back that is. Renger van der Zande, Tristan Vautier among the driving talent. It is Tristan Vautier behind the wheel of the ACA ASP Mercedes in 5th. 6th, Nick Kasperg, who's clearly on the same stint pattern as we are in the 98 row BMW. Then Nico Muller in the 28 Audi Sport. Then Dominic Baumann in the HTP. Top 10 made up by the 76 leading Pro-Am. That's Raymond Narak for IMSA Porsche. Bertrand Paquette in the TWRT Audi, and Mike Parisi in the Centerlock Audi in 10th place, the 26 car. Other class leader down in We see, scanning down, in the 36th position is the 888 car now. So both the Kessel cars have had a go at leading the AM class. Marco Zanutini in 36th position, and then in the 48th position, oh, I've just knocked the iPad we're using for scoring over. In the 48th position, the National Cup cars is Yannick Malagol in the RMS Porsche, the 911, leading that category. That's in position number 48 towards the end of the field. The RMS car, 57 laps off the lead. After that, it's the walking wounded and those that we have already lost. But as Alex Brundle said a few moments ago, remarkably low attrition rate. One or two mechanicals, but not that many. And the biggest field that we have found running at the end was 40 of this race, 40. And I think we said that was 2013. Stand to be corrected on that, but 40 was the number that stuck in my head. And at the moment,
we'd have to lose a lot of motor cars.
Yes, yeah, not impossible here, in fairness. No. Particularly if the weather doesn't play ball. The forecast that I saw was for showers this morning and then clearing up in the afternoon. We're now at 2:15, 17 minutes past for the pedants among you, Central European time. And the weather from here to the flag is forecast to be okay.
Just while you were reading the many and varied highlights there, John, I've been watching Maxime Soulet and Maxime Martin, seeing who is going to take it to the Maxim, slightly more maximally than the other one. And he's catching him solidly. And at the pace he's catching him, he will catch him relatively easily before the end of the race.
Yeah, and if we get those two together, would that be, particularly if they start dicing and entertaining, would that be Circus Maximus, do you think, at that point?
Are you not entertained?
We are entertained.
We are entertained.
Now,
there will be if he catches him.
There will be people who are saying, oh, well, you know, this is not what we're used to. This is what endurance racing has been about since endurance racing began. Some door-to-door running, but these guys are driving as if they were side by side. They are trading tenths of seconds. And in a field where the cars are so evenly matched, this is not multi-class racing as we see at Le Mans. So when the leader goes past another car, that car potentially has very similar, or indeed in balance of performance, identical performance parameters as he's driving. So these guys are on it.
Particularly in this phase of the race, John, and you get in the car in this phase of an endurance race. Yes, you might be carrying issues. Yes, they might be saying, look, mate, I'm sorry, we're going to run out of brakes before the end, so you're going to have to lift and coast maybe into one of the braking zones, or we're struggling a little bit with this, that, whatever the particular issue may be. But you get into the car with an aggressive mindset. In this phase of the race, you know you have to push on, and it's the moment when the big hitters go in the cars and start putting ground between them and the competition. The whole thing hots up from now and escalates towards the end of the race. And if you don't keep up in terms of pace, and we're talking Formula One single-seater, top-level World Endurance Championship pace, it's just not going to happen for you. You're not going to be fast enough. You're not going to be in the hunt for when your competitor has a reliability issue or makes an error, and you're going to let them off. You're going to let them off lightly.
51 AF Corse at Ferrari, having had its puncture on the on the right rear of that car, continues in a bit of a Mad Max style, with a bit of bodywork missing around that car that changes the profile of that car quite significantly. I'm quite surprised that they haven't had to replace it. Someone's gone off ahead of him. Yellow flags at the bottom of the hill, and a spinner is the number 10 Audi. Lambo, excuse me. Been doing that all race as well. That's the Ombra racing car.
Same folks, different blokes.
Well, if you look at the gearbox on those cars, it does have the 4 rings of Audi on it.
Absolutely. He
sitting in
rejoins.
46th position, 18 in class. That car in the Pro-Am category. Fair play to the Porsche, by the way, of IMSA Racing, who've got themselves into the top 10 in the Pro-Am class. And more rubbish being thrown off the 51 car as it came into the braking area and striking the lead BMW right in the schmush, right in the radiator grille.
Yeah, the 666, which pursues in the Pro-Am class, suffered badly from a puncture, didn't it, with John Miniature in the car. Dealt with the issue very well, but obviously conceding a time loss associated. Still stories to play out. Narak's been in that car a very, very long time now. Phil Keane, who will be one of the quicker drivers in the 666, is laying pursuit of him, and it's all about what cards in terms of a driver lineup those two teams have to play towards the end of this race. If you think about amateur drivers can, in relation to the very top pros, lose a lap over a stint. Yeah. It's absolutely possible.
Expect to see the 16 car in along the pit lane, and the leader is in the pits, and there was some concern about the grille underneath that famous kidney at the front of the BMW, where it had just taken the blow, and in fact the material that is on the front of that has got quite a sizable dent in it, but clearly that hasn't gone through to any of the coolers behind it, oil coolers I would guess, behind there, rather than potentially water radiators.
No slippage in their strategy. They're still on schedule to do the full two stints.
Number 8 Bentley, Alex, trailing something underneath it, maybe the bottom of the engine cover or the splitter.
It's your spot. Yes, the floor.
The floor.
The floor is off. It has taken a whack, hasn't it? That's over a curb or similar, or a piece of the floor Venturi.
Yeah. Now that's going to be affecting how that car handles these GT3 cars. Do not dismiss them as just road-based races. They have very, very sophisticated aerodynamics, and it looks like a part of the floor underneath the engine. It's not the very front part of the splitter itself, that's in perfect order, but it's a part somewhere behind that, as I say, underneath, almost underneath that lovely V8 that is powering that car around. The right-hand side slightly lower than the left of that floor.
And what they'll be desperate to avoid, of course, is that floor finally giving up and starting to drag along the track surface, because that is an absolute slam dunk come in and fix. And let me tell you, that's not a quick fix either.
No, absolutely not.
We're expecting that Bentley in the pits anytime soon, and if they're seeing the same pictures we are, I would not be surprised if they didn't use a little bit of their cushion and have a bit of a look at that.
And the lead has changed, by the way, as the Bentley now... no, I take that back. The lead has not changed because the BMW's got out. I was just about to say the Bentley is coming round, but the BMW has got out of the pits, I think. Now, there's a change on the timing screen.
It was only 20 seconds back, and the Beamer did a full service pit stop.
That must have been another BMW coming in as Gary Paffett hits the pit lane as well.
What we do expect is Maxime Soulet in relatively soon, because they're on a similar they're in a similar window on the pit stops. Both then will only require one more pit stop till the end.
52 Ferrari having a rotation, and again having trouble getting that car into the pit lane and having to wait for traffic. Cannot get full right lock on that car since we saw that car in the wall. It was Duncan Cameron, wasn't it, who hit the right side. Gary Paffett in the pit lane, and one of his team members very nearly getting cleaned up with the 84 Baumann car, Dominic Baumann car coming in.
I'm surprised they pitted that Baumann. Maybe they had to for drive times, but if you could avoid it, I'm surprised they pitted that Baumann car now, although there is space, isn't there, for Gary Paffett to pull out.
Yeah, there's a full bay. There's one full bay. Paffett's car goes up on its jacks. So this is Pafford, Vautier, Katzberg. So it was Katzberg that I saw coming in, not the 99 car going out.
If you're just joining us for the final hours of this race, the races you see on track are relatively well in sync, and they are races for real, essentially. Yeah. When a car passes another car on track, that is not a virtual flip-flop, that is for realsies.
So number 8 Bentley back to the lead then, with Maxime Soulet behind the wheel. They have worked their tactics to the max. A slight fumble, let's not forget, when they, I think, misinterpreted a rule is what I got from the always very approachable Malcolm Wilson. They've been over drive time a couple of times for the 8 car. First time, I think, and leader in, that's sensible. I think they misinterpreted the rule the first time. Second time, their driver couldn't get into the pits and went over. That tells you how close they are running it, that you can't get an extra lap without breaking out of the 65 minutes on a lap that's 2:20, 2:25, I suppose, at race pace.
Well, this is what I was talking about with avoiding the slip. You cannot let the stint slip, because if you do, you will end up doing that horrible splash. And what that entails is not only the time in splash, but essentially a hard minute loss associated with pit lane time delta, which is massive here. It's probably the biggest pit lane in the whole of endurance racing, this pit lane here at Spa.
Yeah.
Nürburgring 24? No, not close.
No, it's not, because you've got 8 cars in a box there, whereas here everybody has their own box and they spread all the way down.
I don't know anywhere else where it's a minute delta.
No.
58
seconds, 58 seconds, yeah. M Sport Mechanics go to work on the 8 car, new set of Pirellis. And I'm looking to see if that is a new set. Here comes the Row Racing BMW. Should take the lead back, Alex.
Yeah, we do expect
it's tight, though.
The Row BMW. No inspection related to the bits we have seen.
Ooh, this is going to be tighter than I thought.
It takes a very long time to get out of the pit lane here, John, especially from where they're parked in the lane, which is in the new part. So they've got to drive all the way through the old pits on the limiter and then up.
They're going to be side by side pretty much through La Source, one in the pit lane and one on the track.
As they were when the reverse happened in the last set of stops, yeah.
So through comes the Row Racing BMW.
There's
and the Bentley is in sight behind the cones on the right-hand side of the track, and the BMW goes back into the lead. Oh, that must be so annoying. That must be... I know I've got to keep my finger on this button.
It's annoying enough when you see him go past the end of the pit lane, let alone go past the middle of the pit lane when you've still got to drive for about 20 seconds on the pit lane speed limiter.
So let's see when the leader's gone through now, and here comes the Bentley out of the pit lane.
And he's in Le Combe.
Already in Le Combe for the BMW, and...
It was about 23, 24 seconds.
Well, let's wait to see when the Bentley, the number 8 car, goes through the first split now. And that was, it's about the same. It's very, very close. It's about 21, 22 seconds.
Smooth pit stops for both.
Yeah.
So, as expected, minimum pit stop times and well-drilled teams, they cross the line within seconds, I would have thought.
Yeah. Down towards the last 2 hours, Alex. Who's your money on?
My money is on the number 8 Bentley.
Yeah, I've just got a feeling about it as well.
It's quicker than him, fundamentally. You can see it's not by a lot, but it is solidly faster than the 99 road car.
So says Alex Brundle. I'm John Hindhoff, and on RadioLeMans.com and Nismo TV, we move into the last 120 minutes. Maxime Soulet has done his job in the 8 car, and we can talk to him now down in the pit lane.
Maxime, you just finished a double stint. So who's got the advantage now, you or the BMW?
I think for the moment the BMW still has the advantage, but I came back to 20 seconds, so
I think we have a good pace. We're pushing the car to the limit, really. So we're just crossing finger for right now and hope to go to the end.
Do you think you can make it to the end?
No, I'm sure we can make it to the end, but it's just that we want to win. So second, it's not good enough.
What was it like in the wet?
In the wet, it was not very fun. I mean, yeah, I stayed as long as I could with the wet, even on the dry. So it was very hard. And then they put the slicks on. It was fine, but we had to do it just to gain some place.
Are there any problems with the car currently, or is it all running good?
No, all running good for the moment. Cross fingers. Everything's fine on the Bentley.
Well, hopefully, Andy, can keep up your good work. Good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you.
Thanks, I'm sure you will.
Andy Soucek behind the wheel, thanks to Corda. This could come down to tyres or no tyres at the last stop, couldn't it?
Well, if you were in the second place car,
because it's 20 seconds.
You'd be seriously thinking about it, wouldn't you?
Oh, look at that under tray.
20 seconds plus the waiting time, of course, associated with changing those tyres. Interestingly, the time that Maxime Soulet was talking about there that they lost on running the wet just because it didn't suit their fuel window a little bit further into dry conditions is almost exactly the time they are behind.
Yeah.
If they lose this race, there's going to be... They finish second in the Spa 24 Hours, but I think the whole team will know that there are several critical, relatively basic errors which probably should have been avoided. It's a fantastic effort. All three drivers have done a great job.
Yep.
The team have put the car at the front of the Spa 24 Hours. Very, very hard to do. Chapeau. They will know there are a couple of errors that they made which cost them this race by minutes.
They race at the very highest level, and that you would expect anybody with the Bentley wings on the car to do exactly that.
28 gets a drive-through from third place. That's Nico Müller.
Oh, no.
And I believe that will put him behind the 86 of Maxime Gotts, which will put Mercedes from their 5-minute stop-and-go penalty at the start of this race up into a podium finishing position, which is remarkable.
Yeah, that car has been there before, of course. So Maxi Goetz in that car now, having taken it over from Gary Paffett. Gary was in third when he pitted. That is extraordinary. The thing I think that Bentley and M Sport will be looking at is they had a little bit of bad luck in that tyre situation you were talking about. They had a little issue with drive time twice. Now, a driver getting blocked as he's trying to come in, you could say that's bad luck, but if you know you've got a box, then you try and not get in that position. But that's easy for us to say sitting in the commentary box where we're not at the end of a stint and trying to do everything right. But the one that I think they'll be most annoyed with themselves about is the one that Malcolm Wilson put his hands up to. And Malcolm's always been a straight talker. Brian Gush, who is the programme director for Bentley, absolutely the same.
Really sensible bloke.
Calls a spade a shovel, knows motor racing inside out. Let's go down to the pit lane for Raw Racing. Philip Eng and Alex Sims are down in the BMW garage with Dakota.
Philip, it may not seem like you have quite the advantage at this point, but do you have the pace to get up there and win?
We hope so, yes. I mean, it's very, very close with our English friends. It's very close competition. Everybody is pushing their cars to the limit, and I hope we just stay where we are.
And Alex, tell me a bit about the confidence in your strategy you've got going now.
Well, I think it's a pretty straightforward fight to the end. We're on the same strategy with Bentley, and it's just a sprint race now. After a very up and down 22 hours that we've had so far, lots happened in the race for everyone. And yeah, very pleased to be in this position right now. But yeah, we've got to try and bring it home and keep banging in the fast laps.
And how about problems? Any problems? Any concerns with the car at the moment?
Everything running smoothly. We better touch wood to be able to drive without problems until the end.
Thank you very much. Good luck to both of you.
By the way, neither of those outfits are admitting on the television feed that there's any chink in their armour.
And why would
whatsoever.
they? Because they do not want to give even the merest hint to their competition.
There may not be.
Well, no, exactly. But even if there was, I don't think you'd hear it.
No.
Not like to say, well, we've got a slight misfire.
No, everything is brilliant.
Yeah. Now, the BMWs have once again got themselves into the right order with the leading car, the 99 car, ahead of the 98 of Dirk Werner in 6th position. And that might be important if they can keep those two cars. They've been pitting at roughly the same time, within a lap or two of each other, Alex, and there's no reason for that to change. And if then the number 8 of Andy Soucek is going to get close and is going to be able to challenge, having that tail end Charlie there just a second or half a second might be a huge advantage for BMW.
And it's something you can really do in sports car racing that you will get a penalty for in single-seater racing, and you will get moved out of the way. But here in sports car racing, where the only instruction for a blue flag situation is stay on your race line, driver, that plays into the hands of that kind of system of operation.
And we're not talking about anything underhand here. We're talking about a car who's trying to stay on a lap, and that would be the submission from BMW if that comes to pass.
Or justifiably so anyway, which is as good as makes no difference in this stage.
And what you're going to force the chasing car to do, particularly in GT3 racing again, where the relative performance of these cars, and we're talking about a car in 2nd and a car in, what, 5th position, 6th position?
Andy Soucek's driving that beautifully.
Isn't he? Dirk Werner is in 6th. So this is not a car that's a tail ender and 20 laps down. This is a car that still has a chance of a podium finish. It's on the same lap as the cars battling for the final spot on the podium. So justifiably you can say, hey guys, we're running our own race. Malcolm Wilson has to decide how hard to send his drivers. Is there anything left for the 8 team? Let's find out.
Malcolm, there's currently a 25-second gap between you and the BMW. Have you got any tricks up your sleeve?
We'll have to wait and see.
Nothing you can reveal to me.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. There's still 2 hours to go. Anything can happen. And as you can see, a lot of people heavy in discussion to try and come up with something.
Will there be any more driver changes for the number 8 Bentley?
No more changes.
And your underchain might be loose, we're hearing. Is that true?
No, we keep thinking it was, but when it came into bits, everything looks okay, so hopefully it's okay.
Well, the sun is starting to shine now, so hopefully we're on a good battle till the end of the race.
I think the weather could change again before the end of the race.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Dakota asking the questions there, and thanks to the Mike and the team in the TV truck for getting the answer to the question that's been bugging us.
Yeah,
it's very odd, isn't it? Because it seems to be aero dependent. You see it particularly in certain parts of the circuit, and I wonder if it's at very high speed it's getting forced down, and when the car comes into the pit, it looks fine.
Something's not right under there, but they will know the underside of that car like the back of their hand.
Yes.
And have taken the view, it's obviously not slowing the car down. So They've taken the view that it's, well, look, if it fails, it fails. They're not going to bring it in now, are they? So essentially, you can't do anything about it. You've got to just run it.
Very interesting that Malcolm thinks there might be a bit more weather before the end of the race. That's not what I was expecting. Talking to some other of the teams, albeit a few hours ago now, all these teams will be watching their weather apps very, very closely indeed. That Bentley is a gorgeous looking car.
So they've got several plays. What can these guys do to win this race, sitting 25, 26 seconds behind? A, drive faster than them. Fundamental pace they appear to have, at least in the hands of Maxime Soulet over the previous, it was Maxime Martin still in the 99 car. 2, not take tyres when the 99 does take tyres, take track position and hold him up for a stint. 3, take tyres when the 99 car does not, keep your weapons sharp and go screaming up to his gearbox when his tyres go off. either all three of those strategies require good pace now from Andy Soucek to put the pressure, to keep the pressure on Maxime Martin and move them into this area and keep them in this area that they're in, shooting distance on the flip-flop of a tyre change.
0.3 of a second last time around to the Bentley. If you're in the 99 car, Maxime Martin and Andy Soucek, as we've heard from Malcolm Wilson, head of M Sport, is taking that car to the end. Do you want to know that he's taken 0.3 out of you? And here's a crucial moment here, actually, because the BMW ahead of the second place car is that of Dirk Werner, the teammate to the leading car, who is 25.7 seconds further up the road.
And wow, what an interesting onboard. We're going to be able to see how the teammate car behaves.
He's dropped back quite a lot from the leader in the last couple of 3 laps. So how hard or easy is he going to make it for the Bentley to go through?
And that is remarkably sporting.
That is fantastic, fantastic. Agree with that. I'll be honest, I wouldn't have had too much problems if he'd stayed on the gearbox of his teammate and then, you know, played rear gunner.
I'd have had him parked on the apex, to be honest.
You're going to make a great team manager one day. But however, that was remarkably sporting. It would seem, in fairness, as though Dirk Werner perhaps doesn't have the pace. He's just come off a 2:32 lap. So that car, the 6th place BMW, which is in a outside chance for 3rd place on the podium, that car's just had a very slow lap last time around and lost 3 seconds in the first. It's not all in one sector either, Alex. 3 seconds in the first sector, 5 seconds in the second sector this time around. That 98 car has got a problem.
We'll see if he arrives on pit road. Perhaps fortune has favoured the number 8, and a problem for that number 98 has coincided exactly with when Andy Soucek passed him, but we'll see if he arrives on pit road next time round. But for whatever reason, he's managed to get by him. Now we see on our screens, if you're following us on Nismo TV, the battle for 3rd place. We have the number 86 of Maxim Götz attacking the rear of the number 28 Nico Müller, dropped back towards him, of course, by their drive-through penalty a few laps back. And this is a battle on the road. They are in sync.
The Audi in the middle of the pack of cars that is going down to La Source. Now the 28 car showing the scars of battle, including getting tail-ended by the Jaguar early on that caused a problem to the left rear. Goes past one of the Grasser Lamborghinis and now has one of the GT-R Nissans ahead as they crest the skyline at the start of the Kemmel straight through Radeon.
Critically, both able to stay flat despite the traffic in front, but he's got to do that so many more times. Oh, they've always been rapido in a straight line.
Yeah, very quick indeed. So Maxi Götz then, in the 86, the Bumblebee Mercedes-Benz, the car that was first into the pit lane for its 5-minute penalty, now leading the Mercedes-Benz charge and hassling the back of the number 3 of Nico Müller, enough to take Nico into a defensive line as they come down from the highest point of the circuit at Le Combe and round Brussels.
Put yourself in the seat of Maxi Götz. You know you're probably, barring incident, or you're going to require an incident to go any further than 3rd place in this race. This is the move for 3rd place on the road. You have nothing but time, my friend.
An hour and 45 minutes still to go in terms of the pit stops, or everyone pretty much on the same strategy, and there can be no jiggery and pokery because of the 65-minute window for drive time. So no one is saving fuel at this point. Nobody is hoping that their tyres might last a little longer. I think all of these guys are putting it all out there. Gary Paffett is an interesting spectator. His car is the yellow Mercedes-Benz, which is right in the wheel tracks now, coming down through Blanchimont, turn 17, absolutely flat.
And the team will certainly be on the radio to Maxi Götz going, Maxi, no risk. That you don't need to do this straight away. If you can, that's great. We'll do him in the stops, we'll do him later on.
Yes, but they will be thinking about the 2 cars ahead as well, Alex. I know they're not on the same lap right now, but pressure is everything at this point.
They need an incident. They need if the incident comes, they will end up there anyway. Essentially, this, in terms of normal racing strategies and normal racing performance, this is as far as you're going.
In the top 10 at position 7, the Pro-Am leader, Raymond Narak, the IMSA Porsche. That is a very, very good run for the 76 car. Has just gone up to 8th position and is only 4 laps off the lead. That's another great IMSA performance run. The team from Rouen, Lecombe again, and the Mercedes-Benz and the Audi. Very closely matched, as one would expect, but there's different strengths and weaknesses. I'm just thinking that Audi, in fact, is the only car in the top 6 that doesn't have a front engine. That's the only mid-engined car. And in a GT category that seems to be in GTE particularly going turbocharged and mid-engined.
In a rain-affected race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Big, normally aspirated engine for the Mercedes-Benz. Audi normally aspirated, the BMW and the Bentley turbocharged.
Battle then continues. Stalking, isn't he? Maxi Götz in the 86.
Is there anything you can do now if you're Nico, or do you just have to say if he's going to get there, he's going to get there? He's there.
He's waiting for some traffic.
Yeah.
So he's just, he doesn't need to pull the big scary. The last thing they need to do is put themselves definitely out of the running, because there's every chance that it's going to get a little bit messy up front at the end of this race. You've got Andy Soucek closing in slowly on Maxime Martin in the 99. There's going to be all sorts of stops pulled to get that car up into the lead. The last thing you need is a bonnet full of Audi at this particular point with 1 stop to go and everything to play for.
And at the moment, of course, Felix Rosenqvist in the Team Acker ASP Mercedes in 5th, Dirk Werner, who, by the way, did not pit, but has done another 2:36 lap. That car, I am going to say that car has got problems. In fact,
this will be the move.
Here we go, coming down the hill towards the La Source, from La Source rather, down to Eau Rouge, but he's not close enough.
No, I saw him booked more than I thought.
Dirk Werner hasn't pitted. That's another 2:36 lap for the 98 BMW, and his split times are exactly the same as they were before. I think he's struggling with a car that has transmission problems. I don't think he's got a full box, and he's having to drive around in it. In fact, he's just been passed by those two, and he's not flat out on the Kemmel Straight. Right, I'm definitely going to say he's not got a full gearbox.
No, he is limping that car to the end, so he is effectively out of play.
Yeah, for 3rd place now, absolutely. In fact, Dominic Baumann, who is less than a lap behind him now in 7th place in the 84 Team HTP Mercedes-Benz, will be being told, even as we speak, because the engineers not only monitoring their own cars but also the other, it will have flagged up that car ahead of them. A 36.2 last time around for Werner. Baumann at 23.7.
Stephen Kane in the 7, half a track away essentially from that lead battle, so can't really come into play, barring completely giving up their own performance, which would be a relatively severe decision, I think, at this point.
Well, they're down in 19th, though. That's the second Bentley that Alex Brundle is talking about. I think at this stage, you let the 2 guys at the front fight it out. 25.6 seconds, and again, the last lap from the leader, 2:22.313, 2:22.331 for 2nd place. Tenths, hundredths and thousandths being treated. These guys for the lead couldn't be fighting any more.
And Martin can really, barring incident or change of weather, which, looking up at the sky out of our comm box, I can't believe, having said that, we are in Spa, so I probably shouldn't be talking. He can put this race really beyond the 8 in this stint. If he is able to move the 99 into a distance ahead of the 8 where they cannot get that 8 car out in front of him without taking tyres, it's going to be very, very, very difficult for the 8 car to beat them here today. Got still sitting absolutely on the gearbox of Nico Müller.
This is the battle for 3rd place on the podium after 23.5 hours. Extraordinary.
The number 88 car of Felix Rosenqvist is also, as they sort of battle and hold each other up ever so slightly, is also homing in on the back of those two guys. Nothing
on the radio from the BMW team to the 98 or vice versa. As Werner, again, another 33.7 last time around, and he's doing the thing that makes me think that he's struggling with a problem, Alex, is he's doing the same sector times. 43.2, he'll do about 1 minute 10 in the middle sector when he should be doing 1 minute 5s or better, and he's doing 40 odd seconds in the last sector when it should be 36s, 37s, and it should be 40 seconds in the first sector, not the 43.2 he's just done.
Smacks of potential electronic gearbox issue with radio failure to me.
Oh, yes,
so he's wandering through settings trying to fix it, and he knows he can't box because that puts them out of sequence, which would be rubbish, but he's getting to the point where he might as well.
HTP starting to get interested in what's going on. That's the Mercedes-Benz team of Maxi Goetz in 4th position at the moment, but for how much longer? And at the front of the field, 2:22.653 against a 2:22.477. So the lead comes down, but only by 0.2 of a second. Now the battle on track for 3rd is hammer and tongs. The battle on track for the lead, separated by just under half a minute, is just as frantic. In the Audi garage, concerned faces, they know they've got a scrap on their hands now, as Maxime Martin leads by 25.4 seconds. Roa BMW from Bentley, Team M Sport in 2nd, Andy Soucek. Then this battle for 3rd and 4th position, Nico Müller in the dark grey and red Audi. 200 Audi R8s have been ordered by customers. The 200th car is sitting outside their hospitality unit just behind us here. Maxi Goetz in the Team HTP Motorsport Mercedes-Benz, the yellow and black car, got to the back of Nico Müller's car relatively easily. Hasn't yet put a move on that car. He hasn't put himself in a position where Nico's had to try and close the door. Nico's had a couple of moments in traffic when he's been very clever about where he's positioned the car. And a lot of curb taken by both drivers coming over the top of Radeon last time around.
And when they're driven at this pace, the cars are aerodynamically affected. The dive planes on the front are not there to look pretty. At this distance, the dive planes on the front are not there to look pretty or for fun, and they will not be getting the airflow that they would normally get in clear air running. Granted, you also don't get that for most of the race when you're running in traffic anyway, but you will start to damage the front tyres slightly more. Those Mercs are notorious a little bit, although the new one is supposedly a bit better for having a very long wheelbase and therefore good stability, but a bit of understeer and potentially damaging the front tyre slightly. But having said he's got all of the time in the world, I expected him to take a few laps over it and then be able, the way he cruised up to his diffuser, I thought he'd take a few laps over it and then make his move in traffic. But they've been running in relatively clear air as well, which hasn't really helped him make the move.
So an hour and 35 minutes to go. Alex Brundle and John Hindhaugh with Martin Haven waiting in the wings to take you through to the end of the 2016 24 Hours of Spa here on NISMO TV and RadioLeMans.com, combining our forces here. Thanks, by the way, to Ollie and Dia back in London, who have been getting the audio to the world, to Rabin and the rest of the Nismo TV team on site here at Spa, and the SRO TV team under Mike Scott, who have allowed us to piggyback on the international feed here. First time there's been pictures all the way through the 24 hours, and it's been a great race to have them, with plenty going on in the darkness. Our camera operators and everybody, we owe you a debt of gratitude for working the clock round twice. Still don't know how this is going to go, Alex, if I'm honest. And I still wonder, with the gap now closed, and that's the most that Andy Soucek has taken out the leader for a little while. That was 0.8 of a second, and it's down to 24.6 seconds. When do BMW start getting worried? When it comes down to 10 seconds?
I think it's more like the relative pace of the two cars at this point, because essentially if he was taking a solid 0.3 a lap out of him, and I'm not talking about every lap, I'm talking about in general over the average lap, and they will have software which is calculating a rolling average of these two drivers as they move through traffic. At that point, you have to start changing your strategy to represent the fact that the guy is playing faster than you. Essentially, the slower car here has to not take tyres.
Yes, if they're going to do something tricky, if they don't think they've got the overall pace. Indebted to dailysportscar.com and to their information-hungry reporters here this weekend. The 98 car, Dirk Werner, stuck in 4th gear. So that was, I have to say, that's what it looked like to me. Start thinking about the Spirit of the Race award as well. Hashtag SPAR, SOTR, to @RadioLeMans. There's a few people that you could think of for this, certainly within the Bentley crew.
It's come down to these two, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Plenty of protagonists.
Doesn't have to be one of the winners, though, of course.
50+ lead changes,
yes.
John.
Oh, yes.
At the line.
Yes.
And 12 different leaders. The quality and depth of the series is just astronomical.
You mentioned that earlier on when we talked about how high the Pro-Am and Am leaders were. IMSA Performance and that Porsche have blitzed the Pro-Am as it stands at the moment and have more than a lap's lead on the rest of the field and are inside the top 10. They have done a very quiet but very efficient job. Very IMSA Performance-like. That's what they do with their Porsches. Lena Gate in the Bentley pit. I nearly didn't say Bentley, with Brian Gush to her right shoulder.
Looked like a bit of activity and discussion going on down there, didn't there?
And there was in the Raw Racing pit. Now, we know that these guys pit at very similar times, and we are coming round to pit stop times. There was a couple of laps between them when they pitted last time, and no more than that.
Critically, though, the Row Racing drive time will elapse before the Bentley drive time.
Yeah.
So they will have to make their, essentially, play with an open hand.
Yes.
They will have to throw their cards on the table first, and then Bentley will have the opportunity 2 laps later to react. They'll get tyres in the pit lane, then decide if they're going to take them.
90 minutes to go on Nismo TV and radiolemans.com, and we are building up. We have had the prelude, we have had all of the story, the characters are beautifully drawn. The last couple of chapters. Soucek's coming first. Well, that's a change round.
But why?
That is a change round. Well, he's 65.
Unless they were discussing an issue for the 8. We'll wait and see. Presumably we'll get pictures of that.
Can't get to the end on one more stop.
No.
So there'll be a splash.
But
one tyre, right rear. Only, I think there was only one tyre and fuel.
And was that a puncture then? Slow puncture? Must have been.
Can only have been.
Because
that was a scramble, you were right, and they were looking at some data. Now that has taken them off their carefully planned strategy, hasn't it?
Ruined it. Absolutely ruined it.
Oh my goodness me. All to play for then. As I mentioned, the story has been drawn. The backdrop is there. The characters we all know about. We've got we've got a McLaren on fire. A McLaren on fire at the top of Radiant. And this is Rob Bell in the number 58 car. It's fought its way back to 30th position. There's fire in the right rear of that car. And it has taken hold. It may just be an oil fire at the moment, but it's going to catch very quickly on the right rear. There was just a tiny lick of flame as he was going up from Eau Rouge to Radion. Caught the corner of my eye and clearly of our camera operator as well. Fantastic spot, and now it's real flame. It's real flame and there's drama, and this will be a full course caution if he can't get it back to the pits. He'll know now because the team will have told him, and the difficult choice now is, do you push on and come into the pit lane, or do you find a marshal spot that has the markings on the side of the circuit that tells you that there's a fire bottle there?
Absolutely, and presumably the team will have seen that image on the television pictures and let him know. Professional team as Garage 50, as we know, Garage 59R will have been bang on the blower to him to let him know that
this could be a massive. This could be a massive break for the 8 car. This could be a massive break for the 8 car.
But the 99, the 8 car have pitted under green.
Correct.
And are off strategy, so have to pit again. The 99 only have to pit once more, albeit a longer stop.
It depends how long a yellow might be. The second of the Raw Racing car stuck in 4th gear, that car.
Yep, stuck in 4th and touring round slowly, but will complete the race. It looks like that issue's not terminal, but just
they're going to try and keep it out there if the clutch holds on.
These guys do not need to jump. They don't need to jump at all.
Now, has the fire gone out on Rob Bell's car?
Looks like it's gone out.
How's he managed to do that? Coming down the hill to Stavolo, and
unless he just had a...
It has. It's gone out. My goodness me. Now, that is the same car, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've never seen anything like that was so alight, and there's singe marks on the carbon fibre rear under tray. The thing is about carbon fibre as well, Alex, when it's alight, it burns so hot, it tends to be very difficult to put out.
But do you think that perhaps it just ignited a little bit of fuel, set fire to a small piece of carbon fibre, which is just burnt off?
Yeah, but that was quite big flames.
Oh, I mean, that was very big flames.
Licking up around right from the diffuser, almost up to where the rear lights are.
Look at the angle of the diffuser there. You could almost believe that there was a
fire marshals have put it out. The other thing it could have been, he's off the track again, so he stopped, had it put out, and now he's continuing. It might have been a bit of rubber stuck under there.
Yes.
Could have. It was burning a little brightly.
Something stuck in that scoop of that diffuser, potentially, that could have ignited.
Yeah, thanks to the guys down in the TV truck, unseen by us but seen by them. There is a little bit, now I look closely, there's a little bit of extinguishment around the back of that car. The leader, of course, will have been wondering what was going on. Now, he's got to get to only do one more stop, of course, within 65 minutes of the finish, which is 20 minutes away.
It still has to happen. They're on schedule to do so.
Yes, they are.
And it's not a case of it's going to run out of fuel, because the fuel window is longer than he is allowed to drive the car for. So essentially, he will make it, barring incident. What might completely save Souček is if there is a very long period of safety car or full course yellow. Yeah. Even then, he'd need half a stint.
Chris has emailed us and said, do any cars still have to pit for their 5-minute stop? It's too late at this point. They had to do that before the 22nd hour was completed. The 98 car has given up the unequal struggle. This is painful. This is the one thing I really, really don't like about endurance racing. When you get under 90 minutes to go, and the guys were in with a chance of a podium finish, a good top 6 finish, absolutely nailed on, and the car stuck in 4th gear, and even Dirk Werner, with his massive experience, was not going to bring that car home from there. And look at the body language of those guys. They have worked and worked and worked, and they are looking at a car that didn't want to play. Dirk Werner doesn't even want to look at the car. He's walked away with not a backward glance to that M6.
And although you're happy across the garage, it does, as a driver, makes your heart bleed even more to see what was capable, you know, what your chassis was capable of doing across the garage.
Matt Guest has said, just looking at that McLaren, surely an onboard fireplace would be more like a Bentley racing feature. Like that. But I'm sure Rob Bell was very happy that...
electric up-down job.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things you do as a driver is you find out on every racing circuit that you compete where the fire bottles are, because at certain levels of racing, they are not everywhere, and they tend to be marked with signs or different colours at the marshal's posts, and it's one of the things you look for around a circuit. And if you've ever had even the tiniest bit of fire in a car, and I had a bit of fuel blowback in an Aston Martin I was driving once, it catches your eye very quickly, and it's something that you want to get rid of. I'm going to step aside for Martin Haven, who will read the last couple of chapters of this enthralling book that has been played out in front of us. Alex Brundle will stay with you for a little while. The difference is coming down. A 27.1 last time around for the leader, and a 22.9 for Souček. So 5 seconds has gone. It's going to be somewhere near 20 seconds, Alex, and this could be very interesting indeed as we head in to the last 80 minutes of racing.
Yes, it's Andy Souček, of course, on, well, one new tyre, but no significant tyre mileage advantage, but really does now rely on some kind of incident for the number 99 after what could only have been a puncture for the number 8 car, drove them in for a fuel only and one tyre stop. Absolutely off strategy and out of sequence with where they aim to be, to do one stop to the end of the race, Martin.
And at the speeds they're doing constantly around here, the cars have tyre temperature monitors which immediately peak. If there's a peak somewhere, it warns you that the tyre temperature's gone out of limits, and as a result that will warn you that you have got potentially a puncture in the car. So, you know, it's an entirely safety related device. Trying to get John untangled from the booth here as he makes his way out of the door.
Absolutely, the team can see that from the live telemetry anyway.
So the driver may not even be aware that he's starting to lose pressure.
Almost every puncture I've had in an endurance car I've heard then felt, aka the team have told me, and then I've gone, oh yeah.
But, you know, as you're getting into a stint and the tyres are starting to give up a little bit their initial bite and they're starting to feel a little bit softer anyway in their response, if it's losing 3 or 4 PSI, now you guys are very responsive, but you don't always necessarily... You start... When you're in the car, you drive around any amount of old rubbish to stay in the car.
There's so much noise in the general experience, bits of pickup and rubber. I was talking to my good friend Luciano Bicetta driving for HTP this weekend. He came in FP2 purely because he picked up such a massive piece of pickup rubber that he thought he had a suspension issue, and it's super common if you're testing and there's, you know, nothing to lose, that you come in, have a bit of a check, round it, and find out that no, there's nothing wrong. You've just, you know. So here we go. That's that stop again.
Yeah, the Bentley came in unexpectedly, just a right rear tyre. It was a used right rear, so if they have complete sets, you assume they're keeping it as a complete set for the end of the race.
Confirmation then, though, that was a low-pressured tyre, tyre losing pressure, and that's so unfortunate because the end of the race was shaping up so nicely for the Bentley, which looked like it had absolutely mega pace heading up towards Maxime Martin.
We still got a third of an ELMS race left. You wouldn't write off your chances with a third of the race left. You'd be going, right, come on, put me in. I've got an hour and 20 minutes to make a difference here.
Let's have a think about it. What can happen? Essentially, now the 8 need a safety car to bring them back into contention. So they are sitting on the gearbox of the 99 with both cars not requiring a stop.
Okay. We have got 50 running cars, all of which are tired, with drivers that are tired, and that's where your safety cars come from. And it can be a puncture. All it needs is a puncture, a fire, you know, the fire with the number 28 Audi, you know, any of those instances, you know, maybe something like the McLaren that we just saw, that little fire at the back of, that takes hold a little bit earlier, and then suddenly halfway around the lap, you've got a car on fire and it's full course yellow, and
the issue they're going to have is as soon as that full course yellow or safety car scenario comes out, inevitably the safety car is going to try and pick up the leader. When the 8 pits to do its extra pit stop, it now requires over the 99, or essentially bring itself back on schedule with the 99, it goes to the back of the bunch. Sure. It has to make its way all the way through. Endurance racing, anything can happen. A similar issue could befall the 99. There's a long, long time to go and a lot of debris out there on the racetrack. So let's see what happens.
Well, of course, there are 2 row racing BMWs. They were both running in the top 3 at one stage. Both have led.
There were 2 row racing BMWs.
Both have led this race. Both are still going.
One's just retired, I believe.
Dirk Werner is in the pits now. 50%. 75% of the BMWs that started this race have now retired.
Absolutely.
And there is still an hour and 20 minutes to go. We've just seen a car coming in with half its rear wing ripped off because it's had contact in traffic. Crikey, O'Reilly. And the car has been spun on the exit of the...
Blanchimont.
Blanchimont.
Yeah.
Yeah, has been exactly tagged actually out of the left-hander, tagged from behind, and instead of going to the outside where all the runoff area is, it's gone to the inside where there is a concrete wall unprotected by anything than a thin layer of green paint. So the 78 car is going back into the garage, and Barwell Motorsport, that's Marco Attard, Leo Machitsky's car, Tom Kimber-Smith in that crew as well with Marco Mappelli. And who was in...
Attard was in the car.
Marco, was he? Former British GT champion, as is Leo Machitsky.
Super easy to do. You get on that grass Astro on the outside, lose traction, and it happens very, very quickly. High-speed corner exit. And if it's a little bit wet still from the rain, which we had earlier on today, that AstroTurf, of course, the last thing to dry on the race circuit, and you're all too aware of it. Full course yellow.
Full course
in
yellow.
10 seconds.
Now, a safety car can only hurt the number 8 Bentley. A full course yellow might help.
And we are just outside. We are just outside the point where either of the 2 leaders can stop and get to the end of the race.
Yes.
A stint is 65 minutes long. A full course yellow will only extend your stint if it is present on the lap in which you come in.
Okay.
So you can't account for that. You can't say, let's do a 70-minute stint, essentially, because for the final stint of the race, you won't come in, of course. You'll cross the start-finish line. So a certain 65-minute stint remains for everyone.
You could cross the start-finish line in the pit lane.
You could do, but then it would be too close and you'd lose.
Oh, need to know the rules. Need to know the rules.
Do a Schumacher.
Yeah, so that doesn't help. It's too early. There is debris at Blanchimont on driver's left as they come up into the right-hander that, you know, the passing place up the hill towards the bus stop is that nip tight up on the right-hander there, isn't it? But it's over to driver's left. But it's a long way from Marshall's. Cars don't go off there. They go off further up at the bus stop or further down on the exit of Blanchimont. There are no marshals there to go and rescue us. So they're going to have to leg it off down the hill.
Yep, there's not going to be enough full course yellow running to essentially swallow up the half a stint that Andy Soucek requires in terms of fuel. What this might do is get Gotts and the 88 into the same window as the leaders.
But there'll still be a lap behind.
There'll still be a lap behind,
Soucek and 2 laps behind Martin.
But it will negate the off-synchronicity that those 2 cars have.
Alexander Sims is helmeting up, ready to take the 99 car to the line, but he can't get in yet, as Alex has pointed out. 65 minutes is the maximum time that a driver can be in the car on track without making a pit stop.
Down to the pits.
Wolfgang, we just saw the Bentley come in and they only changed the back right wheel.
Yeah, unfortunately we got a puncture, but it has been fixed now. We lost a little bit of time, but we're still
Green
there.
flag, green flag.
Is there anything you can do about the BMW now?
Well, we would need a little bit of luck, I think, but there is still 1 hour 15 to go, anything can happen. So it's still possible, I think.
By the grin on your face, you look very positive about it. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You know, whenever that question is popped out now, everybody's mind has 2 words in: Le Mans. Anything is still possible. We've just had a car, we've had a full course yellow for debris. Not every single tiny little minuscule needle-sharp shred of debris will have been picked off of the track. It's still there.
99 have a stop to do. They have to do it under pressure. They have to get it done absolutely correctly. Looking at the rundown that we have now, Maxime Martin leads from Andy Soucek in the number 8. 86 of Maxime Gotts from the 88 of
Felix Rosenqvist. Well, there's the streaming on Nismo TV showing you the BMW M6 GT3. This is the car, Row Racing's last feather, or the last quiver in there, the last arrow in their quiver. And Maxime Martin, he's done such a stellar job here, and Alexander Sims have been really among the standout performers in this race. They lead by just a lap from Andy Soucek, who's currently at the wheel of the number 8 Bentley Continental GT3. And again, you can see the damage on that car. The front from frontal contact with one of the ISR run Audis in the middle of the night. There may well have been another little dink or two in traffic that we haven't picked up. That car still in with a real shot here. Now the outside, the dark horses, if you like, this yellow number 86 Mercedes. And again, this has been whipped all the way by its drivers. There's no question. This, perhaps of all the cars in the race, that one has been flogged more than any other.
Without errors as well. It's been quite impressive.
Absolutely.
The lineup of that car really, you know, attacking, smooth attacking driving without errors in the pit, without errors on the track. It's one of the only cars without that kind of bumper damage that we're seeing on all the front fenders, getting a nice close-up of it there
also,
on the 88.
Surprisingly clean is the 88 car as well. Felix Rosenqvist driving this last year at Spa. He was in a Formula 3 European Series car. This year, he's in the 24-hour GT race. That's how driver careers change dramatically these days, isn't it? And Rosenqvist taking this to like a duck to water. And he is chasing a podium. He's on the same lap as the third-place Mercedes. He could make it through. René Rast lies in 5th position in the class in the number 27 Audi that started on pole, don't forget, when the fastest 6 cars in qualifying were all had their times deleted for running an ECU in the engine that did not conform to the homologation rules. Those 6 Mercedes were also then penalised by a 5-minute stop and go for conduct unbecoming, basically, for presenting cars for inspection that they knew to be outside of homologation. So those are the top 5, and in 6th position is another Mercedes. Now, this car was not one of the ones that had the 5-minute hold, but the 84 car, Dominic Baumann, Jasmin Jafar, Maxi Buch, that was one of the cars that had the 5-minute hold. That car is in 6th position, and the rest of the top 10 stacked up with Audis. Behind them, the number 26 Audi, number 4 Audi, and 76, that's another of the ISR Audis, and that is also our Pro-Am class leader. So, in fact, that's not an Audi, is it? That's 76, that's the Porsche. That is the IMSA Performance Porsche that is in 9th place overall and leading the Pro-Am class.
Was that then, I spotted the last lap for Maxime Martin as a 3:30 something, but wasn't the stop because Sims would have got in the car. So I'm not sure what happened there, but the last lap round definitely came up on the timing screens as a 3:30 something on the previous tour.
Yes,
and he would be the last man out.
Going green, yes,
correct.
yes. So our IMSA leader IMSA Performance Car is our Pro-Am class leader. Raymond Narak at the wheel of the Kodak liveried car at the moment. Good lineup there. Factory driver Patrick Pilet, Maxime Jus, brother Julien Jus, and Thierry Corac at the wheel of that car. Second in the Pro-Am class is the number 74. This is the ISR run Pro-Am car. Franck Pereira driving that. He shares with Nico Lapierre, Henri Acide, and Philippe Guillac. They lie in second place. They are in 14th overall. And third in the Pro-Am class is the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. Now that has had a storied race with lots and lots of issues. And that Demon Tweaks livery car being driven by son of Demon Tweaks founder Alan Minshaw, John Minshaw, who's again a regular, like Barwell are, in the British GT Championship. And they have plumped for 666, the number of the beast, for their V12 Beast. And the Lamborghini Huracan he shares with Phil Keane, one of his regular rivals in British GT, and regular partners, and Joe Osborne, one of his regular rivals, and Ollie Gavin as well. Now, Ollie Gavin we're so used to seeing in Corvettes. Don't forget, though, when Reiter Engineering were developing Lamborghini Gallardos and all of that, he and Peter Cox were the two main development drivers. They did lots of races that didn't clash, particularly Gav with his Corvette racing in the States, and the Corvette team were always kind enough to let him go and race when he could for Reiter. So fourth in the Pro-Am class, we now get to the number 89 Mercedes, and this car has been run by Aka Asp, aka ASP, Daniele Perfetti, another former British GT driver, Laurent Cazenave, who's made a long career in French GT, Michael Lyons, and Morgan Mouillon-Trafort, who's a Porsche Carrera Cup driver as well. It's a good combination of backgrounds in that Mercedes. And the one thing that these Mercedes have proved, Alex Brundle, is pretty much bulletproof.
Absolutely, very, very few issues with those, but very, very few issues barring contact throughout. Even the McLaren that set itself on fire put itself out again.
That's what you want. A barbecue that lights itself and then puts itself out when required. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Things only tend to break if drivers break them, really, don't they? And that's by hitting other cars or by hitting stationary objects. But rarely happens. In our AM class, well, we've had 666 in the Pro-Am class, 888 leads the AM class. Kessel Racing's Ferrari, and this is Marco Tanutini, Vadim Gitlin, Liam Talbot, I can manage that one, and Nicola Cadet. So they are in the red and black 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari. And Kessel Racing had a little battle in the AM class with either 41 or 42, one of the classic and modern racing Ferraris. Right at the very beginning of the race, they were 64th and 65th, and the leader catching them, Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini Huracan, took several laps to get by them, even though they were the last cars on the track and he was the first car on the track. So close is the performance of all these GT3 cars.
Soucek continues to steadily take time out of Maxime Martin at the front, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough unless something happens, which it usually does in the last hour of this race. Yeah. The moment when you can pit and get to the end of this race, aka the moment you could pass the exit loop line and get to the end of this race, is in 30 seconds time. So expect the key individuals into the pits now.
Only if the leader crosses the line at exactly 4 o'clock. What happens if the leader passes the line at a second to 4 and takes another 2 minutes 30 to get round?
Drive time relates to race time.
Okay.
It's my understanding.
I don't know. Again, you know, that's...
It's a good point. It's a very, very good point.
I always come up with stupid questions that I can't answer the moment I switch a microphone.
Well, in prepares the Bentley and also the 99 of Maxime Martin, so they obviously agree, yes. Although they're going to have a couple of minutes in hand, aren't they, by the time those cars get in and out across the loop line, out onto the track to begin the drive time of that driver.
But they do agree with you. It's 64 minutes and under now, so it's under, well, it's 65 minutes and under, coming down towards 64 minutes. And as you say, it's going to take them another minute or so to come in. But they might almost just about have sneaked in right on the 65 minutes to go. There's no need. Certainly no need for number 99. They can easily afford to do another.
Exactly. And also the 8 took tyres, did a short stop, took tyres and fuel in the mid-stint. So that has absolutely no reason for doing so. Number 8 under investigation.
Wow. For infringement of the full course yellow, and down pit road comes
the
number 7.
The 7.
Number 7 is on pit road.
Dummy pit stop, perhaps. Then trying to...
Are they doing the Ferrari shuffle, the tyres out onto the pit lane? Oh, we're not coming in at all, but we did suck a Red Bull into a change.
Perhaps trying to goad Martin, the 99, into pitting absolutely on the limit of the drive time, trying everything. Maybe they just had to bring the 7 in, who knows?
Maybe they did, and maybe it did need fuel. But, you know, now, if you're trying to double bluff, then the only way that your rival is going to take that is if they're not even remotely watching their car all the race and all they're doing is focusing on you. And these two teams now are only focusing on the checkered flag. Whatever happens with the other car happens. All you can do now is get your car to the flag in the shortest possible time. In comes 99. They are confident of their plan. Alexander Sims is standing on the pit apron as Maxime Martin brings the 99 BMW, the race leader, into the pits for what will be its final scheduled stop. Keyword there, possibly, although not hopefully, being scheduled. So Sims is ready to go. The two drivers will exchange places, the two really that have driven that car right to the front of this field and kept it there.
Presumably Sims is allowed to stand in the middle of the pit lane like that because he's probably been doing it all night.
Yes, he has indeed. Oh, he's been very, very evident out there, not quite in the fast lane, but alongside the door. And of course, while safety issues, i.e. the man cleaning the windscreen and the driver helping the driver to make sure his belts are done up, that's another safety issue. They can do that while the fuel is going in. Nobody else may touch the car. Not a data plug from a laptop, no tyre men, no nothing else.
Plenty of time for this all to happen, of course. And Alex Sims is well secured in the car before the tyre change begins. Full tyre stop for 99, and why wouldn't they? They will retain the lead, of course, as they exit the pit lane white line with all of their weapons sharp. No need for them to steal any track position whatsoever. Team manager car 8, among others, to race control immediately.
44, 63, 78 and 8. The Germain numbers there are not 44, 63 and 78. The final ballet with the tyres and the air guns. Exhausted, hot, sweaty, grimy, bleary-eyed, sandy-eyed, mealy-mouthed. I mean, just absolutely have wrung themselves out, these guys, in the pit lane to keep their car at the front of the field.
Those boys have changed all 4 tyres with 1 gun and 2 blokes 23 times. And shall I tell you what's spectacular about that? They've done the least pit stops of any of the lead runners. That is how hard the mechanics are working this race. I don't think I've ever seen a work rate like it for a pit crew.
Now, what you will probably find is that the number 8 Bentley crew have only done 23 tyre changes as well, and they will do 1 more, but their 26 pit entries have included 3 penalties and may yet include another one, because the race director has been called to has called the team manager of car number 8. So Maxime Martin congratulates his guys. Really nice touch in the middle of the night when Alexander Sims got out after a triple stint. He got a little round of applause from the team for doing such a great job. Well, Alex Brundle is going to take a well-earned rest and switch his mic back on there.
Yeah, I don't think you'll hear from me anymore, so I'm going to be... I've really enjoyed it with you guys. Thanks very much for joining us.
Excellent. Barcelona in 2 weeks it is then.
And see you next time, gang.
Alex Brundle, a pleasure and a thorough joy, not just to have in the commentary box, but throughout the weekend trip. So we are into the final hour of this race. 23 hours to get yourself in a position to win it. And we now have 2 cars who could, can, might. In third place is Maxi Goetz. Goetz is on pit road in the number 86, the yellow Mercedes. And that will then hand that third place, at least temporarily, to Felix Rosenqvist at number 88 Mercedes. He must stop. So must the 5th place car, number 28, the WRT Audi of René Rast. Jasmine Jafar has stopped from 6th position. And the number 4 car of Bertrand Baguette, another WRT Audi, has stopped in 8th place. Raymond Narak will need to do one more stop in the 76 IMSA Performance Pro-Am leading Porsche. And in fact, most of the field will need to do a final stop, as we are now 23 hours in, and the final hour of the 2016 Spa 24 Hours is underway. Martin Haven and Joe Bradley bringing the action all the way to the finish and through to the podium and the champagne celebrations here live on radiolemans.com and on Nismo TV. So
bring it home, Dave, as they say.
Bring it home, Dave. Alex unplug all his bits and pieces and doohickeys and run for the hills, or in our case, La Manche.
Great to have Alex in the team, I've got to say. Great insight from the other side of the fence. Another racing driver taking our commentary jobs, eh?
Yeah.
Well done, mate.
and more than welcome to. Entertaining, informative, and as always, like a race driver, reading the race really well, spotting the things that normally untrained eyes like ours won't pick up. So our 3rd place car has stopped, our 1st place car has stopped, and Andy Soucek is now the race leader in the number 8 car.
We're not expecting the number 8 Bentley to be able to do double stint on an extra fuel tank or anything stupid like that.
Well, he can't on driver time in the car.
All right.
So he needs to stop.
He's going to have to stop
before the end of the
it.
race, just because he personally has to come in and out of the pit lane once more, because you're allowed to do no more than 65 minutes without making a call through the pits, not including penalties.
So even if he had a boot full of fuel,
even if he had enough fuel to drive all the way home to the northeast of England, were that where he lived,
northwest.
Then no.
It actually from the northwest, isn't it, the Bentley? M Sport?
Yeah, he's not there. He's Spanish.
All right.
So, I mean, he could have enough fuel to drive all the way home to Spain, but he wouldn't be allowed to, because he's only allowed to do 65 minutes of the stint. So Soucek now leads, and the Row Racing BMW team, they have played their final card. That's it. Their cards are on the table. We know what they've got. They'll react to changing circumstances, but their strategic plan has now been fully played out. They have made their final stop. They are good to go to the flag. All we now wait to see is what happens in the other minor positions, where the Mercedes can move up or down the order versus each other. We're looking at the 88 car on screen, which lies 3rd. The 86 4th, the 86 car is in 3rd place and has just made it stop without losing that position to Felix Rosenqvist in the 88 car. The real key thing now is, how do Bentley get out of this hole?
Yeah, I was going to say, is there anything whatsoever that they can do? All right, they're going to have to refuel the car. They're not going to need to refuel it fully, because there are
they may not have to refuel it, because he had fuel, I think, when they had the right rear puncture, but it's the driver time. Now, I didn't know.
So you're saying they don't have to refuel?
I'm not saying they don't have to refuel at all. I'm saying I don't know that they have to refuel.
I would imagine
what
they will.
Absolutely have to do is
change
not
the
exceed this. No, not necessarily have to change the driver. Again, I'm not sure how long Andy Soucek has been in the car.
Right, so we can save time by not changing tyres.
Yes.
We can save time by not needing a full fuel allocation.
Yes.
And that's it. So we come in, we effectively splashish and dashish.
However,
get out.
He will go behind the number 99 car.
He will still, won't he?
He will still. So they need something that allows them to make a stop and retain the lead. And that something can't be a safety car, because if the safety car picks up the leader and they duck into the pits, they'll come out a lap behind at the back of the safety car, and they're already in danger of being a lap behind once they have completed a normal green flag pit stop. So that doesn't help. So it has to be somehow a full course yellow, but it can't be too late because we're now into the final 65 minutes of the race. We're now into the final 55 minutes of the race, and he has got a maximum of 65 minutes since his last pit stop. Now, if the Wi-Fi that we paid a lot of money for hadn't fallen over in the last hour of the race, I could go online and find out when his last pit stop was. That's immaterial, because they are now braking for the pit lane.
There's your
the
answer.
race leader is on pit road. They are not waiting for salvation from a flag. They are going to cast their die on the water and see what happens.
They probably didn't have a choice, Martin.
Well, they did. They still had time on their side. It's not been 65 minutes since he last brought the car in with a soft right rear. So that was a pit stop. It doesn't have to involve fuel or a driver change. It has to involve coming into the pits.
That's all.
Yes.
However, he does need fuel, clearly, because we are refueling.
But they didn't have to do it now. This is not the 65th minute since he last stopped. They could have left it longer. What they're doing now is going... They have sat down and said, are we going to wait until the last possible moment in the hope that something else happens? Or are we going to now go in, get tyres, give him the best opportunity to capitalise if something happens?
And do it on the track.
They have gone for, let's give him the best chance if fortune turns yet again and gives us the opportunity. We want him not to know he still has to come back in, not to be on worn tyres, to be on as fresh rubber as we can give him, to be good to go to the flag, and that's what they're now doing. Now it's down to fate. Has he stalled? No, he's been told not to go, because still there are time stops. And that's the other thing. Doesn't matter how short you fuel, there is still a minimum time you cannot be below for a fuel stop.
Yeah, I was aware of that. Yeah.
So you still can't come in and do like a 2-second splash and then go. You've got to wait for that minimum, which is, what is it, 65 seconds from pit in to pit out or whatever. That's the deal. There is that minimum time. So the Bentley team have made their final stop for the number 8. All they can do now is out of their hands. All they can do now is wait and see what fate delivers them. Currently, they came in from the lead. They should drop back to second place. The Bentley, again, is coming down the old pit road. And the last time this happened, the number 99 BMW came past him about halfway down the old pit lane. Didn't see where that was. We need a longer shot to see where the 99 BMW is, whether the Bentley comes out in front, whether the Bentley comes out behind. Not seeing him in that shot. Where is Alexander Sims in the row racing BMW? Will he be in front of Andy Soucek on the track? Is he behind Andy Soucek on the track? There are 2 other cars coming steaming up the hill behind, 3 other cars steaming up the hill.
He should be 30 seconds up the road, Martin.
He should be in front, but we haven't seen a picture of him. Need to see where the BMW is and see the task that faces Andy Soucek. Soucek's windscreen, it still says 02, so he would have said 01 when he came into the pit lane because he was the race leader, so it should then say 02 because Alexander Sims is in front of him. We wait to see what the gap is. Third place, we know, that is Maxi Goetz in the yellow 86 Mercedes. That is a massive result for the HTP Motorsport team. They have just ground it out. They have sucked up the pressure and they have flogged this car to within an inch of its life. And what a lineup. Maxi Goetz, Thomas Jaeger, both acknowledged quick guys, and they've thrown the curveball in. I mean, you can't call Gary Paffett a ringer, not in one of these. You could if it was a lower tier pre-DTM race. Yes, he'd be a ringer, but in a GT car,
It's his first GT
It's his first GT race ever. His first 24-hour race
and you
ever.
You would not have gambled a single penny on that car being on the podium at the start of this race, not after that penalty.
Not a chance. And even coming in here, he might have thought, right, we might have a chance. Car's got a chance of winning, but he won't have expected to be on the podium. He wouldn't have expected to be on the podium after the penalties that the 6 fast Mercedes in the top 20 shootout got either. In fact, he was looking fairly crestfallen at the beginning of the race, just going, well, we're just going to drive it and see what happens. And gradually, he's sort of been absorbed into this race, into this new discipline. Remember, we had the interview with him earlier in the race, and he was saying it's really rare after 20 years of motorsport you get to do something that's a bit different. And he said, this isn't a bit different, this is a lot different from anything I've ever done. And he said, that's really refreshing.
Well, 13 years in DTM, I mean, those cars are highly technical cars and completely different. Lots of aero, lots of grip, completely different to what we're seeing here.
But sophisticated carbon cars, lots of aero, ABS, traction control, all the toys that these cars have. So I suppose it's not such a massive adaptation as if he'd been, say, racing in Formula One with Mercedes for 13 years. That would have been a very, very different kettle of fish. And, you know, it's a different side of the same coin, maybe. It's a slightly different variety of what he's been doing.
So that's Sims across the line, Martin, 99 BMW.
Yes. So
Let's
now the
have
clock
a look.
is running, isn't it?
We're going to see what the gap is, and then basically for the next 48 minutes or so, we're going to monitor that gap, lap after lap after lap, right to the checkered flag. And we're going to see if Andy Souček can make any kind of impression, put any kind of pressure on the leading BMW.
This is a big lead. Alexander Sims is braking and turning into Les Combes, and Andy Souček has not crossed the line. Or is he in front of him on the road, but still almost a lap behind? Souček, yeah, Souček must be just narrowly in front of him. He's done a first sector time, 1,000th of a second quicker than Alexander Sims. I'm saying that might not be enough to catch him.
He's just finished sector 2.
So he's
1 minute 5.
just under a lap ahead, isn't he? Because he is now coming down to the bottom of the track.
Souček's in sector 3.
Souček is climbing the hill now. 105.275, second sector.
Coming towards the bus stop now is the number 8 Bentley. Just braking there, knows that the car goes down, turns right, gets the car left, and then will want to be on that throttle as soon as he can. He does indeed. Very, very smooth drive from Souček. Now here's the gap, Martin.
Souček was 1,000th of a second slower than Sims in the first sector. Waiting for Sims to complete the second sector and see where he was. Souček's just done a 2:21.6. Alexander Sims' last flying lap, a 2:21.7. So 1/10 of a second.
But he's already a
1700.
second up on him in the second sector. Yeah. So he's gained a second on him there.
Yes.
But
so
no
Sims
difference whatsoever in sector 1.
Sims lost a second in the second sector.
40.118 for the 99 BMW to a 40.119 for the Bentley in sector 1. 1 minute 6.1 in sector 2. And 1 minute 5.2 in sector 2 for the Bentley.
So Sims, his last lap, 2 minutes 22.5. Souček's 2 minutes 21.6, 9/10 of a second. Not enough, because he's half a lap behind, 3/4 of a lap, 4/5 of a lap behind,
really
isn't
is.
he? Actually, half a lap.
Yeah, we've probably got, what, 20 plus laps, just over 20 laps of this race to go.
46 minutes at 2 minutes 20, so it'll be 19, maybe, laps of the race, because although the time runs out at 4 o'clock, the flag will be held out for the winner, at 4:30, the flag will be held out for the winner to arrive. A black and white flag, and drive-through penalty for car 8. The race is over for Bentley number 8. Full course yellow infringement, Alain Adam says, drive-through penalty. That is their 4th penalty for on-track infringements. 2 for exceeding driver times within the cars, 1 for exceeding track limits repeatedly, and 1 now for full course yellow infringement.
Well, that's the chase over.
Now then, does that open up the battle for second place with Maxi Goertz in the 86 car? How far behind on the road is Maxi Goertz?
58 seconds.
Yep.
So
less than a minute. It'll take Souček more than a minute to go through the pit lane.
We are going to have a battle for second place.
And 11 seconds behind Goertz is Felix Rosenqvist. So a BMW will lead. We could have Mercedes second and third if the Bentley cannot fight back after the drive-through. And Souček has to take this right now. Why he was not in the pit lane then, I don't understand. He has to give himself the maximum on-track time to fight back from that run through the pit lane. Maybe they're going to try and keep him out front, outpacing the BMWs, because if the Mercedes rather, in second and third, because if there's some way he can come out of the pit lane in front of them, there's a chance of holding them off. If he comes out behind, there's less of a chance maybe of getting by than there might be of holding them off. And it might come down to 1 second he can pull out on this lap, 1 second he can pull out on the next lap, 1 second on the in lap. That, if he could do that over the Mercedes, and at the moment he was 2 seconds a lap quicker than the chasing Mercs on the last lap alone. If he could do that for the next 2 laps before he comes in, that would give him a 6-second greater advantage over the third-place Mercedes.
Threatening sky there, Martin, on the horizon. That's not going to come into play, is it?
It wouldn't be Spa if it didn't rain when nobody really needed it to, or somebody wanted it to. It could, it might not, but debris, traffic, somebody else's accident, a puncture, anything, you know. Okay, in the end, Bentley might go and say, that right rear puncture, that debris, whatever it was that we ran over and picked up, that cost us the race. 4 penalties that could have been avoided, and none of them were for contact with other cars, by the way, exceeding track limits, exceeding the driver's time in the track in a stint, not once, but twice, and then a full course yellow infringement in the last hour.
That must have been passing under yellow.
Not slowing down enough, or a delta time, or a yada yada yada, one of those things, but not respecting the yellow flags. That's basically it, you know. And right now there's an awful lot of talk about yellow flags and drivers respecting them, and drivers need to respect them. It's not about them, it's about the people, the unpaid volunteers who are there to help the racing happen, who may be in the track. And don't forget, the last full course yellow was for debris, one of the fastest parts of the track.
Yeah.
Which has got a blind approach, around which the drivers can't see.
It's a black and white offence.
Yeah.
So, as is track limits, you're either over the white line or you're not.
Yeah. You can't be.
If you're over the white
slightly
line,
pregnant.
No, you can't be. You can't have slightly overtaken someone under a yellow. It's unfortunate.
Yep. And he may have not reacted quickly enough, shot by somebody, and then undone the damage and dropped back behind them. But maybe the damage was done. It is raining in the distance. How far in the distance and how quickly it's moving. Oh my lord. Now then, whose weather radar is working best? What are Meteo France actually telling us with that little scrolling map?
That pit team, the Bentley guys who we saw settling down to watch the end of this race, their job done, may not be quite that, boys. We may need your services once more.
And that is why they never leave the garage. It may indeed be about to rain.
Yes.
That would be the French vernacular for that. That presumably a Meteo France term. But yeah, it does look. Well, it's 40 minutes. You know, it's the better part of an hour. If we get rain in the last couple of laps, nobody's going to brake for wet weather tyres.
You can't.
Remember what we said? It's always the leader that finds the rain first.
Can't serve his drive-through at the time he pits, can he? It's got to be a drive-through completely.
Oh,
he can't.
No, it's not wet there. That was just water from earlier being thrown up by the car running really wide. Is he in this lap, Andy Souček? He's got one more by. In he comes. Drive-through penalty now. He will not change tyres because it's bone dry and the track is still hot. The track will survive a shower. Hot slicks on a warm track will survive a shower. But with 40 minutes and 20 seconds to go, the number 8 Bentley is again serving a penalty for an on-track infringement. Their 4th such. That brings them up to 28 trips through the pits. The race-leading BMW has made 23.
I would like to total the amount of time that number 8 Bentley has lost through penalties.
Right, well,
I reckon it would have won this race by at least 3 laps.
Right, let's see what his next lap is. It may not have won by any certifiable margin, but when they sit down and look at the things that cost them victory, yes, unexpected right rear puncture in the final 90 minutes, certainly that didn't help.
Someone's told Maxi Goetz, haven't they? These lights are flashing, the body language of that Mercedes.
Goetz will go through into second.
Get out of my way, get out of my way. He's just going into La Source.
Is halfway down the old pit lane. Maxi Goetz is at La Source. The Bentley team can barely breathe, and Soucek is released from the pit speed limiter. And where is Maxi Goetz?
Just coming past the pits now,
He is coming into Eau Rouge now. No, he's not. Here he comes into Eau Rouge, and he exits, and he starts to climb Radillon, and already out past the blend line is Andy Soucek. We get a shot on the straight. Soucek remains in second place. He's into the braking area at Les Combes, and the Mercedes has appeared onto the Kemmel straight. It is now halfway up. He comes into the braking area at Les Combes. That's about a 7 or 8 second margin in favour of Andy Soucek in second place. But all bets are now off. Gary Paffett not quite sure what to make of this. This sort of thing happens in a 40-minute sprint race. We now have a DTM race left to sort this out in, don't we? Basically, you know, we got a 40-minute sprint with 2 cars in contention, or maybe 3, or maybe 4.
And it is for podium, 2nd and 3rd place that we're battling here.
Yep. Now, should BMW win, it is still a massively, massively successful race for the number 8 Bentley team, because they were in the top 3 at 6 hours. They were in the lead at 12 hours when points were awarded, both of those junctions, and they will be on the podium when double points are, assuming nothing else changes, when double points are awarded at the end of the 24 hours. That is 4 podium results, including 1 win, minimum, in this race weekend. So it is far from a disaster. It is in fact, they will come out of this with more points earned than any of their rivals in the championship.
I think so.
Gary Paffett's now on Twitter going, what's happening here now? Follow his Twitter and see what Gary Paffett is tweeting, because, I mean, it's another one of those races that is just coming down to some sort of ridiculous nail-biting conclusion. Now, road racing, I'm going to say this now because somebody tweeted it several hours ago. Road racing have been in a winning position in this race and other 24-hour races before, and things have gone a little bit squirrely on them, and it has not worked out in their favour. Well, the 86 Mercedes of Maxi Goetz was not parallel when it had its fuel stop. However, we have seen other cars deliberately not parking parallel. I'm not sure that there's a rule that you have to park parallel. Is there going to be a pit infringement penalty? Well, the penalty won't be, or the protest won't come from Bentley. The protest will have to come from HTP Mercedes, and from the 88 Mercedes team, Aka Asp. Another Mercedes team would have to protest factory driver Gary Paffett and his teammates in that Mercedes to have them penalised. Now, you know, the Mercedes management at the moment are going to have an awful stern word with a lot of people after the Friday into Saturday debacle and the 5-minute penalties and the public humiliation for using parts that they knew they shouldn't have used in qualifying. I honestly don't see how the 88 car can possibly protest a fellow Mercedes team. They can, of course, because it's not the same team, but I think you might find that Mercedes parts suddenly become made of unobtainium, and unavailability is quite high on their list of delivery. And it just wouldn't really sit well at the end of a weekend where Mercedes look like they might save some face out of this, to have a petty bickering squabble about whether somebody was parked straight or not. No. Meanwhile,
I hope not. I hope not. That will spoil a run to the finish.
We have actually had a change for position because the number 26 WRT Audi and Henry Hassid, I think, is doing the final. Christopher Haas, right, the Santalok Audi, is doing the final stint in that car. He has just moved up to 7th at the expense of the 75 Audi, which is ISR's car, which is Marlon Stockinger driving. So that's a change for 7th place.
Rain in turn 1.
Rain in turn 1. Oh, okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Come on. This is our third 24-hour race in a month, Joe. And these things are now starting to get...
All cars lights on. All cars lights on.
Predictable that they're going to go down to the final lap, and we'll see changes still.
Well, Alan Adam just reminding all cars to have their lights on. Through by... Oh, was that the number 7 Bentley going by the race leader? Was that the number 8?
Was that 7 passing the leader?
That was number 8. Unlapped itself. Okay, there we go. So number 8, thank you, Mike. Number 8 has unlapped itself from the race leader. So Alexander Sims go, yep, let him go. And why is Alexander Sims letting him go? Because while he follows the Bentley at a safe distance of 4 or 5 seconds...
There's no reason to hold him back, really, is there?
Well...
just follow him.
You never know what's going to happen. But if rain is coming... Remember when it was raining before? Sit 4 or 5 seconds behind the leader, let him go off and alert you where there isn't any grip.
He's his recce team, isn't he, like you said?
He's the Ice Note crew now for Alexander Sims. Wipers on at the bottom of the hill. In fact, not even at the bottom of the hill.
Rules have been reversed.
Going through Piff Paff. And all Alexander Sims needs to do is keep him in sight. He doesn't even need to be this close. Wet weather tyres are waiting in the Bentley garage. I suspect those stickers may never be rubbed off the car on this track, unless, well, we heard that Bentley are expecting an absolute deluge. Is this the drizzle avant le deluge? I mean, it might just be. It is raining as they come up to the bus stop. Is that rain? I'm trying to work out from our monitor. He's still got the wipers on. Let's have a quick look at the onboard.
It's not that far from turn 1. It's the start finish. Well, that certainly is raining for that spectator with his brolly up.
Right, I'm looking down on the pit lane.
It's raining outside from our commentary position.
So
just
it's raining
over
a little bit here.
Over the Grand Prix pits.
So Andy Soucek is now on the lead lap, but the leader is right behind him. He is the very next car. Maxi Gertz comes across the line, 14 seconds behind Andy Soucek in 3rd. In 4th place will be Felix Rosenqvist in the 88 Mercedes. He's 13 seconds back, and it is raining. René Rast in 5th place is 4.5 seconds behind 4th place Felix Rosenqvist. René Rast in the pole-sitting Audi. In 6th position, Jasman Jafar has got back up there in the 84 HTP Mercedes. In 7th place is Christopher Haas in the number 26 Santalok Audi. In 8th place is Marlon Stockinger in the 75 ISR Audi. In 9th place, Bertrand Baguette in the number 4 WRT Audi. And in 10th place is Maxime Jus in our Pro-Am leading number 76. Closing in for 3rd place is Felix Rosenqvist in the 88 Mercedes. He rides up the curb, but that was not wet weather curbs. That was Felix Rosenqvist chasing the throttle and the car squirming. He was too aggressive even for the Mercedes' natural composure. As you saw a couple of Lamborghini Huracans behind him. It is raining here now as they come down out of Rivage and down the hill through Pouhon towards Piff Paff. It is raining. And on to the pit lane, into the pit lane has come the number 75 ISR car. So Marlon Stockinger was clearly running out of driving time in the car. He's come in from 8th place. René Rast is in 5th. Top 5 cars are Andy Andy Soucek is just about a lap behind Alexander Sims, the race leader, but second, third, fourth and fifth are on the same lap, and they are separated by 27, 29, 30, 31 seconds, covering second, third and fourth. With 29 minutes to go.
Looking out of our window, Martin, that is proper rain. That isn't a shower. That is going to douse the track. That is going to create standing water. That is more than likely going to call for wet tyres.
Okay, so do M Sport and Bentley brake immediately? Aity's in the pit lane, Andy Soucek's in, but so too is Alexander Sims. So this is the danger now. You are in the lead. Do not gamble this away. Go safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that the Bentley has come in as well is belt and braces now for the 99 car. You can see how much it is raining now. This has come on in the last 3 or 4 minutes. And Alexander Sims will take on wet weather tyres. Now, I was going to say, remember which cars handled the wet on slicks best. The Bentley, followed by the BMW. Definitely the worst on slicks in the rain was the Audi. The Mercedes at the stage where we've had slick tyres and wet track before wasn't so much of a feature that we were watching it. However, this is now going to, as you say, absolutely douse the track.
Not a choice. Look at the rain outside of our commentary box. In fact, look at the rain bouncing off the roof of the Bentley.
It is pelting down. That is hard, and that is going to absolutely drench the circuit. Now, why is the Bentley waiting so long? The Bentley was ahead of the 99 BMW on the road, and yet goes out behind it.
He was
and
held.
All they've done is change tyres.
He was held, wasn't he? Grant Clark there, the crew member from the Bentley team, just walking back to the wall, was holding that car.
Why?
I do not know. It's we have a mandatory pit stop time. Was he holding him for that?
But he came in front of 99. How did he leave behind 99 if they both obeyed the minimum pit stop time? Look at the rain flooding off the awning. It is properly, suddenly it's become, well, evening. It's dark.
What a way to finish.
Yes.
Now, what is that? Does that say 05?
Fifth position.
Is he gone down to fifth?
Well, because only the top two stopped. So Maxi Gertz on slicks, Felix Rosenquist on slicks, René Rast on slicks, Jasman Jafar on slicks, Christopher Haas on slicks.
They're not going to survive.
Bertrand Baguette in the pits had already picked off Marlon Stockinger, who pitted last lap. So Baguette has come in, and okay, who else has come in? Jus has come in. Daniele Perfetti is coming.
We've got the 230 Porsche, and it's aquaplaning off, out of control, and behind
and so is 86, the third place car. There are cars off everywhere, and
we've got a car into the barrier.
Car in the barriers, lots of cars in the barriers. Off goes the Lamborghini Huracan, and that has written off the number 57 Mercedes. This is not going to be a full course yellow. This is going to be a safety car. And this,
we had a McLaren off into the wall.
And there are cars going off left, right and centre, literally left, right and centre. If you can imagine the run up into the bus stop, you've got a straight coming up towards you. We've got a car at 9 o'clock, one at 11, one at 2 and one at 4 o'clock.
Full course yellow has been called. No sign of a safety car.
Cannot stop despite yellow flags waved at the bus stop.
Full course yellow now.
Full course yellow, 80 km/h mandatory speed limit. And so again, a twist of the knife.
You know what, they had no choice.
The
Mercs had no choice, as did Rast. They had to take the gamble, they had to roll the dice to see where they come out. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pay off. The rain came down ever heavier and caused all sorts of problems. We could see by the amount of rain that was falling, it wasn't going to be a simple case of what we've seen previously in this race, where you can just manage those slicks on a damp track. That was a torrential rain storm that has just dropped water and caused rivers to be running across. Standing water on that entry to the bus stop caused all of those cars to be completely and utterly out of control on slick tyres.
Very much longer stop.
And he's released him into the path.
The 86
almost a contact there as the Goat's Mercedes just made it out past, I think it was
the 16 Lamborghini that led
yes.
the beginning of the race. Wolfgang Reck, just saw a picture of him in the Bentley garage, like everybody else, going, come on, what now? Guys, there's 25 minutes left. There's still an awful lot of this stuff could happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen in the next 25 minutes. That is literally the truth here. Well, what's got to happen is there are four cars damaged and stranded, and a couple of them very badly damaged and stranded down at the entry to the bus stop. So, first of all, got to make sure that all drivers are safe and out of the cars. Then, got to move the cars out of the way before there's even the slightest chance of this going green. 24 minutes, you absolutely know that Alain Adam will be desperate for this race to finish green somehow or other, and he will be on the radio. Guys, one last superhuman effort. You have been superhuman throughout the entire weekend. One last superhuman effort. Thank you. Let's get this done. Maxi Gertz comes out, shown as second place, but that was when he went in, surely. So when they all come round again in another 3 or 4 minutes, maybe 5 before everybody in the lead group has shuffled back across the line after their pit stops, then we will have our positions should we get the chance to go green again.
I asked a question earlier, Martin, regarding just how much time the number 8 Bentley had lost due to penalties. Well, Screezilla has worked it out roughly around about the 228 seconds as what the number 8 Bentley has lost.
So 4.5 minutes. 240 is 4 minutes, so 4.5 minutes.
All seems a bit irrelevant.
Well, that's, you know, that's 4:66 or 67 or whatever it is, the delta time for a non-stop trip through the pit lane. That makes perfect sense. It's exactly what we expect from those 4 stops that didn't need to make, shouldn't have made. Well, the viewing and the entrance to the bus stop doesn't make for great viewing. In the right-hand kink out of Blanchimont, cars travelling at maximum speed there, and even in the rain, they're trying to slow things down and trying to mitigate their speed a little bit. Nothing like enough for the conditions. They had no idea how wet it was going to be. And the cars on the slick tyre, basically, they're just picked up on top of the standing water and they sail right across it like a surfboard. And cars are going left, right and centre. The first couple that went off made it through, but after that, oh my Lord, how did the 88 car make it through? Felix Rosenquist somehow made it through, but big shunt for the 57 Mercedes and the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini that has had all sorts of woes. And then, not sure if there is such a thing as a penalty for unsafe release in a Blancpain pit lane, but that was as close as it gets, I think. 16 coming in. 86 going out. Not just the bus stop claiming victims. Oh no, this is the bus stop, isn't it? That's where the 40 Ferrari went off. That's the wall camera on approach to the bus stop on the outside. So the number 40 Easy Race Ferrari, that had a bit of an off earlier on, didn't it? Well, Gary Paffett's text messages are going mentalist more than ever now, aren't they? His phone must be vibrating in his hands. 86 is still on the road. And in fact, right behind it, with even more rear-end damage than it had before, is the number 230 Porsche, because with 21 minutes, he's not coming in the pits either. He's still second in the AM class.
The Porsche got away with it, Martin. He just spun off into the runoff. He didn't actually hit anything.
No. But the Black Falcon Mercedes, number 57 car, that will go no further. Oliver Morley, Miguel Toril, Abdulaziz Al Faisal and Danny Juncadella's car, that's being pushed behind the barriers. The end of the runoff area at the bus stop. The Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, that will be towed away as well. Christopher Turkling, Jules Gounon, son of Jean-Marc, Luca Rettenbacher and Rick Breukers. Their race is over. One of the McLarens, one of the Garage 59 McLarens, I don't know if it's 58, 59 or 60. It's not 60, is it? So is it 58 or 59?
It could be 58, you know. It did have the same livery.
58, 59,
it's very similar livery,
close
just
together,
sort of spearing off to driver's left.
Yeah.
That's definitely
Rob
the
Bell
Ferrari.
was at the wheel of the 58 car. And it's not in 36th anymore, so they've had a little bit of a break recently, but that might have come to an end. A 40 Ferrari, as you say, Joe, that's gone. That's the easy race car. Ferdinando Giri, Gregory Romanelli, Nicolo Schiro and Daniel Machinelli. Well, the number 8 Bentley had a long pit stop. When they came in and had changed all the tyres, the car was held by the team. Now remember, we talked early in the race and several other times that there are 2 different parameters in a pit stop. The minimum stop length that you can do is 1 minute 15. If you don't get what you want to do done within the 1 minute 15, you then have to go no less than 1 minute 35. Or is it 1 minute 45? 1 minute 45 seconds or 1 minute 35 seconds. Anyway, there is a gap in which you cannot leave. You can change your tyres in that shorter window, but there isn't time to refuel and do a driver change and do the tyres in that shorter window. So Bentley have changed the tyres within the minimum time allowed, but it looks as though they believed that they were not allowed to do that. It would need to be a fuel-only stop in that minimum step, but in fact, it does look as though they have accidentally, through not being maybe as familiar with the rules as some of the Mercedes teams and BMW teams, it looks as though they have accidentally held the car there longer than was necessary. Now, as everybody comes around, they are now crossing the line. 99 BMW, Row Racing leads. 88 Mercedes. Felix Rosenqvist now second, but on wets. Maxi Goertz, 86 Mercedes, now third. No, Rosenqvist is on slicks. He didn't come in, did he?
No, I think they all did.
Did they in the end?
Yeah,
okay,
they
all
did.
right. So at the moment then, Row Racing BMW, Alexander Sims leads. That much was the same before, but we now have Mercedes second, Felix Rosenqvist, 88. Mercedes third, Maxi Goertz, 86. Audi fourth, 28, Lawrence Vantor for WRT. Down to fifth, Andy Soucek in the number 8 Bentley. And the time to do anything about that is ticking away. We're now down to barely 17 minutes before the checkered flag will be shown at the start-finish line at 4:30 Central European time. So Soucek, Maxi Goertz is 20 seconds behind second place. 9 seconds behind him is Lawrence Vantor. 55 seconds behind him
over a
is
minute.
Andy Soucek. Andy Soucek is 85 seconds away from the podium with 16 minutes to go. So a minute and a half, just about, away from the podium. Right, we don't have 65 cars anymore. We've probably got barely 50 running. In fact, now we may even only have 45. And actually, the track does seem kind of emptier now than it had done in the middle of the night.
Well, the rain has stopped also, and it doesn't seem to
Yes.
be raining anywhere else on the circuit. We have got a very wet track. I can't see that track drying before the flag.
No one's going to be able to go for slicks because the time they'll lose, they haven't got time to make it up, even if they're 5 seconds
That's right.
quicker,
You're
even if
just
they're
gonna-
10 seconds, even if they're 20 seconds.
You're going to burn that out. You're going to burn those tyres off. If the track goes dry, with 16 minutes remaining, you are not going to wear those tyres out.
Even if we go green now, it's not happening.
Yeah.
So everybody's stuck on their wets, rain or shine, good or bad, whatever. This is going to be, we might not go green until maybe 10 minutes before the finish.
2016 really is the year of the most strangest of occurrences. We had hail at the Nürburgring for the 24 hours.
Yes.
That brought the race to a halt.
A frozen, icy slope.
30 minutes to go at Spa, and the heavens open.
Hang on a minute, and don't forget the Nürburgring, a genuine racing pass for the lead.
On the last lap.
Out of the last corner almost.
Yeah,
after
absolutely.
tossing her. And then Le Mans, the last lap of the 24 hours of Le Mans. Toyota had the race snatched out of their hands. And nobody dared breathe. Then Barcelona, 24 hours was slightly more sensible. And here we are again, another major 24
You mean
hours.
Paul Ricard again, don't you?
Paul Ricard again, I do. Yeah, I'm predicting Barcelona to be a sensible race. I'm not sure that's going to. But then our third big European 24-hour race of the summer. Here we are at the Nürburgring at Spa, and who knows how this is going to happen? Who knows how it's going to finish? Yellow, green, white checker.
That man
10
there,
seconds.
Maxime Martin, absolutely outstanding drive on a damn track
5,
on slick tyres.
4, 3,
We're going green.
We're going
2,
green in 2
1.
seconds. And we are now green.
Right, okay. 3, 2, 1, and then no 0 or no go or no green. Okay, so we have gone green. That's the number 7 Bentley working its way through traffic. Everybody will pick up to speed immediately. So 14 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We go green, possibly for the run to the flag. Number 99, Alexander Sims, slithers his way out to the final corner and crosses the line with 14 minutes and 4 seconds to go. That's where he will take the checkered flag, if he does, at the marshal's post right on the exit of the bus stop. You can see that the BMW's a little bit slithery and struggling for grip. Right behind him and flashing the headlights to go by the leader is the car that currently lies 31st. That is the number 1 WRT Audi. So that is Laurens Vanthoor's younger brother, isn't it? That is the number 30. He's 31st, isn't he? So that's the number 1 car of Dries Vanthoor that has just unlapped himself at least one of his 18 laps from the leader. The number 1 WRT Audi still going at the flag, 18 laps adrift. That tells the story of their race, doesn't it? And Row Racing, trials and tribulations, incident, accident, rain, shine, everything being thrown at them, and they are keeping their hands very steady on the tiller. The number 8 Bentley is in 5th place, and his first sector time, 45.2, 47.3 for Alexander Sims, 52.2 for Felix Rosenqvist in second, 6 and 5.5 seconds quicker than Maxi Goetz in third, 2 seconds quicker than Maxi Goetz, Laurens Vanthoor in fourth, who is comfortably the fastest of the leaders in these miserable conditions. And then in 5th place, Andy Soucek.
Remarkable to see 2 Mercedes AMG GTs.
Drive-through penalty being applied to the 86 car. Their chance of a podium has just gone.
Unsafe
it
release.
was an unsafe release.
I'd agree with that.
That was as close to an accident as you like. And drive-through penalty will put the Audi up to 4th because Maxi Goetz is 3rd, but Soucek is 5th. Soucek is 21 seconds behind Laurens Vanthoor, who is currently lapping quicker than him. Laurens was half a second quicker in the first sector, 3.9 seconds quicker than the Bentley in the second sector. Laurens Vanthoor will be on the podium.
If you're HTP, Martin, do you keep the 86 car out and argue about it in the stewards' room?
You've already argued about it. You've already argued about it.
That's going to drop the car to 5th.
Yep, that's the way it is.
From 3rd to 5th.
Yep.
Off the podium.
That's the way it is.
I was about to say, before that news came through, who would have thought 2 Mercedes on the podium?
In the gloom is the black Audi of Laurens Vanthoor. 4th place currently, but with the car that lies 3rd, having a penalty awarded to it. Maxi Goetz, whether he passes him now or not, will not take 3rd position. Laurens Vanthoor is already a de facto podium finisher in the Audi that started the race on pole, which has had its turn in the lead a number of times and has gone off, dropped down the order, collection of minor little problems all ending up with a rather troubled race. It's all over the back of the Lamborghini 11th place. That's the number 16 car of Mirko Bortolotti that led. Maxime Martin is finding it hard really to relax, as you can understand. Can't be any sports car driver who doesn't know what happened at Le Mans, can they? Most of these guys were there at the Nürburgring 24-hour race anyway, so they'll know what happened there. But everybody on the planet that's even a passing interest in motor racing, like the Valentino Rossi Marc Marquez incident in MotoGP, they will know what happened at the end of Le Mans. We're 9 minutes 45 away from the checkered flag coming out here. Anything could still happen.
Certainly in those conditions.
Yeah, it is very, very wet indeed. Alexander Sims making no mistakes, taking no chances, not needing to, but the car looking really uncomfortable underneath him. It's twitching at the front, a bit of the head staggers, as John Watson would say. He's trying to turn it in as smoothly and as relaxed as he can. He's had a very fluid single-seater style, and he's going to use that now as well. More progressive with all the controls than at any other time in this race, perhaps, since he was out on slicks in the rain. Because this is victory in the Spa 24 hours, less than 10 minutes away.
We're on course, Martin, for a back-to-back BMW victory at the Spa 24 hours. It was the BMW Z4 model that won last year's race, and right now we're looking at the BMW M6 model, the new BMW.
Yep, it was the swan song in international races at the top step of the podium, wasn't it, for Mark VDS Racing. There's Philip Eng, the third driver in the 99 car. And nobody in BMW is going to get ahead of themselves in this. Nobody in any car is going to get ahead of themselves in this. Lawrence Vanthoor is the man with his head down and charging. He is now 29.9 seconds ahead of Andy Soucek.
Let's not forget,
Maxi Goetz has still not stopped in the 86 Mercedes, but has been handed a drive-through penalty. He's gone by once. Vanthoor cannot afford to get tripped up here by anybody or anything. Has to negotiate the 132 Largo Racing Lamborghini Huracan. Second, third and fourth, covered by 40 seconds. Second, third and, beg your pardon, second, third and fourth covered by 11 seconds at the line last time round.
It's looking very likely that Vanthoor does not need Goetz to actually serve that penalty to get by him. He's catching him hand over fist.
Catching is one thing, getting by is another. You know, talking to our even our newer Nissan drivers, they were saying, yeah, if you wanted to, you could hold the leader up for your entire stint, just by, especially in the Nissan, because it's quick in a straight line, quick as just about anything else in a straight line. You can make sure you get away from him off the corner and park it at every turn that you know he's going to try and come down the inside. I said, if you really, really had to, you could hold off just about anything here for just about as long as you needed to. Well, there is Lawrence Vanthoor in the black Audi, trailing a little bit of tape and damaged bodywork on the left rear corner. And still, no sign of the 86 Mercedes coming in from third place. This is a bright yellow HTP Mercedes. And Maxi Goetz will be gritting his teeth to finally pull it into the pit lane and hand off that podium prize. He didn't make the mistake, but he was released by the team right into the path and really closely to the path of the number 16 Grasser Racing Lamborghini. And we looked at it as it happened and thought, oh, that was close. And so did the stewards.
Goetz stayed out, the 86 Mercedes.
This is his second time past the pits. And 28 and 84. The 84 car of Jasman Jafar is a lap behind Lawrence Vanthoor in the 28 Audi, and as they get close together at the hairpin, through goes the Audi. Vanthoor letting nothing step in his way, because Vanthoor is currently 7 seconds away from second place. BMW number 99, Alexander Sims, leads, but the top second, third and fourth are now covered by 7 seconds. Lawrence Vanthoor is fourth, will be third when Goetz serves his penalty, or when it's applied retrospectively, it doesn't matter. But his target now is Felix Rosenqvist in the 88 Mercedes. The red and white 88 Mercedes is in second place. It's in traffic. It's 5 seconds, was 5 seconds ahead of Maxi Goetz at the line. Goetz has dropped a further second back, but Lawrence Vanthoor has taken half a second out of Felix Rosenqvist in sector 1. He has to get by Gertz to get to Rosenqvist, and that might just be enough to hold Vantour at bay for Felix Rosenqvist. So is Gertz going to play that game? If Vantour gets up behind the yellow Mercedes, will he hold him up until he has to break into the pit lane just to see if that's enough to get a Mercedes to second as opposed to third?
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
Or is he? Because
both HDP
don't forget, the number 98 car could have held up the Bentley, even with only fourth gear, and didn't. And just played it the way motor racing should be played. I'm crippled, you're trying to win. All right, you're trying to beat my teammate, but I'm not going to trip you up. I'm not going to tie your legs together.
Yeah, but
I'm not going to tug your shirt.
12 hours to go, so.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I don't know, when it's staring you in the face, with just, we've got 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
It's a completely different ball game.
2 laps. At the line, Alexander Sims is already in sector 1. He'll do 2 more laps. And that means that as a group of cars comes into the bus stop, led by Maxim Schuss in the 76 IMSA Racing Pro-Am leader, and followed by the leader in the AM class, the 888 Talkenica-driven machine, that Lamborghini Huracan right behind the Pro-Am class leader.
Gertz in.
Gertz is in for his penalty. Vantour is third. Now Felix Rosenqvist, look out, because Lawrence Vantour was 4.1 seconds behind at the line. There is traffic between them. But Vantour's last lap, 2 minutes 37.0. Felix Rosenqvist, 2 minutes 40.3. 2 to go, 3 minutes on the clock. Philippe Eng is allowing himself a smile and a deep breath. Maxime Martin is allowing himself another nibble of his left index fingernail.
2 laps, you reckon, Martin? 3 minutes to go as he crossed the line.
Yep, so unless, well, he has got time to slow right down
yes,
and make this a 3-minute lap. So this could be the last lap for the race leader. His last lap was a 2 minute 44. He crossed the line with just 3 minutes to go. Maxi Gertz on the pit lane, in the pit lane, serving this last gasp drive-through penalty. Goodness me. Maxi Gertz drops behind Lawrence Vantour. But where will the Bentley come out? Where is the Bentley? Second place still for Felix Rosenqvist. A year ago, dominating the Formula 3 European Series. Some of his rivals last year were racing here this weekend in their support race package, just as he did last season. He had a dominant time then, and now it looks as though he will end up on the podium in second place. Down to 4th position, behind Lawrence Vantour in the number 28 Audi. He's gone the 86 Mercedes of Maxi Gertz, and the number 99 BMW of Alexander Sims is away and clear of anybody else. Andy Soucek in the number 8 Bentley will be in 5th position, although the indicator light in his window says 04, indicating he might be in 4th place. We'll have to wait and see how that one sorts itself out the line. What he won't be is winning. What he won't be is on the podium.
Even on the podium, who would have thought of it?
Well, and when Bentley have their post-mortem, they will look at the puncture and go, that's something we couldn't affect. And they will look at all the other times they drove in and out of pit lane during the race when they didn't fill it up, change the driver, or change the tyres, i.e. when they were serving penalties. And those are what nailed them. And those didn't happen to the number 99 Row Racing BMW, and those penalties, in the end, contributed to the difference between the BMW and the Bentley. They locked horns in the middle of the night, in fact, yesterday afternoon, and have been tussling ever since. Final 40 seconds, he's up to the bus stop. He's going to do one more lap. They have not back-timed this to make it a perfect 4:30 finish. 25 seconds to go. It is now the last lap of the Spa 24 hours. And Maxime Martin is starting to believe. But gentlemen, it's only the last lap of the race. It is not yet the checkered flag. I know, but you just have to say it.
Soucek has gone ahead of Goetz up to 4th.
So Andy
across the line.
4th for Bentley. Maxi Goetz down to 5th position for Mercedes. Jasman Jafar in 6th for Mercedes. And now the Row Racing teammates are climbing onto the pit wall to greet Alexander Sims. He climbs the Kemmel Straight for the final time at racing speed. There's a Santaloc Audi just in front of us. He turns into Les Combes, but he has all the time in the world to pass it or not pass it. It doesn't matter. It is 4:30 Sunday afternoon at Spa-Francorchamps. The 24 hours of Spa 2016 have elapsed. We now wait for our race winner to get to the line. Whoever breasts the tape now will be the race winner. And Alexander Sims has a lap in hand pretty much over the rest of the field. In second place will be the number 88. And that is a remarkable result for AMG team Aka Asp, with Felix Rosenqvist, Renger van der Zande and Tristan Vautier in the car. Well, they too have had their fair share of troubles, but they have come through into second place, and Lawrence Van Toor will make it 3 different manufacturers, all German, on the podium. It'll be victory for BMW and Row Racing, second place for AMG team Aka Asp and Mercedes, and third place for WRT and Audi with the number 28 car. But now, as the sun shines down on a wet and glistening Spa-Francorchamps circuit, the leader makes the climb for the final time up towards the pit lane, towards the checkered flag and towards his waiting, welcoming teammates. The mechanics, the engineers and everybody who's not physically nailed down in the garage will be heading towards the pit wall to greet the number 99 Row Racing BMW. Out of the bus stop for the final time comes the 99 car, 01 flashing in its windscreen. The checkered flag is out. The race is won by Row Racing and BMW. The Bentley comes across the line behind it in 4th position. Second place will go to the number 88 Mercedes of Felix Rosenqvist, and third will go some 45 seconds behind the leaders to Lawrence Van Toor, or will it? He was 1.7 seconds behind at the line last time round. Have they finished the race, or are they still racing back? They are still racing back. Where has Rosenqvist got to? There is the red Mercedes. That is second place. Lawrence Van Toor was 1.7 seconds behind him at the line. They have not taken the checkered flag. This is a genuine potential battle. There is Van Toor coming out of Pouhon. He is more than 1.7 seconds behind. He has struggled to get through a big cluster of cars that are waiting for a formation finish, and that might have just robbed him of the chance of taking second place. Joe Bradley, that could have been a final lap pass for the podium, for the runner-up spot.
I think you've called that spot on, Martin.
For the vice-champion, as they like to say in German circles.
Held up by traffic, whether or not that traffic was sorting themselves out for a...
They had no idea what was going on around them. They're all cruising to the flag. Last lap, guys. Chill out, relax. They didn't realise there was a death or glory battle for second and third. And Felix Rosenqvist somehow probably caught them on the Kemmel Straight and blew by them as they were all dawdling. Unfortunately for Lawrence Van Toor, he did not. That final deciding break in traffic gives Felix Rosenqvist and AMG team Aka Asp second place in the Spa 24 hours. The number 88 Mercedes takes the checkered flag, and how far behind him will Lawrence Van Toor be? Under 5 seconds. He takes the line, no, 5.178 seconds behind, but a fine recovery to the podium for them. Our Pro-Am winner, Maxime Juste, takes the 76 IMSA Performance Porsche across the line, and right behind him is the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari. The black and red car wins the AM class. They were nose to tail on the final lap, weren't they? Alexander Talkanitsa keeping his car well with the Pro-Am leader. So that car, the Pro-Am car, IMSA Performance, again producing a stunning race in terms of great strategy, good performance. They know the Porsche inside out from so many long distance races with it, with a team like Patrick Pilet, Raymond Narak, joined by young hot shoe Maxime Jus, and with Thierry Cornac making up the quartet. A remarkable result for them. Well, let's get down and hear from our winners at Row Racing.
Maxime, your dad has won this 4 times and your uncle the same a few. You must be so pleased.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I tried 10 times and yeah, finally we get it.
How does it feel to win in your home country?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's the best victory ever.
Well, you've really proved today that dreams do come true.
Thank you. Thank you.
A man very rightly on the verge of tears, and why not? He's got his son, he's got his wife with him, his family.
It's so tense right until the very end, isn't it? I mean, especially another 24-hour race that's gone down to the very final stages of it.
Absolutely.
It's incredible. What another incredible 24-hour race.
Absolutely.
And BMW victories, back-to-back victories, the Z4 last year and this year the M6.
And its replacement, and there may be an entirely new GT3 BMW next year to come to us, so this might be the only chance it has to win here at Spa. Well, Philippe looking very happy, as well he should do. And the guys at Row Racing, again, you might not have picked a BMW to be on the podium, but Row Racing, they know what they're doing. Let's hear from Austria's Philippe.
First of all, a massive congratulations. What are you feeling right now?
It's just pure relief. It's over. It was such a long race, and when you look at all these guys working so hard the whole race, and then we were leading, we were not leading. We had luck with full course yellow. We had bad luck with full course yellow, and then to be on top here is absolutely amazing. And I thank everyone, all BMW for giving us a reliable car for the whole race. It was mega, and I'm out of words.
I can literally feel you shaking from here. Can anything beat this feeling?
Not at the moment.
Well, congratulations. Well done. You really deserve it.
Thank you.
Fantastic job by the entire Row Racing crew. There's Nicky Katzberg offering his congratulations. He was, of course, also a leader a number of times in the 98 car, and barring one unfortunate break, it could have gone his way as well. So
we get emotional, Martin, at the end of a 24 race, and we haven't even won anything.
We don't expend half the energy these guys do. And Alexander Sims, what a star performance from him, as well as from Maxime Martin. Victory in the Spa 24 hours for Alexander Sims. Being a big weekend for British Motorsport. Alexander Sims wins the Spa 24 hours. Chris Meek has won the Thousand Lakes Rally in Finland. And Sam Lowes has won the Suzuka 8 hours as well. So a very, very successful day indeed for British motorsporting achievements. Not sure how they're going to do at Pocono. Not sure we got too many British drivers in the field there for the Sprint Cup race. However, Alexander Sims can now breathe a little sigh of relief. So victory for Row Racing. Second place, a BMW on the top step of the podium. Second place for Mercedes. Third place for Audi. Fourth place for Bentley. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. And the twists and turns of this race, the way that fortunes have swung, you know, on a turn of a card or the flip of a coin almost, the capriciousness of the weather, of incident, of accident. And as Maxime Martin said, we're in the lead, we weren't in the lead. We're in the lead again. We had good luck in yellows and safety cars, we had bad luck in yellows and safety cars, and 24 hours of that puts you through the ringer. And any team that comes out on top, any team that survives this really knows they've done a great job. But the Row Racing team have done an exceptionally good job here, and they have just kept their eye on the main prize. They have not made mistakes on the pit wall or on the track. Row racing, the winners, having completed 531 laps. Mercedes in second place, courtesy of MG Team Aka Asp, and in third place, number 28, WRT Audi. Bentley in fourth, 86 and 84 Mercedes, fifth and sixth, Audi's seventh, eighth and ninth, and the Pro-Am Porsche from IMSA Performance rounding out the top 10. And that is a great result, again proving that it's not the car that is different in Pro-Am, it is the driver lineup, and if you get good AMs with your pros, then the world is your oyster. Our other class winners down in 32nd place overall, the 888 car and Alexander Talkanitsa getting that. He brings the car to the line. As you see, the second Bentley finishing, did they finish number 7 car down in 18th place? Johnny Kane bringing that to the line. And another one of our expected front runners, the number 1 WRT Audi finishing in 29th. Shane van Gisbergen and his team were hoping maybe to get pole, maybe to have a tilt at the win in the end. I think Rob Bell will probably still be our championship leader, but almost guaranteed to get no points at all from this weekend. Alexander Talkanitsa bringing the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari to the line. I beg your pardon, it's not Alexander Talkanitsa, I keep saying that, it's Liam Talbot, T-A-L, that's what I see in ELMS, and it's always Alexander Talkanitsa. It's Liam Talbot in the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Sorry, Liam, for that. He brings that car to the line as the leader in the AM class, the winner, indeed, in the AM class.
Can I just mention our Spirit of the Race award to Alexander Sims for an absolutely awesome drive in difficult conditions.
I think that's really hard to choose between him and
anybody, really.
Yeah, well, between him and Maxime Martin, I mean, they have been really standout.
Awesome drive from pretty much the whole of those top finishers.
Felix Rosenqvist looking very happy, bringing the number 88 Mercedes to the winner's circle in second position, and Lawrence Van Toor had one last lap to try and catch him, but he didn't. Well, that is it from a nail-biting, cut and thrust Spa 24 hours. Thank you for joining us on RadioLeMans.com with our live streaming with our partners at Nismo TV. On behalf of John Hindhoff, Alex Brundle, Joe Bradley, I'm Martin Haven saying thank you very much for joining us. No time to explain. The camel needs to get the frites with mayonnaise in. Bright sunshine streaming down onto the grid as we await the podium ceremony for the end of the 24 hours. Alexander Sims down there in winner's circle, bringing the car home for Row Racing and for BMW. And here he is.
Alexander, congratulations. You brought the car all the way home for BMW.
Yeah, no, very, very proud moment for all involved. You know, BMW's done a fantastic job with this M6. It's in its first year of racing, and to win one of the biggest GT races in the world in its first year, it doesn't get much better than that. So, yeah, full credit to BMW, to the Row Racing team, who've prepared it fantastically, and to my co-drivers, you know, Maxime and Philip have done a superb job all weekend, and it's
well, they look
amazing.
forward to seeing you. Really well done.
Thanks very much.
So very happy looking Alexander Sims, and rightly so. He may be relatively new to GT racing and sports car racing.
You wouldn't think it.
But you wouldn't think it, no. And you know, the drivers, they get into this and they're looking at it as a career path for the future, or now for their present. And they come in from a single-seater background where really this has been off their radar. You know, when you're doing GP3, GP2, karting, Formula 3, all that, this is totally off your radar. But once you start getting embedded in it, then you realise the history and the heritage of this. I mean, you said it early on yesterday. The first 24-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps was the year after Le Mans began. So we're going back the better part of a century here with the history of this race. Let's hear from our runner-up, Felix Rosenqvist.
Guys, a massive congratulations. It all just seemed to come together in the end. Felix, first of all, how are you feeling?
Dehydrated first of all because my drink didn't work, but no, it was I mean, everything just happened in the end. It was so unexpected. We thought we lost the race because of a bad strategy call in the last 3 hours, and then everything just came towards us in the end. But it was just so difficult and so crazy with all the traffic in the end, and with the crazy weather conditions. And I also had a damage on my rear when everyone went long in the bus stop, and yeah, it was just a survival in the end. But yeah, I mean, P2 for EMD and for our team Akka is really, yeah, coming from the back like that was not expected.
Renger, are you surprised to be standing here today?
I mean, being happy with P2, it doesn't happen a lot, but I'm really happy with this position. I mean, it's incredible. We started dead last with 2 laps down, or even more, and finishing on the podium second, and that in the final minutes, my heart rate went up more than while driving in the car, so I'm really fucking happy.
And you? How are you feeling? You look ecstatic.
That was the longest hour of my life, just watching the end with all the drama, and Felix really drove incredibly well, managing all the conditions. So yeah, it's funny, after the 5-minute stop and go penalty at the start, we were not sure we would end up on the podium, but you know what? Renger told all of us, we're gonna drive with our hearts, and we're gonna do our race and see where we end up. And we just, kept the car clean, but pushed hard. And now we're here. It's crazy for the team. Akka and AMG invested a lot on that car. And first year was a full pro lineup for Akka, and we're P2, so very beautiful story. Very happy for Jerome.
Well, a huge congratulations to Akka and your team. Well done.
Thank you.
Apologies for the over-exuberant language of Renger van der Zande. I bet he didn't feel quite as smiley when he pulled out of the pit lane in the very small hours of the morning and picked up a puncture on his outlap. I bet that was not one of the high points of their race. But as they say, first full pro lineup season for Akka Racing, and they have claimed a second place here at Spa 24. You can see that our Pro-Am winner is also down there. But let's hear from Laurens Vanthoor, the third place finisher.
Laurens, another massive congratulations. That was an amazing comeback to get third place.
Yeah, obviously, if we would have thought about it yesterday after the crash, we would have signed immediately. But nevertheless, if you see the circumstances that it's a strange story, but we're on pole. We're quick in the race, led the first 5 hours, I think, had quickest lap in the race, and then we came back from 3 laps down. You would say we would maybe have deserved more, but okay, in the end, we've got the best out of it, what we could have achieved, and I think we should be happy with that.
Well done, you've got a lovely trophy to collect up there, so I'll be sending you on your way. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And of course, Laurens Vanthoor knows the importance of points, former Blancpain champion. So they will have created a double point third position result for themselves. Double points awarded at 24 hours for each of the point scoring positions.
Look at that for a healthy balance of performance, Martin. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Bentley. First 4 different marks in the first 4 positions. It works.
It really does work. And we've seen so many times how close the cars are. Different fuel strategy, different drivers, different manufacturers, all within hundredths of a second of each other of lap time. And that's exactly what balancing the performance of all these different vehicles is all about, is to produce an unpredictable result. Now, post-race, the organisers might look at the minimum or maximum drive time for drivers. That really put a bit of a cramp in anybody trying to do anything different, but we'll wait and see. IMSA for Performance 1 Pro-Am. Here's Maxime Jus.
Maxime, absolutely dominant win for the Porsche.
Yeah, it's crazy. For me, it's my first 24 hours race, and to win it in Pro-Am category, it's crazy. I have to say that my teammates have done a crazy job. Patrick has done such a good stint, and I try to relearn from him to try to do absolutely no mistakes. Thierry and Remo has been very good as well. I think the key was that we didn't do any mistakes. The team was really good as well, always on the good strategy and good on the pit stop and all that. At the end, we get the win, so I'm very, very happy. It's so good.
Well done. We hope you keep those strategies for next year, and we'll see you back here again.
Yeah, really. I won't be here in Nürburgring, unfortunately, but I really hope to be here next year, for sure.
Well, congratulations. Well done to you and your team.
Congratulations indeed. An IMSA performance we know well, don't we, Joe, from their GT racing experiences at Le Mans. They always have a good car, a good strategy, a good driving lineup, and to see them performing so well in Pro-Am is certainly not a surprise.
Well, let's give his teammates, Maxime Juste, taking all of the credit there for the Pro-Am win, but let's not forget Patrick Pilet, Raymond Narak and Thierry Cornach sharing that car, sharing that win, and a very spread out Pro-Am podium. 10th overall for the Pro-Am winner, 13th overall for car 74, which was the ISR Audi of Frank Pereira, Nicolas Lapierre, Henri Hassid and Philippe Giuc. Hopefully I've pronounced that right. And then down in 17th overall is the 666 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, John Minshaw, Phil Keane, Oliver Gavin and Joe Osborne. Quite a lineup there on the final step of the podium in Pro-Am.
But the race has been won by BMW. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 positions, but into the closing stages it came down to a straight fight between the number 99 Row Racing BMW and the number 8 Bentley Racing Continental GT, and a final penalty for Bentley played out against an impeccable pit stop strategy and flawless driving and on-track management by the drivers of the BMW. They claim victory, 531 laps in the books. 1 minute 55 the margin of victory over the 88 Mercedes. 2 minutes behind was the number 28 Audi, which could have sneaked second place on the final lap. The Bentley finishing in 4th, a lap behind, as was the 86 Mercedes that got penalised for an unsafe release in the pits in the final 20 minutes.
Alors, 3e place en AM Cup sur le même podium. L'équipage Rinaldi Racing de la 333. 3rd place in the AM Cup, the 333 Rinaldi Racing. Pierre Heret, Rinat Salikov, Alexander Machoul, Marco Zefrid. Applaudissements s'il vous plaît, merci. The 2nd place in the AM Cup will be for the 51 IF Corse car. It's a Ferrari, of course, driven by Peter Mann, Francisco Guedes, Rino Mastronardi and Matteo Cressoni. Et on va accueillir le team manager de l'équipe lauréate en AM Cup, c'est le Kessel Racing bien évidemment, et c'est monsieur Ronnie Kessel que l'on accueille sur ce podium. Ronnie Kessel. Et à défaut de Ronnie Kessel, eh bien allons-y avec l'équipage lauréat dans cette AM Cup. La voiture numéro 888 du Kessel Racing, Marco Zanutini, Vladimir Glitin, Liam Talbot, Nicolas Cadet. On the top spot on the podium, please. Sur la plus haute marche du podium, Marco Zanutini, Vladimir Glitin, Liam Talbot et Nicolas Cadet. On écoute l'hymne national suisse.
So Swiss anthem for Kessel Racing, for the Ferrari team who have won the AM class, the 888 machine. Marco Zanutini, Vadim Gitlin, Liam Talbot and Nicolas Cadet. chance for them all to pose for the photographs. And trophies being presented to our third place team. Now, Joe Bradley, that is what you call a trophy. That's for third in the AM class. That is a big old pot to be taking home, isn't it?
That's like the UEFA Cup, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, that's as big as you get for winning the Premier League.
So how big is the first position
well,
trophy's going to be?
Well, a forklift truck just drove past us.
It's almost as big as them.
Yeah, and these are normal-sized people because this is the AM class. These are normal-sized people. There's Pierre Arret in the white overalls there in the centre. Oh, how many races have we seen him do?
Oh,
many years.
20 years plus.
Yeah, absolutely. Races a lot in the States, races a lot here in Europe as well. Our second place car in the AM class. The number 51 team. Peter Mann, you saw, Francisco Cuet, Rio Mastronardi, and Matteo Cressoni.
Another familiar name, Cressoni.
Yeah. They, of course, are running, of course, running 51. 51 and 71 are their favoured numbers in just about anything, aren't they? Running the 51 car here. So Matteo Ferrari's team take yet another trophy. They have just a remarkable ability to produce the goods. And the second place trophies, as you would expect, are bigger than the third place trophies. And the winners' trophies are bigger yet again.
I would expect so. I would expect nothing else.
That's not carry-on size, though, is it? I think that's
good point.
I think that's actually...
Hopefully they'll be driving home or sitting with it. They're going to have to book a seat for it.
Well, they might. Well, I might have to book several seats for several of them. So there are your winners in the AM class. The drivers of the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari. And Kessel Racing here, another real stalwart of Ferrari racing. Marco Tanutini, Vadim Gitlin, Liam Talbot, and Nicola Cadet, the 888 car. And Stefan Rattel, the head of SRO, Stefan Rattel organisation, handing out the checks and the fizz as well. That's a lot of bottles. Oh, look, and they're magnums as well. Now, what are they? Oh, my word, away we go. So the leaders get busy with the fizzy. The winners get busy with the fizzy. They could all do some lessons from Tom Coronel. Open it, put your thumb over the top, turn it upside down, shake vigorously, and you'll then be able to empty the entire contents of the bottle in whichever direction you like. So, a very happy bunch of campers on our AM podium. And particularly here for the non-professional drivers, Joe Bradley, getting to the finish of a 24-hour race is always a big deal. Now look, not quite sure what the positions were beforehand, but look where Liam, Vadim and Marco are after that result. Where are they now? They're really quite close to Stefan Lemaire. Stefan Lemaire finished off the podium here. And so that double points hit at the end of the race, in addition to the fact that they were in contention pretty much all the way through. They have racked up a lot of points. Pierrette and his teammates, 67 points. Pierrette, of his teammates here, alone scoring and outscoring Maurice Ricci and Gilles Vanelay. So although he's tied on points, he moves ahead of them in the overall rankings. So still a lot to be played for in the AM class category before the end of the season. So now we move from AM to Pro-Am. So third place for stalwarts of British GT racing, Barwell Motorsport, their Lamborghini Huracan, the Demon Tweaks red and green car. John Minshaw, Phil Keane, Joe Osborne, and guest driver Ollie Gavin. in second place is the number 74 ISR Pro-Am Audi, and Philippe Gouad was joined by Henri Acide, Nicolas Lapierre, second left with the beard, and Franck Pereira. And then our winners from IMSA Performance, IMSA Kodak Performance, as opposed to IMSA Matmut Performance, as they so often have been at Le Mans. There's Ollie Gav in red and green. I bet that's the first red and lime green suit he's ever had. IMSA Performance, Patrick Pilet, the factory superstar, Maxime Jus in his first ever 24-hour race, Raymond Narak and Thierry Cornac, the gentleman drivers, the AMs in that car. Big smiles from the Brits. But the Marseillaise for our race winners.
La victoire pour l'équipe IMSA Performance avec la Porsche numéro 76, Patrick Pilet, Maxime Jus, Raymond Narak et Thierry Cornac. On passe à la remise.
French national anthem for our winners. IMSA Performance, Barwell Motorsport claim the bronze medals from right to left. John Minshaw, Phil Keane, sort of half hiding there, Joe Osborne. There you can see him now, he's smiling, his familiar smile. And Ollie Gav on the left in the lime and green. Nico Lapierre, half helmet will drive, so this weekend Nico Lapierre racing in GT3. He also races, of course, in World Endurance in LMP3. He races in the European Le Mans Series as well. He used to actually have the ability to be able to find races that don't clash with other things that he's committed to, when clearly his phone has been doing a lot of ringing recently. So Barwell Motorsports taking the trophy for the third place manufacturer. And there is the Kodak Images IMSA Performance team.
I like this idea of doing the lower classes before the overall. I like that because
build to a climax.
You know, some of the races we do, by the time you get to the lower classes, there isn't anyone standing underneath the podium.
Well, of course, when you've got a monumental event like Le Mans, they want the winners on first before TV leave. TV can't afford to spend 45 minutes waiting for the leaders to come out.
That's true.
We can, and indeed we do, because we like to salute these guys. And in fact, were we not galloping to try and get a train back home, maybe we'd like to go and taste some of the fruits of their labours as well. Maybe have a beer or a little glass of champagne with them, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Some of us have got to get back home, work on Monday morning. I'm sure that's very much the case for a large number of our audience who may have been with us all the way through your Saturday night. In fact, if you're in Australia, through your Sunday night as well. So good morning. And thank you for being with us for this Spa 24 hours. If you're on the far side of the planet, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, wherever you are in the Far East, in fact, wherever you've joined us, it's been fantastic to have your company, your feedback as well through the social media streams. It's always great having the audience being able to tell you the stuff that you've missed because you're looking at 2 or 3 other things at the same time, because we only have 2 eyes, despite what everybody else thinks. So there's confirmation of the driver's point. Still a very big lead in Pro-Am for Mikkel Broniszewski. Giacomo Piccini looked like he might have been a podium finisher at one stage. He's still in second, but Morgan Muir-Trafford, he was the big beneficiary there, wasn't he? Taking a podium finish at the end, vaults him up into third place in the points ahead of Andrea Riccioli, Alessandro Bonaccini. Franck Pereira and Henri Acide also climb in the order. So we then move on.
La Coupe du Roi, décrochée donc par
Coupe du Roi, the King's Cup.
Voilà.
Oh, surely that's worthy of an all la la la.
Le nom Audi sera rajouté sur cette Coupe du Roi et ça marque l'histoire, bien évidemment. Merci, Monsieur Chris Renke pour Audi Sport.
So Chris Renke from Audi Sport accepting the King's Cup.
Et on y va avec l'overall podium, les 3 premiers du classement général, mesdames,
We
mesdemoiselles,
get
messieurs.
into our top 3, the overall podium. So these are all what would otherwise have been referred to as the pro teams. In third place, the smile of René Rast and his teammates, Laurens Vanthoor and Eduardo Mortara. So the Audi number 28, Team WRT, Nico Muller, beg your pardon. It's been a long day, quite a long night, quite another long day as well. Nico Muller with René Rast and Laurens Vanthoor. Audi Sports, Team WRT, the number 28 car takes third place. In second place, Felix Rosenqvist, raced here last year in Formula 3 and brings the Mercedes to the line in second spot. And his teammates join him on the podium. Tristan Vautier in his first ever 24-hour race on the left, and Rengo van der Zande, the taller figure, in the centre. But our race winners for BMW, for Rowe Racing. And it's a second consecutive win here now for BMW. After being beaten by Team WRT's Audi 2 years ago, narrowly in the final minutes. BMW and Mark VDS Racing struck back last year in the last big win for the BMW Z4, claiming victory at Spa. And now Rowe Racing take BMW's M6 GT3 to the top step of the podium. In the glass is Alexander Sims. In the centre, Maxime Martin, still not quite believing it. Philippe Eng on the right.
Dans ces total 24 heures de sport pour l'équipage Rover Racing numéro 99 avec Stan de Sims, Philippe Eng, Maxime Martin.
Joe Bradley, Maxime Martin still sort of looks like he's not going to accept that this has actually happened to him until maybe tomorrow morning when he wakes up and the trophy's still on the dining room table.
Well, he's been waiting a long time to win this and emulate his father, and it's a very emotional victory, isn't it? It's not just a motor race, it's the biggest race in Belgium when it comes to sports cars, and he's been chasing this one down for some time, and it's finally, you know, it's as I've said, we get emotional just coming to the close of a 24-hour race. Sleep deprivation will do that for you, and it's great to see the emotion and the passion in these guys who have been doing this for a long time, but it's still there. It's still very emotive, and it's just fantastic to see on his home ground. They drove an immaculate race, really. The calls were right there. I know we've kind of waxed lyrical about the restrictions on the strategies that you can employ in GT3, and you've got to give it changeable conditions, treacherous conditions, as we saw. And Maxime Martin was one that a drive that shone through in a particular time when the track was damp, and he stayed out on slicks. They didn't want to make the call and come in on wet, so it would have been the wrong call. So it was a team effort, and we heard in his interview that he said that it was a team call, and he was just following instructions.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a trophy they've got as a result.
That's a trophy.
They have their own trophies, but that perpetual Spa 24-hour trophy will now bear the names of Maxime Martin, Felix Rosenqvist, I beg your pardon, Maxime Martin, Philippe Eng, and Alexander Sims. So Rowe Racing and BMW claim victory in the Spa 24 Hours for 2016. And the party starts here. Alexander Sims being very gentlemanly and not hosing down teammate Philippeng until he at least managed to undo the top of his own bottle. Renger van der Zande making sure everybody gets a bit of a taste. And the bottle goes to the mechanics. Of course, they'll have a lot of packing up to do before the party can really get started. But that is it for our coverage of the Spa 24 Hours. Thank you for being with us, wherever you have been watching. Thank you to all our colleagues at SRO TV downstairs and at NISMO TV, our partners, for making this streaming broadcast possible. Thank you to Joe, to John, to Alex, to Graham Goodwin, and also to Paul Truswell. On behalf of everybody here, I'm Martin Haven. Rob Bell leaves here as your championship points leader, but Maxi Buk, Dominic Baumann have closed in. So too Maxim Souley and Andy Suchek in the number 8 Bentley that finished in 4th position. And Philippeng and Alexander Sims with Lawrence Van Tour have also climbed the points ladder. But that is it for Spa 24 Hours for another year. If you've enjoyed it, come back and see us next year and bring a friend. Until then, goodbye for now.